I don't know if you know this, but AT&T recently revealed that 73 million customer records were released, both existing and former customers, on the dark web. If my information was compromised in an AT&T data breach, I'm not worried because Aura is always on, always doing the hard work to keep me safe. I value my privacy and I also value yours. You can go to aura.com/AV7 to start your free 2-week trial using this service. Also linked below in the description. Protect your information today, guys. It's super important, and I cannot tell you how much time it will save you in the event that you get into a jam. Let's get into today's video. What up, chat? Happy Friday. It's Hallows Eve. It's Hallows Eve. We're going to put on our costume and all of that in a second, but it's Hallows Eve, and it is Alicia's final day, at least for this trial. What can we expect? We can expect witnesses. The charging conference started before the jury got there. So we're going to rewind back and look at that. Luckily, we have an abundance of what? TiVo time. So we could skip breaks, all of that fun stuff. It's going to be fantastic. I cannot wait. Let us jump in the courtroom, see what's going on. Let me know what you got in your cup this morning. I've got my tea this morning. We definitely had to have tea because yesterday was such an eventful day. It's going to be crazy. So let us pull up the courtroom feed. I'm going to bring us back to the beginning so we don't miss a beat. We're about 45 minutes behind, which will breeze us right through lunch. Perfect timing. I think they started right around like 8:25 because I was watching a bit of it. It's right around here. Let's get this law and crime feed down. Okay, get our audio boosted.
Okay, do you have hard copies for me?
I just want, well, the changes.
And on your way in.
Okay, well, hold on. First of all, the question was, do you have any proposed defense instructions that you emailed to me?
Yes,
Okay, well, I need to take a look at those. Do you have a hard copy of those?
I do not have a hard copy.
Okay, well, I did request that yesterday, but it's all right. All right, so let's start with the state's proposed instructions. We'll go
Jury
through them one by one.
instructions. Let's
All right,
do it.
beginning with 3.1, Introduction to Final Instructions. Any objections?
No objection.
Okay. 3.2, Statement of Charge. Any objections?
No objection.
Okay. Just so you guys know, I'm going to change the order as far as how Ms. Doherty had them. So the next one she had was principles, but I'm not going to read that. The next one I will read is 3.4, Lesser Included Crimes or Attempts. The state has identified second-degree murder and manslaughter as lessers for first-degree murder, and the state indicates there are no lesser crimes indicated in the definition of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Are you requesting any additional lesser includeds?
No objection.
Okay. All right, so the next up, I'm going to read 7.1, Introduction to Homicide. Or I can read 3.5, Principles. To me, it seems like that should come after the definition of homicide, so that's what I'm inclined to do. All right, 7.1, Introduction to Homicide, which is the standard instruction. Any objections, Mr. McLean?
No objection.
Okay. Next, I'll read 7.2, the definition of murder in the first degree, count 1. Any objections?
No objection.
Okay. Next, I'll read murder in the second degree, and actually, I'm going to add, just so it's, well, I can or cannot, I guess it doesn't matter. 7.4, murder second degree, I could put in the top title, I could put lesser as to count 1. It's up to you guys.
Please, Your Honor, the state would request that.
Okay.
I have no objection.
Okay, so I'll make that change. All right, as to the substance of the instruction, any objections, Mr. McLyman?
7.4?
Correct.
No.
Okay. Next up, 7.7, manslaughter. Again, in the title, I'll put lesser as to count 1. And Are you asking for both intentional act and culpable negligence, Mr. McClimate?
I mean, I would just ask for intentional.
State, are you asking for culpable negligence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And an abundance of caution, I'll give both. So just as to the substance of those, any objection, Mr. McClimate?
Just the objection, it's the culpable negligence.
Okay, very good, thank you. Okay, next up, then I will read 5.3 criminal conspiracy count 2. Any objection to this?
No objection.
Okay, very good. Then I will insert principles, 3.5. Any objection to the principal instruction?
No objection, you just have the special instruction that I emailed that I wanted to add.
Okay, well, I haven't seen it yet, so let me pull it up. We'll come back to that, all right?
Poll's up.
I gotta look at it and print it up.
Hold up, the poll is
Okay,
up.
then next I would read 3.8D, date of crime. Any objection?
I do have an objection, that's not normally an instruction that I see. I think it's applicable when there's a statement of particulars, none of that information, those details are in the indictment, so I would object.
What's the basis for including this?
There was a statement.
Judge, there was a statement of particulars filed by defense. We were ordered by the court to respond and file a statement of particulars. By law, that becomes part of the state's proof of the case, and so that is why it is included.
Did you file a statement of particulars?
I do not, I think maybe previous counsel did, so
Okay, all right.
if that's the case, if there is a particular thing, I would have an objection to it.
Okay, so as to the substance of it, is there any objection to the substance?
No.
Okay, very good. And I do just want to note, I did make some corrections in there because as to the locations, some of them were missing the qualifying language of and/or within a 3-mile radius, et cetera. So I need both of you to take a look and make sure. I went in and added that radius to some of these locations, but I need you all to look at the statement of particulars to make sure that what I put in there is tracking exactly what's in your statement of particulars.
And Your Honor, only one grammatical change to paragraph 1, the last sentence for McKinley Drive. It reads driver.
Oh, I think I changed that. Or no? Because I have in the one I'm looking at, within a 3-mile radius of 11606 McKinley Drive, Tampa, County of Hillsborough.
Okay, Your Honor.
So the state will double check and we'll come back to this one just to make sure it's accurate. Okay, 3.9, weighing the evidence. So, it looks like number 5's got a strike through. I'll just correct that typo. So 1 through 5 are pretty standard. 6, has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify? Are you asking that that be included, Mr. McClimate?
I don't think it's necessary.
State?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll take that out. 7, had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony? Mr. McClimate, you want that one in?
Yes.
Okay, that will become 6. Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? I'm assuming that one stays in?
Yes, no spoilers, please.
Okay.
Please don't do it.
7, has the witness been convicted of a felony? That will stay in. 8. Mr. Howard?
Mr. Howard.
And reputation for truthfulness. That one is not going to stay in.
I don't think even his reputation is challenged.
Right, okay. So, the rest or the paragraphs are just standard regarding law enforcement, expert witnesses. currently, it says the defendant in this case has become a witness. Obviously, that stays or goes depending upon what happens, so we'll see. And then the last two paragraphs are standard. So any other objections, Mr. McLyman, 3.9, weighing the evidence?
No, Judge.
Okay, I'll make those changes. 3.98, defendant not testifying. That is the standard instruction. Ooh, I just noticed a pronoun change.
Two pronoun changes.
Yeah, so it should be, nor is the defendant required to prove her innocence.
Hold on. So is Alicia not testifying? Interesting. It's gonna be an interesting day, Chan.
And then the second paragraph, her decision. I'll make those changes, and then depending upon what happens, I'll read it or not. Okay.
We'll see. We'll see if she does.
3.9,
No spoilers.
defendant's statements. Any objection?
There's another pronoun issue on
Okay,
paragraph though.
because the copy I've got, let me look here.
So I have it,
In number 1, Your Honor, the second one.
Oh, thank you, yeah. I didn't catch the second pronoun. Okay, I'll make that change. Again, depending upon what happens, I'll read it or not.
I believe, Your Honor, that one would be included because of the interview that we have in evidence.
Correct.
Okay.
3.10, rules for deliberation. Oh, I need to take out the parentheses on paragraph 2. All right, any other objections to 3.10, rules for deliberation, or 3.11, cautionary instruction?
no, Judge.
Okay, and 3.12, verdict. And I just need to take out in the last sentence, it is as follows. Read verdict form as opposed to forms. Any other objections to 3.12 verdict?
No, Judge.
Okay. 3.12A, single defendant.
No, Judge.
Okay. Submitting case to jury. 3.13. Any objection?
No, Judge.
Okay. And then the verdict form. Any objection to the verdict form?
No, Judge.
Okay. I may go in and do, may just put a capital first-degree murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder to conform with the rest of the instructions.
I don't think I don't think the first degree murder is capital.
No. I'm saying capital F, capital D, capital M. Just stylistically, that's all. Okay. All right, so let me pull up the defense proposed.
So they're finishing up jury instructions. Miss Makeup, Miss Herrera, is already kikiing with her sister very early in the morning. We're going to see what's happening. Please chat, no spoilers. I know people, they started early. So people are coming from Law and Crime and they're like,
Oh my God, AB, you're never gonna believe what's happening.
please refrain from doing that. Have respect for the chatterhood. Okay. We're going to see what happens, but we do this so we have TiVo time. It can skip the break. So at least, keep it kosher. Don't spoil anything. And again, I asked the question if Alicia is going to testify because we just went through proposed instructions for the state. Now we're going to go over to the defense. If Jeremy can find it, for the love of God.
So do you have the actual language in a proposed instruction?
So I would propose to add those 3 sentences to the 3.5 instructions. If you want me to add it in the actual 3.5, I can. But
Okay.
that language is exactly how I would request it to be added.
All right, so have you seen this citation?
Judge, we have seen a citation, however, we would object, we still believe that the standard instruction is appropriate. I would object to any additional language that is being placed in there.
All right, and so for the record, the defense sent me Penny versus State, which is a second DCA opinion. I don't know what the citation is. The second DCA number was 2D2024-0032 from October 1st to 2025. And this was a case where Jaquan Penny was convicted of attempted second-degree murder and 2 counts of aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. The conviction was reversed, and the court stated Penny was charged and convicted as a principal to all crimes. After the state rested its case, Penny moved for judgment of acquittal, arguing that the state had failed to present any evidence that Penny acted as a principal to the crimes. In order to be a principal in a crime, one must have a conscious intent that the crime be done and must do some act or say some word which was intended to and does incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise another person to actually commit the crime. There must be proof of some overt act or some words uttered in furtherance of the scheme that led to the crime. Here, the state failed to present evidence of either element necessary to convict Penny as a principal to the crimes. And it was reversed and remanded. And then there was a concurring opinion, which is the language the defense is wanting. And that concurring opinion stated, I agree with the majority that there was insufficient evidence that Penny had a conscious intent that the crime be done. And then quoted, mere presence at the scene, including driving the perpetrator to and from the scene, or a display of questionable behavior after the fact is not sufficient. Quoting Collins versus State. And then later on in the concurrence, the defense is highlighted. While there was evidence from which a jury might have concluded that the defendant became aware of the crime after it was committed, there was no evidence the defendant had any prior knowledge of a criminal plan or had a conscious intent that the robbery be committed. Why is that necessary, Mr. McClimate?
It's necessary, so we're asking for the instructions that the defense asked for, the special instructions have to meet 3 different criteria. The first is that the instructions supported by the evidence presented in the case. The second is that the standard jury instruction does not adequately cover the defendant's theory of defense. And the third is that the special instruction is a correct statement of the law and is not misleading or confusing. All 3 of those criteria are met in this case. That case that you're reading there is not new law. It's actually well-established law, well-settled law in these types of cases. Mere presence is not enough. That is a case law that I read also yesterday, the Staten case, that's also cited in that opinion that was just issued this month from the second DCA. So all of the language that I have in the requested special instructions comes directly from the case law. It is the clear black letter law that Ms. Andrews is entitled to, because it does support her theory of defense, which is the second criteria. And then the first criteria, whether there's any evidence supporting, whether there's any evidence presented in the case that supports those things. Yes, the state has a purely circumstantial case where Ms. Andrews is present, but their argument is that because she was present, she was or should have been able enough to listen to what was going on, to see what was going on, and to know what the plot was in this case. So all three criteria are met. I don't think there should not be any dispute about that, and there's really no dispute about the case law itself.
Well, the second DCA didn't say you get a separate instruction for it, did they? They just said there wasn't enough evidence to convict the defendant.
Right, but I'm not citing that case for the proposition that case gives the authority for us to have a special jury instruction.
Okay, state what's your response to that argument?
Judge, it just goes to the sufficiency of the evidence, and it is clear that they are referring back to the jury instruction, which includes the elements that are required for principle. That is a standard jury instruction. It covers what is required to be proven. So there is no additional language. What he's, talking about are the particular facts of that case, which the court found was not sufficient to prove principle. And it specifically cited to the elements of the standard jury instruction, which are already incorporated in it, which is what is required.
Briefly.
So, I mean, if this instruction is not given, three criteria are met. Three criteria that I'm talking about come from well-established case law. And I'll cite one of the cases to you, Miller versus State.
Come on, Jeremy.
As I pull the case site.
It's too early.
It's clear that once these three criteria are met, the defense is entitled to the requested instruction. The only issue in this case is whether those statements that I've asked for to be included in the jury instruction, and whether those are clear statements of the law. And I didn't change anything from the opinions. They're not specific to that case. This mere presence is not enough. That is general law. It applies to every one of these cases where the principal theory is applied, and when someone's being prosecuted by the principal theory. That is standard. It's as standard as the standard jury instruction. If you request it, if there's evidence for it, then it comes in. It's almost like a self-defense in a battery case or in a murder case or whatever. It doesn't come standard as a self-defense instruction, but if there's evidence of self-defense presented, it's a theory of defense in the case.
I know, but there is a standard self-defense instruction that's read. If self-defense is the defense, it's a standard instruction.
So we don't only get to add standard instructions that are handed out by the.
Well, you can ask. It doesn't mean it's granted.
Well, that's what we're asking for, Judge. And I think that short of us getting these instructions, this case goes back on reverse.
Okay, well, I disagree, and I'm going to overrule the objection, and if I've made a mistake, assuming there's a conviction, which we don't know is going to happen, then the second DCA will tell me otherwise. Okay, were there any other special instructions that were requested? I didn't see anything else in the email.
That's it, just those 3 sentences that we wanted to add.
Okay. All right, so before we get going, I just want to make sure we're crystal clear on things, because I don't want anyone down the road misquoting what Judge Sisko said. As I've stated numerous times, duress is not a defense, and the state actually filed a motion in limine to prohibit any evidence of duress coming into evidence in this case. At the time, I ruled that potentially, if the defendant took the stand, she could testify as to any incidents of threats of violence to her or violence to her by her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance. That may have been an incorrect ruling. I'm just going to state that on the record, because if you look at Wright versus State, which we've discussed many times, 402 Southern 2nd 493, that was somewhat of a similar case in that there was a homicide. The defendant in that case, she had driven her co-defendant to and from the murder scene, and her co-defendant had actually committed the homicide, killed the victim. And for whatever reason, and the opinion's not clear, the defendant in the case had testified before the grand jury that indicted her co-defendant. So during the course of her trial, the state, for whatever reason, introduced her grand jury testimony, and included in that grand jury testimony was all of this evidence regarding purported threats that the defendant had made to hurt the defendant in right, hurt her at that time, or potentially hurt her down the road. And it was, the court, as I stated, said that there is no defense of duress. However, as we discussed yesterday, there was a discussion about negating state of mind. And post-verdict, the jury came back second-degree murder as to the co-defendant, Ms. Wright. And there was a motion to reduce to manslaughter down to, and the argument was made that due to the coercion or the duress or the threats of violence, that the second-degree murder hadn't been proven. Instead, the case should be reduced to manslaughter. The court, in discussing that, that's when they talked about it didn't apply in this case, but maybe in the future that might be a consideration. However, in footnote 9, they did state, it has been suggested that while an intentional killing of an innocent third party is always criminal, duress should serve at least to mitigate it to something less than murder. Several states by statute allow the duress defense to reduce murder to manslaughter. In the present case, because the state introduced evidence of duress through Wright's grand jury testimony, she had the benefit of this evidence being heard by the jury, and was likely the recipient of a jury pardon when convicted of the lesser offense of second-degree murder. However, consistent with this holding supra, that duress is not an available defense to an intentional killing, and our holding infra, that it is not available to an aider and abetter of an intentional killing. Evidence of duress in such a prosecution is inadmissible. So I may be making a mistake by even letting the defendant testify to that, but I've ruled how I've ruled. It certainly doesn't open the door to hearsay statements of other witnesses, all right? So I just want to be clear, because I don't want anyone down the road to say, well, Judge Sisko ruled that this comes in, so ergo this comes in. I'm just stating for the record, I've already ruled, I'm just making the record clear.
I'm adding case law for the...
Okay, hold on, I'll let you respond when I'm done. Okay, so with regards to character evidence, we discussed that yesterday. Character evidence is absolutely inadmissible.
Hold on. The judge admitted she fucked something up, and she's trying to clean it up this morning. And are we getting clues? Are we getting clues that Alicia's going to take the stand? Wow. Wow. Okay. And if she does, it's going to be a long day, chat. It's going to be a long day.
Except in homicide cases, in a very, very slim exception, and that has to do only with reputation evidence. No witness testifying as to the defendant's reputation for peacefulness can give specific instances of conduct, specifically, and I'm going to cite to Buford versus State, 403 Southern 2nd, 943, Florida Supreme Court, 1981. Questions of such a witness include, one question was, do you find the defendant to be a quiet, nonviolent person? Another question was, do you know the defendant to get violent or anything like that? And the court said those are improper questions. Defendant has a right to produce evidence of his or her nonviolent character, but this is done through their own witnesses. In any event, he, and the defendant in the case, could only have elicited evidence of his general reputation in the community, not specific instances of nonviolence. Okay? That's the law. All right, you want to put something on the record?
Yes, earlier I was mentioning the case of Julio versus State. It's a Florida Supreme Court case in 2009. It's at 4 Southern 3rd 599. The first panel in the case is that Florida law is clear that a defendant is entitled to have a jury instruction on any valid defense supported by the evidence. But a trial judge is not required to give an instruction where there is no nexus between the evidence in the record and the requested instruction. In this case, there is clearly a nexus between what we're asking for and what the court in this case should give as an
Y'all got me messed up. Please hit that like button. Are there only 300 likes? We need to be at 700.
instruction. And then it goes on to say what I said earlier, which is that moreover, in order to be entitled to the special instruction, the defendant must prove the special instruction was supported by the evidence, the standard instruction did not adequately cover the theory of defense, and the special instruction was a correct statement of the law and not misleading or confusing. And that quotation comes from Stevens versus State, which is another Florida Supreme Court case from 2001 at 787 Southern 3rd, or Southern 2nd, 747. So I don't think this is a discretionary call. I think this is something that she's entitled to, this instruction that we're requesting. And I'm vehemently asking the court to include these instructions so that Ms. Andrews has a fair trial in this case. These instructions are supported by law. There is no reason to keep them out, and I don't see why the state is asking for them to be kept out.
Okay, anything further?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Your record is complete. Okay, are we otherwise ready to go? Yep.
Okay, so they're all set with jury instructions. Let us skip ahead.
Now she's going to testify. Are we ready to do that? Okay.
Oh, so they're deciding if Alicia's gonna testify. Alicia. Oh. What are you gonna do, Alicia? No spoilers. Don't do it.
Oh my god, AB, she's gonna testify. I saw it in Law and Crime. Please don't tell us.
Let's see what she decides. Look at the judge looking at her like, you really gonna testify, girl? You better not. Look at her thinking. Look at the judge thinking about it. Alicia, what you gonna do? Jeremy, you better tell this girl not to do it. And the only person at that table right now is Jeremy. What do y'all think? She gonna do it or no? What is she gonna decide? Put a 1 in the chat if you think she should testify. Put a 2 if you think she shouldn't. 1s and 2s. It's a mix so far. It's a mix. Herrera's like, hold on, I need to come and help. I think the twos have it. The twos have it. Y'all are like, don't do it. There's some ones, but mostly twos. Nicole says, I'm at 0. This is my Halloween costume, by the way. We're doing the Rosie the Riveter thing. I'm here with y'all, okay? What is she gonna do? They are deciding if she's gonna testify. Somebody said I'm a blanket for Halloween. So I look over, somebody said, AB is a blood. I'm done with y'all. Oh, that was funny. Pulled out my bandana. What'd you do? Alicia, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when the tune starts to boom and the executive dang? 1, 2, 3. This is OG. Yeah, if Jeremy questions her, we're done. Done. That would be terrible.
No, I should be working on them, actually. Thank you for reminding me.
I know that we have a charge conference, but on the criminal conspiracy, the count 2, where we listed all of the co-defendants, as part of the, section of who she confederated and conspired with.
Yes.
We would also like, our indictment actually alleges all of them and then other diverse persons, so we would like to include 4 other diverse persons, because obviously there are still others out there in this pending investigation.
Any objection, Mr. McClimate?
Yes.
What's the basis?
Just charging the indictment with the individuals that are her co-defendants.
Does the indictment contain that language or other diverse
It
persons?
does, Judge. We specifically allege that. They're all charged together in the indictment, and then if you read the body of the indictment, we include specifically among themselves or other diverse persons.
That is what it says, correct? Correct?
I'm not looking at it right now.
Well, I'm gonna
We'll
re-
maintain our objection regardless.
Okay, so the state did charge it in the indictment, and I will give it. Okay, are we ready?
Just
Okay,
10 minutes.
sure.
We're going back and forth. I don't know if she wants to do it. Yeah, the mom screwed her like yesterday. That testimony was not good.
Yeah, sure.
Oh yeah, that prosecutor will destroy her on the
All right, are we
stand.
ready to go as far as the colloquy?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. All right, Ms. Andrews, so this is the, oh, shoot, we don't have our court reporter. Hold on, you have a couple more minutes to talk with your counsel, so I let the court reporter step out momentarily.
Imagine that. Imagine that without the court reporter in the room. Easy appeal. They're making a lot of mistakes. Right, Ron? Can you believe that? So what about everything you just talked about? How long has the court reporter been gone? How long? I really do need to get my likes to 800. It should be at a 50% ratio. We're very behind. Can y'all hit the like button, please? It's a very important day for this trial. I know sometimes you forget. It's no biggie. Just a reminder. Right, practitioner? I should be like Kevin and walk off. He used to be like, get my likes up or the show's not going to happen. R.I.P. to Kevin. I won't do that to y'all.
Okay, the court reporter has returned. We're back on the record. So, Ms. Andrews, this is the part of the trial
Okay.
where you have to make the decision whether or not you wish to testify, okay? So, first of all, do you understand that this decision is solely your decision? Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you understand that nobody can force you to either testify or to remain silent? Do you understand that? Do you understand that if you do testify, that you'll have to take an oath to tell the truth, you'll be questioned by your counsel, and then the state will have the opportunity to cross-examine you, and you will have to answer all questions that are asked of you. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And do you understand that, as I indicated before, only you get to make that decision?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had sufficient time to consult with your counsel about whether or not you wish to testify?
Yes.
And has anybody, including your own attorneys, in any way pressured you or threatened you or coerced you or promised you anything in order to get you to make the decision to testify or to remain silent? And has anyone, including your own counsel, made any promises or assurances to you what the verdict in this case will be? Okay, and do you understand nobody can? No one can predict ever what a jury will do or not do. Do you understand that? Okay. All right, and what is the decision that you have made? Are you going to testify or are you going to remain silent?
Yes, I'll testify.
Very good. All right, I find the defendant is making a knowing, voluntary.
This fucking girl is fried. I'm sorry. Why? Why? Whoa. 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 I've never seen this. Oh my God. Let us bow our heads for Alicia. She gonna need some prayers today. Even if you think the girl's guilty, that, I'm calling it right now, is going to be a legal mess. It is going to be a mess. She get on the stand. Jeremy's gonna ask questions. You got that fiery redhead on the other side of the table. See, Julio's mama was right again. Shout out to mama. She said that 2-3 days ago. She's just like, hey, I'm hearing rumors that she might testify, that she's considering it. Oh my God, chat. This is going to be a crazy day. So we still have 2 more witnesses and now Alicia. So we're going to hear from Alicia's friend. We're going to hear from, I believe, an ex-boyfriend, and then Alicia herself. Then we go to closing arguments. Okay, maybe I picked the right Halloween costume. I mean, maybe I picked the right one. Let's keep going.
An intelligent decision that she's going to exercise her right to testify. Okay, very good. All right, and State, did you take a look at jury instruction regarding the statement of particulars? Does that track the language? Have you looked yet? Or if someone could just give me I guess I could look for it, but if someone had a copy of the statement of particulars, I can check myself.
I can't believe
Okay.
she's about to testify.
Sure. And instruction track.
Oh, she's on the stand.
Okay,
Oh,
very good.
okay, we gotta hurry up.
We have a motion,
And what is that?
a motion for disqualification.
Okay.
Alicia's on the stand right now. Okay, we gotta skip. Jeremy, hurry up. We're putting you on double speed. We ain't got time for this. Alicia's on the stand. She's on the stand right now. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Jeremy, we're putting you on 1.25. Hurry up.
Filing now.
Okay. Okay.
He is on the
So I will
stand.
have to take a recess to review the motion and to rule on it. All right? I shall be back.
Okay, so she was gone for like 30 minutes. So shout out to us with TiVo time because we could skip the whole 30 minutes and skip right to Alicia on the stand. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yep, the judge was gone for like a half hour. We're only going to be 8 minutes behind. Chat, strap in. Alicia is on the damn stand. I cannot believe this. And shout out to the Little Gaming channel. Go ahead, everybody spam Little Gaming channel and put in the hashtag whoop-de-doo, because we going to prison. We are going to prison.
If you wouldn't mind, hey, copy. There we go. Okay, are we otherwise ready to proceed? Okay. All right, let's bring in the jury. Oh, who's going to be your next witness? Okay, very good. Let's get her on the witness stand.
We are going to prison, chat. Whoop-de-doo. Oh, yeah, let me put the regular speed down so we can hear Alicia clearly. We're back to regular. Wow, there she is. There she is. I can't believe this, chat. Little Alicia on the stand.
Okay, very good. Let's bring in the jury.
Yes, sir.
What do you think the jury's gonna think when they walk in, they see her up there first? Y'all better hit the like button now. Get me to 1,000. People have to see this.
All rise. All jurors are in, Judge.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, members of the jury. Everyone have a seat. I apologize for the delay, but we are ready to proceed. Defense, call your next witness.
This time, the defense calls out Alicia Andrews for the stand.
All right, Ms. Andrews, I need you to raise your right hand to be sworn.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Okay, very good. You may proceed.
Miss Andrews, can you please turn to the jury and introduce yourself by name?
My name is Alicia Andrews.
All right, Miss Andrews, you're charged with 2 counts. One is first-degree murder, and the other is conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Did you know that Charles Jones was going to die on June 23rd of 2024?
No, I did not.
Did you have any involvement in Charles Jones's murder?
No, I did not.
Did anyone tell you anything about a plot to kill Charles Jones when you went to Tampa?
No, they didn't.
I want to take a step back. How old are you, Miss Andrews?
22,
And at the time of this incident, how old were you?
21.
Did you go to high school?
Yes.
Which high schools did you go to?
I went to Rains High School in Andrew Jackson.
How long did you go to Rains High School for?
I think it was like a year, I believe.
It was a year. Do you know what year that was?
I think maybe 2017, 2018,
All right.
one of those.
And on what side of town is Rains?
Look at her. You see the bun? She getting ready, okay? She is getting ready to eat her alive.
I think that's considered the north.
That's the north side?
I think so.
All right. And did you live on the north side at that time?
I'm like on the north/east.
Okay. Why were you going to Rains?
My sister was going there, so I wanted to go to a school where I knew somebody.
When you were at Rains High School, did you hear of a shooting that happened at Rains High School?
Yes,
All right. Was this shooting big news at the high school?
yes.
Why?
I mean, everybody talked, and it was at a football game, so police came. It was all over the media.
And was it made known to you who was involved in the shooting?
Yes,
All right. who do you know was involved in the shooting?
I just would always hear the name Robert Howard, but I didn't really know him.
You didn't know him personally?
No, I would see him though, but I didn't know him.
Where would you see him at?
He would be at the football games or like the Christmas tournaments, and they would have like these track meets that everybody go to called Bob Hayes.
Okay. Did you leave Rains High School to go to another school?
Yes.
Why did you leave that school?
I mean, it just really wasn't for me, and my sister had already graduated by that time, so.
All right. Where did you end up going?
Andrew Jackson High School.
And where is that school?
I don't know what side of town it's supposed to be, north, I guess.
All right. When you left Rains High School, did you have any friends still at Rains High School?
Yes,
Did you still communicate with those friends from Rains?
yes,
Did you also have friends that went to the new school?
yeah.
And do you maintain any friendships from either of those schools today?
Yes.
When did you meet Isaiah Chance?
It was like towards the end of 2021.
Towards the end of 2021?
Yeah, I think it was.
Well, tell me this. Were you in high school when you met him?
Yes.
And when did you graduate high school?
May 2021. I don't remember the date though, but it was
Okay.
May.
All right. So, when did you start to date Isaiah Chance?
I would consider that like in the summertime.
Summer of after you graduated?
Yes.
All right. Did you know him before? Did you know him before you started to date him?
I knew of him.
All right. What did you know of him?
He had a sister that I was close with that, well, not close with, but like cool with at Rains High School.
Okay. And when you started dating in May or after May of 2021, how long did that relationship last for?
It wasn't very long. We were on and off.
Did you ever live with Isaiah Chance?
No,
Where did you live?
I stayed with my parents.
All right. And did Isaiah Chance ever come over to your parents' home?
He never been inside, but he's picked me up.
All right. Did you, at any point in time, ever stay the night at Isaiah Chance's home?
Yes,
Who did he live with?
his mom and family members, like sisters.
How long would you stay, just generally, how long, or typically, how long would you stay at Isaiah Chance's house?
Sometimes it would be a week or two or days. It depends, like, what I'm doing.
All right. Did you have a job?
It depends what year. I did have a job.
Well, what jobs did you have?
I worked at Amazon. I was a substitute teacher. I had a lot of jobs. Ulta Beauty, worked at Victoria's Secret. What else? I think that was all of them.
All right. When you were growing up at Rains or any the Andrew Jackson High School, did you see any of the gang activity or the gang back and forth while you were in high school?
I saw it online.
All right. What types of things did you see online?
They would go on Instagram, like, and go live, and everybody would be sitting it to everybody, like, are y'all watching? Like, we're young, we don't have nothing to do, so we would be kind of tuned in, just watching.
All right. And when you say they are going live, who is they?
The victim in this case, he would go live, and I guess the other people that didn't like him.
All right. And who are the other people that didn't like him at that time?
The individual that goes by Young and Ace.
Okay. So they would go back and forth on social media?
Yeah, along with other people.
Was this popular conversation in school?
Yes,
And would people send these lives and these different things to each other?
yes,
Would people text about these things?
yes,
And would people talk about these things?
yes,
Would they talk about it at school, like at lunch?
yes,
Would they talk about it during practice and for sports?
yes,
Would they talk about it at football games?
yeah,
All right. This was common knowledge to everyone in the schools?
yeah.
Why?
I mean, again, we were young, so everything that's going on in the media, everybody just talked about it.
Did you have any personal connection to Robert Howard?
No,
What about to Spaz?
No.
All right, did you know Spaz?
No, I heard of him.
All right, and when I say Spaz, I'm referring to Gerard Adams.
Yeah, I don't know him. I heard of him.
Okay. Did you have any personal connection to this individual, Bibby?
No.
All right, did you know of him?
Yes.
And how did you know of these individuals? Like Spaz, Bibby, how did you know of these people?
When one individual died, some people would post it, so I would see it.
Okay. When you started to date Isaiah Chance, how was your relationship with him?
In the beginning, it was good, I would say. And then he changed over time. I mean, once we got comfortable with each other.
What did he change? What had changed about him?
He started to be a little more controlling. Like as I got older and I would want to go out, he didn't like that.
In what ways was he controlling?
Like he would tell me what to post, what not to post, or if he didn't want me to take something down, or don't wear this, don't wear that, like little stuff like that.
And when he was having these controlling ways, would you listen to him?
Yes.
Why?
I mean, I didn't know no better at the time.
Other than just having controlling ways, did Isaiah Chance ever put his hands on you?
Yes.
I knew it.
How many times?
I wouldn't say I was counting, but it's been a few times.
I'm calling it right now. This is about to become an Amber Heard situation. Immediately.
Do you remember the first time that it happened?
Yes.
When was the first time that it happened?
Back in like 2021 at his house.
What happened in that situation?
We were arguing over the phone. Like he wanted my phone and I wouldn't give it to him. And that was the first time he ever like snatched it and he ended up hitting me.
Hit you how?
With a closed fist. And I was kind of like just blocking myself and saying stop.
All right, were you standing up? Were you on the ground?
I was on the bed, the edge of the bed.
And how did it stop?
His mom came in, he was telling him, like, to back up off me, and he was like, no, she good, and he closed the door.
All right, that was the first time?
Yes,
Did you have any bruises?
yes,
What happened? Did you go home when you had the bruises?
no, he wouldn't let me go home.
Who would not let you go home?
Isaiah,
Why would he not let you go home?
I think it was because he didn't want my parents to see it, and he probably thought they would make a big deal, which they would, so.
So, were you, I guess, hiding the bruise that you had?
At the time, yes,
Did you eventually go home?
yes,
Did you tell anybody what happened?
yes, my friend,
Who?
Jewel.
Jewel is testifying next.
All right, were there any other times that you can remember Isaiah Chance putting his hands on you?
It was a few more times after that. I don't remember the specific date, but I know it was around my birthday in 2024. And then it was another time in 2022. It was a few times.
I can't believe they're going with this. Okay, here's the thing though. I hear what Alicia is saying. Do y'all remember the text messages from yesterday and the day before where he blocked her? She writes back and she called him a sicko. And it was that big paragraph. I can't remember all the wording right now, but the jury already saw that twice, maybe 3 times. So let's see what the defense is trying to attempt to do here.
All right. Did he ever, outside of your house and in the car, did he ever put his hands on you?
Yes.
Can you tell me about that situation?
Well, the one in the car was before we went to Tampa. It was a couple of days before that. somebody called me and I ended up telling him it was someone that he didn't want me to talk to, like one of my guy friends. And he assumed the guy liked me, so he got mad. And he came to my house, insisting that I come outside. So, I go outside, I look in the car, I'm like, what? He said, get in the car. I said, for what? And then he gave me a look, so I got in the car.
When you got in the car, what happened?
He drove me to like a park, and then he stopped and he was like, let me see your phone. And I said no. But he ended up grabbing it. He was telling me to unlock it, and I wouldn't unlock it. And that's when he repeatedly hit me to unlock the phone.
How did he hit you?
Like on the side of my face. So if I'm in the passenger seat, somebody hits you from the side, you're hitting the side of the seatbelt thing. It was like on the
Okay.
side. I don't know what they call that.
Where the seatbelt comes out of?
Yeah, like
Where it
I was-
retracts?
Yeah, my head was hitting on that.
All right. And how long did that last for?
I believe we were sitting there for like 20 minutes because I get frustrated and I just start kicking and hitting back, and then he told me to stop.
After that, did you go back home?
Later on that day I did. Well, once we sit there for a minute, he ended up talking to me, he apologizes, then we go out to eat.
Was that his way of making up to you?
Yes,
Did that happen more times than one?
yes.
We knew the DV defense was going to come in again because of Julio's mama. But does that negate everything else?
I'm going to show you something, and I want you to tell me if you recognize it. Do you recognize what you see?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It's me sending my friend a picture of
Well,
my,
just tell me how you recognize it. Don't tell me what it is.
oh, well, I see my face.
All right. And did you take these photographs?
Yes,
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the photograph you took?
yes.
At this time, defense would move, what's Defense Exhibit 7 into evidence?
Any objection? No objection, Judge. Admitted.
I apologize, Judge. The computer is frozen.
Oh, God. Of course it is, Jeremy. You guys believe her? If you believe her, type I believe her. If you don't believe her, type I don't believe her. I'm just curious. I don't want to mess up our current poll, so I got to do it in the comments. All right. Actually, wow, a lot of y'all believe her. Few knows. Majority is believing her. They're still going to have to, when it comes to Foolio, they're still going to have to jump that hurdle. But we knew that this was going to come in. We knew that this part of the story was going to be a part of it. So although we're learning a different part of the story, the other part of the story is, but with Fulio's murder, did you contribute to that? Did you have knowledge? Could you have stopped it? could you have gotten out of the car? Could you have called the police? At any point, at any time, could you have gotten some help? So I want to hear more about what she says here. But it looks like the Amber Heard pictures are coming in now.
All right. Ms. Andrews, what is this a photograph of?
My face.
All right. And why, what is on your face?
That's when he bruised my eye.
Who is he?
Isaiah.
Do you remember when this was, time frame?
I don't remember the exact date, but I recall sending her a picture though.
Who is her?
I think that's Jewel.
Now, why did you send this picture?
Because I was already telling her about the other incident, so when I sent it to her, I'm like I'm fed up, kind of like just telling her, like, what do I do?
Well, people were saying that she was not
What is this photograph?
at some of the other hearings where all 5 co-defendants or all the co-defendants were together. Alicia was not looking at Isaiah at all. That has been reported by a few sources. So interesting.
Of my eye that he bruised.
Exhibit
Same exhibit.
for the record, correct?
Yes, same
Are they
exhibit.
marked, are they different photos within one exhibit?
It's a composite exhibit,
So
yes.
do you have them identified for the record?
There will be exhibit 7. It'll be A through D.
So what is this? You showed her A initially,
Well, the first one was D.
and what is this one?
This is going to be B.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead.
What is this a photo of?
Of my eye that he bruised.
Is this a separate incident or the same?
It's the same day.
All right. And why did you take another picture?
I was just showing her closely.
All right. Showing 7A. What is this a photograph of?
One of my phones.
All right. What is the phone showing? What are you doing in this photograph?
Showing her that the screen is cracked.
Who is her?
I believe I sent it to Jewel.
All right. And how did the screen get cracked?
He broke it.
How?
I think he threw it to the ground.
All right.
I don't remember exactly how he threw it, but
And while that exhibit is still up, hold on. How often or how many times did Isaiah chance to break your phone?
from 2021 to 2024, maybe 4 times.
Was it always the same way?
No.
What other ways did he break your phones?
I think one time he threw it to the wall, like repeatedly threw it to the wall over and over so that it wouldn't turn back on. And then the very last time he bent it some kind of way. So like this, I don't know what they call it on the iPhone. It had like a dent in it. I don't know how he broke it though, like what kind of way he broke it.
All right. And when he would break these phones, who would get them fixed?
My parents, or if I had a job, I'll get it fixed. Isaiah only ever paid for one to get fixed.
What is this a photograph of?
Showing her my eye,
Who is her?
Jewel.
And again, is this a new part of the
Yes,
composite?
this is 7, exhibit 7, and this is going to be C.
Okay, thank you.
It's both eyes. So I don't know. It looks like, is it the same eye from a different angle or is it both eyes? She has the ring on in the middle finger. So I wonder if it is the same eye. Because ladies, let's keep it a buck. Y'all know some of these lashes be. You know what I'm talking about. But, again, the eye area is red. We see some, it looks like some bruising down here on the cheeks, a little bit underneath the eye. I want to look at this. I wish I had a better picture, but again, this looks like a video that was on Instagram that was sent. If they could play the video, that might give us a better vantage point. Is it both eyes? All right, y'all are like, AB, you tripping. This is abuse. We do not condone abuse over here at all. She said it was from the side, so that's why I was just trying to figure out if it was both eyes or just one.
Your Honor, I'd object. May we approach?
Yes.
All right, I wonder how the prosecutor is going to handle this. I think the prosecutor is trying to get prepared, and we know that that prosecutor with the red hair is very sharp. She's very, very sharp. So I'm very curious about her performance with this one, because again, I'm a woman. I've been in one of these situations a very long time ago, late teens. I understand, like, it's not funny. It's not funny, right? Do I believe that Isaiah did something to her? I do, because Ninja, you try to take my phone now. Like, we are not dealing with each other. But, young women sometimes don't have the best influence, or when you're in those situations, you're trying to figure out how to get out. I think that's what they're leaning towards on this. But again, you still have the other legal hurdle. Okay, Isaiah was doing these things to you, but you still have Foolio's murder, okay? So are you going to admit that you had knowledge? She started this with the very beginning. Did you know that they were going to kill Foolio? And she said no. Did you have any knowledge or background or details about it that was about to happen? She said no. Remember that, because again, on cross-examination, it's gonna come out. Now, again, y'all know, trained to think about both sides just legally. That's why I ask these questions as we watch. It's not because I'm, callous and not considering the facts, but I have to look at the facts from both sides, and so should you guys, right? Let's look at the facts from both sides. This is what she's saying. Are there anything or pieces of evidence that we've seen already that could contradict that look a little bit different, things like that, right? Because at the end of the day, she has pictures, and she said she asked her friend, what should I do? So the other big part of today is let's hear from the friend, and let's hear from what the friend advised her to do, things like that. But remember, they saved this for almost last. This is the last day. The jury is going to deliberate, could start deliberation today. We're getting closing arguments today. We're on the final 3 witnesses. So they saved it for now. And I mean, look at this sidebar. You can kind of get some level of clues from how intently everybody is having this discussion. It looks like the prosecution team, the older woman, is leaning in towards the judge, and they're having a conversation. But I don't know if the woman with the red hair is going to do the cross. She's probably the best person on that side that does cross-examination, but she is falling back a little bit and listening. So we can get a little bit of clues here. Miss Herrera usually doesn't go up for sidebars. Sometimes she does, sometimes she doesn't. But the other woman on their legal team, I don't know if you guys noticed, she's not there today. The other gentleman from the prosecution team had a death in the family. There's a funeral tomorrow. So we knew he wasn't going to be there. So it's a lot. It's a lot to take in, chat. There is a lot here, but we do have TiVo time. So I'm going to skip through this and we'll get back to Alicia's testimony.
All right, Ms. Andrews, I'm going to show you something. I want you to tell me if you recognize it. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
All right. What is it? Without telling me what it says.
A message from Isaiah.
And are these messages that you see here, are they accurate representations of the messages that you received from Isaiah?
Yes.
How do you recognize these messages?
They're messages that he sent me, I think on iMessage.
At this time, the defense will move Exhibit 8 into evidence.
State, you renew your objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, same ruling. Overruled, you can admit it.
All right, what's this?
All right. Do you recognize
no.
this email address here at the top?
Oh, no.
Yes.
All right. And whose email address is that?
Isaiah.
And do you see where it says message sender?
Yes.
All right. Do you see the body of the message here?
Yes.
What does it say?
He said, stop fucking boasting yourself, goddamn.
All right. Do you remember this message?
Yes.
This message went to who?
Me.
Do you see this second message here?
Yes.
What does the message say?
He said, the fuck you keep advertising yourself for?
All right. And this is from Isaiah Chance to you?
Yes.
What was he talking about when he says you keep advertising yourself?
I don't remember what picture I posted, but I posted a picture on Instagram that he didn't like.
Now, this third message, what does it say?
I said, I'm not advertising myself.
Can you read the fourth message?
It say, just say deleted.
That message comes from, you know if you sent that or did he send that to you?
It say his name at the top, so I think he sent it.
All right, I got a little bit of intel for y'all. There is a very active Reddit thread. These are some of the pictures that Alicia would post. And now she looks very different. Pictures like this. Pictures like this. Pictures like this. I don't know why she doesn't have shoes on here. Pictures like this. I mean, I don't even know if this is factual. This don't look like her. This don't look like her. But I don't know. You have the Gutazay stuff. Somebody just sent that to me. But anyway, back to this. Hold on. Sound outage real quick. Let me stop screen sharing and start it back up again. Share screen live. Boom. All right.
And take the picture down.
And what did you respond and say?
Okay.
Why did you take the photograph down?
I didn't really have a reason. I don't like to cause conflict between us, so I just took it down.
And that was in October of 2023?
Yes.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes?
Wow, prosecution's asking for another sidebar already in less than 10 minutes. 2 sidebars. And because she said, Judge, can we approach? I do think it's the redhead. I think it's confirmation that she's going to do the cross-examination. Let's keep going. We can skip through this sidebar.
When you said earlier that you just didn't want to have any disagreements between you and Isaiah Chance, if you do get him upset, what typically happens?
He'll probably end up hitting me or fighting me or something. It depends if I'm around him.
It depends what?
If I'm around him at the time,
Was Isaiah Chance a jealous person?
yes.
And did he get angry when he was jealous?
Yeah.
Is there a reason why you stayed with him throughout the abuse and throughout him being angry and jealous with you, of you?
It was kind of like he was manipulating me. Like I did want to leave, but I didn't want to leave. And I mean, you really want to understand unless you're in the situation. It's not that easy to leave all the time. And then I'm young, and he'll tell me, you know, nobody wants you, nobody gonna want you, and like he'll make statements like that, and I'll kind of just like, okay, so I settled.
During the interrogation, you make a statement about you being pregnant before. Do you remember that statement?
Yes,
Have you been pregnant before your most recent pregnancy?
yes.
All right. And what happened during that pregnancy?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to relevancy.
Sustain the objection.
Do I answer it?
No,
No,
hold on.
I sustain the objection. It means you cannot answer, okay?
Okay.
Remember what I told y'all about prep yesterday?
All right. I want to talk about this trip. Well, let me first talk about the Airbnb. At a certain point in time, did you send an Instagram message to someone inquiring about an Airbnb?
Yes,
That Instagram message was sent from your phone?
yes,
Isaiah Chance was not using your phone at that time.
no.
Why did you send that message?
He called me and said, can you text the girl that do the B&Bs? Let me know what she got available.
All right. Did you know why you were asking for the Airbnb at that point in time?
No,
When you asked the individual for the Airbnb, for the inquiry about the Airbnb, did they respond to you?
yes.
Did they respond immediately?
I think the first message was fast, but the last message, she took a minute.
All right. Did you ultimately book an Airbnb through this individual?
No,
Was this individual that you sent the message to, was that Rashad Murphy's girlfriend?
no,
Did that person that you sent that message to, do you know if she even knew Rashad Murphy?
no, but I knew her, so I knew she had a, he told me something, he was like, how do you know it's not Rashad's girlfriend? But I knew the girl, so.
Hold on. When you say he, who is he? You talking about the officer?
Yeah, the detective.
All right. We'll get to the interrogation. But the question is, did you know, or do you know whether this woman was Rashad Murphy's girlfriend?
No,
All right. All right. Did you ultimately book an Airbnb in this case?
no,
When the Airbnb, did somebody book it?
yes.
Did anyone tell you when someone else booked the Airbnb?
When I called him back about the message I got, he told me, oh, it's already booked, it's okay.
When you say you called him back, who is him?
Isaiah.
All right. And so when you called Isaiah Chance back to tell him that you received a message back from Instagram, the woman on Instagram, he told you what?
He said it's already booked. It's okay.
All right. So someone else booked the Airbnb.
Yes.
Do you know who booked it?
At the time, I didn't know.
All right. Did he tell you that Rashad Murphy booked it?
No.
Did you ask any questions about it?
No.
All right. At what point did you figure out that Isaiah Chance was going to Tampa, Florida?
That's the next day I called him on the 22nd.
All right. This is the day of?
Yeah, the day
The
we
trip
leave.
down?
Yes.
All right. And how did you learn that he was going to Tampa?
I called him early that day like we always do, and I'm like, what you doing today? He said, I might be going out of town. I said, I wanted to go.
Did he tell you what he was going out of town for?
No.
Why did you want to go out of town with him?
Well, we were supposed to go to Atlanta, and we ended up fighting, so I didn't go.
You said you were supposed to go to Atlanta, and what happened?
We ended up fighting, so I didn't go.
All right. When were you supposed to go to Atlanta?
It was beginning of June.
All right. So, did he tell you where he was going?
What, the...
Like the
to
city?
Tampa? Yeah.
All right. So, what did you know about the trip?
Nothing much.
All right. Did you know who was going?
No, at the time, he just said me and him. He told me to pack my stuff.
Where were you at when you had that conversation with him?
I'm at home.
Do you know where he was?
No.
Did you come to find out where he was?
Yes.
All right. Where was he at?
He referred to him as his little brother. He said his little brother's house.
All right. And how did you find out that he was at his little brother's house?
When I arrive and get in the car with him, he drives to someone's house, and I said, why are we here? He said, we're going to ride with my little brother.
All right. When you got,
Sean.
and when you
Sean's
said little
house.
brother, who is that? You know his name?
Sean Gathright?
Okay. And so you get to Sean Gathright's house by Isaiah Chance picking you up and taking you there?
Yes.
All right. Where did Isaiah Chance pick you up from?
It was a club that we met at.
All right. Did somebody take you to the club?
Yes, my sister.
All right. Is that because you do not drive?
Yes.
All right. So after your sister takes you to a club, are you actually partying at this club?
No.
Is it just a drop-off location?
Yeah, it was closer, and he told me to just meet him there.
All right. So Isaiah Chance picks you up from this club, and you go where?
To his little brother's house.
All right. When you get there, what do?
I just sit in the car.
You were waiting.
Yes.
Was the little brother with Sean Gathright there when you arrived?
No.
All right. Was there a car in the driveway when you got there?
Yes.
Do you remember from the video, do you remember what color car was in the driveway?
It was a white car.
All right. And the brother was not there yet?
No.
When the brother got there, did you communicate with the brother at all?
No.
All right. Is there a reason why you don't communicate with individuals that Isaiah Chance is friends with?
Well, he tells me how to talk to his friends, so I just got in the car.
Why does Isaiah Chance tell you not to talk to his friends?
Just he'll think I like them or something like that. He just makes up stuff.
All right. So you get in another vehicle, and where do you sit in the vehicle?
Back seat.
And what happens next?
We drive off to a gas station.
What happens at the gas station?
I get out and get snacks.
All right. And do you know if there's anyone at the gas station? Anyone else?
No.
All right. What happens after you get snacks from that gas station? You all go to Tampa?
No, they drove to some, I guess, apartments.
Apartment complex?
Yes.
And what happens at the apartment complex?
They get out of the car and They dapped two bigger guys up, but they had the windows outside.
So let me back up. You said they. Who is they? Get out the car.
Sean and Isaiah get out of the car and they dap two bigger guys, two
And-
dark-skinned
And
guys,
explain what you mean by that.
like shaking hands, acknowledging each other.
What happens after they get out, they being Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathright, after they get out and they acknowledge these other two individuals?
They get back in the car and drive off.
Who is they?
Sean, he drives off because he's driving.
All right. So what happens after you all leave this apartment complex?
We head to Tampa,
And are there any stops on the way to Tampa?
another gas station.
What happens at this second gas station?
They get out of the car, they're talking, but I'm still in the car.
All right. Who's they?
Sean and Isaiah get out of the car.
All right. And they're talking amongst each other?
Yes,
All right. Do you know what they're saying?
no,
All right. Do you ask what they're saying?
no,
At the time, do you care what they're saying?
no.
After you go to this second gas station, what happens?
Then we go to the Airbnb.
All right. When you arrive at the Airbnb, who all is in your vehicle?
Just Zay, me, and Sean.
Who gets out first?
I think they both got out at the same time.
All right. And were you paying attention to where they went when they got out of the car?
No,
What were you doing as they were getting out of the car?
I was on TikTok.
On your phone?
Yes,
And when you got out of the car, where were they at?
I didn't see them no more.
All right. When you didn't see them, what did you do?
I mean, I did what he told me to do. When he got out of the car, he said, when you're ready, it's the first door.
All right. So did you go to the door?
Yeah, I just knocked.
And what happened when you knocked? Initially.
He didn't open it.
Did you use an access code to get into the Airbnb?
No,
Did you have an access code?
no,
Do you have the Airbnb app on your phone, or did you have it on your phone?
no,
When you arrived, are you on your phone?
yes.
Do you call anyone?
I was calling Isaiah to see if he's gonna open the door.
Okay. Did you see a Ring camera in front of the door?
Not at first.
All right. Do you care if there was a Ring camera in front of the door?
No,
Why not?
I mean, it's a camera.
When you get to the door and you get inside, how are you able to actually get inside?
Isaiah lets me in.
All right. And when
So
you get
Isaiah
inside,
opened the door.
is it just yourself, Isaiah, and Sean Gathright inside?
Yes,
And where do you go?
upstairs.
Are there any rooms downstairs?
No,
And upstairs, what's upstairs?
2 beds in the bathroom, 2 bedrooms in the bathroom. On it.
Did you choose to occupy one of the bedrooms?
Yes,
What did you do while you were sitting in the Airbnb from the time you got, well, let me ask you this. Did you get there around 8 a.m. or 8 p.m.?
yes.
And what did you do for the next few hours?
I was in the bed,
What were you doing in the bed?
scrolling through Netflix, trying to find a show. Then I was on my phone a little bit.
At any point in time while you were upstairs, did Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathright leave?
Yes,
Do you know where they went?
no, Isaiah told me, be right back real quick. He left.
All right. Did you ask him where he was going?
No,
Did they include you in their travel plans?
no,
So how'd she
At
end
the time,
up?
were you hungry?
yes,
All right. Were you
All
looking?
right, so they go to McDonald's, but like, okay, so she stayed at the Airbnb while they were running around doing what they're doing. Allegedly, they were hunting Julio. I want to know how she ended up at the clubs, especially if she's pregnant. Why would they go?
For something to eat?
yes, on DoorDash,
What were you looking for?
some Pizza Hut.
All right. And is that the Instagram post that we've seen throughout the trial?
Yes.
All right. Did you ultimately order Pizza Hut?
No, they were high.
When you say they were high, what do you mean by that?
I was trying to get like 10-piece wings and a small pizza. I didn't want to buy it. It's too high.
Okay. Would you expect Isaiah to be buying food for you while you're away?
Yes.
When you didn't purchase the Pizza Hut, what did you decide to do?
I texted him and said I was hungry.
And then after you text him, what happened?
I think he said, I don't even think he responded. I think he just came back and asked me, it's like, what do you want to eat?
Did you make a decision about what you wanted to eat?
I said, I'll get McDonald's.
Okay. And what happens next?
He told me to hold on. He went downstairs.
And what happened?
He comes back and say, come on.
And what did you do?
I mean, I got up and went.
Did you get in any particular car at that time?
Yes, it was the gray car.
All right. And did he tell you to get inside of that car?
Yes.
And you got into which seat?
See, that's already a hole in the story. How y'all come down in a black car. Now, all of a sudden, there's a silver car. What the If I'm on the jury, I'm asking that question. I'm writing that question down because the car's changed. But notice that Jeremy, he quickly moved on. Like it's not even that he moved on from it. I think he probably should have clarified the question and maybe asked, hey, did you notice a difference in the cars? Was it the same car that you traveled down in? Like if you're really truly trying to show her or show that she's innocent, you should have asked that question. Did he say anything about that car? Did like he should have dug into that a little bit more right there though, at that point. Let's see if he does. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
The passenger seat?
The front or back passenger?
Hey, what you mean front or back?
Front seat or back seat?
Oh, the front seat.
Okay. And when you got in the vehicle, who was in the vehicle?
Isaiah comes outside and Davion.
And who sat where?
Davion gets in the front seat and Zay gets in the back seat.
Why did Davion get in the front seat as opposed to Isaiah Chance?
I mean, I wouldn't know what they said before they came out, so I don't know why he got in the front. But I assumed it was because he wanted food too, so he came.
At the time, did you know Davion Murphy?
No,
Had you ever seen him before?
no,
And when you got in the car, did he say anything to you?
no.
All right. Did you think that it was weird that he was sitting in the front seat next to you?
Yeah, I didn't know he was going.
Do you ultimately make it to McDonald's?
Yes,
When you get to McDonald's, do you order food?
yes.
And who pays for the food?
I think it was Isaiah. I think he paid half and I did the other half. I can't remember.
There's a point in the McDonald's video that we've seen where Davion Murphy is lighting some sort of cigarette or blunt. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Do you remember, not just the video, but do you remember the actual event in the car?
yeah, I remember.
And when he was doing that, what did you do?
Nothing.
Why did you do nothing?
I mean, I don't know him. It's his car, and I'm not really I don't talk much, so I was kind of scared to say something.
When you left McDonald's, well, you did leave McDonald's at some point, right?
Yes,
All right. And then at some point, does Davion get out of that car?
yes,
And is it just you and Chance?
yes.
Do you know, at the time, did you know an individual named Kyla Enright?
No,
Did you know that Sean Gaffright was talking to an individual named Kyla Enright?
no, I did not.
Did you know that Sean Gaffright was texting an individual named Kyla Enright?
No,
At this time, had anybody told you anything about Julio Foolio?
no,
Were you searching Julio Foolio's Instagram account that night?
no,
Did you even know he was going to be in Tampa?
No, I did not.
After you leave McDonald's, do you go to a club?
Yes.
Do you know the name of this club?
I mean, I know the name now. It's Teasers.
At the time, did you know the name?
No.
Why did you not know the name at the time?
I mean, it was kind of irrelevant. I didn't remember. We didn't go in it, so
You did not go in the club, but why did you go there?
we were thinking about going in there.
All right. Whose idea was it to go to this place?
Isaiah.
And did you follow his idea?
Yeah, he said he was taking me out.
Did you have any reason to think that he was doing anything wrong or illegal?
At the time, no.
When you got to this club, did you all park?
Yes.
And where did you park?
I believe it was the back of the parking lot.
Was that the only space available at the time?
Yes.
And were you driving?
No.
Well, let me ask you this. At any point in time during that night, did you drive the vehicle?
No.
When you when you get out of the vehicle, what happens?
We start walking, then he stops me and say, "Let me see your phone."
Do you give him the phone?
Yes.
At the time, do you think anything of it?
No. I mean, he always has it.
Did he ask you for the code to get in?
Yeah.
And did you give him the code?
Yeah, I did.
All right. Do you know what he did with the phone?
He tried to make a call, I guess. He had it up, but I didn't hear what he was saying.
All right, so let me talk to you about this. Is it weird or strange, anything out of the ordinary, for Isaiah Chance to use your phone to make phone calls?
No.
Had he done that before in the past?
Yes.
Had he spoken to Robert Howard using your phone before?
Yes.
Had he spoken to other individuals using your phone before?
Yes.
Do you know why?
No, but I assumed it's maybe because he don't want him to have his number.
When he would speak to individuals on your phone, would he always speak around you?
No.
Would he sometimes leave the room?
Yeah.
All right. And do you question him about why he's using your phone or why he's leaving the room?
No.
Why not?
I mean, it wasn't really a big deal to me at first.
So back to the parking lot at Teasers. I'm going to publish State Exhibit 41. And this is 41B, I believe 7. 8.
Julio's mom. All right, do you recognize this parking lot area?
Yes.
Do you recognize the car that's the silver car there, the top of the screen?
Yes.
What car is that?
That's the car we were in.
At this time, do you know where the other 3 boys are at?
No, I don't.
Do you care about where the other 3 boys are at?
You're object to calling co-defendants boys.
Sustain the objection.
Do you know where the other 3 men were at?
No.
And do you care where these other 3 men were at?
No.
All right. Do you remember what's happening inside the car at this time?
I think we were just sitting there talking at first.
All right. And again, you're not driving this vehicle?
No.
Is there a reason why you have on a mask in this video?
Yeah, I was pregnant at the time, so I didn't want to smell any smoke and prevent like any health issues.
Why did you think that you might inhale smoke?
Because usually the clubs in my city, like the lounges, as soon as you go in, they let you smoke, so it'd be a lot of smoke in there. I didn't know how it was down here, but just in case I wore one.
All right. Did you wear a mask to conceal your identity?
No,
Did you have on a hoodie?
no.
What did you have on?
Some blue jeans, a blue jacket, and a regular shirt.
All right. What type of shoes did you have on?
Some like regular Crocs I designed.
Crocs, like almost like slippers?
Yeah,
Those are not boots or anything that you could use to run in?
no. They're like the fancy ones where you get to put the things in them. I don't know what they call them.
When you say thinking the pins on the top of the shoe?
Yeah, like you get to put what you want to put on them.
Okay. Are you and Mr. Chance getting out of the car now?
Yes.
Does Mr. Chance tell you that he's going to this club so he can find Julio Foolio?
No, he didn't.
If you can remember sort of what's happening in this moment, can you tell the members of the jury?
I was walking, then he stopped me and said, "Let me see your phone."
At this time, are you trying to conceal your identity at all?
No,
Are you ducking or hiding or crouching behind any vehicles?
no, I'm just walking.
Are you stopping when he stops?
Yes,
And are you following him?
yes.
Do you know what he's doing with your phone?
At the time, I just assumed he was trying to call someone and they wasn't answering.
Did he talk to anyone in that clip?
No,
Do you ultimately leave this location?
yes,
Do you go somewhere after that?
yes.
Where do you go after that?
It was another club called Players Club.
At the time, did you know the name of that location?
No,
And who decided to go to the second spot?
he picked it.
Did you know of any clubs in Tampa?
No,
When you got to the second location, what happened?
We get out, walk across the street, and he walked up to the guy that they work at the front door. And he asked him how much was to get in.
So at this second location, you said, who asked how much it is to get in?
Isaiah asked the bouncer.
And what happened when you asked?
I don't remember the exact words, but he told him a price, and I guess he didn't like the price, so he just walked off.
Did you all stay there for any period of time?
Yes.
It's a short period of time?
Yeah.
And when you didn't go into the second location, what were you thinking?
Nothing much, like maybe he just didn't want to go in.
Were you also wearing a were you also wearing a mask at the second location?
Yes.
Did you go somewhere else after that?
Yes.
Where'd you go next?
Truth 18.
At the time, did you know what Truth 18 was, the name of it?
No.
Did you know who was going to be there?
No.
Did you ask Isaiah a chance to go to Truth 18?
No, he picked that.
Did he ask you for permission to go there?
No.
When you get to Truth 18, what do you do?
We sit there first, then we get out. He just starts to walk. He still has my phone, so I just walk after him.
Okay. Do you know if he talks to anyone while he's on your phone?
Yeah.
Do you know what app he's using to communicate with individuals?
No, at the time I didn't know.
Do you know if he's talking on FaceTime with anyone?
I believe it was FaceTime at that club that one time.
At Truth 18.
Yes.
And do you know who he was talking to at the time?
No.
When he's talking to the individual at Truth 18, there's a photograph that you've seen in evidence of the downstairs at Truth 18. You remember that photograph?
Yeah, I remember it.
All right. At the time that the photograph was taken, did you take the photograph?
No.
All right. From looking at it, what can you tell about that photograph?
I remember him flipping the camera because we came to a stop, and he said, like, man, he said that, man, this shit crowded. And he flipped the camera and was showing somebody on the phone.
Okay. Do you know who he was showing that on the phone?
No.
And when you say he was showing it on the phone, this is like he's showing it live?
Yes.
All right. And do you know how that live viewing became a screenshot photograph in your phone?
I think he just took a screenshot of it.
At the time, even though you didn't know exactly who he was talking to, did you, I guess, figure that it was one of the three men?
Yes, because he also said, where y'all at?
Did he say anything about Julio?
No.
Did he show you a firearm or anything like that?
No.
Did he say anything about wanting to kill Julio in front of you?
No.
Showing what's in evidence of State's Exhibit 44. Do you see this video?
Yes.
All right. Do you see yourself?
Yes.
All right. What is happening right here?
He's walking with the phone up,
Okay. And what are you doing?
just walking behind him.
All right. And do you know where he's going at this point in time?
No, I'm just following him.
Do you know why he's walking where he's walking?
No, I never asked.
All right. Is this where you all are at? Is this kind of like in direct eyesight of the top of the staircase at Truth 18?
I don't know if right there, but I don't really remember that.
All right. And you see you walk towards the sign and then back towards the right?
Yes.
All right. When you were standing anywhere in that parking lot or on the sidewalk, were you able to see Julio Foolio?
No.
Do you know that he's even inside?
No.
And is Isaiah Chance saying anything on the phone that would give you an indication that Julio Foolio is inside?
No. I only actually heard him say two things. He said that it was crowded and where y'all at.
Okay. After you leave from off the screen here, do you know what you're doing next?
We walk back down. He stops on somebody's car, still holding the phone, and I'm kind of just leaning on him talking.
When you say he stops on somebody's car, like whose car was it?
A random person.
So not like someone that he knew?
No.
And when you say he stops on, he's leaning on someone's car?
Yeah, like leaning back with the phone.
And you and Isaiah Chance are talking at this point in time?
Yes.
All right. Do you ask him why you're not going inside?
Well, I think I did, yeah.
And do you want to go inside at this point?
Not really.
Why not?
We already been to two places. It was getting late, so I didn't really care to go nowhere else. He chose that place.
All right. At this point, what do you want to do?
Get some food.
Even though you just ate maybe 3 hours earlier?
Yeah, it was McDonald's. Just some nuggets and fries.
All right. So were you still hungry?
Yes.
And at this time, you're still pregnant?
Yes.
After you leave Truth 18, do you go somewhere else?
Yes.
Do you know where you're headed after you leave Truth 18?
No, I mentioned food, so I assumed he was going to go get me food.
All right. What does he do when he leaves Truth 18? Does his behaviors change anything at all?
Yeah.
In what way?
I mean, he started to act weird. I'm like, where are we going? We drive off to, I believe it's a college campus.
Showing, or about to show what's in evidence is State's Exhibit 24. Do you recognize this exhibit from earlier?
Yes.
You ever been to this location before?
Yes.
Well, okay, I'm sorry. Before this incident,
Oh,
had you
well,
ever been
no,
there before?
that day, yeah.
And did you recognize this area when you were in that area?
No.
All right, there's the two cars at the stoplight. Come on, Jeremy.
From this view, do you know which direction you came from?
I think he was straight ahead.
It's like at the very top of the screen?
Yeah, I think so.
And again, who's driving at this point in time?
Isaiah.
When you come from the area where the top of the screen is at, which direction does he go in this intersection? Pause it. Pause it.
That's him turning
Press
right
the
there.
space bar. Back. All right, so you came from the top. How did you end up on this corner making this right here?
That's where he turned.
Well, how did you get on that street?
I mean, that's where he just went. I don't know.
Let me ask you differently. When you came from the top area of the screen, did he make a right at this intersection if you're actually in the vehicle?
Yeah.
He made a right there?
Yeah, like he went straight and turned.
All right, and then did he make a U-turn to get to where he's at now?
I believe so.
All right, clear. And for sure, that's the cruise that you were in?
Yeah.
Just let it clear. All right. Now, the cruise is off camera right now, is that correct?
Yes.
What happens when the cruise goes off camera?
He makes a stop in USF parking lot.
What does he do when he makes a stop?
He hops out of the car.
And when you say USF parking lot, is it in an actual parking lot that he stops the car?
No, it's like in the middle of the lot.
All right, so it's not in an actual space?
No.
When he hops, you said he gets out of the vehicle?
Yes.
All right, what does he do when he gets out of the vehicle?
He gets out my phone and he walks away.
He had your phone still?
Yes.
And you said he walked away from the vehicle.
Yes.
What did he do when he walked away from the vehicle?
I mean, I don't know what he's doing when he walks away, but he has the phone up. He just walked down.
All right, at this point, did you follow him?
No, I'm still in the car. He left the car on.
Why did you not follow him?
I didn't know he was getting out. He just came to a complete stop and hopped out.
All right. When he did that, did you think that that was strange?
Yeah.
Did you know at that time that he may be trying to kill someone?
No, I didn't.
Did he tell you that?
No.
After he hops out of the car, how long is he out of the car for?
I think it was like a couple minutes. It wasn't very long though.
Does he get back in the car?
Yes.
When he gets back in the car, do you say anything to him?
No.
Why not?
I mean, I didn't know what to say.
I think it falls apart there. She was doing good the whole time, but right there's some questions.
All right, you see the cruise
Yes.
and you see the red light.
Yes.
When he ran the red light, what was going on in your head?
Why is he driving crazy?
Did you say anything to him at that point in time?
Yeah, I'm like, where you going?
Did you look at him?
Yeah.
And what was he doing?
He just holding the phone up driving.
Was he talking to anyone?
No.
So why was he holding up the phone?
I think he was looking at something on the messages.
All right. Did you see the car go into that lot to the right?
No, I didn't see it.
All right, you see the car go into the lot to the
Yes.
right? At that time, did you know what he was doing?
No.
Did you know where he was going?
No.
All right, did he tell you to look out for anyone?
No, he didn't.
Did he tell you to identify where Foolio was at?
No, he never told me that.
All right. And how long are you inside that parking lot there in that hotel?
He was very quick. He just turned around.
Did he get out the car and talk to anyone?
No.
Did you get out the car and talk to anyone?
No.
And then after you leave that parking lot, what happens?
He drives off to like 2 streets over.
Well, okay. Do you hear anything?
Yeah, I heard shots.
All right. Tell me about the shots that you heard.
It was like a lot, and I looked at him like my mouth open like, like, you heard that? But he didn't really pay attention to me. He like, what? So I didn't say anything.
After that, what happens?
He waits a little bit, then he drives off back to the Airbnb.
All right. At this point in time, what's going on in your head?
I mean, I heard a lot of shots, so I didn't know what went on. Somebody shoot in the air, somebody got shot at. I didn't know.
Did you know that somebody died?
No,
Did you know that someone got shot?
no.
Yes, yes, of course, okay. I'm sorry, it's 5 to 11, and I know I had a lot of coffee this morning too, so, okay.
Wow, that was the bailiff that I guess the jury requested to take a break.
So let's go ahead and take we'll come back at 11:05, okay? Very good.
11:10. Oh, a lot of people in the courtroom today. We got some young bloods in there. There's a lot of people. Well, not a lot, but there's more people than usual. It's typically very empty from what we've seen. It's 11:11 Eastern Standard Time. Make a wish on Hallows Eve. I am going to skip ahead through their break, and that will put us live with everybody else. Okay, let me just make sure they didn't say anything else before we go. It doesn't look like it. They come back. All right, we're
Mr.
just look. It appears that we are 1 minute behind the live feed. We are now live with everybody else, chat. Like, this is starting to get intense. Nobody saw it coming. I mean, we heard it. We heard it from Mama Foolio. I've been watching her on Instagram, and she has been doing daily recaps. She doesn't do every single day, but she did day 6 two nights ago. And I was watching it, and it was around the lunch break, and she told us that Alicia likely will be taking the stand. So they knew. And we knew about the domestic, violence situation, and that she was likely going to use that as a defense. So again, with a jury that leans slightly older, jury makeup right now, I think it's a majority of men and women mixed up. I forget if it's men or women that lead, but I know that they are slightly older, not very multicultural. So that's the other issue. I do have a reporter that's going to be on scene. He was supposed to be there yesterday, but he is likely going to either be there late today or on Monday morning. But either way, we get full coverage on Monday. It's also 11. So if she has 2 more witnesses to go, I don't think the jury is going to come back with a decision today. This is likely going to go into Monday. But let us resume with Alicia's, she's her own witness here. Let's continue with her side of the story. We still have state cross-examination to go. Let's do it, chat. And again, friendly reminder, if you're new here, please hit the like button. I like to have it at 50%. So if y'all could get me to 1.5K likes, that would be amazing.
I'm sorry, sir, is it Mr. Coffey?
That's Mr. Brandon. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Strickland. I apologize.
It's okay.
And is that Mr. Brandon? That's Mr. Brandon, okay. And Mr. Coffey, yes, okay. All right, very good. Okay, so, anyway, hello, everybody. That's fine. I tell you what, why don't you guys have a seat? And is it Mr. Fusco?
Yeah, Mr. Fusco.
Fusco, I apologize. Okay. So there's been some representation made that there potentially someone was taking photographs. Okay, and sir, what is your name?
My name is Shamar Mitchell.
Okay, Mr. Mitchell, and so...
Oh, shit! Oh, my God, chat. Here's what's happening. Fusco, that gentleman in the khaki suit, is Julio Foolio's personal attorney. He was Foolio's attorney while he was alive, and supports the mom and is always trying to be there to help. These two young men, I have not seen them in the courtroom all week. They are new. I don't know, but they might be Foolio supporters. They're sitting on their side, but I think we just saw it like a few minutes ago. That's usually where the mom sits. It is okay if people want to come through and support and to sit with the family. We saw that with the Thugger case, like almost every day, everybody was coming out to support the family. People from Thugs camp, people from Nuts camp, heck, YouTubers, like so many of us. But the judge just found out, and this is the thing. Now they're asking Foolio's attorney to step in, because if these gentlemen were taking pictures, they can't be taking pictures. But at the same time, if they're coming through and Alicia's on the stand, if Alicia is on the stand, what's going on? Now, here's the other thing. I think it was yesterday. The judge said something to Foolio's attorneys, because the defense team was like, we feel like Foolio's attorney is taking pictures himself. Who's in that courtroom taking pictures? Now, the best way to get around this, and they did this during the Thug trial, you cannot bring your cell phones in that room. If you have a laptop, that's fine. If you're an authorized streamer, that's fine. But there's a lot of people in that courtroom today. You guys have been watching with me all week. Nobody was in there. It was like Foolio's mom and like two other random people, some reporters. My guy's not in there right now. Oh, I wish he was, but it's okay, because we don't know who these two young men are yet. But let's see what the judge says here.
So was someone taking photographs of
I
you?
was notified from brother and said, like, I think he just took a picture of her.
Okay, what is your brother? Wait, hold on one second. And what is your brother's name? Trenton Mitchell?
Alfred.
Pardon me?
Alfred.
I can't hear you. Alfred. Okay, I apologize. Okay, my hearing's not all that great. So, Mr. Alfred, did you see someone taking your photo, or what you believed was someone taking your photo?
Yeah.
Okay, and who was the individual?
That dude right
Which dude?
No, not him, not you first.
there. The one that's sitting down, got his head down with the black.
The white male?
No,
With the
black gentleman.
Both of them, actually.
Both of them.
Oh, shit.
Okay, and that's is it Mr. Bethea?
Yes.
Okay, and then Mr. Brandon?
Yes.
Okay, so you believe they were taking photographs of
I
you?
know he did. I seen
The one on
Okay, one at a time, because the court reporter, okay, so Mr. Alfred, what did you see?
I was sitting right there, and I was just looking over there, and he was right there.
I told
You
y'all.
thought was surreptitiously taking photos of
Yes.
you? Okay,
And then when I looked again, I seen him do it again, and I went like this, like, shoot my head up, like, how you doing?
okay.
I just want to let everyone know, like, we don't know either, like, we don't know no one here.
Sure, I understand. No
I called
one's,
the courtherhouse this morning, it says open to the public.
Yeah.
And I said, can we come? They said yes.
yeah, no, it is open to the public, and nobody, and I mean nobody other than the authorized media, is supposed to be taking any video or audio recordings of the proceedings or any of the participants.
Man, I told y'all. So yesterday there was a man in a gray hoodie. Do y'all remember this? There was a man in the gray hoodie that was listening to Alicia and Herrera, and we pointed it out multiple times during yesterday's live stream. And we even saw him look at his Apple Watch, and people were texting him and doing stuff, and he was moving it and all of that. You cannot make this trial up.
Or any of the audience or the jurors or anybody. Okay, so thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Okay, Mr. Bethea, were you taking photos of any of the people that were watching?
Yes, they were conferring with Mr. Fusco, and I am concerned with the safety of our client.
Okay, but you understand you're not allowed to do that. You're not.
It was outside. It was outside.
So it was outside.
Outside, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Sitting there, my own business, I noticed that. It looked curious, it was suspicious, I took a photo. That's it. Now I'm talking about it. Get the photo, you come see it, you take a photo of me, stop space, you're more than welcome. And then they got really upset, so. There's a question, why?
Okay, well, do you understand, due to the nature of this case, why people might be upset that they're being photographed, particularly members of the public that have nothing to do with this?
No, we told them.
Okay, hold on, wait, just one at a time. So And Mr. Brandon, did you take photos outside?
Your Honor, I have to be totally honest. Ever since the beginning of this trial, Mr. Fusco has kind of been making some suspicious.
Listen, I didn't ask you that.
No, ma'am.
The question I asked you was, did you take photos of these gentlemen or anybody during the course of this trial, either in the courtroom or outside of the courtroom?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So, listen, due to the nature of this case, no more photos. Don't take photos, particularly of members of the public that are just showing up. Like, just don't do it. I've gone at great lengths to accommodate both sides when they've had witnesses who didn't want their identity publicized. I've instructed the media, really against the First Amendment, not to broadcast their faces. And so I would ask everyone, if you're going to take photos of anybody in this courtroom, or either in the courtroom or outside of the courtroom, you got to ask me first. No more photos of anybody, okay?
Yeah, additionally, while I'm sitting over there next to Mr. Fusco, he's moving around, causing attention to himself, breathing very heavily for the jurors to hear him. It's very distracting while Ms. Andrews is testifying.
Okay, well, I'm not going to limit what Mr. Fusco does, and I would just notice that throughout the course of the trial for both the state and the defense, you all are constantly moving around as far as getting exhibits and helping the attorney that's doing the questioning or the cross-examining, and I haven't limited that in any way. I'm not going to tell Mr. Fusco where he can or cannot sit, okay? Okay, are we ready to go?
Yes, ma'am. Just so the court's aware, Your Honor, I do not represent Ms. Mays. I'm here as just an observer. I did represent Mr. Jones during some entertainment law matters that he had in the past, and a case in Duval County. I was sitting right up front supporting the mother of the victim. For whatever reason, the attorney decided to come and sit right next to us and the victim's mother during the witness's testimony. I'm not certain why.
That's so crazy.
Okay.
There was some uncomfortable movements by all parties over there, being that he decided to come sit with the victim's mother. But
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, very good, let's go.
The judge is not having it today. Alicia's going to resume her testimony. The YNs are in there.
Oh, and I'm sorry, while I'm at it, I'm sorry, before you bring the jury, 1 second. Mr. Bethea, please delete those photos. Okay? Of just members of the public.
Oh, they muted it. This is wild. We can't hear anything, but we see the redheaded prosecutor. She's kind of going off a little bit. We can't hear what she's saying. Darn.
Bring the jury.
Yes, sir. All rise.
All rise.
All right, jury coming back in. We are going back to Alicia.
All jurors are in, Judge.
Okay, very good. All right, everyone have a seat, and you may continue, Mr. McClyman.
All right, Ms. Andrews, I think we left off where you heard gunshots. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. After that happens, what happens next?
He drives back, but I did make a reaction, but we didn't get the same reaction, so I left it alone.
And again, at that point in time, did you know that anyone had been shot?
No,
Even though you heard gunshots, you didn't know that anyone had been actually shot?
no, they could have been shooting in the air or something.
All right. Did you know that it had anything to do with Isaiah Chance?
No,
Were you suspicious of anything at that point?
yes,
All right. And what happens after you leave the Home 2 Suites?
he was like 2 streets over, and he stopped and waited.
Stop and wait for what?
I don't think anything particularly, he was just on the phone.
Was he saying something on the phone?
No, like he was on an app, like Twitter or something, just scrolling.
What happens after that?
We go back to the Airbnb.
When you get back to the Airbnb, is anyone there?
Yes,
Who's at the Airbnb?
it was the other guys was there downstairs.
And did you go inside the Airbnb?
Yeah, I did.
And when you went inside, what did you see them doing?
I mean, they were just sitting around. One was on the couch, one was sitting at the dinner table, I think. And they were just sitting there, looked tired. They were stink. I just went upstairs.
All right. Did you see any guns when you went inside?
No, I didn't.
Did you see any rifles at all, anything?
No.
They got to the house before you?
Yeah.
When you went upstairs, what did you do?
I changed, got back in the bed.
And what happened after that? Did you go to sleep?
Yeah.
In the morning, I assume you woke up.
Yeah.
And what happened when you woke up?
Well, he wasn't right there, so I texted him. I told him I was hungry. What happened? I know we ended up arguing about something. It was kind of petty, though. I just wanted food, and he takes so long to get me what I wanted. So I was just waiting there, and I took a shower. Then eventually he come in there, he shows me outfits, what he want to put on today. And then that was pretty much it.
At some point during that day, did you all leave the Airbnb?
Yes.
All right. Where did you go?
Back to Jacksonville.
Was it your decision to go back home?
I mean, no, but I didn't mind. I was ready to go anyways.
Why?
I'm there with other people I don't know. It wasn't a trip that I thought it was going to be, so I was ready to go.
Did you take an Uber back?
Yes,
And whose idea was that?
Isaiah.
Why did you not take the Impala back?
I mean, I don't know. I didn't ask him. He made the decision to go on Uber.
Did Sean Gaswright, the one who was driving the Impala, did he leave before or after you? Do you remember?
I think he was after.
Did he offer a ride to go back to Jacksonville in the Impala?
No, I remember him saying he had somewhere to go.
When you get in the, well, let me ask you this. There's a pink bag that the state's referencing, seeing you walk
Yes.
out of the Airbnb with it. You remember that?
Yes,
Whose pink bag is that?
Isaiah's.
And why does he have a pink bag?
I mean, it's his mom's bag. He just had clothes in it, though.
And were there any rifles in that bag?
No, it was just clothes.
You've seen the rifles that have been in this trial?
Oh, shit. She flipped on the mom from yesterday. So she has, remember, Foolio's mom was talking about this pink bag, okay? Because Alicia was holding the bag. And when they departed from Jacksonville, a lot of them were holding that bag, but the bag came from Sean's house. It came from there. She did not bring the bag with her, so we can assume that it wasn't her bag. The bag came from Sean's house. Now, when they were leaving the Airbnb, Alicia is on the footage holding the bag. So people assumed the bag was, sorry, Zay's mom. Okay, whatever, somebody's mom. There's so many moms, okay? There's so many moms. But the thing that I was going to say is what this is doing is showing that Alicia is saying that pink bag was not my bag. All right. So that's the big thing. We saw it come out of the house in Jacksonville. It traveled all the way down. The reason why there's so much emphasis on this pink bag that was unrecovered by the Tampa police is because the bag looked as if it had the guns in them. So it was a mystery for a few days this week, but they are, or at least the defense team is saying, this is not our bag. This is not Alicia's bag. And again, how convenient that the detectives were not able to recover this bag. Let's go back in.
I seen it.
Can those rifles fit in that pink bag?
No,
And the bag itself, was it heavy?
No.
What was inside the bag?
It was his clothes.
Did you look in any of the bags, any of the other bags that were there?
No, I never even seen those bags in the Airbnb. Unless when I was upstairs, they could have brought it in, but I didn't see them when I was down there.
When you get in the Airbnb to go home, what are you doing?
Just in the back seat, listening to music.
All right. Are you talking to the Uber driver?
We exchanged a few words, but nothing much.
At any point in time, do you tell the Uber driver to slow down?
No,
Are you worried about the Uber driver speeding?
no,
Do you have any guns on you?
no,
Did you commit any crimes?
no.
You get back to Jacksonville that day,
Yeah.
and what happens next?
We get out the car. I just get in his car, and then he drops the guy that was in the back, Rashad. He dropped him back off to the place he was at.
All right. Did the Uber driver help?
I know people are coming in like, oh, law and crime, let us do this. Listen, I have been doing this work for 3 years. I went to law school and I'm providing legal commentary. So very different thing. I actually know producers at Law and Crime. So I don't want people coming in like, oh shit, I could just stream the trial. No. There's work here.
You all with your bags?
Yeah.
All right. That day, the day after you went to these nightclubs, did you go on social media at all?
I went on there, but wasn't doing nothing.
All right. When you say you weren't doing it, what do you mean by that?
I wasn't making any posts.
Okay. Yeah, so that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if you went on social media.
Yeah, I did.
Did you see anything on social media?
Yeah, TikToks. I was on Instagram.
All right. And did you see that Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, had died?
Yes, on TikTok.
And what did you see, if you can remember?
I think people were outside recording, like the hotel.
All right. Did you recognize the hotel?
Yeah.
And when you saw that on your social media, what did you think?
I mean, I was confused. I'm like, that's probably what I heard, but
All right. And did you ask Isaiah about it?
not necessarily asked him, but I showed him the video.
And what happened?
He was like, dang, and who page was it on?
Did he at that point tell you anything about him being involved in anything?
No, he didn't.
Did you think it was strange that you were in that area?
Yeah.
At a certain point in time, do you think that the individuals who were there, who were at the Airbnb, that they had anything to do with this?
I mean, at that time, I mean, I could say they were being weird, but I didn't think they would know. I don't know them personally to say, oh, they're a killer. Like, I don't know.
And when you say they were being weird, what do you mean by that?
Like, I remember I walked downstairs to get some ice. It's like everybody stopped talking. So I'm like, I didn't know what for.
At some point, do the police come to talk to you?
Yeah.
And when the police come to talk to you, what do they come to talk to you about?
He asked me like what I did that weekend. Was I in Tampa?
So they're questioning you about the shooting?
Yes.
The first time you talked to the police, is it in the interrogation video?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 59. I'm going to publish to the jury. Is that you in the interrogation room?
Yes.
Okay.
And What do you have on?
This is actually huge. So this part right here, we talked about some Fifth Amendment issues between the detectives and her interrogation footage. We walked through that meticulously throughout the week. I did chop up the interrogation footage and put it up for you guys. So if you have not watched that, please check it out. I have been curious to see what Alicia's perspective is on how the detectives talked to her. Was it pressure? The moment she decided to lawyer up and what happened after that point? That has been a topic of discussion in this chat all week. So let's see what she has to say here.
Blue jacket, some Adidas, and I believe Crocs.
Can you back it up just a little bit? That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. You can put it. Do you recognize the two individuals?
Yeah.
Yeah, they struggle streaming. We can't hear it. Trying to get the sound together. Believe it, Jay. The young lady is on the stand, blaming the boys.
Play it so you can see this. Take a look on the page. Play it back.
Y'all do have my likes all the way messed up with 4,000 people in here. We need to be at 2,000 likes. Ooh, what's this? All you have to do it is to ask. What's that?
Justin,
Thank you guys. Almost there. 500 more. Well, see, now the tables are turning. Paul, like many are like, well, she's beating it. Look at the poll. You got 67% guilty. It got bigger yesterday. We were at 40% guilty all week. Listen, Cal, we whoop-de-doo. We can go to chat prison. Oh my God, struggle streaming. Get the damn audio up. No cross yet. Y'all working on those likes. Thank you. 400 more. It helps me. It helps you. It gets this out to more people. This is an important case. This is top tier legal commentary. You ain't gonna find it nowhere else on YouTube. Just saying. All right. I think I have TiVo time. So
The sound's not working on any device, so I'm unaware of what's going on.
Jeremy. They scrambling and scraping, chat. They're scrambling and scraping to figure this out.
You may use any of
Okay, here we go. Here we go.
before or during questioning, and you may
Okay, we have sound.
Just so you know, again, like you said, you want to see some stuff and you want to answer some stuff.
Is there a question?
There's about to be one. I'm about to ask you a question. So, Alicia Andrews, we're watching this video. I want you to tell me what you hear from Detective Ramos.
You can answer it. If you don't want to answer some stuff, you don't have to answer it.
What did Detective Ramos just tell you?
He said I can answer if I want to answer. If I don't want to answer, I don't have to answer.
In charge. This is, you are in charge of what happens to you in your future starting right now, okay? You have the right to remain silent. Do you understand that? You have anything you say can be used against you in the court of law. Do you understand that? You have the right to consult with an attorney before you make a statement or answer any question, and the right to have an attorney present during questioning. Do you understand that? If you want an attorney but cannot afford to hire an attorney, one will be appointed to represent you before or during questioning free of charge. Do you understand that? You may use any of these rights at any time, before or during questioning, and you may stop this interview at any time. Do you understand that? Do you understand all the rights that I've just read you? So you understand at any time. It's up to you.
Mr. Andrews, had you ever had your rights read to you before?
That would have been the first time.
And
okay.
When he's reading the rights to you, are you paying attention to him?
Sort of.
I want to show you a video here. Do you have any questions about your rights before I show you this video?
Do you remember him asking you any questions about any facts prior to showing you the video?
No.
This is actually really important. Honestly, chat, we should pay attention to this because, again, we watched this live. I cut up the same footage 2 nights ago and put up just the raw footage, right? Without any breaks or any pauses or me interjecting, anything like that. I really want you to listen to this as if you were a suspect, okay? And listen to, I think I counted as far as how many times they pressured Alicia It was probably about 4 or 5. And Detective Ramos yesterday also admitted that he was wrong about some of the information that they have mentioned during this interrogation to get her to talk, to get her to flip. So keep that in mind as we watch. I'm actually going to give Jeremy some kudos on this one. This is a good strategy because although he sucks in other ways, but this is a good strategy. If you walk Alicia, the person that was in that interrogation, through the interrogation on the stand. Let's just watch and see what happens.
Can you see that?
What is Detective Ramos showing you?
A video of me at the Airbnb.
Had you ever seen the video before?
No.
Is that you in the footage?
Yeah.
Okay, can you tell?
Does he have to beat that out of you?
No.
Judge in your honor, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Going on here?
Wait, I'm not gonna be on.
Okay, where are you at in this video?
I see him.
Do you remember what town you were in?
Yes.
Okay.
Was it difficult for you to tell him that you were in Tampa?
No.
Can you tell us what you're doing down Tampa that we can just be honest?
Just going out. I had to wait for Orlando 2 months before that, so he asked if I'm the person.
Who's he?
My boyfriend.
Got him?
Yeah. What did he call me?
Well, what do you call him?
Zane.
Zane?
When the detective called Isaiah Chance gutter and you laughed, why did you laugh?
I mean, I thought it was weird. Like,
What?
they're detectives. I thought they were gonna at least use his real name.
Were you trying to say that you didn't know who Gutter was?
No.
In fact, did you tell them that your boyfriend was Gutter?
Yeah.
So does he go back? You don't call, you never call him that? No?
That's not like a parent.
Is that you call him Zane? If that's what you know him about.
Who's going down Tampa with you?
When you told the detective that you don't know the people, was that true?
Yeah.
Do you know, or did you know Davion Murphy?
No.
I mean, today, do you know Davion Murphy?
Yeah, now.
All right. Do you know, or did you know at the time, Rashad Murphy?
No.
And Sean Gathright? What communications or contacts had you had with Sean Gathright at the time?
None at that time. I just told him I met him maybe one time.
Okay. You're saying none at that time, then you said you just met him one time. So I just want the jury to be clear. At this time of this interview, how many times had you met Sean Gathright before?
That would be 2, including Tampa, so that would be the second time.
Okay. The first time you met Sean Gathright, what was that at? Where was that at?
His house.
All right. And was he the only one there?
It was him and the other people I didn't know, but I think it was some of his family members.
All right. Was it a gathering?
Yes.
All right. With multiple people at the house?
Yeah.
And what did you do at the house?
I walked in, and Zay introduced me to them. He was like, this is my second family. He was like, what do you want to eat? So he fixed me a plate.
All right. How long did you stay there?
I don't remember that time. It was long.
Do you remember meeting SeanGathright's mother there?
No, I don't remember that.
Do you remember if she was even there?
No, it was a lot of people.
All right. Do you, if you were to call out the people that were there, would you recognize them?
No.
All right. Hold on. While you're inside this interrogation room, do you feel any pressure?
Not in the beginning, but later on, yeah.
Why?
I mean, he was talking over me and yelling, and I felt like I was just closed in by two men.
Knew it. I knew it.
The detective, was he cursing at you?
Yeah,
In your view, was he threatening you?
yeah.
What types of threats did he make to you?
He said I was never going to see my baby. I was going to spend life in prison. He said you were never going to get to go out again, do your nails, your hair, something like that. He said a lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
All right. When they asked you about other individuals like Davion Murphy or Rashad Murphy, at that point in time, did you feel comfortable talking about these individuals?
No,
Why not?
I mean, I don't really know them, so I didn't want to talk about them.
Did you tell the detective that you were the one inside of the cruise
Yeah,
at McDonald's?
yeah, I did.
Did you tell him that you went to clubs?
Yeah,
You told him that before he showed you any video of a club?
I think so, I did.
You also pointed out Isaiah Chance as being in the car at the McDonald's, right?
Yeah,
Did the detective know that Isaiah Chance was in the car at the McDonald's?
no,
That you gave him that information?
yeah.
Getting an Instagram message to somebody to rent an Airbnb for you guys down here?
All right. What did Detective Campbell just ask you?
Did I DM a girl on Instagram?
When he asked you that question, did you remember what he was referencing immediately?
No,
You don't? You did, when you sent a message from your phone.
Oh, I know something.
Yeah. What happened?
Yeah, she do like have whenever you do that.
She does what?
She does have like you can rent something to her half a price.
Okay. Who did you send a message to? Do you remember?
I don't know her name. It's a light skinned girl. Like she do promos. She posts on Instagram.
Okay. Did she end up booking the Airbnb that you guys stayed at? Do you know
She
who booked
touched
it?
on text back.
Do you know who booked the Airbnb that you guys stayed at?
I just asked, and the one I was like, we're still going.
Was the guy who was driving the cruise while you were at McDonald's, okay, who you hadn't met before, was he at the Airbnb when you guys left the Airbnb? You don't know?
Like, I'm good first. Like, when you got the car. Like,
When you say that you left first, are you referring to when you left to go back to Jacksonville?
wait. I gotta hear what it said again.
I'm sorry.
I gotta hear what it said again.
When you guys left the Airbnb? Was the guy who was driving the cruise while you were at McDonald's, okay, who you hadn't met before, was he at the Airbnb when you guys left the Airbnb? You don't know?
like, I'm good first. Like, when you got the car.
When you're making that statement, are you referring to after, like when you all are leaving the Airbnb to go back to Jacksonville?
I think I was.
The person that he's mentioning, he says the one that's in the driver's seat at McDonald's, you know that person to be Davion?
Yeah, now.
All right. And did Davion ride back with you?
No.
Where did you go back?
24 flat.
Well, it can't be you and Ann because you're the only one that goes in the front door. Nobody else comes in that front door.
I wish she would stop making that face.
Were you there by yourself at your Airbnb? Well, it can't be you and Ann because you're the only one that goes in the front door. Nobody else comes in that front.
That's fine.
Because they don't come in at the same time.
Was there some confusion about you letting people in the back door of the Airbnb?
Yeah.
Did the detectives believe that you let people inside the back of the Airbnb?
Yeah, that's what he thought.
And he thought that you were doing that to conceal their identity?
Yeah.
How did they get in?
Yeah, but this camera goes off every time somebody passes it, and in order to get in, you have to put in a code, and that code gets tracked on the app. I spoke to the owner of the Airbnb. Nobody else went in. How did they get in?
I'm not sure.
Did you let them in another door?
Is it possible you could have opened the back door?
No. No, I don't do
Were you
that.
there by yourself at your Airbnb? Well, it can't be you and Ann because you're the only one that goes in the front door. Nobody else comes in that front door. Every single person that comes in that front door and uses that code. When you guys went out to McDonald's, did you go out the front door? You don't know? Or did you go out the back door? Which door did you go out?
I'm not sure. Sorry.
Do you understand what I'm talking about? That you're the only one that went in the front door? Nobody else went in that front door? So how did Zay get inside if you were the only one in the front door?
I did not.
Huh?
I don't know if I did not.
No, I understand how you got in the front door.
Yeah.
How did anybody else get in? Because nobody else is on camera.
Anybody else?
Zay was with you, he stayed there,
Yes, I
right?
did.
He didn't go in the front door.
I don't know. I did not.
Zay didn't go in the front door.
When he's asking you the question repeatedly, you understand what he's asking you.
Yeah.
Is he accepting what you're saying?
No.
I'm not sure.
When he does not accept what you're saying, do you get frustrated with him?
Yeah.
Are you showing that frustration?
No, I'm kind of doing like a,
Mrs. Stain, don't leave the witness. Ask the next, rephrase your question.
Are you showing the frustration?
no, I'm just doing a nervous laugh.
What do you mean?
Was he inside with you?
Yes, of course. I'm going to know myself.
Okay, but he didn't go in the front door.
Well, I don't know. It's no action that I don't know.
Why did you say, did y'all ask him that? Who is him?
Isaiah.
Why did you say that?
Because I mean, it's about him. Like, go ask him.
I'm going in and put my stuff in.
You know, T12, I might be with you on that one.
I want one honesty from you. You ready for my one honesty?
Are they back at this issue with the Airbnb door?
Yeah.
Did you open the back door to let other people in the Airbnb? That's an easy question. Then how did they get in the Airbnb? Because they did not go in the front door.
What they got to do with me?
No, it's asking you for one honesty.
All I did was walk up and knock. Did you see me tap anything in? So what they got to do with me?
You opened up the front door and you got it.
I didn't open nothing.
You didn't open up the front door of that place?
No.
How did you get in?
I just think it's okay.
Nobody else went through the front door by you. I'm just asking one thing that I know is 100% truthful. And you can't answer that.
He has to give you the code over there.
Was it 100% truthful that you went to the back door, that you let people into the back door?
No.
That ring, it's actually just an audio of that. You have to get the code to get in. He gave you the code. Oh, it's audio recorded. It's on audio. The guy gave you the code.
Did you hear Detective Campbell say that the guy gave you the code to go in?
Yeah, he did.
Is that accurate?
No.
It's on audio.
Okay, go back and listen. What code did you hear me say?
I can tell you this. How many women do you know?
Switched. He said it's on audio where you put in the code. He was wrong because we found out, and he said it yesterday. He admitted that he was wrong because we got the data from the Airbnb owner. Remember those logs where you can tell if the lock was open remotely, or if it was open using a code, or if it was a turn, the turn of the lock, right? So he just lied to her right there. Now, again, cops can lie during interrogation, but again, the suspect is always in the driver's seat. They can lawyer up at any point in time and the interview must stop. But the other thing is, even if you invoke that saying, I want an attorney, after you're Mirandized, the really big thing that needs to happen is do not contribute to the conversation after that point. If you continue to answer questions, then they can continue the interview. So when I was cutting up this footage, I was looking at it from both perspectives, like, okay, well, the interview should have stopped, but at the same time, Alicia is contributing to the interview, but they are also putting in front of her false information, saying, we've got you. These people are cooked, like, give us anything. And that coercion, I counted at least 5 or 6 times. It is a strategy that is legal that they can do that. But again, I mean, just look at Alicia here.
Hey, how many women do you know that have been to prison?
Go to 38 flat. Or you could just let it go. I'm trying to realize it was so close. Just let it
Hey, do you know any woman that's been to prison? You should know that. I can tell you this, you're young and you're small. And where you are likely to end up without the truth, without a truthful statement right now, is a horrible place.
I gave you truth.
No, you have not.
I have, whether you believe it or not.
Let me ask you something. Do you think I'm probably good at my job or probably bad at my job?
I don't know you.
What was your response?
I said, I don't know you.
So, when you say that you don't know him, does that mean you don't see him in front of you?
No,
What does it mean when you say you don't know him?
I don't know him personally.
Is that the same sort of response you gave about whether you know Davion and Rashad Murphy?
Yeah.
All right. There were some things during this interrogation that you said that were not accurate, were not truthful. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. What were those things generally about?
I mean, everything I didn't answer was about them.
Who's them?
The other co-defendants.
All right. Did you have any concerns for your safety at this time that if you said something about another individual, it could come back on you?
Yeah.
Did any of the detectives at any point in time, whether it be on this video or otherwise, did they tell you that they would make sure that you were safe from anyone?
No, they didn't.
Obviously, were your parents present?
No.
Was anyone there to assist you?
No.
This is why he wanted this evidence in. He fought like hell to get this footage in.
At the time of this interview, do you know where Isaiah Chance was at?
No.
Do you know whether if he got pulled in by the officers at the same time?
No.
This ain't no shit you get to walk away from. The problem is you can't even say that you heard it all. You just weren't. He's in the passenger seat, in for the passenger seat. You talking to two grown men who've been in this way too long. Like how? Does that make sense to you? Does that make sense to you? If somebody told you I'm in a car with somebody and he's talking on the phone the whole time, I ain't hear nothing. You don't know what he said? That makes sense to you? How does that make sense? I'm here. Here I am. I'm right here. I'm with you. Here's the second house. Boom.
Look at this part.
He just pulled up to the hotel. No.
That's a little, look at her body language. She's like, did you really just slide your chair over here? And again, this is not being biased, like, because many people are like, it doesn't matter that you went to law school and have an undergrad degree in legal studies and practice a little bit. I mean, shit, you don't know anything, AV. You're very biased right now. Okay, we're all watching the same interrogation footage, right? I personally didn't even pass it to somebody on my team. I edited the footage myself and listened to all of the words. And here's how I know, because we cut up the footage in segments and we counted how many times there were odd moments like this that can be of constitutional questions. Although, again, he can ask these questions, but this is where Detective Ramos starts to get frustrated and turn up a little bit. There were other moments in this interrogation footage. I think it was an hour and 20 minutes altogether. The other detective also got a little frustrated too. It's normal, but it's just something that we should all pay attention to. I am going to do a new poll. I would prefer to poll you guys after you've heard cross-examination as well, because this is this morning's numbers. Right now, as it stands, we're looking at 67% guilty with almost 3,000 votes, over 3,000 votes, 16% not guilty, and then you have 18% not sure yet. I want to poll you after the cross because this is Alicia herself as a defendant, and I think it is fair for y'all to hear everything because it's a court of public opinion, and then you can vote again to see where we are with all of that. But let's go in because he did slide his chair next to her to demonstrate that if somebody is next to you on the phone, you can still hear what they are saying.
Drive around one more time. Hey, park real quick. He's in the passenger seat. In for the passenger seat. Are you hearing that?
First of all, was Isaiah Chance saying anything like that to you?
No.
Was he saying anything like that on the phone?
No.
Is that just the officer's assumption about what was happening?
Yeah.
When the officer here gets in your face, what do you feel?
Aggravated.
Are you hearing me say that? You didn't hear me say that?
What did you tell him?
I said, no, I'm kind of zoned out.
It's a game to you. It's a game to you. And it's sad, man. And it's sad because this isn't a game. This is real life. It's happening right now. This is real life. This ain't no TV shit. This ain't no shit you get to walk away from. The problem is you can't even say that you heard it all. You just weren't part of it. You can't even say that to us.
When the officers asked if you went down to Tampa with anyone other than Isaiah Chance, did you tell them that you went with his little brother?
Yeah.
All right. And at the time, did you know his name?
No.
Did they show you a photograph of the little brother?
Yeah, they did.
Did the photograph look like him initially?
No, not at first.
Why not?
I mean, I remember him having bushy hair, and he showed me a whole different picture, so I said no.
And you drove down with this individual, Sean Gathright, from Jacksonville to Tampa?
Yeah,
All right, were you staring at his face the entire time you were driving down?
no,
Where were you at?
in the back seat.
And were you trying to look at his face while you were driving down?
Not really.
When you got to the Airbnb, did you and him hang out inside the Airbnb face to face?
No,
Did he go to McDonald's with you?
no,
Were you at Teasers with Sean Gathright at any point in time?
no,
And Sean Gathright, did he ride back to Jacksonville with you?
no.
Do you believe if you told the officers, these detectives here, if you told them what they wanted to hear, do you think they would have let you out?
No.
All right, Miss Andrews. Are you still in a relationship with Isaiah Chance?
I mean, he may think that. I never broke up with him.
When you say he may think that, what do you mean by that?
Like, we just got arrested. Nobody broke up with each other. None of that.
All right. Are you personally in a relationship with Isaiah Chance?
No.
Wait, what?
I don't have any other questions.
Okay.
Very good. Members of the jury, it's noon. We're going to go ahead and take a lunch recess, okay? Is 45 minutes good enough for you guys? Okay, 45 minutes it is, all right? So be back here at 12:45, and we will continue the trial, all right? Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, that last part didn't make much sense, Chad. I ain't even gonna hold you. That last part was a little strange. Nobody broke up with each other, but are you personally in a relationship with Isaiah Chance? No. Huh? Huh? How do those two things make sense? Let's see if they say anything after the jury leaves the room, and then we have until 12:45. Don't worry, I have a ton of super chats to check up on, and we also have some interviews that we are going to look at. I'm going to check out the mom's Instagram because, again, she does typically post around noontime during the lunch break to share her thoughts. We still haven't seen her thoughts from day 6, which do have some of the gems that we're seeing transpire right now. So I am going to show you guys that. So don't worry, we have plenty to do for lunch. It is 12:13 Eastern Standard Time. I think they are breaking for lunch. I see some head action. So there are some people, I see some heads walking back and forth. So people are probably just going to cleanly take the lunch break. All right, let me put us to current time. All right, what I do is I also keep this feed open. So the minute they come back, we can immediately go back and see what's going on. Let me mute it though, so we don't get that weird feedback. Perfecto. All right, chat. What do you think so far? I mean, when we started this morning, I did not think that we would see Alicia on the stand. The mom did mention she heard rumors about it. I told you about it yesterday. Crazy that she took the stand. But if you really think about it, it's a Hail Mary. You know, if this jury leans older and if Alicia seems innocent, maybe they have some sympathy for her. And they talk through the charges, they talk through the evidence, and we get where we get. Now, this being the first witness of the day, and they still have 2 more to go through, maybe we get to closing arguments, but exactly what I predicted is going to happen is likely to happen, meaning that you get to closing arguments, they start deliberation, but there's not enough business hours in the day for them to complete deliberation today. All right. So it's likely that verdict day will be on Monday. Now, if you get to Tuesday, let's say the jury spends a full 8 hours deliberating. If we get to Tuesday, that is historical, based on other cases in the state of Florida and just generally across the country. That is when you get to hung jury land. All right. Hung jury land can be concerning for the defense team if they want a complete acquittal. But it's also concerning for the prosecution team because that may show that they have not put on the best or at least most convincing case that they could have. Now, I do think that this prosecution team, compared to many trials that we've watched throughout the year, I think this is probably one of the better prosecution teams that we've seen in many cases this year. You know, start with ASAP Rocky, like that was bad. Y'all remember Lanyard Lewin, like that was not good. We went to the Karen retrial up here in the Northeast. That was great. As far as the prosecution, though, Hank was not good. He was not a good prosecutor. We moved on to Donna Adelson's case. Georgia had tried many cases along with that, very similar to this, also in Florida and Leon County. When it came to the death of law professor Dan Markell, there were 4 or 5 trials, and Georgia was the lead prosecutor in all of them. Georgia did an amazing job, and she got convictions in all of those cases. So the prosecutors in Florida are pretty decent. Now, on the civil side, we also watched the Cardi B case. That was interesting. Cardi B won that civil case, but it's because she had a top-notch defense team. Now, we call them the struggle lawyers. That was struggle lawyering at its finest. Not a good example of what the other side could look like. Here, you have Foolio's personal attorney there, the mother there. It seems like they are lockstep. I've showed you guys interviews where the mom has addressed a lot of things, and she's just like, no, we know that they are all guilty. Somehow, some way, we know that they are all guilty. I trust the law enforcement in this case and the way that they investigated it. And we had arrests within 3 days after this happened to Julio. So all interesting stuff. So it is 2:17 Eastern Standard Time. They are due back at 12:45 Eastern Standard Time. So just about 25 minutes. Let me read some super chats. We will go through those, answer some of y'all's questions, and then we will get back to the courtroom. And again, I have this up, so if they get back before I'm done, we will just jump right back on in and continue, because it sounds like Jeremy has concluded his questions for her. So when we get back from lunch, it's going to be straight cross-examination. I believe it could be the redheaded woman, but it could be maybe the other woman. It's not going to be the man because he's not in the courtroom today, but I assume that it's going to be the redheaded woman because she's very sharp and is very strong in cross-examination. Coming to the top, shout out to Jam with the 10, says LL6 from the bricks. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $10 super chat. Really appreciate you, brother. Hope you're having a good day and enjoying the show if you're still watching. Tam became a new member. Welcome, Tam. Welcome to the community again. For all those people that are joining the membership, I'm in the process of developing an app right now to enhance the trial watching experience for my members. So we are working with the developers on that. If you're a member, I'm going to be asking you guys questions about what you want to see, what features you want when we watch trials, things like that. Lots of great trials coming. Courtney Clenny in December, ASAP Rocky round 2 in January, and then we have Lil Durk. But I don't think Lil Durk is going to be testified. The interesting thing for us is Diddy's sentencing wasn't televised, but we were able to get around it and figure it out. And again, I have a lot of reporter contacts and contacts from Law and Crime themselves, so we can figure it out. So Tam, you'll be a part of that process to help me out and figure out what y'all want to see. Thank you, Tam. Vulcani's been with me for 2 months, says, hi, AV, thanks for the membership. Yeah, listen, it probably got gifted from somebody in chat. I appreciate to whoever gifted Vulcani a membership. But if you find out, whenever you see that in chat, please say thank you. Shout out to D with the 5, says, question. Are ATK and 6 Block actually young black men from the burbs trying to prove they're real by deleting each other? Well, that came up in someone's testimony yesterday. I forget which person. And y'all know I have my like trial watching notebook here because Alicia herself would, at least on her side, would be witness number 5. Yesterday we had witness number 1 on Alicia's side, which was Robert. It probably came up through Robert Howard. They also had Mr. Alava, who is the Airbnb owner, Sean's mom, which y'all know that was crazy, and the cell phone expert. Alicia is witness number 5 on her side. Now, a lot of questions were asked on direct about Young and Ace and what was happening there. Some of these kids being from the suburbs, I believe Sean, I don't know if Isaiah's from the suburbs as well, but they asked because Robert Howard was one of Julio's best friends. Okay, we're talking about Jacksonville. Did these guys come from a nice neighborhood or did they come from a different neighborhood? And that question was posed yesterday. I believe Jeremy might have asked it to Robert, and then he had mentioned that, you know, Julio came from the rougher part of Jacksonville, whereas the other guys came from a suburban part. So good point, D. Thank you so much for the super. Shout out to Frank with the 5, says her taking the stand might be the Hail Mary she needs. Yes, I didn't know if she was going to do it, but she chose to do it. And she took the stand to tell her side of the story. Many of you guys have been predicting that throughout the week. And so I'm really interested to see when we reset this poll, and use your vote wisely, chat. After the cross, I'm going to put it back up. You don't have to vote immediately. If you still want to hold your vote until after you see the final 2 witnesses, do that. But the afternoon vote is really up to you when you want to do it. I recommend seeing everything. That's like how I like to do it. I like to see everything and then place my bets. But it's one of those things where, you know, we're going to reset it. Right now, it's at 65% guilty. When I first put it up, y'all were at 70. I was like, damn. So we'll see if her testimony has changed things. The reason why we do these social polls, and many lawyers that have come on this channel already have told you, it's important because you get to see the court of public opinion, and that can kind of give you a glimpse on how a jury is feeling, right? So that's why we do these polls, and they're really important. So we will do it again and reset it in a few minutes after cross-examination. D comes back with another 2, says her testimony can't make it any worse. I mean, I don't know. I saw a change. I saw people kind of change and listen to her and her believability. And I mean, she is the defendant. It's her trial. What does she have to say? So I do think that it piqued a lot of openness to hearing her side of the story and hearing it from her. But at the end of the day, the prosecutors are the ones that are bringing the charges on behalf of Julio's family. So we need to hear their side of it too, right? So thank you, D. Made by Love. Have you been with me for 13 months? She has been here for that long, says her only option is to snitch. Get your roll on. She said, everybody get your roll on. Everybody get your roll on. What? I mean, Alicia is protecting herself right now, but that statement she just made towards the end of her testimony, like, are y'all together? It's a yes or no answer, right? She says, ain't nobody broke up with each other. We just got arrested. Do you have a personal relationship with him right now? The way that ended was a little odd, but we'll see what happens, because I can foresee that the prosecutor is going to ask that question as soon as they start cross-examination. Are y'all together or not? Because that seems a little wish-washy. The jury needs to know the answer to that question. And I believe in this prosecutor, even if it's the other woman, they will ask. So thank you so much, Made by Love, and thank you for your time with me. D with the 2 says, after yesterday's witness testimony, bye, Alicia. We've been seeing that. Practitioner Her says, Q Money World. Yes, this is the likes. You guys are doing fantastic with the likes. Thank you so much to everybody that's hit the like button. We're almost at 2,000 for the day, so that should take us throughout the rest of the day. So thank you guys for doing that. Made by Love hit me with the 20, says, parents, love on your children today, especially your girls. Blood is in the water. Yes, yes. So we knew about the DV argument. We knew that that was coming from Mama Foolio. She has been giving us, honestly, the tea throughout the week. So I'm going to check on her feed in a moment to see what's going on. Shout out to Kelly Kell with the 5, says, I told you he was begging her. Plus, my career is just starting. Yes, ma'am. Thank you again. Your stream sponsor, the little gaming channel, hit me with a hundo. He said she's a bozo, but for the YouTube streets, this is ratings gold. Thank you, bozo. The streets will continue to eat. Yeah, that's what happens in any trial. Like, people will clip you up. Like, this has been clipped to hell all week. Videos, documentaries. I mean, they even bought up Trap Lord Ross in this trial. I was like, they were like, where did you find this, detective? Did you find it from the comment section in Trap Lord Ross's videos? It's like, shit. You know, so thank you again, Little Gaming Channel, for sponsoring today's stream, along with Aura. If y'all rewind to the very beginning of this video, company sponsor is Aura. They stop, all types of things with your data, meaning like my robocalls are like at a minimum because I use this app. You can get 14 days free from your girl. The link is in the description box below. Shout out to Jam with the 5, says, today will be crazy. Yesterday was wild. Man, Jam, yesterday with Sean's mom, I was like, oh my God. Jeremy, did you prep her at all? At all? He prepped Alicia. We see that. This is probably the most prepared any witness has been from the defense's side so far. But we could see he prepped Alicia. So yesterday was a little slow with the detective because he was trying to pull up all the footage and stuff like that. A little bit slow today, but not as bad as yesterday. But thank you, Jam. 12:27, guys. They are due back at 12:45. So we're just going through our super chats until we get there. Shout out to Mike DeMob with the 2, says that's what all that writing is about. Oh, I see you, Mike. That's a good point, because she has been just scribbling this whole trial. Maybe it's just she was preparing for her testimony. We ain't even know it. Shout out to D again with the 2, says Alicia keep making bad decisions. We'll see. Juan, local, not local law enforcement, but law enforcement nonetheless with the 10. Thank you so much. Says pre-order your Alicia Andrews super flame broiled burger only at Burger King, on sale this afternoon during Cross. Well, the Juan has spoken. We will see. I mean, I do think that that's going to be a pretty rough cross-examination. Like, this afternoon's going to be pretty exciting. So I'm looking forward to it. But thank you, Juan. Shout out to God's Gift with the 2, says, I'm going to just pray for her. I mean, I was surprised. I was surprised, at how she performed. But I think it was short, to the point. My only critique of her as a witness on the stand is just don't make that face. The face I'm talking about, I just wish she stopped doing that. But a little bit of an improvement from what we've been seeing throughout the week. Her and Herrera are always keying. So, we have been critiquing that. But again, just make sure that she's sharp on the stand. I want to see how that demeanor is with the prosecutor. So we saw with the detectives the nervous laugh. She also acknowledged the nervous laugh on the stand just now on direct. We'll see if she gets the nervous laugh with the prosecutor, because this prosecutor was so good. She rattled Sean's mother yesterday. Okay. Sean's mother tried to over explain, to stop things, to protect her own, like all of that. So we know that this prosecutor can get under people's skin. So let's see how she handles that today. But thank you again to God's Gift. Shout out to David with the 10, says, do not testify. I don't believe prosecutors prove their case. She's not obligated to testify. And that's why the judge read her rights this morning and talked about the possibilities and just the requirements. You are not obligated to testify if you are a defendant. The reason why is because the state has to prove the case. They have to prove every single element
of the crimes. And this morning it was a little slow, but the reason why is on the very last day, they'll do something called a charging conference. What that charging conference is they'll review the charges, they'll review the jury instructions that are proposed from the defense and the prosecutors, and everybody will agree on what the final charges are and what the final instructions to the jury are going to be. Those are done. The judge spent some time this morning. They're approved. They're ready to go. As soon as the defense rests and we move on to closing arguments, the judge is going to read those instructions to the jury. Okay, so that's what we're going to see there. But thank you, David. Shout out to Mars with the 2, says these kids were wannabes. How they got mixed up into this. I don't know. I mean, even with Isaiah, he's like 22, 23. He was born in 2002. How many of y'all remember 2002? How many of y'all remember 2002? Like it was yesterday, but they're younger. David with the 5 says, I can't watch this. I'm out. David was like, I'm not watching this debauchery, AV. I can't do it. But thank you for the super chat, David. Hope you came back. Mike the Mob with another 5 says, the prosecutor better not look like they are bashing an abused woman. She better pack a lunch, though. Is going to get messy. That's the thing. They talk about this in this class in evidence. I remember this with my evidence professor. He's a funny guy. Italian, short as hell. He was really funny. Short Italian, funny guy with one of those stashes, right? But he's just like, do you want to be a pocket lawyer or you want to be a real lawyer? He would talk to us like that. But he actually spent a section of that course talking about when people use the battered woman defense. Now, I know that sounds bad, but it actually is a defense, meaning that if people are going through violent situations and they invoke that, there are several rules that govern how to handle that. So again, when I bring it up, I'm bringing it up respectfully, meaning that in evidence law, there is a section to kind of guide attorneys on either side, whether you're a defense attorney or a prosecutor, or if you're handling a civil case, how that type of evidence comes in. So thank you so much, Mike the Mob. Frank is back with another 5, says at least one juror will buy into her innocence. My guess is male. So, what did Kat Knott Williams say on Monday? She said there's going to be a simp on a jury. There's too much confusion in this case. It is everywhere. There's a lot. There's a lot going on. There's definitely a lot going on. It's a lot of information to process. And I'm hearing that in Tampa, they just don't play. They want clean streets, a very community driven. I think that there is a very wealthy part of Tampa. I know somebody that lives down there. So, and they're pretty affluent. So, again, you can't really judge a book by its cover with very small facts or details like that. But that's at least what I've heard. The Bradford Gaming Channel. Are y'all related to the little gaming channel with the 5? Says Julio's mother and their attorney was listening to the defense. That's the only way they knew she was going to testify mistrial days before. I mean, well, yes, could be. I do also think that the prosecution team has been keeping Julio's mom very informed, because even when she goes and does her public, her Instagram, because it's on Foolio's Instagram and on her own personal Instagram, she's letting the fans know what's going on. But she had information at the start of the week that we're starting to see come into fruition right now. So Foolio's mother knew somehow, some way, and Foolio's attorney is really there out as a show of support for the mom. And she seems very grateful for that. So thank you so much, the Bradford Gaming Channel. 12:34, guys, about 10 minutes till they're back. Deonra with the 2 says, ride or die until court, then victim. Yeah, ride or die, then court, then victim. Crazy. Mars with the 2 says she's using all the buzzwords during the testimony. She absolutely was. And I think that they spent a majority of their time prepping Alicia than the other witnesses for sure. Full of drinking and half tinking. Shout out to Trin. Hits me with the 20. Says, yo, another busy morning, mama. Peace, power, and prosperity. It's a love ting.
It is a love ting. Good to see you, full drinking and half thinking. Thanks for popping in this morning. This is also a channel. Y'all check them out if you have not already. Miss David up here in Boston hits me with, she's been with me for 6 months, says strongest part of her own defense. She's definitely believable. And that's right. I did social poll y'all at the beginning of her testimony. Is she coming across as believable? And I asked you guys, do you believe her? The majority was that you did believe her, but there was still a pretty strong minority. I would say 60-40 on that one, where they did not believe her. They were standing on business. Like she's still, I believe her, but she's still guilty, damn it. She's still guilty. So you do have a big part of the chat that is leaning towards that side. If that's you, you're probably like, that's me. Shout out to Made by Love again with the 10. Says, how did they get back into the Airbnb? So this was another big revealing thing that we broke down towards the end of the day yesterday. The Airbnb front-facing camera is the ring. It's the doorbell, right? When the detective walked around the property, that came from his personal device. What was hard for us to see, from home, is that there was a side parking lot. And my suspicion is very likely that the boys were parking the cars over there. And then they would go through the back door. They would go through that wooden gate, the back door. And the judge, the detective testified to that yesterday. The reason why we know that is because the front door, the only time they used it, according to those lock logs, was when Alicia came in. I think one other person came in at 7:55 that day. And then you don't see any other movement on that lock and the ring footage until they are leaving the next day and going back to Jacksonville and loading up the Uber. Okay. So that, I hope, answers the question. About 9 minutes left, y'all. Shout out to Emerald with the 2, says, is she on the stand? AV, you cute as F today, though. Yeah, this is my Rosie the Riveter thing. I try to put a little spin on it. She usually has her hair up, but it's Hallows Eve. It's Halloween. I debated with that and Wednesday Addams, but this seemed a little bit more like me. So, you can do it. You guys remember that poster? Remember that poster? So this is my costume for the day, so to speak. Shout out to Gloria with the 5, says ADA with the bun has her shit together like Donna Adelson's DA or prosecutor had hers, question after question. Yeah, so it's going to get spicy. It's going to get spicy. They're back in about 8 minutes. Thank you, Gloria. David came back, said AV eating during testimony is too funny. Yeah, listen, man, when we watch trials, I'm here for 8 hours a day. Y'all might see me nibbling on a snack or two. I do several coffee refills throughout the day. You might see me eat from time to time. Some people hate it, and I am cautious of that. Like if it's a big ass burger, I'm not gonna do that in front of y'all. Like I'm gonna minimize. I'm gonna hide myself, or I'll just do this. When you see me do this, that means AV is eating or has like stepped out, checked on the dog or something. But yeah, I tried to hide it, but today, goddamn it, this was important. I needed to sit in the chair and see what Alicia was saying. So thank you, David. I appreciate the $5. The little gang me channel, let me change this amount, hits me with another 20, your stream sponsor. If y'all could type TLGC in the chat, I would fully appreciate that. What does he say? He says, we will see how she's built once the prosecutor is up at bat. He's like, listen, goddamn it. Y'all are excited about Cross. I don't know if she's guilty or innocent, but we shall see. And I appreciate those of you that are like, I want to see everything. Sorry, I know some people don't like, I'll say, gosh, damn it. But people really want to, see everything, get all the facts before you make a determination. That's how I personally like to do it. And I think that's the fairest way to go. Because, man, I was on the news on Tuesday. I was on Fox News Orlando. I was so excited to do that bit because it's the first time I was on, a news network as a legal professional. And like, we put the video up the next morning, Wednesday morning. And because the defense had a horrible day, I had made a statement. I was just like telling everybody about the case, what was happening, what was witnesses to look out for. I was fair to both sides. But because I said this sentence, the defense is doing a good job. People were like, where? Ninja, where? Where? Where are they doing a good job? They started roasting it. I said, you know what? Pull this video back for now. Let's wait till the trial ends. Even though I'm trying to celebrate, I'm like, let's wait and then we'll release it again. But man, TLGC, they came for me. Shout out to Left Coast Mana with the 10 says AV, I'm catching up, but why they put her on the stand? Cross is gonna be tough. Yeah, so many of you guys popped in throughout the day because it's usually some of these days are very boring. But today, when you click on the stream and you see her on the stand, you're like, oh, you know? But yeah, Cross is definitely going to be tough. But thank you, Left Coast. It's good to see you today. The Real Rebel Eric with the 5 says she was being used the whole time. Very young and gullible. She didn't have a clue. She was just young and confused. He was always a step ahead of her. Well, see, that's the thing. Everybody's like young and dumb, but you know, with the context she provided today, the thing about domestic violence situations is that it can be hard for victims to get out. You know what I mean? It can be difficult. But what I did not see addressed in that direct was, remember the text message? Prosecutor's going to do it. I know she's going to do it. Remember the text messages where she sent, like, he blocked her. Isaiah blocked her. It was like it was a week before the shooting. Isaiah blocked her. They had a fight. And she found an app and found a way to text him and talk shit. It was like a full paragraph. I forget what all of it says word for word. We see movement in the courtroom. They're back in 4 minutes. But he didn't bring that up. The prosecutor will. So we're going to look at what she says, the fights that they've had, the coercion, you know, her feeling the way that she did, going through what she went through. But I can see the prosecutor absolutely bringing up that text message. Does that mean that she was not hurt, or, you know, that Isaiah didn't treat her or harm her in any way? No, absolutely not. But I could just see that as a legal strategy coming up. So, because what it does is it when you're up there, if you get attacked, your credibility gets attacked. That's what happens. Your witness credibility as far as this jury that is so close to deliberation. So this cross is super important, man. So I'm just saying, like, I didn't see him bring it up, but I know the prosecutor will, for sure. And if she doesn't, I'd be super surprised. So it's like character evidence too, you know. But thank you, the Real Rebel Eric. Oh, the judge is back. Hold on. So as soon as they start, we start. Okay, shout out to Carl with the 5 says, it feels like she is guilty, but what she did, she definitely did contribute to the, oh, I see what you're saying. It feels like she is guilty, but what did she definitively do to contribute to this conspiracy? Well, we're gonna see. She was at the club, she had on a COVID mask, etc. The text messages, the things that came from her phone, they've casted doubt, and that's all the defense needs to do. So I'm gonna star this one, Carl. We're gonna come back to this at the end of the day. Shout out to DW who gifted 5 memberships. I saw people saying thank you when you dropped it. DW, thank you for growing my community, for y'all putting this out there, sharing, liking, commenting, subscribing. It really helps the health of this channel, and it continues independent legal media, and I appreciate that. You know, I saw a few content creators coming in earlier, and I did make a comment, like, you know, like, I put a lot of heart and soul into this work. It's not just let me live stream a case. Like, no. Y'all know, no. Like, you know, learn from the best, learned with lead attorney alongside him. Many other strong lawyers in LawTube I've spent some time with, mentored with. Like, this is not just let's stream a trial to stream a trial, you know? So thank you, DW. Shout out to Chris with the 5 says she had a role in it. No one bring dead weight on a mission. This is just a guaranteed snitch. Chris is like, I'm standing on business, okay? Like, I'm not going anywhere. I'm standing on business. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you so much. Shout out to Trainwreck Entertainment with the 10 says, lock us out, get the likes up to 2,000. Yeah, you guys are almost there. You know, I mean, the likes are great right now. We had 4,000 people watching earlier, and I am sure they will be back. Like, this is just it's an intense day. This is probably the most important day in this entire trial. It's the most important day for Julio's mom to get, justice, for one of the first defendants to take, justice for what happened to her son. This is one of the first defendants to take it to trial. So this is the first one. This is the only female, and she has been very vocal that what happened to Charles wasn't cool. And what Foolio did, I mean, yeah, he was dancing on graves. Yes, he wasn't a saint, but he didn't see this coming, the way that his life ended, right? We saw that
Stuff on
footage.
your table. I don't want to touch it while you guys were at lunch, but can I get some of the, no, the one you're at council table? I was at the other one getting the exhibits. Yeah.
Thank you, Trainwreck. All right, they're back. Let me pull this down. Thank you to everybody. I know I got some more super chats to read. I'll finish them on the next break. All right, they are back from lunch. 12:46. We're starting with cross. Let's go. It's gonna be interesting. Y'all be nice in the chat. Be nice to each other. Battle of the Reds. Get your popcorn.
I realized we were missing a rather important jury instruction, 3.7, regarding burden of proof. So I'm gonna print that up and include that. Sorry. We were also missing 2.7, the instruction on closing arguments. I'm gonna print that one up as well.
Yeah, I'm completely out of TiVo time. We just gotta wait.
Yes, ma'am.
So, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Oh, dagnabbit. No, that's not what I wanted to print. Ay, caramba. Okay, let's see if I got it right. I did, okay. Are you all going to want me to instruct the jury before, on the elements, before closing arguments or after?
Judge, I would like it before.
Okay, so I'm gonna review these one. Okay, I'm gonna review these one more time. I'm gonna put them in the order that they're going to be given to the jury, and I'll read them to the jury before closing arguments. All right, we need, Ms. Andrews is on the stand, defense counsel's present, state's present, everybody ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring in our jury.
Yes, Judge.
All right, jury coming back in. It's about to get real, chat. You know, me too. I was just thinking about Bobby Schmurder yesterday, Ned. Great criminal defense attorney. This is Robert Alessi out of New York. Amazing performance in a Karen Reed trial. All right, get your popcorn. I'm about to order some.
All rise.
It's about to go down. All right. Man, this cross.
All jurors ready.
Okay, very good, thank you. Welcome back, members of the jury. Everyone have a seat. State, you may proceed with cross-examination.
Oh, here we go. Oh, it's the nice one. Is it the nice
Ms.
one?
Andrews, you've testified about
Yeah.
your on-again, off-again.
It's not the redhead. It's the nice one. Okay, that's fine. We'll take it. Let's go.
And relationship with the co-defendant, in this case Isaiah Chance, is that correct?
Yes.
In fact, you told this jury about some instances where you had been hit by him, is that correct?
Yes.
You've dated Isaiah Chance for over 4 years, isn't that true?
Not over 4 years.
How long?
It's about just 4 years.
Just about 4 years, okay. And it's been on again, off again, is that correct?
Yes.
And during that time period, you have dated other young boys, is that correct?
Maybe.
Does Kamari Outing sound familiar?
Yes.
He's a boy that you had dated, and you still were talking to him, in fact, up until the time of the crime, June of 2024. Is that correct?
We never dated, but yeah, I was talking to him.
Okay. And in fact, at some point, Isaiah Chance got upset and made phone calls to him, right?
Yes.
And you had conversations on your phone with Mr. Kamari Outing, where you two discussed that. Isn't that true?
I believe so.
And they were still on your phone. They were backed up. They were saved on your phone, and they were on your phone on June 23rd of 2024. You never deleted these messages that you had with Kamari Outing. Isn't that correct?
I mean, I have to see the message. I don't know. What is that message?
Okay. Your Honor, I'll approach the witness.
I wanna see
Those
him.
messages help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Already, first minute in, we find out there's another boy she talking to. Another one of the young boys.
Ms. Sanders, if you'll take a look at this.
Look at them, Alicia. Look at them. Are those your texts? How many? How many pages?
Ms. Sanders, you recognize these messages from your phone?
Yes.
And Kamari Outing, he was a member of 1200, isn't that correct?
No.
No? I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 75C12. That's a photo of you with Kamari Outing that
Oh,
was still on your phone.
shit.
Isn't that true, ma'am?
That's not Kamari.
That's not Kamari?
That's my cousin,
Okay, what's your cousin's name?
Marcus.
Marcus? Okay. And in this messaging with Kamari, he's upset because Isaiah Chance has called him and basically told him that you're with him and that you're pregnant, and you're still trying to get Kamari Outing to talk to you, right?
Hearsay and relevance. Have a roll.
Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yeah, that's my best friend.
And he doesn't want to because of Isaiah Chance, correct? In fact, you're the one that keeps on insisting that he not block you and that you and him continue to talk. Is that correct?
Yeah, but the message behind that, that's my best friend. And Isaiah called him and was just going on about, he didn't want him to, he was giving him a reason to not text me back, to not talk to me. That's what that was about.
And so despite the fact that Isaiah Chance doesn't want you to have anything to do with him, you're fine with disobeying what Isaiah Chance wants because this is your best friend, right?
Yeah, and at the time I sent that, I was at home in my bed. I was not with Isaiah.
But all of these messages are still saved and on your iPhone, right?
I mean, I guess so.
They were, not you guessed. They're on your iPhone, right?
They're my iCloud.
Yes. And so your iCloud backs up your iPhone, ma'am. Isn't that true?
I'm not sure how that works, but I think so.
Okay. You don't recognize these messages? Something that you typed and you received on your little pink iPhone?
I believe so.
Okay. And your phone is also password protected, right?
Yes.
Because certainly when Isaiah Chance is using your phone that night on June 23rd of 2024, at some point when you're walking in that parking lot, your phone locks up, right?
Yes.
And you have to enter in your password.
Yes.
And so that's what happens with an iPhone. After your iPhone is not being activated over a lengthy period of time, a couple of minutes, 5 minutes, it does what?
It locks.
And so what do you have to do every time that happens?
Unlock it.
And obviously Isaiah Chance didn't know your password because you're standing there right next to him, and what does he have to do?
He asked for the password that first time, but he's looking at me.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 34. You know who this is, right? Charles Jones.
Yes.
You have known who he was since 2021 when you were at Rains High School, right?
I knew of him, yes.
Hold on. R.I.P. Foolio, man. Let's give it to the young man. I mean, whatever you think about him, R.I.P. at least. At least. Okay? The way he was gunned down was not cool. But shout out to Foolio.
You were well aware of him, right? This is something that you discussed a lot with your friend Jewel Jordan.
I only discussed him maybe 2 times.
At the time when you were doing that, did you date somebody by the nickname K Shorty?
We weren't dating.
You didn't date him either, right?
No.
You weren't upset talking about Jewel Jordan and Julio, Foolio, Charles Jones recruiting all these young men that were getting shot up in this gang war?
I wouldn't say upset. I was just gossiping.
Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. But this is State 75C13. This is a photograph with you and K Shorty.
Yes, that's Therese.
Okay. And do you see what he's doing there?
Yeah.
He's throwing up like 12?
I don't know what the sign means. I mean,
I have no idea what that means. But you're posting this on TikTok, right? You love TikTok. You've talked about, right? You posted on TikTok. You're both posing together.
Yes, ma'am.
And despite the fact that you intimately know a lot of people who are associated with these gangs, you have no idea what it means when he's throwing up that sign.
No, I don't.
No idea whatsoever.
Jeff can ask and answer.
Overruled, go ahead.
You followed Charles Jones on Instagram, isn't that correct?
Maybe back then.
Did you ever unfollow him?
Probably.
You were still following him when this crime occurred, right, on Instagram?
I don't remember following him.
You don't remember? You never looked and you never saw any of these advertisements that Julio Foolio was going to be in Tampa on June 22nd?
No, I never seen those.
You did not like Julio Foolio back in 2021. Isn't that true, ma'am?
I mean, I wouldn't say a personal issue. When you say like him, didn't like him.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 75C2.
What else you
Conversation that
got?
had with Jewel Jordan.
What else you got? Bring us the tea, sis.
So I want you to read what you texted to her back on January 19th of
Damn.
2021.
I said, but if you think about it, everybody dissing everybody. People from out east diss they side, so of course they gonna say something, but it don't even be popular like that, what? Like that for real. Foolio be the one talking shit, then all his little niggas come, then other extra people.
Okay. So you are talking about out east, correct? That is a territory of 1,200.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're talking about how the people in 1,200 dish they side, correct? And then you're also talking about Papa, that's Little Papa, right?
Yes.
And who's Little Papa?
He's a rapper.
And you know that he also has a gang affiliation, is that correct?
I mean, he doesn't claim it, so I don't know.
Okay. You know your boyfriend Isaiah Chance is in a gang, isn't that true?
I don't know that.
That's something you've told your best friend since you were little, Jewel Jordan, that you knew that he was in a gang and that he was in it.
I never told her that.
You never
I
said
I've
that?
heard allegations of it, but when I asked him, he denies it, so of course I took his word.
In this particular conversation, you then say, again, talking about Foolio, let's go down here. I want you to tell the jury what then you texted in response to Jewel Jordan saying that they keep killing each other. And we're talking about the gang war in Jacksonville, right? 1,200 against 6 Block. ATK against 6 Block, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So let's see, what did you text her?
I said right, so it's gonna go
And
on
I'm sorry,
on.
Ms. Andrews, if you don't mind, you speak very quickly, so if you could just speak slowly, because I'm seated next to you and I'm having trouble hearing you.
Okay.
So, thank you very much.
I said right, so it's gonna go on, and they keep saying let leak rest, but I'm sure the other side be feeling like that, so it's gonna keep repeating, and yeah, they know what come with it, so charge it to the game, go retaliate or something, they sitting up there rapping, but that's y'all homeboy. Just do what y'all have to do. They don't be in Jacksonville, so I doubt they care about anybody here or the upcoming rappers.
So Leaky is another person that has died in this gang war, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're well aware of that, correct?
Yes, ma'am, he went to middle school with me.
So you have somebody who went to middle school that died in this gang war, and you had somebody who went to Rains High School that died in this gang war, is that correct?
Yeah, I heard of it, but I'm not friends with him.
Well, you say you're not friends with Spaz, right? Joe Rod Adams, correct?
Yeah, I'm not friends with him.
But he wasn't the only one that got shot in that Rains High School shooting, was he?
I mean, I think so.
Will also got shot in that high school shooting. Will go crazy, the person who you communicate with on your phone, right? You know who Will is.
I wouldn't say like that. He texts me and he tries to talk to me like I'm cute. People are gonna start talking to me like that.
He's who Jewel Jordan was talking about when she said that you two had a friend that was injured at the shooting at Rains High School, correct?
Yeah, when she says friend, she means associate.
So I didn't ask you that, but what her wording up there was friends, right?
Yes.
And he got shot in the arm. His name is Will Royal. He went to high school with you at Rains High School, right?
I believe so.
You believe so or you know so?
I don't remember his last name being Royal, so that's why I said I believe so.
Okay, let's not call him Will Royal. Let's call him Will, who got shot in the left arm the same day that Spaz, Joe Rod Adams, got killed at Rains High School when you were attending there.
Yes.
You know who I'm talking about, right?
Yes, Will.
So what are you texting your friend Jewel Jordan on 1/21 of 2021?
You want me to read it?
Yes, ma'am.
I said it was deleted by the time I got up, but Foolio had said it'd be everybody. Foolio had said it, but everybody kind of knew that. It was just once that time he got shot, and I forgot the boy that died with him at the Reigns game, but the boy Robert ain't even do that, even though he on the 6th side. It was Bibby, and Will knew that, but Bibby died like 3 weeks later, so that was crazy.
Okay. And so who we're talking about right now, that you claim not to know his last name, is the very person you are texting Jewel Jordan about, right? Will.
Damn.
Yes, ma'am.
So you knew him well enough to be texting to your friend, Jewel Jordan, after the high school shooting at Rains, correct?
Yes, he was known.
And the other person that you are mentioning in this same sentence is Robert. You're referring to Robert Howard, the person who actually went to prison for manslaughter for that shooting, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're also mentioning Bibby, is that correct?
Yes.
Bibby is a nickname. It is a gang nickname, isn't it, Miss Andrews?
I didn't know his real name. I'm just referring to him as Bibby.
Okay. Because Bibby is the way that the people who you hang out with refer to him, right?
No, the people on the internet refer to him as Bibby.
That's right. And that's how they know him, by his
Yes.
gang name.
I mean, I wouldn't know if it's his gay name.
Do you think Bibby is his legal name?
I don't know him personally to know, so.
And then Jewel Jordan responds, OMG, LMFA, what does that mean?
Laughing my fucking ass off.
Everybody kind of knew. They all had comments to calling. You guys are also watching what is going on social media between these warring rival gangs, aren't you?
Yeah, that day we're actually referring to a post, so we're reading the comments, but instead of putting it in the comments, we're texting it to each other.
Now I want you to read to the jury what you texted your friend Jewel Jordan on January 21st of 2021.
I said, girl, I don't like Foolio. Laugh my fucking ass off, ugly ass bitch. He need to die. And that was Will friend. Fuck the cold shit. Then I said, bitch, he shot me and my friend died. Yeah, I'm pointing out who did it.
And so you don't like Julio Foolio. That's fair to say back in 2021, you didn't like him.
Yeah, that was my opinion when I was 17 years old.
And your exact words were, he need to die, correct?
Yeah, but I didn't mean it literally. I'm 17 just gossiping.
Okay. But you really are talking about your friend Will, and you're saying, fuck that code shit. If he shot me and my friend died, you're referring to Will and his friend Spaz that died.
Yeah, I was saying he knew probably who killed his friend. He should have spoke up. I'm saying if it's my friend, I'm going to tell who did it.
So you were upset that 6 Block, and you believe 6 Block and Julio Foolio's group were responsible for your friend getting shot, correct?
I mean, that was what was on the internet, and I wasn't upset. I mean, I'm just gossiping. I really don't care, honestly.
And then you emphasized it, right?
No, she emphasized
She
it.
emphasized it. Then I want you to go down here and say what you said, 1/22 of 2021.
I said, bitch, hold on, because I think Julio talking about Therese and his friends left my ass off. I do not like him.
Okay. And tell us again who Therese is.
Therese is the person I'm in a picture with.
And then what did you say?
I'm trying to put 2 and 2 together. I was reading the comments.
And then what did you say here?
No, that's her talking.
Oh,
At
I'm
the
sorry,
top.
what did Jewel Jordan say in
She
response?
said, that is Foolio, though. He recruit a bunch of dumbass niggas who willing to die.
And then what was your response to that?
I said, right, and he started to realize. But first time I saw him, that shit clicked on. When Foolio called, we all in the garage, he talking about, nigga always want me to ride with him when he down here, so I could be the one that died, not him. I ain't nobody guard. I said, bitch, I was dying.
And what do you mean when you texted that?
I was in the garage with Tyrese one day, like just chilling, and one of his, I think that was his cousin or somebody older, and he gets a call from Julio, and he, I think, asked him to ride somewhere, and he tells the friend, like, at the phone, he goes, he said, I'm not riding nowhere with him. I'm not finna die. And I just sent it to my friend. I'm like, well, I'm over here laughing about it.
And you said Isaiah Chance, you did not know he was in a gang, is that correct?
I mean, I heard people say it, but when I asked him, he says he's not.
You also were aware of what happened at the town center, is that correct?
Yes, it was on the news.
Tell us what happened at the town center.
Some people died in a car leaving Wasabi.
Young and Ace, correct?
He didn't die, but he got shot.
Young and Ace's group, is that correct? They were in that car.
His cousin and brother, I believe.
And he was the only one that survived, correct?
Yes.
His brother was killed.
I think that was his brother, yeah.
Person named 23, Royal Smith, was
yeah.
killed.
Yes, ma'am.
And Isaiah Chance, he was upset about that, wasn't he?
I mean, I don't know if he's upset, but he would say, like, he's heard about it sometimes.
That is something, a moment that he has shared with you intimately about what happened at the town center. Isn't that true, ma'am?
I mean, I already knew what happened, but he's explaining to me, like, he don't like to go out there.
Correct, because 23 died at the town center.
Yeah, he believes it's violence out there. You don't want to go out there.
And he was upset about it, right?
I mean, I guess so.
You had a conversation. You don't remember the conversation you had with him on your phone where you wanted to go do something at the town center?
Yeah, I believe I showed him a restaurant I wanted to go to.
That's you here, right? You want to go one day, question mark?
I think, is that him?
Oh, that's him, you're right.
That's him.
That's one of his old phone numbers, 904-575-7534.
Yes, that's his old number.
And he's like, you want to go one day? And you said, yeah, it's in the town center.
Yes.
And then what was your response?
I sent him a TikTok. I was responding to the TikTok saying, laugh my ass off, bro.
And then what was his response?
He said, I hate it here. I hate it there.
Why would he hate it there?
I guess he's traumatized about it. Somebody you know died out there. You don't want to go out there.
And his next response to you?
He says, I don't like the town center.
And then what did you say?
I said, you hate everywhere. We don't got to sit in.
And then what did he respond to you?
He's telling me 23 got killed in the town center. That's why I don't like it out there.
And then what was his next
He said, I
response?
don't like thinking about it for real. So when I do switch moves, like an MF.
And what was your response to this texting conversation?
I said, well, we don't have to go there if it's gonna bother you. I forgot about it. It's some other places we both ain't tried yet.
So this is a conversation that you have had more than once with Isaiah Chance, isn't that true?
I think that's is it the one time?
You said
I
you
don't
forgot
know.
about it, right?
No, I'm saying I forgot that it happened in the town center because I've seen it on the news.
You knew who 23 was, right?
So we referred to 23, yes, I knew of the person.
Knew that 23 is associated with Young and Ace, is that correct, ma'am?
Yes, I knew that.
He has confided in you about more than one death that occurred in this gang war. Isn't that true, ma'am?
I don't know of more than one. Which one you referring to?
You know, Antonio Tilley died between October 6th and October 7th of 2023.
Yes, he told me his friend died.
He was traumatized by that, correct?
I mean, I wasn't around him to know if he was traumatized, but he
Didn't you-
said he was sad, yeah.
Didn't you have a texting conversation with him October 7th of 2023 when he said that he was traumatized and that he was mentally not well, not right in the head?
I think I remember that conversation. I asked if he wanted me to be around him for,
He needed
just
space,
more
right?
support. Yeah, but he didn't want me to come.
And you remember that conversation. He didn't want you around because he was not in the right headspace the day after his friend Tilly died, correct?
Yeah, I remember. I mean, who would be in the right headspace after their friend died?
And so much so that you agreed not to go see him, right?
Yeah, if he don't want me there, I'm not gonna go.
And you were worried about him, right?
Yeah, but I know if he doesn't want me there, I'm not gonna just go.
And that was October 6th and 7th of 2023. Are you aware that Charles Jones, his life, there was an attempt on his life that occurred on October 7th of 2023, the day after his good friend Tilly was killed?
I've heard about it.
You heard about it from Charles Jones, right?
Yeah, I believe he went live or something.
Yeah, and in fact, not only did you hear about it from Charles Jones, you had conversations on your phone about it, and you assured him you would delete it, right?
Delete what?
Delete. I'm sorry. You had conversations with your boyfriend Isaiah Chance
Okay.
about it, and you deleted
Okay.
the conversations, didn't you?
About what?
About what he had done.
He never told me he did anything. I don't remember.
Well, then let me ask you, with looking at your messages with him on October 7th of 2023, refresh your recollection? You see that conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've been in this trial, correct?
Yes.
You heard that the shell casings that was taken off of your boyfriend's best friend's Toyota 4Runner, that the ballistics matched the casings that were used to shoot at Julio Foolio, Charles Jones, on October of 2023, right?
Yes.
It's been tied to that ballistically, right?
Yeah, I've heard it.
And and it occurred the day after Tilly was killed.
Yes.
And he was torn up, and you guys had conversations about it. You and your boyfriend Isaiah Chance had conversations about that. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yeah, he's telling me he's not himself right now. He needs space. He never told me he did anything.
Then what is it that you're referring to after he tells you to stay loyal, right? He tells you that. He texts that to you after that, after he said he needed some time, on October 8th, now that we're talking, the
Yes.
day after Charles Jones, where they tried to take his life, right?
I mean,
He says to you, don't go run off normally, what you normally do, be loyal, stay loyal. That's what he said to you, right?
yes, and you're misinterpreting what he's saying. When he says stay loyal, he means don't go cheat. Because, I mean, I talk to who I want to talk to at times. When he's not paying me no attention, I feel like you ignore me, you're doing what you want to do, I'm going to go talk to other people. So that's why he's telling me stay loyal, don't do what you normally do.
So when he's devastated because his friend died, and then he and his friend tried to kill their rival, what he's worried about is you staying loyal to him?
I mean, I guess so.
Okay. And so what are you referring to when you say in direct response to that, you're saying, it's fine, you're all right now, it's somebody close to you, not a random person, so I mean it's normal to feel how you feel. I'm not bae, we're straight, we're just together, we're good. I deleted what you said, and I'm not texting nobody, even if you don't want to talk about it at the moment. So what exactly are you referring to that you deleted?
He told me to delete a message with somebody's texting me. It was a different guy.
So again, he's worried about you cheating. He didn't make any sort of confessions and confide in you as to what happened on October 7th?
No, he didn't.
Overruled.
And so when you are with law enforcement and they are interviewing you and they bring up Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, and they specifically talk about this beef, you lie to them and act like you don't know nothing about that, right?
Yeah, he asked me if I had knowledge, like I knew exactly who did what. Like, no, I don't have no direct knowledge. I know what's on the internet, but I didn't assume that's what he was asking me, so I said no.
You know nothing about Julio, the big rapper, right?
I said I know what's on the internet. I don't know personally if it's true, who did what.
You know more than what is on the internet. Isn't that true, miss?
No, I actually don't.
You have just read to the jury about different deaths.
That's on the internet in our city. I don't know if it would be in Tampa, but Jacksonville is on the internet.
And also a person you know that's been shot, Will.
Yeah, I went to school with him, so I know.
Okay, so that's not just on the internet. That's something that you lived through, right?
I lived through it. I mean, that's his situation. I just know about it.
And you're dating Isaiah Chance Gutta, right?
Dating him when at that time?
And you know that his best friend, 23, has been killed.
I mean, okay, that's his friend. That's not my friend.
Okay. But you're aware of it, right?
Yeah, I'm aware.
And you know that Tilly has been killed.
Yes, that's his friend. That's not my friend.
But again, you are aware of it, right?
Yeah, it's on the internet.
Overruled.
And you know that Bibby has been killed.
Yes, just like everybody else knows.
And you yourself know about it.
Yes, it's on the internet.
And law enforcement are informing you that they are asking you about the death of Charles Jones in Tampa, right?
Yes.
And they are talking to you and they are mentioning that they know the beef between these two groups, right?
Yes.
And your boyfriend Isaiah Chance is connected to many of the people who have died in this rival gang war.
Yeah, he's connected, not me. So,
But you know about it.
yes, I know.
And you lied to law enforcement and withheld all of that information knowing that they are investigating another death in this rival gang war, right?
I mean, in the beginning, they told me to talk about what I want to talk about. I don't have to talk about what I don't want to talk about. And I didn't want to be in the middle of that. I don't know for sure if any of these deaths for real. I looked on the internet. I don't know, so I didn't answer it.
They read you your Miranda rights, right? They told you that before they read you your Miranda rights, right?
I don't know if it was before or not.
You didn't just watch this video?
Yeah, I don't remember if it was before, though.
They read you your Miranda rights and told you you had the right to remain silent, that you were in the driver's seat, right?
Yes.
They also informed you you could have an attorney present with you if you wanted to, right?
Yes.
And you chose to speak with them, right?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know what I was there for, so I didn't have a problem speaking to them.
You didn't know what you were there for? They told you multiple times that you were there for the murder investigation of Charles Jones, right?
I'm saying as soon as it started. When I got arrested from my house, they said I had a warrant for resisting arrest. So that's what I was assuming I was going to jail for.
They put the wrong damn prosecutor on this. Why didn't y'all put the Let's keep going.
I later ended up in a room with 2 guys, so I did sit there and talk.
Who told you what you were being questioned about?
Yeah, and I had no issue. I can answer the question.
And then multiple times in that interview, they were trying to impart to you the seriousness.
I'm not even gonna hold y'all. Alicia's doing a good job. She's doing good.
Of what you were being questioned about.
Yes,
You would agree with that statement. Multiple times they tried to reach you and let you know how serious these charges were.
yes,
And they asked you for details about who was involved, and they started showing you evidence.
yeah, they did.
And in that moment, you chose to protect your boyfriend. Isn't that true?
I wouldn't say I protected him. I literally pointed him out, so that's not protecting him.
You never said that he was involved with a homicide, did you?
I didn't know if he's involved in it, so why would I tell them that?
You never said who or gave descriptions. If you truly believed he had nothing to do with this homicide, then why wouldn't you just share information and tell them and give them descriptions, even if you didn't know their name, what they look like, and where they came from?
I mean, again, I didn't know for sure, so I didn't answer that. And I'm not about to do their job for them, put my life on the line, to be in the middle of that, so I didn't answer it. I answered everything pertaining to me. Anything about them, I didn't answer.
You didn't seem like you were afraid in that interview. Were you afraid in the interview or not?
I was, but I handled myself well.
Okay. You weren't afraid of Isaiah Chance?
No, he's not even in there, so why would I be?
So, well, then I don't understand. Were you afraid to give up their names because you're afraid of them? You're afraid of Isaiah Chance and Davian Murphy and Rashad Murphy? Or are you protecting them in that interview?
I wouldn't say I'm doing any of that. I mean, you understand it's about a gang. I'm a female. I don't want to be in the middle of it, so I didn't answer it. And I don't know for sure if they did anything at the time of that, so I didn't say anything.
Then why are you up here testifying about how Isaiah Chance hit you?
Because, I mean, that leads up to why I act the way I act out of town.
You were afraid of him or not? Are you afraid of him? Does he beat you? And are you afraid to stand up to him?
Yes, at times.
And you said, I think you said in your direct examination, that people can't really understand because they don't know when you cannot leave. Is that what you said? Something to that
I
effect?
said people wouldn't understand a domestic violence relationship because you'll think, why don't you leave? Why don't you walk away? It's not that easy unless you're in it.
But that's not exactly true, is it?
It is true.
You say cannot leave. You did not live with him, did you?
No, I didn't.
You never lived with Isaiah Chance.
No, I didn't. But he knew where I stayed. He would pop up at my house, ring the doorbell all times of night. So I couldn't go nowhere. So
He never had financial control over you. He never paid your rent, did he?
I don't pay rent, so no.
You live with your parents.
Yes,
You live with 2 loving parents in a safe home. Isn't that true, Miss Andrews?
yes, I do.
And you never mentioned to your mother or your father that Isaiah Chance was hitting you or abusing you ever, did you?
I did.
You never reported it to police?
No, she asked me, but I didn't want to cause any problems with him or his family, so I left it alone.
So you had choices, didn't you?
That was the very last time, so I told them.
Are you afraid of him and do things because you are fearful of him? Is that what you testified to on direct?
Yes,
So fearful of him that you have to do everything he says. Is that correct?
at times, yes.
And you are claiming to this jury that you're not in a relationship with him anymore. Is that true, ma'am?
I'm not. I said he may think that because I never broke up with him, but
Do
I'm
you
not.
think that he thinks that because you still talk to him even though he is locked in jail, right?
Yes, I do still talk to him, and that's because of my issue. I don't want to cause any safety issues in this jail. He sends me verbal messages and where I'm at, so, I mean, I just keep him at ease. There's nowhere for me to go.
What safety issues? He is locked up for first-degree murder charges and cannot get to you. Isn't that true, ma'am?
I mean, you do know it's ways in a jail. You can send messages to people. People look at me sideways. Oh, that's your boyfriend? He said this. He told me to tell you this. Like, it's safety issues. Like,
You
literally
are-
before I came to trial, a deputy told me one of my co-defendants were trying to have me jumped, so I just do what I have to do.
You were also safely in jail, isn't that true, ma'am?
I wouldn't say safely. You can get in a fight at any time.
Okay. There are all kinds of deputies, is that correct?
Yes, all of them don't do their job also, so.
And we're not talking about your safety from other people. We're specifically talking about your safety from Isaiah Chance, someone you claim to be so afraid of that you will go along and do anything for him, right?
I wouldn't do anything for him, but
You wouldn't go along with a murder plot for him?
no, he never told me anything about a murder plot.
And you wouldn't try to call him multiple times incorrectly from the jail, right?
What do you mean incorrectly?
You're not allowed to phone another inmate, can you?
I don't call him like that, so what do you mean?
You're right, you don't call him like that. You have to break policy of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and do some kind of three-way call involving Isaiah Chance's mother. Isn't that true?
Yeah, we do that.
You do it all the time, right?
Yes, when he asks for me, I do it.
As for you, you have to initiate your own phone call. He can't call you in the jail either, can he?
I said when he asks for me, I do it. If he tells me to call, I'm gonna call.
It's not just that he answers for you. You can't call him directly. Isn't that true, ma'am?
No, I can't.
You have to coordinate and you have to make arrangements with some third party who is not in jail so that you can talk to him. Isn't that true?
Yes, and like I said, it goes back to me keeping him happy. I don't want to cause any issues while I'm sitting here. If he gets mad, if I don't call him, it's no telling what he's going to say. I'm the odd one out of this. They can all turn around and say, oh, it was Alicia, and I'm not getting in the middle of that. So I keep him happy while I'm here. If he wants me to call, if he wants to talk to me, let him know about the baby. He lets me know, I let him know I'm okay. That's what I do.
You call him 5 to 10 times a day in there.
Yes, when he says, call back, I call back.
And you also do messages. There's a kiosk system where you can kiosk with him. Isn't that correct?
Yes, he texts me and I text him.
And you have intimate conversations about your case, don't you?
Yes, when he asks, I let him know.
And he sends you messages which could be called sexting, right?
Yeah, he do. I keep him happy, like I said.
Oh, shit! And you're no longer in a relationship with him, correct?
No, he thinks that.
And you call him multiple times a day, every day, for several months. Isn't that true?
Yes, like I said, I'm doing what I have to do. I'm not going to let him know. I'm not going to get on the phone and act like it's a change. I'm acting the same. I'm doing what I have to do.
Ma'am, you understand you're on trial for first-degree murder, right?
Yes, I do.
And it's for hanging out with him.
I do.
And you are still protecting him, right? To this day, you're protecting him.
I'm not protecting him.
You are still calling him and communicating with him, aren't you?
Yes, that's not protecting him, though.
So much so that you call his mother, right?
I do.
And you have been advised, and you report to his mother that you don't care that your attorneys tell you not to talk to him. You're going to do it anyway, right?
Yes, because I feel like that's the best way to do it.
Okay. So you are so desperate to talk to him and have communication with him, you don't even care if it may be hurtful to your case.
I wouldn't say desperate, because when I did disappear and listened, he texted me from another person and said, why are you not listening to me? Why are you not responding? When are you going to get it through your big red forehead? And all these other things. So I started back talking to him.
So now again, you're talking to him because you're still afraid of him, right? Even though he is locked up for first-degree murder charges and cannot go near you.
I didn't say physically come to me. I'm talking about other people.
You take advice from him, don't you?
I listen to it.
He discusses the case with you many, many times. Isn't that true?
Yes, because he knows I don't know, so he tries to make sure I know everything.
In fact, he tells you to kind of stay strong because the state thinks you're the weaker link. Has he told you that before?
Yes, he told me that.
Have you responded to him on, let's see,
You know what get people in trouble? The damn jail phone calls. This is what's happening. All the prosecutor did was like, defense, I'm gonna let you do your thing. I've got these records. Everything is recorded. I can see who's calling who. I can listen to who's talking to who. We can track it. Remember, like a month ago, everybody was on Thug. Everybody was on Thug's case because of his jail phone calls when he's talking to Mariah like a year or two ago. You know, everybody was on those. They are catching, like in this cross, I think she knew that. She was just like, okay, I'm going to use heavily the records that we have from the jail stuff.
Recently as June 27th of 2025, did you tell them half the witnesses are dead, you're listening to Jacksonville, and they don't solve shit, I'm just lost because this is all pointless?
Said what?
Did you say to him, half of their witnesses are dead, you're listening to Jacksonville, and they don't solve shit, I'm just lost because this is all pointless?
Yes, I told him, and that's my opinion. I don't understand why I'm here. It's really about them.
So you're still talking about what you're charged with him?
Yeah, he's aware, so I can say that.
And he tries to tell you what you should do in your case, right? And he tries to tell you what is the plan about the Airbnb. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yeah, and I don't control him, so he talks about what he wants to talk about.
Don't you say in response to him telling you all that, you don't got to say all that. Don't walk me through those stops. You said that, right?
Yeah, I stop him when he talks about the case because I already kind of know that. So he tries to let me know, and I already know.
It's not because you've already discussed what you two are going to say that you're on some kind of vacation to Tampa.
No, we haven't.
That's not what you're referring
talked
to?
about that, no. He's talking about the girl in the Airbnb.
On July 5th, 2025, you didn't tell his mother that you made the defense attorney's investigator so mad because you told him you're not going to leave until you want to, and that they can't tell you who you can talk to, we're specifically referring to him. Isn't that true?
I was referring to other people too, but him too.
Because you are not going to give him up. Isn't that true?
Like I said, I'm doing what I think I should do to keep him happy.
And that is calling him hundreds of times, multiple times a day.
Yes, you don't see the messages when he asks us. He says, can you call? I need you to call. Are you okay? How are you? How's the baby?
So at some point, when I say you guys are off and on, there are times where he doesn't want to talk to you. Isn't that true, ma'am?
At times.
And there are times that he blocks you, right?
Yes.
And right before, let's talk about June 17th of 2024, right? This is
Yes.
within a couple of weeks of this happening, right?
I think a couple of days. Yeah.
June 17th, 2024, he blocked you. So you got to resort to a text now chat, right? That's not a normal means of texting on an iPhone, right? This is a special app.
I told y'all she was going to do this. I knew she was going to do this.
Yeah, that's the app, but pertaining to him, I always text on text now when he blocks me.
So he's blocked you before, right?
Yes, whenever he's mad, he blocks me.
So sometimes he's ended communication and broken up with you, right?
Not broken up, he just goes off for a day or two.
And so can you read to the jury what it is you texted this person that you're afraid of?
Oh, you going to have her read it.
I said, bitch, you a sicko. Why you blocking me over a call I didn't even initiate? Trying to act like you mad, and I make people comfortable.
You need to speak, I'm sorry, Ms. Andrews, the court reporter's got to take down what you're
My
saying,
bad.
so you got to speak real slow, okay?
I said, bitch, you a sicko. Why you blocking me over a call I didn't even initiate? trying to act like you mad and not make people comfortable. I didn't do shit to make nobody feel comfortable. It was out the fucking blue. Why the fuck are you acting like it's my problem? You just wanted to have a reason to talk. I messed up when I was typing. To talk to ugly bitches you talk to. Everybody you come across and you touch, you fuck them up. You're not even mentally there and stable in the head for no relationship. Even when I didn't do shit to your ass or start a conversation, you still fucking mad. The fuck. And then I said, and you acting like I'm not pregnant. You gonna talk to me one day, so I don't give a fuck about your attitude. And I said, bye, bitch.
So this reconciliation that you're talking about, this is what he is trying to stop communication with you, right?
This is one of the things he do. So when you say stop communication, he just disappears for a day. He doesn't even really mean it. He's gonna pop up the next day and be like, what you doing?
So you weren't trying to make this jury think when you first testified that there was domestic violence in your relationship and this reconciliation was you trying to get back with him and him trying to reconcile with you because of something he did, right?
Wait, can you repeat it?
Yes, I can. You're not trying to make this jury believe that he was the one trying to reconcile with you after he hit you or something, are you?
I don't know what you mean by that pertaining to the message. I'm just cursing him out.
No, I said when you guys get back together, I thought you told the defense attorney on your direct that this was some kind of reconciliation trip. You guys was trying to get back together, right?
It was. After I sent that, he did eventually end up texting me, not on there, but he texted my phone and we're back cool. We always do that.
And why is his little brother coming on this reconciliation trip with you?
I mean, I don't know that. That's something you have to ask him. I didn't know he was even going.
But you know why you were going, right?
Yes, he invited me and I thought it was going to be us two.
And it wasn't, right?
Yeah.
And you get to an Airbnb and you're only there for a day.
Yes.
And you go nowhere except for 3 clubs, is that correct?
Yeah, and McDonald's.
And again, not with him and Davian Murphy, right?
Yes.
So what exactly was planned for this trip where you two were going to get back together after fighting?
It wasn't necessarily get back together. It was just to spend time. I didn't have a plan of we get down here, go here, go here. If we go out, we go out. If we don't, I would be fine with that too.
So now it's not a reconciliation trip.
No, we are getting back cool, but I'm saying it wasn't a big deal to go out nowhere. That was his decision.
You kind of just testified that he didn't spend any alone time with you that entire night, right?
He was up there, but eventually he would go his own way.
Okay. You said that he didn't go with you anywhere, and you did not go with him to when they first checked out Teasers around 10. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was still in the bed at that time.
And you lied to law enforcement in that interview when you said it was just the 2 of you, right?
The 2 of us went, because I mentioned Sean too.
You did, but that wasn't until later on in the conversation. When they first asked you about the Airbnb and the door, you specifically said, it's just me and him. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes, I did say that, because I meant like when we first came in, it was just me and him.
So again, there was no planned story that if the 2 of you got caught, that it was just going to be you and him on a romantic getaway.
We never talked about caught, nothing to get caught about, because I didn't do anything.
So again, no conversation ahead of time if you were to get caught about what your story would be.
He never told me nothing about getting caught. When he got interrogated, he came back and told me that's what happened. And then he said, you don't have to worry about that because we didn't do anything.
When did you have the conversation with him about his interrogation?
When it was the first time they searched his house.
Okay. Before you were interrogated by law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
So there was some discussion about what it is that law enforcement was going to be questioning you about in that interview, right?
He didn't mention the guy. He just said our trip out of town.
Okay. Such a coincidence, right? He mentions the trip out of town. You still aren't suspicious. You have still no idea a murder happened. But after he's arrested for not a homicide, just for what?
It
A
was
resisting
arrest.
You guys are talking about the trip to Tampa,
I mean, not in detail. He just said the trip.
but he wasn't arrested in Tampa, was he? He was arrested in Jacksonville by Duval County Sheriff's officers. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yes, but I'm saying
For-
after they arrested him, he
for
let me know
leaving?
what it was for.
For leaving the scene, right?
No,
So what, oh, for resisting arrest, nothing that had to do in the charges of Tampa, right?
no, they left a search warrant and it said the conspiracy thing on there and something else.
Jacksonville, Duval County left the conspiracy and murder charge up there with
I don't
him?
know if it was Jacksonville, but it was on one of the papers.
And so that's what led to a conversation of you all being down in Tampa, is that correct?
Yeah, he just said it was about the trip to Tampa.
So when you testified to this jury that you had no idea why Tampa officers were pulling you in for that interview, you were lying up there on the stand?
That's not what I said. I mean, he didn't go in full detail about what they were coming to about Tampa. He just said the trip in Tampa.
You said you had no idea why these officers were pulling you into that interview room. Isn't that
And I
what you just
meant,
testified
because when they
to?
came to my house, they were coming for resisting arrest, so I didn't know why Tampa was coming to talk to me.
But that's not what you just said, because you said after the resist charge, before your interview, you and your boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, were talking about what happened in Tampa.
That was way before, I mean, like when he got arrested.
So let's talk about some more lies that you told law enforcement. You said that you could not remember how it was you got through the back door of the Airbnb, right? You have any memory issues?
No.
Oh, come on, man. Don't pull a Dr. La Posada. Come on, you're pulling a Hank Brennan. Do you have memory issues? In that situation, it was an expert witness who was older. But like for her to ask this is when the scrambling and scraping starts. This is where you start to see the desperation if somebody, as an attorney asking questions, feels like they're losing. I wish you didn't ask that damn question, but let's keep going.
I'm sorry, what was the answer?
Any
I said
memory
no, I
issues?
mean, I'm not slow. What do you mean, memory issues?
Well, they're talking to you within a couple of months of you coming to Tampa, right?
Yes.
You don't come to Tampa every day, right?
No.
And you were with your boyfriend at this Airbnb, correct?
Yes.
And you saw those videos of you at this front door. Can you take a look at the photo behind you?
And for
Yes.
the record, what are you showing her?
I'm showing her State's Exhibit 60. You recognize this Airbnb?
Yes.
And you saw the other video, State 61, where you are on the Ring camera, right?
Yes.
You're only on that Ring camera entering this front door 2 times, right?
Yeah, I think it was 2 times.
On June 22nd of 2023.
Yes.
And then you are not on that front door Ring camera at all, correct?
No.
And they don't just ask you about the front door, they ask you, you leave 2 times and come back, right?
Yes, I did.
You left and you went to the McDonald's with Davy and Murphy and your boyfriend Isaiah Chance, right?
Yes.
And you didn't go out this front door and you didn't come back this front door, right?
Right.
Can you take a look at the video, ma'am? We're gonna show you how it is you get to the back door of this Airbnb. This is the back door, right? This is how you would have to get in when you're going to the back door, right? You gotta walk through this grass pathway. And then open this door, this gate, right? And then it takes you to the sliding glass doors, right?
Yes, ma'am.
They didn't just ask you about the front door, they asked you What door? You got in when you came back from the McDonald's, right?
Unrelated, but literally a year ago today, Doug was released from prison. Okay, whoop-de-doo.
Yes, they did.
And you didn't tell them, if you have nothing to hide, and we're just talking about an Airbnb, you didn't just say, I went through the back door, right?
Yeah, I didn't say that.
You lied, right?
I don't think I answered it.
You said, I don't remember.
Yeah, and I probably was aggravated at the time, so.
But it's a lie nonetheless, right?
Yeah.
Because certainly you're not going to make the jury believe that you going through some dark pathway in the middle of the night to leave and then get back is something that you're not going to remember, right?
I mean, not necessarily. It wasn't a big thing to remember that day.
Even though you're being questioned on a first-degree murder charge, you can't even tell them that you just left the back door to go to McDonald's?
Yeah, but I'm saying I didn't really remember that, so, and I was aggravated, so.
It's a lie. You lied to law enforcement knowing they're investigating a first-degree homicide.
Yeah, but he was just asking me about a back door, so I didn't see any relevance.
So it's okay to lie to law enforcement if you don't think it's relevant, right?
No.
You have no clue what they're planning, right?
No.
You see the two spots here?
Yes.
They're open, right?
Yes, they are.
Where's the Impala?
It's parked on the side.
Where on the side?
In one of the other parking spots they had on the side.
Close to where that back door is, that side parking lot where the back door is?
I don't remember if it was close. I think it was like in the middle.
They had some bags, right? You have a bag right there.
Yeah, my bad.
So when all of those bags and stuff are unloaded, except for yours, they have to go through that back pathway to load all of those hubby guns, right?
I mean, I can't answer that. I didn't see them carried in there.
And you didn't see Davy and Murphy in there either, did you?
Not when I first got there, no.
But eventually you did see him, right?
Yes, later on.
States Exhibit 38A. So again, you saw him at the Airbnb?
Yes.
He's staying at the Airbnb?
I mean, if you consider that staying.
You lied to law enforcement about there being any other individual at that Airbnb other than you, Isaiah Chance, and his little brother, right?
Yeah, I didn't answer anything about the other people.
So that's a lie, right, ma'am? You lied to them about Davy and Murphy, a member of 1200, or an associate of 1200, being at that Airbnb.
Yeah, I didn't want to answer anything about them, so I didn't answer.
Also,
Wow.
not relevant, right?
I mean, I wouldn't know, so.
36A. You don't know who this is, right?
At the time I didn't, but I do now.
You rode in a car with him for 3.5 hours, right?
Yes, I also went to sleep. I didn't really look at him like that.
You have been to his house for a barbecue. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yes.
He was introduced to you by your boyfriend of over 3 years of his second family, right?
Yeah.
He introduced you to all of his family members, right?
I didn't say all of his family members.
You said he introduced you at that barbecue and said, this is my second family, right?
Yes, but I don't know if that's his real family members.
So you're suggesting to this jury that when you are being introduced by your boyfriend to his second family, that he posed some fake people next to him?
I'm saying I don't know if he was talking about everybody that was standing there. Could have been talking about particular people.
But certainly Sean Gathright was there, right?
Yes, ma'am, he was there.
And he's one of the people, he's saying, this is my second family, right?
No, he said little brother to him.
Part of his family. And then the rest of the people was his second family, right?
Yeah, he considered them second family.
And you care about Isaiah Chance?
I did.
And you would have us believe that after he introduced you to his little brother, his second family, you went off in some second room and never looked at his face?
I didn't go off to the second room. I just got a plate and went back to the car.
You hid in the car, right?
Yeah, I don't really talk much, so I got back in the car.
Oh, so you never had a conversation with him?
No, I just said hey and bye.
And you can't tell that this person in 36A is the same person in 36B?
I mean, at the time, it didn't really look like him. I just glanced at the picture. I said no.
And in the entire 3.5 car ride, you never looked at his face either?
I'm not staring him down, so I mean, no.
And at the entire time that you're at the Airbnb with him, you never looked at his face or had one conversation with him?
I didn't have a conversation with him, but I maybe glanced.
I can't wait to poll y'all again. This is gonna be good.
You were walking next to Isaiah Chance at Teasers. You were walking next to him at that parking lot when he was at Truth 18. I'm not going to play the videos again. You saw that. You guys were walking right next to him.
If you consider that right next to him, yes.
Some points you were a little behind him. Is that correct?
Yes.
And some points you were right next to him. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And there were points when he has that phone, your phone, up to his ear.
Yeah, at certain points.
And at one point, when he has it up to his ear, he has to give it to you so you can do what?
Put the code in. That was at the first club.
And that's right. Put the call in, right? There is a call that is happening, and
I said the code.
the code. But there is a call happening.
Damn,
It's actually
Alicia.
going on, right?
At the first club, he attempts to make a call, yeah.
Attempts, right? It's literally up to his ear.
Yeah, I don't think it went through.
Oh, because you're right next to him, you would know, right?
No, I mean, he didn't say anything, so that's why I said I don't think it went through.
And at some point, he hands it to you so you can do what?
I mean, I didn't put the code back in after that.
Just the one time?
Yes.
It didn't go off any other time that you were with him from the entire time to Teasers, to Truth 18?
I mean, later on, I think, yeah. At the next club, yeah.
What about in the car?
No, and the car was still unlocked.
And you never heard him utter one word on that phone while you were next to him in the parking lot at Teasers?
Teasers just the first club, right?
Yes, ma'am.
No, he didn't say anything.
And he never said one thing the entire time when you guys are sitting in that parking lot at Teasers at the same point when Charles Jones is there.
He said something, but he didn't say anything about him.
What did he say?
He just was saying how all the people are just standing there, standing around.
He had never had one phone call?
I mean, he tried to call, but I don't know. Again, I don't know if he went through.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 94C1. You see this when he's on the phone actually sharing a live location with Sean Gathright that's occurring at 2 a.m. You see that?
Yes, ma'am.
He does that multiple times. So he has your phone a lot in that car, right?
Yes.
And so anytime there's inactivity on the phone, you got to do what for him?
Unlock it, but he never locked it back. If he didn't respond, he just went and got on something else.
He doesn't lock the phone, right? That's something that happens automatically based on time, right?
Yes.
When that phone locks up in the parking lot, it's not because he locked it, it's because there's a timing mechanism on your iPhone that makes it go dark, right?
I mean, yeah, but the first time he got out the car, it's my phone. He stops me and asks for it, so it's not unlocked when he asks for it.
And then at some point, he starts texting NIGGA, pick up the FNO. He says that. He doesn't text it just once at 2:31. He sends this text again at 2:31 and 24 seconds. So he wants somebody to pick up that effing phone. Are you claiming when he's texting that, he's not saying anything to you?
No, not about that.
Do you see him desperately going like this?
No, not like he rushing. He just regularly typing.
He just casually texts,
Yes.
pick up the effing phone, twice.
Yeah.
And that was something that if he had done it very erratically, you would have noticed, right?
Yeah, but he wasn't.
That might have tipped you off that something pretty important was happening, right?
I mean, if you say so.
So he's just casually typing that in, and then he's sharing the location again later, 2 hours later. But after this exchange, he never gets a phone call. There's no conversation in that car.
I don't remember him having a conversation there.
But he's not sending one other text after he desperately texts that twice, right?
I don't think he did.
You don't think, or you're not willing to tell?
What he texts, so.
And you don't remember
Wow, what was
or
that?
him hearing him have. You don't think, or you're not willing to tell?
What he texts, so.
Yeah, that was a
And
glitch.
you don't remember or him hearing him have any conversation in that car?
I will say the prosecutor's having a little bit of a hard time here. I think she's getting good points out, but this is reminding me of Woody and not Miss Love. What was the other one's name? Oh my God, I could see her face. I can't remember her name right now. But the prosecutor that was asking little Woody questions, she was up there for 4 or 5 days, and it was taking a while. But Alicia is not changing her demeanor at all.
Not right there, no.
And you remember Detective Ramos when he was sitting next to you and he was kind of
Simone,
acting out what he
Simone,
thought
yeah,
happened
Simone.
after he saw the video footage and some of the messaging, that he's right next to you in that car and he's saying, he's sitting this close to you, right? He's in the driver's seat, right?
Yes,
And you are in the passenger seat, right?
yeah.
Remember that exchange? And he kind of imitates and acts out, hey, get here, get here. He's going into the club now. You better get here now. That you're claiming something like that never happened.
No, I told you what he said.
Okay.
Only time he said something was when he flipped the camera and said it was packed, and where y'all at?
Do you also remember, oh, so now they said where you're all at, right?
I'm talking about when he took the picture on the screenshot. That's what I said he said.
Okay, did you know who he was talking to?
I mean, no, but I assumed it was his friends.
Do you remember when law enforcement specifically asked you about the black Chevy Impala?
Yes, ma'am.
That black Chevy Impala happened to be at the Home to Suites, correct?
I mean, yeah, but at the time I didn't know that.
You didn't see the black Chevy Impala when your boyfriend was circling around the parking lot, not once, but twice?
No, I didn't see that car.
That was a car that you had ridden down to Jacksonville with Sean Gathright, right?
Yeah.
And you didn't recognize that car in the parking lot?
I mean, I'm not gonna know if it's them though. I don't know if it's them.
So just a coincidence that you happened to be at Home to Suites, right?
I mean, I'm not driving, so I can't tell you why he went there.
You got out of the vehicle with
That's the prosecutor's problem. She's not stopping it. Remember what we saw with Sean's mama yesterday is sometimes you have to stop witnesses from adding extra context or extra parts of the sentence if you ask them a question, because this is cross-examination. The answers should be clean and cut. It should be yes or no. This is the prosecutor's own fault in a way, because you're allowing Alicia to say things like, well, if that was the case, then this and that. Well, I wouldn't do that because of this. So she's answering the question by saying yes or no, but then she's adding other parts on it. Alicia's been up there. She's been back since 1:45, 1:35. So Alicia's been up there kind of adding a lot of context as well. It's hard. It's not long, but she's adding additional things to her answers, and the prosecutor is not stopping that behavior. So I think that's the problem.
Isaiah Chance at both of those clubs, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said on your direct examination that you went up to the bouncers, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's a lie, right?
I wasn't referring to those clubs. I was referring to Players Club.
The detectives never mentioned the Players Club to you in that interview, right?
No, he showed me a video of a parking lot, so I just assumed it was that club.
He showed you the video of the two of you.
See that? And then the prosecutor harps on what the response is and then changes what the question's about to be. So she's not catching that she's failing in doing that.
Walking out of that club, correct?
No, he showed me a parking lot, the first video when I said that.
He also showed you Julio, is that correct?
He did.
At the front door.
I believe he did.
And they specifically asked you at Teasers and at Truth 18, the two clubs that you went to, whether or not you had talked to the bouncers, right?
I think he did ask me.
And you said that you had spoken to them at both and that the price was too high, correct?
Again, I was talking about Players Club. I had the clubs mixed up at the time. I didn't know the names. And I didn't say specifically that. I said I talked to the bouncer, the guys that be at the front door.
And there's no footage at Players Club, right?
No.
Overruled it, she knows.
I said no.
You know that there's no video footage at Players, right?
I mean, if he would have investigated it, he would have found it probably.
And there is video footage at Teasers and Truth 18, correct?
Yeah, because that's all the detective went and looked for.
And you admit that you never went to any of the bouncers at Truth 18, right?
No, again, when I bring up the bouncers, I was referring to Players Club.
So you and your boyfriend on your reconciliation trip just went to walk in the parking lot of Teasers, right?
Teasers is the first club?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's all you did, right? You just walked in the parking lot. You didn't even come close to the front door.
I mean, yeah, we were standing there, but it's his decision. He didn't want to go in there, so.
And you have no say in the matter on your reconciliation trip, whether or not you actually get to go into the club?
I mean, I didn't have an issue with it. If he didn't want to go, he didn't want to go.
So you're just happy on this trip to get back together with just walking in the parking lot?
I wouldn't say that.
Well, then you go to the second club, Truth 18. That's the club with the second story on the second floor.
Yes, ma'am.
And that same thing happens. You just walk in the parking lot, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm following him.
Yeah. You don't even really walk up to the door. And it's at the same point when Charles Jones is at that location.
I mean, I didn't know he was there, so.
But you're okay just walking in the parking lot, right?
No, actually, I was irritated. I didn't really care to go in that when he chose the last club. After he took me to 2 locations, we didn't go anywhere. At that point, I am aggravated, so.
Well, you said they didn't go in because it was packed, right?
That's what he said.
Well, there was, at the time when you're walking on that video, there aren't tons of people in that parking lot, right?
It was. There was people parked on the side as well.
You don't even walk up those stairs to see how many people are inside, right?
We went by how many cars are outside.
Oh, so that's the definition of how a car is, or how a club is packed, by the cars, right?
I mean, to young people, yeah.
Damn, Alicia!
You said the next morning that that Charles Jones, I'm not Charles Jones, that Isaiah Chance, the one time he did come in, it was to what? So you could look at his outfit, give an outfit check?
Yeah, he was showing me various outfits, laying around the bed. He said she could put back on what he had on because he didn't take any pictures. And that's what we were talking about.
Because he cares how he looks like, right?
Sometimes.
He got into a war with Julio online because Julio was making fun of him wearing fake designer clothes, right?
I didn't know of that.
You had no idea about that?
No.
But he is doing an outfit check with you because he's concerned about it, right?
I mean, not really. He's just saying, what do you think I should wear? Like a regular person.
And the two of you, you said you're going clubbing, right?
I mean, supposed to be.
Right. And how do you up when you go clubbing?
I mean, this will be our second time going clubbing, so he wears whatever he wants to wear. When I go, I just wear whatever I want to wear.
You just kind of said that he's very controlling about what you wear on your direct examination. And as a young woman, when you go clubbing, you get dressed up, right?
Yeah.
In fact, on your phone, you had hundreds of photographs on your phone and videos of yourself, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He was wearing, it was June in Tampa, right?
Yeah.
He was wearing a gray hooded sweatshirt with the hoodie all the way pulled up and a COVID mask
Okay.
to go clubbing.
Yeah, he don't really go out, so I don't know what he would typically wear.
And you were wearing what?
I put on a jean jacket.
I don't know what's going on. They're glitching. This is the law and crime feed. I'm going to go back 30 seconds to make sure we didn't miss anything.
Here.
Played. So you
Oh, we missed quite a bit. Oh, yeah, we
Necessarily
missed.
say a drill name. No, I don't call him that.
And it was
Like that, I'm saying.
sweatpants.
So I didn't go change. So I mean, I just put on a jean.
Okay, law and crime. This is weird. Whenever they do this, that means that they made a mistake for the day. So they just cut their whole feed, and we are still going to pick up where we left off, but they cut something out from this morning. All right. So I'm just letting y'all know we're only going to be about 2 minutes behind. But yeah, something happened with this morning's feed. Hopefully they don't strike me for anything. But they made a mistake this morning. Whenever they refresh like that and it just cuts out like that, something is wrong with their feed. We've been on for 5 hours. They've been on for 6. So they probably took down their footage, but we're still good. Let's keep rocking.
Jean jacket. I think I had on the blue pants and a regular shirt.
Is that how you normally go when you're going out for a night on the town to go clubbing?
I mean, no. Eventually, when I first arrived, I had a dress on, but once I realized other people were there, I took that off. So what you see me wearing is what I had on to McDonald's, and we stayed in the car, so I didn't go change. So I mean, I just kept what I had on.
Because when you go clubbing, you normally look like 75 C9, right? Like to get dressed up, wear a nice dress, right?
Correction, I'm not clubbing in that. I'm out of town with my family.
Okay. And where are you going when you go out of town with your family?
Nowhere. I just put that on to take a picture.
Okay. But there are literally photo after photo, Instagram video after Instagram video of you going out with your friends, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're not dressed in a jean jacket and what, were they sweatpants or?
No, they're just regular pants.
And when law enforcement asked you about Gutta, and I think the defense attorney played that for you, again, you specifically asked them, why are they calling him that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that you are just surprised because they're law enforcement and you feel that they should be talking about his real name or mentioning him by his real name, right?
I mean, I didn't mean it like that. I'm saying I would have thought they would have came in a different way. We're starting the interview and you just say, oh, Gutta, and I'm like, what? Like, I'm just confused.
But you didn't say what. You said, why do you call him that, right?
Yeah, that was my response, but I'm saying in my head, I'm thinking, like, why are 2 detectives coming to me saying a nickname? Like, what is this about?
And then they laughed, and then they said, do you or you don't call him Gutta? And you shook your head no, right?
No, I don't call him that.
And it wasn't just you shaking your head no. You said, that's not a thing, right?
I mean, it's not a thing for me to call him that. That's what I meant.
But you just said, that's not a thing.
I said it's not a thing or something.
I'm going to show you state's exhibit number. And Gutta, that's his rap name. That's the name that he uses for the gang, right? For those drill rap videos he makes. Gutta,
I
Gutta
wouldn't
Man.
necessarily say a drill name. It's just a nickname on Instagram.
But it's something you know, and you do call him that, don't you?
No, I don't call him that.
You just have it tattooed on your body, right? You have it tattooed down the middle of your chest. Gutta, right?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. And that's not the only place. I'm also going to show you State's Exhibit 75G. It's there. It's a long tattoo, and it goes all the way down your chest, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're familiar that he calls himself Gutta.
Yeah.
And despite the fact that you have that tattoo on your body, you have never referred to him as Gutta?
No, I still call him by his name.
That's not the only place on your body that you have that Gutta tattoo, is it?
No, I have another one behind my ear.
I'm going to show you state 75C11. That's it right there. So
Yes.
not once, twice,
Yes, ma'am.
referencing Isaiah Chance,
Yeah.
someone who you're no longer in a relationship, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So it wasn't a lie to law enforcement when you said that you don't call him that.
No, it wasn't a lie.
May I have one moment?
Yes.
At the time when that photo, you said your Isaiah Chance took that photo in the parking lot of Truth 18?
Yes, ma'am.
That is, at that timing, that is when Charles Jones and his party are still up on that second floor. And you're saying you never saw that?
No, I didn't look up there.
Where are you looking at?
I mean, at him.
And you're looking at him taking the photo?
I don't think I was.
What?
I don't think I was. I seen the picture after because it was in my phone.
Are you looking at him when the photo was taken, or are you not looking at him?
I don't think I was.
So what are you looking at?
I think I was looking at him.
At
Not
Char-
like physically like what he's doing. I'm just sitting there just staring.
You're not looking at the club that you're supposed to be going to?
I can't remember if I was or not.
Okay. Well, you said that you can tell if a club is packed based on the cars in the parking lot, right?
Yeah, but we were parked on the other side. It was more cars.
Right, because there were parking spots available in Truth 18, right?
I don't remember that.
You could have driven through the parking lot and not even got out of the car if you could tell a club is packed just on the parking spots, right?
I mean, that's not my decision. Again, he's driving, so.
No. You said how young people determine whether or not a car or a club is packed is by the parking lot, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Both at Truth 18 and Teasers, there were cars in that parking lot. You didn't need to get out of the car to go up to the door to know that Teasers was packed, right?
Yeah, it was. But again, it's not my issue with the back places. This is.
Well, what the issue is, you keep on giving us another reason why it is that you're in that parking lot. You understand that, ma'am?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just following him.
No, you said that you believed that you didn't go in because it's packed, right?
Yes, because that's what he said.
And you don't have to go into the club itself to know it's packed because of the parked cars in the parking lot, right, ma'am?
That's what I said. I don't know what he's thinking, though.
When you are at Teasers, you guys have to go around more than once to park because you can't find a parking spot, right?
Yeah, and then we seen somebody coming out, so he just waited.
So it didn't matter that it's so packed, you gotta wait for a parking spot to open up?
Well, we did get out, but, I mean, all the people in the front, that's when he decided he didn't want to go in.
So it's not the parked cars in the parking lot that tells you the club is packed?
It is, but I'm saying once you seen all the people up there and nobody was going in, he changed his mind.
Judge, I don't have anything further.
Okay, redirect.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Ms. Andrews, do you want to answer any more questions?
I can.
I ask you one more question. There's a tattoo that's missing that hasn't been described on your arm here. What does that tattoo say?
Psalms 46, God is within her, she will not fail.
I'm going to sustain the objection. And is there another motion?
Judge, we would move to strike that from the record.
Granted, stricken from the record, jury's not to consider it. Okay, very good. Gentlemen, just step out momentarily. Okay, we'll be right with you, right with you.
All rise.
Y'all hear how many glitches we just had? I wonder what just happened. We're only about a minute away from the live feed.
All jurors are out there.
Okay, very good. Let's have Ms. Andrews walk back to the defense table. And do you anticipate calling any other witnesses? Oh, okay, very good. I'll have you rest in front of the jury. State
Oh,
you anticipate
shit.
Any rebuttal?
No other witnesses, chat.
Okay, very good. So defense, do you have any, now that you have rested, do you have any additional motions at this time?
We want to supplement our motion for the disqualification, and we also will make our second motion for judgment of acquittal.
Okay, we'll deal with the supplemental record regarding the motion to disqualify after the jury goes out. You can make your record. And so what's your second motion?
Wow, chat.
Second motion for judgment of acquittal, understanding that the standard has shifted now, so whether a reasonable juror could find that Mr. Andrews committed the offenses in this case. For all of the same reasons that we listed in our first judgment of acquittal motion, we're reiterating the very same things. This is a purely circumstantial case. This is a case where Alicia Andrews is accused of...
Oh, come on. Law and crime, why y'all playing with us?
Last minute corrections, we need to instruct.
Assailants came out and gunned him down.
All right, deny the second motion for jail.
And that is the sole reason.
Andrews intended for the result to
All
happen.
right, I'm bringing it back 5 minutes. It's something that keeps glitching. They keep restarting their stream. I want to hear all of that.
All jurors are out there.
Okay, very good. Let's have Ms. Andrews walk back to the defense table. And do you anticipate calling any other witnesses? Oh, okay, very good. I'll have you rest in front of the jury. State, do you anticipate any rebuttal?
No, Judge, we don't.
Okay, very good. So defense, do you have any, now that you have rested, do you have any additional motions at this time?
We want to supplement our motion for the disqualification, and we also will make our second motion for judgment of acquittal.
Okay, we'll deal with the supplemental record regarding the motion to disqualify after the jury goes out. You can make your record. And so what's your second motion for JOA?
Second motion for judgment of acquittal, understanding that the standard has shifted now, so whether a reasonable juror could find that Mr. Andrews committed the offenses in this case. For all of the same reasons that we listed in our first judgment of acquittal motion, we're reiterating the very same things. This is a purely circumstantial case. This is a case where Alicia Andrews is accused of first-degree murder as a principal. The state has to prove that Ms. Andrews intended for the result to happen and that she did some act that caused, incited, or encouraged the intent to kill Mr. Charles Jones. And in this case, the state has neither of those elements for a reasonable juror to find that Ms. Andrews did that. The same is true for the conspiracy. There is no evidence that Ms. Andrews conspired with any of her co-defendants. She didn't know two of them at all, barely knew one of them, and the only one she didn't know was her boyfriend. Again, zero evidence that Ms. Andrews did anything to conspire with her co-defendants in this case to kill an individual. There's no evidence that she knew anyone was going to be killed. There's no evidence that she intended for anyone to die. There's no evidence that she committed any act that would further a conspiracy or a plot to murder Charles Jones.
Any statement, your response?
Judge, again, there is overwhelming evidence in this case beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt that the defendant and her co-defendants conspired to commit this first-degree murder of Charles Jones, that there was planning, that there was premeditation, and that is the sole reason that all of them traveled here to Tampa was to do this one mission. The video evidence is direct evidence. The hunting and stalking of the victim in this case is captured on video at 3 separate locations. There is coordination between both videos. The defendant is the one her device, she is providing that device as coverage for her boyfriend. She's protecting him, so if this is investigated, that he will not be caught or found. So there is a specific purpose. She is being used as coverage as well as part of the surveillance team, so he is not alone walking in that parking lot. If both of
Okay, the motions are going to get denied. We know that. Okay, chat, here we go. This is what we're going to do because we're going to go to closing arguments. They're going to bring the jury in, talk about final jury instructions. Now, 5 hours ago, I put a poll up in the chat. It says, what is it looking like today? Throughout the day, you guys have said 64% guilty, 18% not guilty, 18% not sure yet. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to reset the poll. I said, after Alicia testifies on direct and cross-examination, and you hear from her, we're going to reset the poll. This time, you're only going to have guilty, not guilty, and hung jury. The reason why I'm giving you that is because after they read jury instructions, it's 2:00. We have to go through closing arguments. All right. I want you to think as if you were on the jury. That's what makes this data. That's what makes this channel, honestly, and it just makes this channel super special. I appreciate being a content creator that has a legal background, that grew up in similar backgrounds. There's not a lot of people that look like us. And that's why I want to treat this space super fair, right? Vote the way you want to, but vote if you want to hear the closing arguments and vote after. Let's do that. You could do that, but if you're still dead set, you're like, AV, I don't give a shit. I just want to vote. I'm holding on my vote. So I'm gonna reset the data right now. Again, we have 5,000 votes in chat right now. This has been throughout the day. I'm going to reset it. You guys were at 64% guilty, 18% not guilty, 19% not sure. My not sure people, you got to make a choice now. All right. You don't have to make it right now, but after you've heard from Alicia directly, now we can do something a little different. So I'm going to take the poll up and put another one up. And then, yes, if you want to wait, some people are like, should I wait until after jury instructions? Yes, like this is like a courtroom simulation. Like if you are on the jury, if you want to hear closing arguments and the jury instructions and vote, then do that. But just know that you have control over your vote. And when you want to hit that button, you don't have to hit it right now. Some people are going to choose to do it. But yeah, sometimes people pick the wrong button. They're like, shit, baby, damn. I wanted to change it. It's okay. It's a one-time vote. So please use it the right way. I'm just letting y'all know. We're going to let this rock out for a few more minutes. They're going to lose these motions, but let's keep going.
those locations. She is the one who tried to book the Airbnb together before them at Tampa. It is clear in that messaging that she's booking it for us. Is the language that she is using. It is being booked for one day. They are booking it at a location that is close where the victim is going to be. She's not even with the defendant when that first attempt is made. And she lied to law enforcement about it. That is consciousness of guilt. She continually lied, specifically about the Airbnb when first asked about it. She said no. This is an interview that only happened within a month or so of this crime. There is no reason why she would not know exactly what those law enforcement officers were talking about. It's not until they tell her they have the phone message that she says, oh yeah, I did try to book it. I tried to get half-offs. It is very clear there is overwhelming consciousness of guilt evidence in this case where she is purposely trying to evade law enforcement. It's very clear from the phone evidence where she is gotten rid of her phone and she is talking to her a friend or her sister back at home watching the house where she knows law enforcement is looking for her, that they have her new device, and she is making fun that law enforcement doesn't really have the old device. Judge, all of that is consciousness of guilt. She is an active participant. She helped Isaiah Chance stalk that victim at multiple locations. before they stalked him and hunted him down at the final location, and her and the defendant circled around the victim before the assailants came out and gunned him down.
All right, deny the second motion for JOA. There's enough evidence to go to the jury. Here is a copy of the final set of jury instructions, so I need you all just to quickly take a look at them, make sure there's no last-minute corrections we need to make, and then we'll come back in and do closing arguments, okay?
Okay. We are a few minutes behind the feed. Let me put us up to current time. They're about to start closing arguments right now. The new poll has now been posted. It's called pre-deliberation poll. Here are your options: guilty, not guilty, hung jury. Okay. Again, this is the first of several defendants going down for Foolio's murder, the brutal murder of Foolio. I am looking about 700 votes so far. Keep voting, y'all. You can, again, hold your vote if you want to wait until closing arguments, if you want to wait until jury instructions before this jury goes off to vote. But we probably have an hour of court time left, but I don't think these guys are going to finish their verdict today. But I want to get some data, and it looks like right now guilty is at 48%. Not guilty has risen. Not guilty has risen from 18% to 36%. So what that shows me is that many of you guys heard Alicia's testimony and you have switched where we were. Because this morning, 64% of you were at guilty. Remember, there was still 19% that was unsure. Now, these numbers are important because it gives us an understanding of how this jury could be thinking, right? Alicia, I don't think anybody expected that she would stand her ground. I think a lot of people expected the laughing, the kikiing, all of that, the nervous laughter. She didn't do it. I'm going to give Alicia that. I thought I was going to see the same type of nervous laughter from the interrogation footage, but we didn't see that. She was clear, she was calm, but at the end of the day, I do think the prosecutor could have stopped, because that is something that's in an attorney's control. The way that somebody answers a question, you can even rephrase the question to say yes or no. So, did you go to the McDonald's at this time on this day? She goes, yes, but the reason why we went is because of this and that. No, you could stop that. You could cut that sentence in half and just say yes or no, ma'am. She tried to do it, but she didn't regulate it enough. But I'm surprised. Like, we are now at 48%, over 1,000 votes, 48% guilty, 36% not guilty, 16% hung. We're going to see what happens. But again, hold your vote if you want to hear closing arguments. We're about to roll into that right now. So each side is going to have an opportunity to have their last word. The state is going, and it's not going to be the guy, it's going to be one of the women. So I wonder if the redheaded woman is going to do the closing arguments. I wonder, because the man, he's at a funeral or preparing to go to a funeral. He did the opening argument for the state. So now you have one of these two women left to do the closing arguments for the state. They're going to go first. So round one is going to be the state. I would bet they probably put the redheaded woman up there. She's better on cross-examination, but again, if you had to choose between the two, who do they pick? Now, the woman that just did this last cross, she might have more seniority, meaning that she has been doing the job for a longer time than the younger woman. So we'll see if she is the one that does the closing, but who y'all got? Type it in the chat. Older woman or younger woman? Let me know who you think is going to do it, because we're about to see that momentarily. Next up, the defense will do the closing arguments. I think it is always best for the same person to do the opening, to do the closing. Now, the brother all the way at the end of the table, he looks like he's probably the oldest person at the table. He did the opening argument for Alicia, for the defense. There were some issues with that. You know, he said it was a romantic getaway, right? You know, you had Jeremy kind of handling all the directs, all the cross-examinations, and really putting up a majority of the grunt work for her criminal defense in this case. I think he did 90% of it, at least argument-wise. So we'll see if the older brother comes and does the closing, but same thing. Who do y'all think is going to do the closing? All right. Is it going to be the same person that did the opening? Now, here's the other interesting thing about trials. After each side does their closing argument, the state has an opportunity, and they're coming in right now. The state has an opportunity for a rebuttal. That means they might have a few minutes to rebut, or like a debate, have the final word. So if they want an additional 5 to 10 minutes to clear some things up, they can do that. All right. So I'm going to hit play because it sounds like they're back, and we will see what's going on.
All rise.
Jury coming back in. The poll is up. Y'all are like, everybody's like, AV, the defense was trash. I mean, vote.
All jurors are ready, please.
Okay, very good. Welcome back. Everyone have a seat. All right, defense, do you have an announcement?
It's time for the defense to rest.
Any rebuttal from the state?
No rebuttal, Judge.
Okay, very good. All right. I believe you all have been given a copy, or you are going to be given a copy of the final set of jury instructions, okay? So you guys can read along with me. Okay, very good. All right, members of the jury, both the state and the defendant have now rested their case. Shortly, the state of Florida and the defendant will present their final arguments. Please remember that what the state of Florida and the defendant say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defendant has given her closing argument. I want to thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I'm about to give you. Alicia Andrews, the defendant in this case, has been accused of the crimes of murder in the first degree and conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree. In considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that the defendant committed the main crimes of which she is accused, there may be evidence that she committed other acts that would constitute lesser included crimes. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser crimes indicated in the definition of first-degree murder are second-degree murder and manslaughter. There are no lesser crimes indicated in the definition of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Alicia Andrews is accused of murder in the first degree and conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree in counts 1 and 2. Murder in the first degree includes the lesser crimes of murder in the second degree and manslaughter, all of which are unlawful. However, a killing that is excusable or was committed by the use of justifiable deadly force is lawful. If you find that Charles Jones was killed by Alicia Andrews, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing in deciding if the killing was murder in the first degree, murder in the second degree, or manslaughter, or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from justifiable use of deadly force. Justifiable homicide. The killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. Excusable homicide. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following 3 circumstances. 1, When the killing is committed by accident and misfortune in doing any lawful act by lawful means with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent. Or 2, when the killing occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. Or 3, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat if a dangerous weapon is not used and the killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner. Dangerous weapon is any weapon that, taking into account the manner in which it is used, is likely to produce death or great bodily harm. I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Alicia Andrews may be found guilty of murder in the first degree or any lesser included crime. Murder in the first degree, count 1. To prove the crime of first degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, Charles Jones is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Alicia Andrews. 3, there was a premeditated killing of Charles Jones. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. Second degree murder, lesser as to count 1. To prove the crime of second degree murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, Charles Jones is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Alicia Andrews. 3, there was an unlawful killing of the victim by an act eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is eminently dangerous to another in demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that 1, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and 3, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. Manslaughter, lesser as to count 1. To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, Charles Jones is dead. 2, Alicia Andrews intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of the victim, or B, the death of the victim was caused by the culpable negligence of Alicia Andrews. Every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I have previously instructed you. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. I will now define culpable negligence for you. Each of us has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. But culpable negligence is more than a failure to use ordinary care toward others. In order for negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. Culpable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless disregard of human life or of the safety of persons exposed to its dangerous effects, or such an entire want of care as to raise a presumption of a conscious indifference to consequences, or which shows wantonness or recklessness, or a grossly careless disregard for the safety and welfare of the public, or such an indifference to the rights of others as is equivalent to an intentional violation of such rights. The negligent act or omission must have been committed with an utter disregard for the safety of others. Culpable negligence is consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct that the defendant must have known or reasonably should have known was likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Criminal conspiracy count 2. To prove the crime of criminal conspiracy, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, the intent of Alicia Andrews was that the offense of first-degree murder would be committed. 2, in order to carry out the intent, Alicia Andrews agreed, conspired, combined, confederated with Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, or Davion Murphy, or other diverse persons to cause the first-degree murder to be committed either by them or one of them or by some other person. It is not necessary that the agreement, conspiracy, combination, confederation to commit first-degree murder be expressed in any particular words or that words pass between the conspirators. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense conspired. Principles. If the defendant helped another person or persons commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt, 1, the defendant intended the crime to occur, and 2, the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. For first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the defendant intended that the killing of Charles Jones occur. For second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant intended the death of Charles Jones. It is not necessary for a principal to know every detail of how a first-degree murder or any lesser degree of first-degree murder will be committed, as long as the principal intended the first-degree murder or lesser degree of first-degree murder to occur, and did some act or said something that was intended to help and did help the first-degree murder or lesser degree of first-degree murder to occur. To be found guilty of first-degree murder with a firearm or any lesser degree of first-degree murder with a firearm or weapon as a principal, it is not necessary for the state to prove a defendant knew another participant of the first-degree murder or any lesser degree of first-degree murder would be or was armed. For count 1 of the indictment, the state must prove that the crime was committed on June 23, 2024, between 1:40 a.m. and 7:40 a.m. Eastern Standard Time within a 3-mile radius of 11606 McKinley Drive, Tampa, County of Hillsborough, State of Florida. For count 2 of the indictment, the state must prove that the crime was committed between June 21, 2024 and June 23, 2024. The place where crime 2 of the indictment occurred was within a 10-mile radius of Interstate Center Drive and Clark Road, Jacksonville, County of Duval, State of Florida, and or within a 3-mile radius of 13751 Victoria Lakes Drive, Jacksonville, County of Duval, State of Florida, and or within a 10-mile radius of 301 Caravan Circle, Jacksonville, County of Duval, State of Florida, and or within a 3-mile radius of 3703 Gazebo Pond Lane, Tampa, County of Hillsborough, State of Florida, and or within a 3-mile radius of 4819 East Bush Boulevard, Tampa, County of Hillsborough, State of Florida, and or within a 3-mile radius of 9700 North Nebraska Avenue, Tampa, County of Hillsborough, State of Florida, and or within a 3-mile radius of 11606 McKinley Drive, Tampa, County of Hillsborough, State of Florida. All right, state, to proceed forward with your closing argument.
Yes, Your Honor, may I speak?
Okay, those are officially the jury instructions. Let me explain that to y'all. So again, if you're one of those people, you're voting in the chat, hang on to your vote if you still want to hang on. Let me just explain what the judge just did. She had to go through the counts, the charges, and the elements of these crimes in the state of Florida. So she went through murder in the first degree. What does that mean? 3 things that they need to prove. 1, Charles Jones is dead. We know that. Foolio is no longer with us. 2, that Alicia's actions caused his death. Okay. 3, that there was premeditation and deliberation. When it comes to any crime, it comes with 2 things: mens rea, actus reus, Latin terms. Mens rea is the thinking element. Did you plan it? If you're going to kill somebody, did you go get rope? Did you go get this? Whatever you use to commit the murder. Did you go get the AR from your mom's safe? Things like that. What actions did you take? Did you think it through? Did you plan it? Right? That's the highest charge that she has. They also put second degree on there. Same things. First 2 elements are the same. Charles Jones is no longer with us. That the actions of him no longer being here were caused by Alicia, even with her co-conspirators. And then 3, the mens rea here changes a little bit because the premeditation is a little bit different. Here you have to have something called a depraved mind, meaning that something provokes you, something happens where you act to defend yourself or things like that, right? Manslaughter is on the table. Manslaughter is a little bit different, same thing. Charles Jones is dead. Second, it doesn't go for 3 elements for this one, it goes down to 2. That Alicia intentionally committed an act, so the intent needs to be there, or did something negligently that caused Charles Jones to no longer be with us. And then she went down the rabbit hole of culpable negligence. And the reason why I think that they did that is to see, okay, let's say the jury doesn't convict on count 1 with first degree murder. Let's say that they're not sold on second degree. But when it comes to some sort of negligence, her actions that were contributed to this is why they needed to go through the elements of negligence. Lastly, conspiracy. Here you have 3 main things. 1, that there was, for this conspiracy, there was an agreement that multiple parties agreed to. They conspired together and they confederated. She also mentioned that express consent isn't necessarily, like, it's not necessary. It could be express or implied, right? So that's pretty interesting. And then lastly, they went down the principal rabbit hole, because with conspiracy, you have your role in that conspiracy. Are you the principal? Are you the main person? But are there overt acts, things that happen to cause somebody else's death or to cause a crime? So it's a lot. I wanted to break that down really quickly because that is what you're seeing as jury instructions. Right now, we are going into closing arguments. What closing arguments are, again, last word on each side. The state's going to go first. We're going to hear from the defense. Big day for Alicia. I don't think they're going to get to a verdict today. It's going to be on Monday, in my opinion. Tuesday, we get into hung jury land. But you guys have some information. If you want to hold out your vote and listen to this and then vote, we'll do that too. All right, let's go in, chat. Let's do it.
Support defense counsel.
You're currently at 52% guilty. Not guilties are at 33. It has risen. Oh, they're using video.
Members of the jury.
Videos.
Charles Jones was a prominent drill rapper.
Damn, it's the lady that just went. It's not the redhead. Okay, so it's a nice lady that's going. I heard a little bit of connection sound, so she's likely going to use videos. Let's go.
Out of Jacksonville, Florida. He was known as Julio Foolio, 6, the big rapper. He had drill raps on Instagram, on YouTube. He had millions of hits and followers. He was well known in Jacksonville. They hunted him, they stalked him, they found him, they targeted him, and they gunned him down. That is the only reason all 5 of those individuals were here in Tampa, Florida on June 22nd, and then the early morning hours of June 23rd of 2024. The defendant, Alicia Andrews, seated over there, along with her fellow co-defendants, her fellow co-conspirators, Rashad Murphy, Davian Murphy, Sean Gathright, and her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance. That is the only reason they came down to Tampa, was for that one specific purpose, to hunt and gun down Charles Jones. This was a rival gang war that has been going on in Jacksonville for years and years. You have seen those drill rap videos. You have seen the type of videos that they are. And Charles Jones came down to Tampa to celebrate his birthday with friends. Charles Jones had posted online drill rap videos disrespecting the other side, disrespecting ATK, disrespecting members of 1200. And the other side did the same thing. You saw those videos from Young and Ace, and the ones produced from ATK, and the ones produced by 1200. Both sides made fun of other members that have been gunned down in this horrific gang war that has been going on in Jacksonville for years. And one of the songs that Charles Jones made was When I See You, specifically making fun of the town center shooting where Young and Ace was shot and his little brother killed, and 2 other members of their group were killed, including someone who went by the name of 23, who was close to Isaiah Chance, the defendant's boyfriend of over 3 years. They had had intimate conversations about this rival gang war that had occurred.
Overruled.
Objection.
They had had, the evidence shows, her messaging on her phone shows that she had had conversations with Charles Jones where she had been told by him about these deaths. They discussed the town center and how he could not go there anymore because what had happened at the town center. That is where 23 was killed. That is where Young and Ace was shot multiple times. There had been conversations on October 8th between her and her boyfriend, Charles Jones. You know what happened on October 7th. Charles Jones was shot. There was an attempt on his life in Jacksonville. And you have seen ballistic evidence in this case that ties the people in this murder and this conspiracy directly to the attempt on his life in October of 2023. Sean Gathright, who is the arms person, who is the arms supply person, who supplies the weapons, who has the weapons and takes them away and transports them in the Chevy Impala and then transports them in the Toyota 4Runner and then eventually to his house. When he gets stopped in that Toyota 4Runner, there are rifle shell casings that are tested and compared to the shell casings that are collected from the October 2023 attempted murder, aggravated battery of Charles Jones that happens in Jacksonville, Florida. And it is the same gun that fires those shell casings, the ones that are found in Sean Gathrights' vehicle and the ones that are found at the attempted murder scene of Charles Jones in October and
So Sean had the same damn guns.
2023. They tried to kill him before and were not successful. And you heard that Charles Jones got on the internet and posted a video on the internet and taunted them after it happened, saying that they didn't get him. They planned to murder him, and this time they were not going to miss. This is a well-orchestrated, planned, first-degree, premeditated murder. State's Exhibit 22. This is at the Home to Suites, and we put many clips together, but this is Charles Jones, and this is his black Dodge Charger parked in front of the Home to Suites, and his girlfriend is behind him in her car. And you can clearly see that he is seated in the front passenger seat of that Dodge Charger. In the second clip, you're going to see at this location, this is the first time that black Chevy Impala carrying 3 armed and covered gunmen pull into that parking lot, and they don't go in front of where Charles Jones' vehicle is. You see them turn to the right. They are avoiding the line of sight of Charles Jones. They want to make sure that they get him. They never pull into the line of sight of Charles Jones and his party. Charles Jones now is laying in that front passenger seat with his feet up. The next clip that you see in State's Exhibit 22 is of the car pulling up of his friend. That's Typha McCrae, and in his vehicle is Camilla Bentley and Aaliyah Albritton. They pull up next. That's the next thing that happens in the sequence of events. The black Chevy Impala has already pulled in. It is now circling the parking lot so it can stay out of view. The next clip you're going to see is Typha McCrae and his girlfriend, Aaliyah Albritton, get out and go to the bathroom. Camilla Bentley gets into the front passenger seat. The next sequence is the silver Chevy Cruze. We all know who is in the silver Chevy Cruze. It is the defendant along with her good boyfriend, Isaiah Chance. They circle, they don't go to the right, they directly go by the cars of the victim and the victim's party. These are cars that they are very well familiar at this point, because they have seen these cars at 2 other locations. They saw it first at Teasers, and they saw it at Truth 18. It is not a coincidence that the silver Chevy Cruze followed them to this location and then pulls off into another parking lot while it waits for that black Chevy Impala with the 3 armed and masked gunmen to get there. They are waiting for the gunmen to get there. And when the black Chevy Impala gets there, they come and they directly look for the victim and the victim's vehicles. Again, State's Exhibit 22. You're going to see that silver Chevy Impala with the defendant and her boyfriend circle around, and they are going to the exact area where the black Chevy Impala is. The second clip. After they have gone to where that black Chevy Impala is and the black Chevy Impala has parked, they then are now leaving, and they again are going for a direct line of sight where the victim and his friends are parked and sitting in their cars. State's Exhibit 22, you're going to see at this very moment, they can see where the victim is. That silver Chevy Cruze is passing where the victim is seated in that passenger seat. They are the eyes. They are the surveillance tracking team of this mission. And make no mistake, this is a mission. The assault hit team is the black Chevy Impala with 3 armed and masked men. 2 of the men are having assault rifles. Their faces are covered. One of them has all black. The other has a white ski mask. And then the third shooter has a Glock with a switch that makes it a fully automatic gun and a weapon. You're going to see in this next clip that the first person to fire is the person with the firearm. And it's very clear what person they are shooting at, what person they are targeting. They are targeting the victim, who is the passenger in the black Chevy Impala. They don't care about any of those other cars that flee and crash. In this next clip, you're going to see that they are specifically targeting the victim. They follow his car. They continue to fire upon his car. That is the only car that they are interested in, because the person who has taunted them, the person who they unsuccessfully tried to kill months ago, survived. And now they are going to ensure that he dies. State's Exhibit 22. They are heavily armed. They are prepared. They are masked. They brought artillery with them. They are ready to kill Charles Jones. They didn't just kill Charles Jones. When they came to Tampa and they shot up that parking lot, there were many victims. There were 2 people that were in that car with Charles Jones. Xavier Edwards was shot. You see his injuries in this photograph. Gino Norris was shot, not in a gang. Law enforcement very clear on that. Another victim in this crime. Camilla Bentley, also shot, not in a gang. They didn't care who they hurt. They just wanted to kill Charles Jones. They weren't the only victims in this case. They shot up a public parking lot in a hotel that had guests, that had families, that had people that were dropping off their children at University of South Florida, that is just across the street from Fowler Avenue, the other road that intersects McKinley where those hotels are. They shot up hotel rooms that had families in it, husband and wives and children. They didn't care who they hurt. Their focus was on Charles Jones, and they wanted to make sure that they killed him. In order to prove murder in the first degree, the judge just read to you what those instructions are. This is what the state has to prove, that Charles Jones is dead. That element, we only have to prove 3 elements beyond and to the exclusion of reasonable doubt. Charles Jones is dead. That has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The death was caused by the criminal act of Alicia Andrews. That has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. There is a...
All right, let's stop here. This is murder in the first degree. Court of public opinion. Are all 3 elements on the screen right now? Did they prove that? We know Foolio's gone. 2, that his death was caused by the criminal act. Doesn't say acts. The act of Alicia. 3, there was a premeditated killing of Charles Jones. Did she have the premeditation, the deliberation? Did she put on a ski mask? Did she take her mom's AR and let off any shots. You don't see her doing any of that. So this is why I love this channel so much, because we could really break down the law, you know? And then on the bottom, they define what act means. An act includes a series of actions. Her head is in the rest of that sentence. Pursuant to a single design, or again, let me see if I can move her head and get y'all a better answer here.
Mountain of evidence, and we're going to talk about the principal instruction, because she is a principal to this crime, and you treat her as if she had done everything her fellow co-defendants did.
Y'all think we got murder in the first degree so far? A lot of y'all are saying no. We'll go through the other crimes. I mean, she might be guilty of the other ones. Crystal says yes. But let's see. Let's keep going.
You put her in exactly the same shoes. She is criminally responsible for everything that her fellow co-defendants did in this particular case, and that there was a premeditated killing of Charles Jones. An act includes a series or related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is a killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. Premeditation can happen in seconds. There is no fixed time. There just has to be a conscious reflection by the defendant, where they reflect upon it and form that premeditated intent to kill. We are well beyond that in this case. This is a planned first-degree murder. Before they even got into that black Chevy Impala, they had planned to do this. They had got weapons together. They knew what sort of equipment they wanted. Not only did they have the type of weapons that fire rapidly, they intended to get away with this murder. They got brass catchers. They put those on the AR rifles, and none of the brass, none of the spent shell casings were left behind because they were collected. That is sophistication. That are people that planned to commit this crime and planned to get away with it.
That's not sophistication. That's Sean getting his mama's guns. Like,
The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you as jurors. From the evidence, it will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. The proof in this case is overwhelming, and you can see it yourself. Those videos are evidence. It is direct evidence. It is captured on video for all of you to see it. You saw what happened. You saw that they tracked and they stalked and they hunted that victim down in Florida, here in Tampa. He posted where he was going to be on his Instagram. She follows his Instagram. She doesn't like him. It's clear from her messages that she does not like Charles Jones. Why in the world would she need to follow him? She follows his Instagram. And on Instagram, well before he came to Florida, over 7 days before he came, he is posting that he is going to be at Teasers on June 22nd between 8 and 3 a.m. He also posts that he is going to be at Teasers on June 22nd. He is posting exactly where he is going to be. That is the reason why they are coming to Tampa on June 22nd of 2024. That is the only reason that they are coming to Tampa. She books that Airbnb. She does it on June 21st of 2024. She is trying to book the Airbnb. She's not the actual one that books it because the co-defendant, Rashad Murphy, ends up doing it. This falls through. But it is clear that she is in the loop. It is clear that she is participating. She is the first one that tries to book the Airbnb in Tampa. It's very clear. This happens on June 21st of 2024. We had Detective Ramos say to you exactly where she was when she did that. The judge read to you the date of the crime, and for count 2, for the conspiracy count, the dates that we have to prove are between June 21st and June 23rd of 2024. And there are several locations that are involved in the conspiracy, but the first one is where she is located when she sends this. And she is not with the defendant, Isaiah Chance. Isaiah Chance is miles away on his own device, nowhere near her, when she herself is trying to book all of them an Airbnb. And there is a reason why they have her booking the Airbnb. There is a reason why, when she doesn't get the Airbnb, that Rashad Murphy uses the shared phone that he does of his girlfriend, Charmaine Steiger. Because when Julio Foolio, when Charles Jones gets killed, who do you think the primary suspects are going to be? It is going to be the high-profile rival gangs that are feuding with him online. So Isaiah Chance can't book the Airbnb with his phone. So Rashad Murphy doesn't use a phone. He's known as Ghost. He uses the shared phone of Charmaine Steiger, because they know when law enforcement officers come looking and they know who's certified in a gang, that the first thing that they are going to look for is the usual suspects in this rival gang war. So Charles Jones isn't going to use his own phone. He's going to use the cover of his girlfriend. Just like Rashad Murphy isn't going to use his own phone, he's going to use Charmaine Steiger's phone. This is what they do because they want to ensure after this happens that they don't get caught. They also get rid of all of their phones because they don't want any sort of evidence to be linked and tracked back to them. So she says on June 21st of 2024 that she wants to book an Airbnb. She wants more than one bedroom, like 2. And that doesn't fall through, or that falls through. And so Rashad Murphy on his phone, this is the phone that is confiscated in Rashad Murphy's possession when he flees from law enforcement in that silver Chevy Cruze, when he is found later by the Gwinnett County Police Department when they have put out an alert for that vehicle. And so he is the one on his phone, the extraction from his phone. There is the actual booking of the Airbnb that they end up using. And it is no mistake, it is no coincidence that this Airbnb on Gazebo Pond Lane is within miles, just a couple of miles of where Charles Jones, the victim in this case, is shot and killed. It is in no coincidence that that Airbnb is only within a couple miles of the 2 very clubs that he is going to be performing at or going to be at in Tampa, at Teasers and at Truth 18. And so the other location for count 2 of the indictment that we have to prove is that it was within a 10-mile radius of both Truth 18 and of Teasers. And those addresses are both in here listed as well. 4819 East Bush Boulevard, as well as 9700 North Nebraska area. I'm sorry, North Nebraska Avenue. Both of those locations are within Hillsborough County. The other address as part of this conspiracy is the area.
I think this lady is nervous. She's made several gaffes, meaning like she's said some things that were factually incorrect. Like she called Charles Jones her boyfriend. And some of y'all are pointing it out, like she needs to be clear, because if you keep mixing the names, the jury's gonna get confused. Like, ma'am, what are you doing? Nobody's objecting. What the hell?
Airbnb itself, that they were within a 3-mile radius of 3703 Gazebo Pond Lane, Tampa, Florida, County of Hillsborough. And the last and final address of that conspiracy is 11606 McKinley Drive, which is the address of the Home to Suites, as well as the address of Rashad Murphy, that phone, when this Airbnb is booked. And that is another Jacksonville address that you will see on this date of the crime, where it says, sorry, I'm going to go to the address, 301 Caravan Circle, Jacksonville County, also state of Florida. And the final one is the house of Sean Gathright, 13751 Victoria Lakes Drive, Circle, Jacksonville County, Jacksonville, Florida, also County of Duval. Those are all the addresses of where acts that occurred in this conspiracy. And that is what we have to prove, and that is what we have proven. That is why Detective Ramos testified to exactly where this device was when they sent out this request to book the Airbnb and had it confirmed. And he had to send his driver's license to, in order to secure and book that Airbnb. You have seen the search warrant that was executed on SeanGathright's house afterwards. And these firearms, there were 2 assault rifles that were taken. And they were collected and they were sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for testing. You saw the brass catchers, evidence in this case. All of this leads back to this first-degree premeditated murder and conspiracy to kill Charles Jones. What you saw in the video, the type of firearms that were used in this case, 2 of the shooters had assault rifles that had brass catchers on it. And they lead directly back to Sean Gathright. His path was followed. We know where he went in the black Chevy Impala after leaving that Airbnb. There is video evidence of all 4 defendants, Davion Murphy, Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, and Alicia Andrews all were at that Tampa Airbnb. The only one who wasn't was Rashad Murphy. But because he took an Uber, we know he was at that Tampa Airbnb as well, because we see the Uber dropping them all off at Sean Gathright's house. And you heard the testimony from the Uber driver, and he testified that the 3 people that he picked up at that Airbnb are the exact same 3 people that he dropped off. And then after we see Sean Gathright leave, he's the one that takes the Chevy Impala to his grandmother's house in Auburndale. And then he switches vehicles because, again, he does not want to be caught driving the vehicle that contained the 3 shooters who gunned down Charles Jones in Jacksonville, Florida. So he switches vehicles. He leaves that vehicle at grandma's house. And what does he do? He wipes down the entire car. He is getting rid of fingerprints. He wants to make it look like none of his friends were in that vehicle. They are very smart. They are very sophisticated. Those 2 shell casings, they are not from rifles. They were not fired by the guns that had those brass catchers on it. What those are 9mm shell casings. The only brass, the only casings that were left here at this homicide was 9mm. that firearm that had the switch that made it fully automatic, the one that you saw in State's Exhibit 22, the first gunman to fire directly at the windshield of the victim's vehicle was a firearm. It was a 9mm, and it unloaded 31 shell casings onto the ground at that homicide scene where Charles Jones was murdered. And all of those shell casings were recovered. And you heard how 30 of them, they tried to get DNA off of them, were packaged specially and sent off to ATF. One of them was kept for Tampa Police Department to submit for analysis and comparison. And they did. They compared it to these 2 spent shell casings in the safe of Sean Gathwright's house, and they are a ballistic match. You heard from Amara Drew. She testified that she compared both of those shell casings to the one that was found at the murder scene and retained by Tampa Police Department for testing. And the same firearm that fired those 2 shell casings that were ejected out of the 9mm are a match and ballistically identified to the same gun that was shot that you saw on that video, State's Exhibit 22, firing into the windshield of Charles Jones's car. You also heard about the spent shell casings that were recovered from Jacksonville, from the Toyota 4Runner of Sean Gathwright. Remember all of those shell casings that were collected. State's Exhibit 50 and State's Exhibit 49A through I. Both of those shell casings were collected and submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Some were from the Toyota 4Runner in that box. Do you remember the photograph of the box? And then they went and they retained from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office the shell casings that were recovered from the October 7th, 2023 attempted murder of Charles Jones. And they compared those shell casings. And those shell casings, again, analyzed by Amar Drew, and they were matched, ballistically matched to the same firearm. They both were shot by the same assault rifle. The other part of the ballistic evidence that you heard about were the fragments that were recovered from the medical examiner's office. And they were sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to be compared against the 2 rifles, the 2 assault rifles that were collected in this case from that safe in Sean Gathwright's house. And what Amar Drew could tell you is from that fragment that one of them was found that it did not shoot that projectile. So one of them did. The other one was inconclusive, and that meant there wasn't enough detail on that projectile, that fragment that was found in the victim's body to say that it was or to say that it wasn't. So those 2 assault rifles absolutely can be the assault rifles that were used in this case. They match the appearance. They have the brass catchers on them that we saw was used in this crime.
She's confusing the shit out of the jury. Don't say absolutely can be, and then say that the ballistics match. Is this the gun or is it not the gun?
And because we don't have any spent casings, which again is
because it is lucrative. That's lucrative evidence, meaning, okay, if this was the same, if you're telling me right now this is the same gun that was used in the attempted murder of Julio Foolio in October of 2023, and the ballistics match the same gun that Sean used, that makes sense to me. But you know, when it's her language here, she's forgetting things, she's mismatching names. This is just critique, but it's like, ma'am, you gotta be precise in closing arguments. Precise.
part of their plan to make it difficult to link the firearms to this case We cannot compare brass casings because there were none left at the scene. But there is definitely evidence in that scene in Sean Gathwright's house that are connected, and those are those 9mm that were found in that safe along with those 2 AR rifles. That is why you heard from Amara Drew, and that is why all of that evidence was brought down from Jacksonville, because it ties these defendants to the homicide here in Tampa and the attempted homicide of the victim in 2023. These were all of the type of ammunition that was consistent and capable of being fired in those assault rifles, also found in Sean Gathwright's home. And when we talk about planning and conspiracy, what we're talking about, we have the video evidence to prove and show all of it, just how well coordinated. Not only was it planned ahead of time, not only did they talk about it ahead of time, there was coordination each and every time. This was a mission to kill Charles Jones, and there was an assault hit team, and there was a surveillance team that the defendant was a part of. And again, when we talk about using her for cover, she was a part of it. She was an active participant. She's not just sitting in the car. She has a role to play. Her play is that she is going to give Isaiah Chance cover. They know who Isaiah Chance is. You heard from Robert Howard there. If he would have saw or recognized Isaiah Chance alone in the parking lot in Tampa in the same vicinity of his friend Charles Jones, they absolutely would have known that they were in danger. He wants to blend. That's what she is. She's covered. That's what they do. They use their girlfriends, and she is an active, willing participant, and she has protected him in that interview with law enforcement and on that stand today, and she continues to protect him. And the judge will read to you an instruction, and she will let you know that once the defendant takes the stand, you treat her like any other witness in this case, and you determine whether or not she is credible. You determine whether or not she is lying on that stand when she tells you that she had no idea of what was going on. Common sense does not leave this courtroom. There is no way that a plan this well executed, this well planned, that those killers would have brought in someone who had no idea of what was going on. She is a trusted confidant of her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance. You heard those messages. You know not only is she a trusted confidant and that she knows all of the details of the gang war, that she has been personally affected by this, and there is no love lost for Julio Foolio. Her boyfriend that she loves and that she is willing to lie for and ignore what her attorneys are telling her to do and still call him and talk to him 5 times a day, sometimes more, about this case, it is because she is still in a relationship. She is doing that knowing that every single one of those jail phone calls are recorded. That is how much she loves him. That is how much she is willing to protect him. You see this chart. They went and they stalked that victim at more than one location. And you heard from Detective Ramos, and you heard from their own experts, Thomas Pullen, that all of the phones belonging to Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathwright, that they were tracked, I'm sorry, not Isaiah Chance, Davy and Murphy and Sean Gathwright, that they were tracked to teasers earlier that day, before the victim was there. that they were going up and down Hillsborough. You know what that is? They're casing it. They want to know where is a good opportunity to shoot and kill the victim. That is why they are there before. The phone evidence in this case is overwhelming. That with the video evidence, you got to see with your own eyes exactly what happened in this case. And at this first location off of North Nebraska, you can see exactly by this diagram where everyone went. Those 4 cars represent the victim's vehicles, and the blue represents Isaiah Chance and the defendant, and they are the surveillance stalking team. The black Chevy Impala, it never gets to the scene first in any 3 of those locations: Teasers, Truth 18, and Home to Sweets. And they only ever go in the parking lot. This isn't a reconciliation. This isn't a romantic getaway. This isn't a time for the 2 of them to get back together. There is one purpose, and that is to find Charles Jones. They never go inside. They never talk to a bouncer. Their one job is to see when Charles Jones gets there. They walk in the parking lot. This is June in Florida, in Tampa, Florida. It is hot out. Isaiah Chance, who cares about his appearance, who wants to know what his outfit looks like, who gets into a war of words with Charles Jones online because he's accused of wearing fake designer clothes, is not going clubbing in a gray hoodie with the hoodie pulled up and a COVID mask on his face. And neither is the defendant. She's not going in some kind of track pants and a blue jean jacket clubbing in Tampa if that is their true purpose. They are wearing COVID masks so that their faces are covered, and they are appearing as a couple so that Charles Jones and his friends don't have any sort of alert or warning that the other gang is here. And the people in the black Chevy Impala never get out because they absolutely know who Rashad and Davian Murphy are. They never get out until they are ready and they know that Charles Jones are in their sights. And it is only after the silver Chevy Cruze gets there and park. And that club is packed. They have to leave. They have to circle around the parking lot because that parking lot is packed. It doesn't matter that her boyfriend doesn't like a packed club. If that were the case, they would have never even pulled in. They are there for one purpose, and that is to get eyes on the victim. And the video shows it. There is no doubt that is what happens. She is walking less than a foot away from him at all times when he is talking on their phone. It goes beyond belief that she didn't hear every single word that he said. And she is not shocked. She is not trying to walk away from him. And she certainly is not surprised because she knew it. All of the conversations about the conspiracy, they happened well before the date that we charged for that conspiracy. And you know it did. You know with your common sense that this was talked about at many locations, at many times, and many different places that we have never alleged and we will never be able to bring to you. Because
Overruled, go ahead.
the defendant will never admit what she did. She won't admit it to Detective Ramos and the detectives of the Tampa Police Department, and she's certainly not going to admit it to you, because that would mean that she is confessing to conspire in a first-degree premeditated murder. But you know that those conversations happened because of what you saw on the video. She is not surprised. She is playing her role. She is playing her part. You saw those messages between her phone and Sean Gathright. pick up the effing phone now. Pick up the effing phone now. They are desperate for communication. To suggest to you that there wasn't an actual phone call that occurred after that second text message is preposterous. And she is seated next to him in that silver Chevy Cruze. And to suggest to all of you that you don't know exactly the type of conversation that happened in that car that she absolutely heard and knew about because she is a part of it. Your common sense tells you that. This was well planned, well executed, and they would not have brought along a girlfriend unless she served a purpose. And she did. She was their cover. And you know from the stand, she admitted what had happened on October 8th, that phone call. She had to admit it. She didn't want to admit it, just like when law enforcement officers were questioning her. When I was questioning her, she in her memory, she knows the conversation she's had with with Isaiah Chance. She knows their conversations. She knows what happened when his best friend, one of his good friends, was shot and killed on October 6th and 7th of 2023, and how upset he was. There are messages between the two of them where he is telling her how out of his mind he is with grief. And you heard her say, yeah, I had to stay away. I had to stay away. And then he's telling her to be loyal, to stay loyal. And then she is responding, don't worry, I'm straight. I will delete those messages. She is his intimate confidant. They have talked about this. And what exactly do you think that she needs to delete? What conversation could she possibly have to delete on August 8th of 2023? Charles Jones was shot on October 7th of 2023, and her boyfriend and the boyfriend's best friends are now ballistically connected to that attempted murder of Charles Jones. We know exactly what she's deleting. She's got his back. She had his back on October 8th of 2023. She had his back in that interrogation room with law enforcement where they are pressing her. And make no mistake, she knew why they were talking to her. She knew why they were questioning her. It's clear in her messaging to the person that they're making fun of law enforcement for having the wrong phone. She knows law enforcement officers are looking for her. You saw that text exchange. You saw her say, are they still there? It's very clear they're talking about police. And she's like, they still have my phone. It's just for a resisting arrest charge. Oh, too bad. They have the new phone.
Are you done? Are you done? Are you done? Are you done? Okay. I'm about to shit on this bitch right now. Are you done? You done, right? You done, right? Are you done? Are you done? Okay. I'm laughing because you don't
phone. I don't have they didn't get the old phone, laughing my effing ASS off, right? That's consciousness of guilt evidence. There isn't any reason she needs to be laughing at law enforcement for having the phone, for having her new phone, and not having her old phone, unless the old phone has what? The old phone has evidence on it, and you heard from law enforcement, there's an Apple iCloud that she didn't count on, that they were able to get up a backup of. They're able to get a backup of her phone of every single thing, messages, thousands of messages, but the one message area that they can't get is the day of the homicide. They are able to get it off Sean Gathrights' phone. That's why we know that her phone and Sean Gathrights' phone are communicating desperately when the tracking of the victim is occurring. You have video evidence of Charles Jones being stalked at teasers for silver Chevy Cruze. You have video evidence of after the silver Chevy Cruze, the black Chevy Impala appears. Same exact thing happens at Truth 18. The two places where the victim advertised that he would be on Instagram, and she follows him on Instagram. And again, the same coordination, the surveillance tracking vehicle, the silver Chevy Cruze, with again, the defendant and Isaiah Chance, her boyfriend, in that car. You know that there are communications that are not accounted for in those call detail records, that there is some other application that they are using for those calls. You heard from Detective Ramos. When that phone is up to Isaiah Chance's ear and he's walking on that phone, there isn't an attempted phone call. There isn't a missed phone call. There is no record of it. Those calls from that time period and those messaging are happening when he is in the car with her. So there is definitely another application that again shows sophistication. They do not want to be caught. They do not want to be tracked. They are very careful with what they are doing with their devices. You heard from their own expert that Davion Murphy and Isaiah Chance, they're not using their phones during the time of the homicide. And again, the same stalking that happens. The victim and his entourage get there, they go inside the club, and again, we have the blue being designated by the silver Chevy Cruze and of the defendant and her boyfriend. And this is not a romantic getaway. To suggest is beyond common sense, beyond all reason. They are just walking around the parking lot. They don't make any attempt to go to the door. And the reason why the coordination of the video shows it is because the victim's party has just gone up those stairs and that they are on that second landing getting ready to enter in the club. They don't even go up to the sidewalk. They stay well in that parking lot and they end up walking to the sign. Is a sign a tourist attraction, something of interest that they would need to go to? They are purposely avoiding that door because Isaiah Chance knows Julio Foolio. And there is no reaction by the defendant. There is no surprise. There's no reaction like, why in the world are we walking to the sign and the roadway and not going to the club if they truly are going clubbing? It is because it is a lie. She knows exactly what is going on. You know exactly the type of conversations that are happening inside that black Chevy Impala. The homicide scene. You have seen video of this many times now. I'm not going to show it again. But again, there is that coordination. You saw the USF poll cam. It is their car, the defendant, and Isaiah Chance in that silver Chevy Cruze that is following behind the victim and the two other vehicles with the victim. They don't pull into the home to suites because they're not the gunmen. They don't have any of the shooters in their car. They have to wait. You know that there is, again, communication that has to be happening between those two vehicles. It is no coincidence that at two locations where the victim is, the silver Chevy Cruze appears, and then shortly thereafter, the black Impala appears. And then at the third location, that is not ever advertised, never advertised anywhere. They just go to those hotels to get a room. The only way, the only possible way that Sean Gathright and that black Chevy Impala could possibly know where the victims are, because you know he's tracking them. You saw from his phone, he's trying to get this Kayla Enright or his sister to be able to call somebody who's with 6 to find where he is earlier in the night when he's at the Airbnb. They're trying to get an address. There's only 2 locations they know where Charles Jones is going to be, and that is at Teasers and Truth 18. The only way the shooter, Sean Gathright, and the other 2 shooters in that black Chevy Impala could possibly know where the victim is because the silver Chevy Cruze, who has been following that car all along from Truth 18 to the Home to Suites, called them and told them. And as soon as the black Chevy Impala makes that U-turn and goes into that McKinley entrance, the silver Chevy Cruze with the defendant and the victim go right into the entrance and do what they have been doing all night, and that is act as surveillance. They are eyes on the victim. Where is he? And the reason why the gunmen know exactly where the victim is because that silver Chevy Cruze drives right in front of it and know where the victim is at the time of the shooting. Principles: if the defendant helped another person or persons commit or attempt to commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant intended to commit the crime and the defendant did some act or said something that was intended and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit or attempt to commit a crime. That is an or there. They only have to do one of those things: incite, cause, encourage, assist. She did more. She assisted. She did more than just assist. She participated. She was part of the tracking team. She tried to get the Airbnb, and she
I just wish she can, in between these slides, just tell us when Alicia was tie it. Show us when. Show us when. Show us when.
Mr. Whitfield, look at me, all right? As the intervention specialist and as a therapist, I have to ask you.
When?
What do you feel is the importance of making your son have a better relationship with you after all of these years of your absence?
Make him have a better relationship with me.
When?
Now that's when, Mr. Whitfield.
But, son, listen, son, I know I wasn't there, okay?
Yes.
Where are you right now? We are in the basement of a church.
No, we're in the Cox Center.
No, I ain't in no dicks. I'm not in nothing.
No.
See, that's what the drugs we into.
No, it's no dicks present, sir. I'm sorry. You're confusing me, Mr. Whitfield. I just want you and your son to have a better... Look at your son. Look at your son.
Son, am I really a disappointment? All the PTSAs, I could never come.
PTSAs?
Parent teacher conference, I wanted to show up. Your auntie told me I couldn't come.
When?
Your life almost over. You gotta get off the...
My life almost over, nigga.
When?
This is becoming a lot more difficult, Mr. Whitfield. Listen, we have... Mr. Whitfield.
And they wonder why I smoke dope. And they wonder why I smoke dope.
So you do smoke dope?
My goddamn churn on 11. So what I'm gonna do? Shit, I'm gonna smoke a little dope.
Okay, Mr. Whitfield.
I forgot about that.
We
But
understand you
when?
smoke dope, and we have set up a 3-week rehab for you at the Cox Rehab Center. And we want you to go stay on behalf of your family 3 weeks. It's free. You have somewhere to stay. It's food. There are people there that will be there to help you.
What kind of people?
White
I heard
people.
that niggas get in there and they don't come back out.
No, not that's the other center. This is the Cox Center, okay? This is one of the best
I'm gonna be in there
rehab
with women?
facilities. There are some women there, but that's not your focus. Your focus should be getting off of the drugs that you're on.
Who said I was on?
You just did.
When?
You just said you were on drugs, Mr. Whitfield.
That was back then.
That was 2 seconds ago.
He talking about today.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Mr. Miller, I'm gonna have to let you know, there doesn't seem to be too much hope for your dad.
Man, fuck y'all. Y'all say stupid. Fuck.
Nigga, win!
That shit funny.
You can tell he really been around some dope fiends. That's some dope fiend shit right there. Hey man, you said you was coming to pick me up, Dad?
Hold up, Chico. Hold on. Let me see if the nigga can play this on the saxophone. Can you play?
Nigga, win!
Hey.
That
sound
ain't nigga
like,
win.
You sound like
That's Lisa Simpson.
Yeah,
That was.
Give me something.
That was not nigga win.
We are here.
it's just nigga win.
Okay.
Okay.
That was
All right.
closer.
That was kind of smooth with it. That was like he was really on dope though.
Nigga win.
I like that one.
Ninja win.
Heard you smoking that dope.
Ninja win.
Are you smoking that dope?
Win.
Heard you smoking on dope.
Win.
Just smoking that dope. Every day you smoke dope.
Tyler Perry at the house like, you know what? That is a good play right there.
Nigga win.
Just gonna
Coming to you
incorporate
live.
Jesus and I'm gonna sell that.
You like?
So I say all that. I show you guys all that to say, when is she? When are we gonna see how she's connected? I mean, again, this is the way you close. You're supposed to close and do all this and connect everything together. But like jury members are waiting. Like, when are you gonna connect this? It's Halloween. I got kids. I'm trying to take them out tonight.
She provided that cover for Isaiah Chance so that he could actively stalk the victim all night. Incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit. And then again, if we have proven those two things, you have to treat her as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did. You have to treat her as if she had done all the things that Isaiah Chance did.
We're only 15 minutes behind. All them people left. Listen, she's 15 minutes in the future. She's still talking.
All the things that Sean Gathright did, all the things that Davian Murphy did, and all the things that Rashad Murphy did. I want to go back to murder really quickly. We have 3 elements to prove. One thing that we never have to prove, one thing that is not on the murder in the first degree elements, and that is motive. The state never has to prove motive. Motive is something that is in a person's mind. We may never know the reason why things are done, especially when the defendant is not willing to say why they did a thing. So that is something that is not an element of the offense. We never have to prove motive. But in this case, there is overwhelming evidence of motive. You have heard about this gang war. You have heard how it has affected her, and you have heard how it has affected her boyfriend. And he is a part of it. He is in it. And he is out for revenge. And she is doing everything that she can to assist him in achieving what he wants. And that is for Charles Jones, for Julio Foolio, to be shot and killed. This is the evidence in this case. We had cell phone evidence, we had video evidence, and which quickly led to all of them led to Jacksonville, that led law enforcement to this gang war, was license plate readers. There is no doubt that that silver Chevy Cruze and that black Chevy Impala were in tandem. Not only are they at all of those locations here in Tampa when they were committing this crime, they drove down together. These are the same points of interest when they are hitting off of the same license plate reader. The defendant, when she is in that interview room with law enforcement, I told you, she never admitted what she did. Just because a defendant doesn't admit what she did doesn't mean we do not prove intent. Doesn't mean that there isn't evidence, that there isn't overwhelming evidence, proof beyond all reasonable doubt of her intent. And that is called consciousness of guilt evidence. Evidence of a defendant who purposely evades prosecution, who purposely lies to law enforcement officers to evade getting caught. That is called consciousness of guilt evidence. There is a reason why a person lies to law enforcement. That is called consciousness of guilt, and that is evidence of her intent. If she truly knew nothing about this incident, if she truly was an innocent bystander, then the truth will set you free. If she would have provided law enforcement officers all of the information and been honest with them, then that would have shown that she had nothing to hide, that she was not involved in this, and she would have no reason to lie. If she truly didn't know what her boyfriend and their friends were doing, there would be no reason to lie. The interview would look a lot different. It would look like, I literally was just there with my boyfriend. This is what his name is. This is who he was with. This is where we came from. Yes, there were 3 other people there. I don't know how they got there. What else can I tell you? Because you heard law enforcement. They know that she has not been in trouble before. And they are pressing her. And they are trying to impart to her the seriousness of the allegation and the proof against her. They already have the video footage. They already have her phone. They already know her involvement at the Airbnb. But there is lie after lie after lie, just like she did on that stand in this courtroom today. And there is only one reason she needs to lie, and that is because the truth is that she is guilty of first-degree premeditated murder and conspiring with all the defendants in this case to commit first-degree premeditated murder. There is no reason for her to forget how she gets in the door. And the detective may have had it wrong about her being the one to enter the access code. But what he certainly didn't have wrong is the lock code. That door is only unlocked 3 times. One by the person who first gets in and not captured on the video, and that's the one where you just see her walk in, because whoever, whether it was Isaiah Chance or Sean Gathright, very quickly exits or puts in the access code, gets in, and the door automatically locks behind. And she's coming along with her bag, and the door is shut, and knocking, and nothing happens. That matches up with the lock code. She goes off to the back, and then comes back, and somebody lets her in on the lock code. Then there is a lock code where it is open, as if somebody is checking to make sure the lock is closed, but they don't open the door. No video footage of that. No other video footage from that night of her going to the McDonald's. She leaves to go to the McDonald's. She comes back. She leaves with all of her co-defendants to hunt down Charles Jones, and she comes back. Why in the world does she have to lie to law enforcement that she's using a back door? because she knows she is protecting Isaiah Chance. She is protecting Rashad Murphy. She is protecting Davian Murphy. She went to Raines High School, and she would have you believe that she has no connection to Spaz, to Joe Rod Adams. He was killed. She was talking to her friend, her good friend Jewel Jones, about that homicide, and their good friend Will wasn't killed, but he was shot in that same homicide of Spaz, Joe Rod Adams. And Joe Rod Adams is the little brother of Rashad Murphy and the cousin to Davian Murphy. And she would have you think and believe she has no idea who they are. Do you believe that? That she has no idea and had no conversation with either of them, and they all have the connection of a deceased person by the name of Joe Rod Adams. And in that 3.5 ride back to Tampa in the Uber with Rashad Murphy, she doesn't have one conversation with him. There are connection after connection to this gang war with all 5 of the co-defendants in this case. This Airbnb, she is lying to law enforcement about it because she is a part of it. She is in the loop, and she is covering for all of them. And she knows that she is covering for all of them, and she knows that they purposely knew that there was a video camera on that ring door. And regardless of whether law enforcement got it wrong about the door, they certainly got it right. She's the only one seen on it. Why in the world, if people are there on a just romantic reconciliation to get back together, when you have bags to unload and you are there for lawful purposes on vacation, you would park in the 2 spots designated for the apartment with the easiest way to carry bags in? They're right there. They're open. They're not taken. That is because they don't want to be seen on a ring camera in Tampa, less than 2 miles from the homicide scene, unloading those large, heavy bags that you saw Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathright load into that black Impala. They have to make sure nobody is seen on camera, and they go around to the back and go through a backyard, not even a walkway, through some grass to get to a back sliding door because they are all there to commit a crime. Again, she's covered. She's not involved in the game.
Jesus, 12 minutes in the future and she's still talking. Just 12 minutes. Like, she's still speaking. 12 minutes.
She can be seen on the ring camera. They can use her phone, because that is what the cover story is, right? That is the cover story. That is what she's sticking with. That is what she told law enforcement. That she's just there with her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, and they're just tourists, right? That's what they tell the law enforcement officers in that interview room. We can drive anywhere. Tampa's a tourist city, right? Just a big coincidence. That's the cover story. That is another part of the conspiracy. And there certainly would be no reason to lie to law enforcement about the door at all unless she is in on it, unless she knows. If she doesn't know, then what she would have told the law enforcement officer is, oh, my boyfriend just walked in before me. I was there, but the rest of the night, for some reason, we used the back door, and she would give a reason. There is a reason she doesn't remember. There's nothing wrong with her mind. She doesn't have a memory issue. The one time she comes to Tampa and they're unloading and they're walking through the dark backyard every time to get in would be something that she would remember. And if she's not doing something criminal, she could tell and talk about it. Isaiah Chance is there, Davian Murphy, Sean Gathright. the Uber driver that takes us all the way from Tampa, where we finally know there are 5 people involved in this crime. There are 2 in the tracker vehicle, the surveillance vehicle, and there are 3 armed gunmen, and all of them stay at this Airbnb. Another lie. She lies to law enforcement. At first, it's just her and Isaiah Chance. It's just me and him, and you can listen to that audio again. Because she lies and she lies until she is confronted with evidence, and then the story changes. So it's not just her and Isaiah Chance, because they show her more evidence, and all of a sudden she knows, oh, they know Sean Gathright is there as well. They show him a photograph. And even though she has been in a car with him for 3.5 hours, and she has been in this Airbnb, she can't identify his photo. She will not give them any information, not a name. She would have you believe she only knows him as Little Bro. She won't give a description of him, and she certainly isn't going to pick out his photograph. But it is more evidence, not just their phone evidence. There is a witness that we now know and have the 5th person involved in this homicide, first-degree murder, and conspiracy, and that is because they take an Uber. And the Uber driver and the tracking, again, of license plate readers, we know that the Uber driver who gives Detective Ramos his trip ticket, who took them from Tampa, they had one stop at a gas station, but the same 3 people he picked up is the same 3 people for $187.51 that he takes to Sean Gathwright's house, where we find all of the evidence of those firearms in his house. And we then find Alicia Andrews there, as well as Rashad Murphy for the first time, and again, Isaiah Chance. So the evidence in this case is overwhelming. And Mr. Harmon told you there is a mountain of evidence. And all of this evidence, the digital evidence, the video evidence, the cell phone evidence, the cell hawk mapping that you saw in this case, and the phone messages that you saw from her device show and bring to light the conspiracy that occurred in this case.
Chat, do you guys mind if I at least put it on 1.25? Like 1.50 is too fast. People complain when it goes that fast. I'm gonna put it on 1.25. I hope you guys don't hate me. I'm sorry. This is just so grueling.
Between all 5 of the co-defendants acting together and conspiring together. The conspiracy count in this case: to prove the crime of criminal conspiracy, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. The intent of Alicia Andrews was that the offense of first-degree murder would be committed. In order to carry out the intent, Alicia Andrews agreed, conspired, combined, confederated with Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, or Davian Murphy, or other diverse persons to cause the first-degree murder to be committed either by them or one of them, or by some other person. It is not necessary that the agreement, conspiracy, combination, confederation to commit first-degree premeditated murder must be expressed in any particular words, or that words pass between the conspirators. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense conspired. This count is just the agreement. They don't have to actually commit it. They don't have to do an act in furtherance. This is just the agreement to do it together. And you know, based on their actions, that they all conspired to do this. Rashad Murphy, more evidence. This investigation led to Auburndale in Florida, Sean Gathwright's grandmother's house, to Jacksonville, to his residence in Jacksonville, and it led to Gwinnett County as well, where he is caught in that silver Chevy Cruze that belongs to a person that dates one of his family members. And then Jacksonville Sheriff's Office also assisted and got photographs, a video from Walmart that occurred on 6/21, where the defendant is seen in there, Rashad Murphy, the co-defendant, Rashad Murphy, is seen there buying some stuff. And they see what he is wearing, and they compare it to the still videos that are taken in this case. More evidence, again, he's not just driving the tracking vehicle, he's not just found with the tracking vehicle, more consciousness of guilt evidence. Gwinnett County Sheriff's Office locate him in the second suspect murder vehicle in this case in Tampa. And we are days later. He is far removed from Tampa, and he is in the silver Chevy Cruze. And what does he do when law enforcement authorities from Georgia approach? He flees. More consciousness of guilt. You don't need Rashad Murphy on recording saying what he did. His actions, just like Alicia Andrews' actions after this crime, show their guilt. He fled because he knew what he had done and he knew what vehicle he was in. The phone evidence in this case. Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, Davian Murphy, Alicia Andrews, you have all the evidence in this case about the phones. And just like the video evidence tracks them, just like all the photographs on the license plate reader of the silver Chevy Cruze and the black Chevy Impala, you have all of their phone and the timing advance showing that Alicia Andrews, Sean Gathright, Isaiah Chance, and Davian Murphy, they all traveled together to Tampa from Jacksonville. It was coordinated. There is a reason it is coordinated. This was the plan all along. That is the only reason they were in Tampa, and that was to hunt and kill and gun down Charles Jones. That is the only reason. All of the evidence in this case shows you that. You were able to see, based on the video evidence in this case for yourselves, that he was hunted, that he was stalked, and that he was tracked, and that it was well coordinated. The McDonald's video. COVID mask, another lie. It is not her clubbing attire. It is part of her disguise. It is a part of Isaiah Chance's disguise. Do you think Isaiah Chance has any concerns about his health? Why is he wearing a COVID mask? It is to mask his face. She gives every reason to law enforcement why it is that she's wearing a COVID mask. Again, every time she is confronted in that interview, she lies again. She says that she's concerned about her health, and then because of all the smoke in the clubbing. You saw from this video at the McDonald's that her co-defendant, Davian Murphy, the driver, is sitting there puffing away while she is in the seat next to him, not wearing a COVID mask. She's not wearing a COVID mask when she gets into an Uber with a stranger and is in a car, a small confined space with him for 3.5 hours. She's not wearing a COVID mask when she gets out of that car. She's not wearing a COVID mask when she goes into the the Airbnb on Gazebo Pond Lane. But her phone tracks her everywhere, and that is why you get to see all of the video footage from that night. This was on the phone, again, showing them tracking and going back to teasers to stalk the victim. All of the license plate readers, all of the cell phone mapping, States Exhibit 77, which you heard from Detective Ramos, they don't just rely on the records provided to them by the cell phone companies. They actually verify and confirm the accuracy of those timing of the cell phone records by seeing if they could provide visual evidence. You heard from the defense expert, and you heard from the defense attorney questioning the defense expert, saying like, oh, they purposely kept out Players Club. They didn't purposely keep out Players Club. You heard from Detective Ramos that not only him, there are other members of the Tampa Police Department looking for surveillance video based on the timing advance records of the
It appears she finishes in less than 10 minutes. Thank the Lord. Dear God, thank you so much that this woman is about to be done with her closing argument. I appreciate you. I'm so grateful. So, if y'all want it on 1.5 speed, we could do that. People hate when I do that because they really do want to listen to what's happening. But all I can tell you is she is about to finish in the next maybe 7-8 minutes.
Defendant. They were hoping to get video evidence of her everywhere. You heard of all the places they went looking for and asking for videos. That is what they were scouring. They were looking at the timing advance, trying to see where she had been, and they are following that path to see if they could get video footage of the
It seems like y'all don't mind if we speed this last
suspects.
10 minutes up. I mean, I can't. I can't. I tried. I really tried, chat. I really did.
And you saw that they got it at McDonald's. You saw that they got it at the USF poll cam, but you heard from Detective Ramos that there were no video footage at this Players Club. You heard from their expert that they are in the vicinity of Players Club. That is just another lie that she is telling you on the stand. There is no evidence whatsoever that they are doing anything but staging, waiting for the victim again to go to another location. But to fit into her story that she's just here for clubbing and not another lie to law enforcement, she must have gone to some other club to ask a bouncer whether or not the price was too high for them to get in. So what is it? Is the price too high? So they didn't go in? So that would make 3 clubs that she didn't go in. And the whole purpose of her coming to Tampa was to go clubbing. Again, she is telling lie after lie, and you get to judge her credibility and determine whether or not you believe any single word that came out of her mouth. This is that photo taken at Truth 18. This is her leaving. And we did ask about the bag. Is any of the AR rifles in the bag? We are not suggesting that there is any AR rifles in the bag. What we are suggesting to you, again, is that she is assisting. She knows all of the people. They are unloading that car at the same time. That is a bag that comes from Sean Gathwright's house. It is loaded from Sean Gathwright's house into the black Chevy Impala, and then it is unloaded again into Sean Gathwright's house. She's telling you on the stand today that that belongs to her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance. We see Isaiah Chance unload his vehicle. He never takes out a a pink duffel bag. Does it have the AR rifles in it? No. Does it have could it possibly have had clothes? We don't know. It is big enough to carry a firearm. It is big enough to carry ammunition. We don't ever have to prove to you what is in that bag. It is just another piece of evidence saying she is assisting them, she knows what is going on, and she is participating. She's not going to.
Y'all are so bored. I just saw this fly in the chat. Somebody like looking at the map. They said the titty with the nipple pic. I'm done. Y'all are that bored.
She can't talk to any of these people. She can't have communication with any of these people, yet she can carry their bags out. She is comfortable with all of them. There isn't anything in these videos that suggests to you that she is afraid of any of them, that she is uncomfortable with any of them, or that she is scared of any of them. And I would suggest to you, when you're evaluating her testimony and what she said on the stand, it is full of not only lies, but contradictions. Is she afraid of Isaiah Chance? Was she forced to go on this trip? Was she a victim of domestic violence? Is she controlled by him? Yet she wants to make sure you know she doesn't live with him. She lives with her parents. And she can certainly tell him in a video and use language that isn't really suggestive of somebody who's truly afraid of somebody who can commit and control and make sure that they know every single thing that that person is doing. You judge that person's credibility and why it is they're telling you what they're telling you on that stand. Again, the cell phone mapping of her phone, cell phone mapping of her boyfriend's phone. There's only one time when he's using it, and that is close in time to the murder. And you know that there is a desperate attempt to get a hold of the other car. You have that pick up the phone, and then sharing of location, and then a couple of uses very close in time to where it is critical to get information to the shooters and the black Chevy Impala at 4:41 and 4:52 a.m. in the morning. This is that silver Chevy Cruze, again, with some unique identifying information. But you don't need that photograph. You don't need the license plate readers to know and to be able to be convinced overwhelmingly that she was in that vehicle, because she told you herself, in that interview with law enforcement, and you heard it. You heard before they really started confronting her with the evidence when they showed her photographs that she admitted that she was in those videos. So there is no doubt that she participated in her crime. There is no doubt as to her identity and her participation and everything that she has done in this case. And based on all the facts and all the circumstances of the evidence in this case, there is no reasonable doubt that she intended for this crime to be committed and that she assisted. She did more than assist. She participated as part of that surveillance team, posing as just normal, everyday people just happening to be walking in a parking lot so that her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, would not be detected by the rival gang, Mr. Rich Off War. There is no doubt that there was a war in Jacksonville involving both of these gangs, and that it came to Tampa when the defendant and all of her co-defendants brought it here. She is guilty of first-degree premeditated murder as a principal in this case, and she is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree premeditated murder. And all of the evidence shows and proves to you beyond all reasonable doubt that she is guilty.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to take a
All right.
If Wrap It Up was a person, they took a break, so we can skip through all this and just be with everybody else. We're going to be live with the rest of the public here and hear from the defense. Hang on. I just got back from their break like 2 minutes ago. Just want to make sure we don't miss anything. But man, I don't even have notes on that damn thing because it was so long. I'm so drained, dude. Like this, that drained me. So imagine how the jury is feeling. Like they still need to deliberate. They ain't gonna start that today. It's 4 o'clock. It's 4:26. They're gonna have to start it on Monday. This is just gonna be closing. I'm so exhausted after hearing that. That was terrible. This is why you don't finish on a Friday. It was an hour, I think, but at the same time, we've been on watching this for 7 hours. The jury has also been in the room for 7 hours. God, this might be entertaining. Is Jeremy gonna do it? Is it gonna be Jeremy? Who's doing the cross? Sorry, closing. This is how tired I am. Closing for the defense. Jeremy is opening some boxes. Oh no. Oh no.
Mr. McClement, can we get going while the rest of your team looks for the exhibit?
Oh, it might be Jeremy. Shit!
Okay, very good. All right, let's bring in our jurors. Oh, and I'm sorry, before we begin, did either the state or the defense object to me reminding the jurors that their identities will be confidential and that I've entered an order sealing the records regarding their names and that the signature and name of the foreperson will be redacted from the public record?
I have no objection, Judge.
No objection.
Okay, very good.
Y'all strap in. It's gonna be another hour. We skip while they come in.
Welcome back. All right, thank you, Mr. McClement. Everyone have a seat. You can proceed.
Who's gonna talk? Is it Jeremy?
In the old days.
Damn!
Old days. There was a warrior who had a best friend. This best friend of his was a dog. He named him Taz.
Taz, it's
These
you!
two went everywhere together. They were inseparable. But as time would have it, this warrior would get called off to war from time to time, and the dog would follow him out of the castle, out into the courtyard, past the threshold, to the crossroads, and he would leave Taz at the crossroads to go off for war. It no matter if he was gone for a month, 3 months, 6 months, every time he came back from war to the crossroad, he saw his dog, Taz there, his best friend. One time, he took a wife who bore him a child, and he had to go away to war. He came back one time, and he didn't see Taz at the crossroads. And that was strange. So he goes through the threshold, into the courtyard, and there he sees Taz. But something is wrong with Taz. He's on the ground, he's not really moving, he's low to the ground. And there's this weird color to his fur. Taz leads him into the courtyard, into the castle, into a room where the bassinet was at for the baby. And there's blood all around the bassinet.
Oh, Taz, I'm sorry.
The warrior knows exactly what happened. He takes his sword and he kills his best friend Taz.
Whoa! Don't kill our Taz.
And then he hears a noise. He lifts the lid of the bassinet and there he sees his infant baby, alive and well. And next to the bassinet, there's a rabid wolf that Taz had killed. He drops his sword, never picks it up again. He picks up Taz, takes Taz out to the courtyard, past the threshold, to the crossroads, and he buries him. Builds a nice monument for his best friend. And every day for the rest of his life, he goes out to the crossroads and he asks his friend for forgiveness. The sword of justice has the ability to save the innocent. When used with care and responsibility. When used recklessly, it has the ability to harm the innocent. Alicia Andrews is innocent of every count, every lesser included, every crime that she is on trial for today. Perception is not reality. The perception of the detectives in this case was certainly not reality. The state sees Alicia as some gangster queen pin. They see her as someone who has red hair, bright red hair, bad tattoos, who hangs out with gang bangers, gang members, gang associates, an individual who's cold and heartless. But perception is not reality. What do you see? Alicia Andrews is an individual, a young individual, a young woman. She's well-spoken, she's mild-mannered, she's brave, she's strong. And she's a respectable young woman, as you saw when she took the stand. She is not a gang member. She is not a gang associate. And that was clear from the evidence in this case, from every detective that testified. The Jacksonville sheriff's officers testified. She is not a gang member. She is not a gang associate. She isn't. It doesn't matter how many pictures they show, the state shows, right? In fact, I love this exhibit.
Oh, God.
I love this exhibit.
We can't see them.
I love this exhibit.
The org charts? Tell us why.
I love this exhibit. I love these exhibits from 2021. And why do we love these exhibits? Because they embody exactly what the state's case has been about. Absolutely nothing. All of the evidence, now most of it, of this evidence has been about a gang war in Jacksonville for which Alicia Andrews does not take any part in. 98% of the evidence in this case that you saw over the last 2 weeks has to do with all of these individuals, whether it be Quan, whether it be Young and Ace, whether it be 6 Block, whether it be 1200, 2100, you've learned about where Jacksonville gangs live, whether it's on the north side, the east side. You've learned all of these things, certainly beyond a reasonable doubt, that there are gangs in Jacksonville, that they kill each other, that they rap about killing each other, but you have not learned a single thing about whether Alicia Andrews intended to kill Charles Jones. From the start of this case, the defense never said anything about a romantic getaway with Alicia Andrews. The word romance never came from the defense. It came from Detective Ramos's perception of what Alicia Andrews told him.
Yes, it did. It came from opening. There it is. There's the opening.
Yes?
Yeah, because that shit was an opening. Are you gonna call us crazy? Because we all saw the same thing. It never came from it never came from your gosh damn co-counsel. That's what he's trying to say. Come on, man. This is the sidebar.
So what the attorney said to the jury, I've instructed you numerous times throughout this trial, that what the attorneys say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. It is just their opinions as far as what the evidence is and what the evidence means. Ultimately, what the evidence means is solely up to you. Okay? All right, go ahead.
As I was saying,
on the weekend, Charles Jones was killed. Alicia Andrews was on a weekend trip.
Is there a way to amplify the sound, Mr. McLemmon?
No, I don't know how. It froze last time. I gotta figure it out. Hold on. He'll fix it. He has people to help him. Let's be more positive.
I want to start from the beginning. Alicia Andrews was asked by her boyfriend to inquire about an Airbnb. He doesn't say to her, Alicia, I need you to figure out about an Airbnb so that we can go to Tampa and we can kill Julio Foolio. He doesn't say, Alicia, I need you to go and inquire about an Airbnb so that me and 3 of my friends and you can all go hang out in the Airbnb. He doesn't give her any extra information. Sort of similar to how Sean Gathright was not giving Kyla Enright any extra information. No context. That's not how these individuals operate. He just asked her to inquire about an Airbnb, and innocently, Alicia Andrews does that. She gets on Instagram, she sends a text message to someone she knows and asks, do you have an Airbnb available? And the person says to Alicia Andrews, what day do you want the Airbnb for? And Alicia Andrews, not knowing that this is some murder plot, says, the 23rd, or what day do you have available? The first indication that she has no idea that she has to be in Tampa on the 23rd for Julio Foolio. Or else she would not be telling the person that she's inquiring whatever day you have available, or what days you have available. The first indication, from the very first piece of evidence that the state has. If the detectives did not have this perception of Alicia Andrews that was flawed, maybe that would have been the first indication that she's innocent. that she did not know what was happening. The second indication from that same transaction is that Alicia Andrews never pressed the issue with this person. In fact, Isaiah Chance and Rashad Murphy, off in their own world, got impatient. And they went ahead and booked the Airbnb without Alicia, because Alicia is not in the group. And because, like we said in opening statement, Alicia is not in the loop. Simple. The next thing that happens is that on the morning of the trip, what happens? Sean Gathright, Isaiah Chance, they're at Sean Gathwright's home. Where's Alicia? Not with the group. Not in the loop. Alicia Andrews is at home, doing whatever she's doing at home. Isaiah Chance gets to Sean Gathwright's house. You can see he has a gun. You can see he gets out of the car with the gun. He puts it in his waistband. He goes inside the house. He and Sean Gathright begin to pack the bags, moving bags from car to inside the house, or from car to car. They're moving the bags, shuffling the bags. Hours worth of work. Packing, get ready to go. It's only then, after they've done what they're conspiring to do, that they then go and pick up Alicia Andrews. She's not around them to know what they're doing, what they're planning, what they're discussing. She's not. It's simple. That's on camera. Thank the detectives for bringing you that footage. Because if we didn't have it, I wouldn't be able to sit here and tell you that. So Alicia Andrews comes to Sean Gathwright's home. When she gets to Sean Gathwright's home, she doesn't go inside and say hi to him or his parents or anyone who's inside. She doesn't do any of that. She waits in the car, like Isaiah Chance tells her to do. She waits there until the other car pulls up. She gets out of one car, she gets in another, and then she takes off. Mind you, this is the third car that she's been in for that date, the third one, because the first car was from her home to the place where Isaiah Chance picked her up. The second was Isaiah Chance's BMW to the home. And the third is this Impala that she's not familiar with to get down to Tampa. She gets to Tampa with her boyfriend and with Sean Gathright. And at that time, as the evidence is clear, there is no Rashad Murphy, there is no Davion Murphy at the Airbnb. At the Airbnb. So she goes inside of the Airbnb, and we'll reverse a little bit about that whole front door, back door issue. But she goes inside, and Davion Murphy and Rashad Murphy are not there yet. They're just not. And when she's asked about whether they're there when she gets there, and she says no, it's the truth, by their own data. She goes upstairs, and she's in the room. At some point in time, these four men, they leave her at the Airbnb, and they go on their own mission, leaving her out of this group, out of the loop. So they leave her at the Airbnb, and she's not being texted to find out where Foolio is. They're not asking her to DM Foolio. There's no efforts by Alicia Andrews to reach out to anyone to figure out where Foolio is, where his crew is at, where he might be partying, nothing like that. Alicia Andrews is back at the Airbnb looking for food after she was abandoned by her boyfriend. Looking for Pizza Hut, which she can barely afford, and then ultimately has to settle for McDonald's.
Hey now, don't hate on McDonald's now.
We'll talk
I
about
just had it for lunch.
Alicia Andrews' arrival at the Airbnb for a little bit.
Calling tech
The
support.
detectives in this case were sure, 100% sure, that Alicia Andrews opened that front door with a code and let everyone else in through the back. Because as their theory, their perception would have it, is that Alicia Andrews is the cover for them. And so that was their perception, and so every piece of evidence that they looked at after that had to be that way. So this first piece of evidence, they see Alicia Andrews on the camera at the Airbnb, and they say, well, the reason why she's the only one on camera is because she opened the door, and she let everyone else in through the back. And what kind of sense would it make if everyone is involved, everyone's conspiring together? What kind of sense would it make for Alicia Andrews to know that there's a camera at the front door and for her to sacrifice herself for a group of men that she's never even met before? To go to the front door of the Airbnb, stare the camera in the face, and put her identity out there. What kind of sense would that make? It would not make any sense. Alicia Andrews is not even concerned with the camera. You can see that from the video. You can see it. She doesn't look at the camera. She's not staring it down. She's not worried about it.
I'm in the car, you don't remember, and then you took a Uber?
I follow you.
And in order to get in, you have to put in a code, and that code gets tracked on the app. I spoke to the owner of the Airbnb. Nobody else went in. How did they get in?
Did you let them in another door?
Is it possible you could have opened the back door?
What did Detective Ramos say? He said he spoke to the owner of the Airbnb. And so he's confident that he knows what he's talking about because he spoke to the owner. We spoke to the owner as well in court, in trial. And after he actually spoke to the owner, after he actually got the log in this case, the log, after he actually received it, a month or two prior to trial, I can't remember the date, he then realized that he was wrong. But that's not the only thing that Detective Ramos has been wrong about. It's not the only thing that the state has been wrong about in this case. But with the information that he did not have, with the video that he did have, he arrested Alicia Andrews on bad information. Without the log, without it, it is so evident that just by looking at the camera, Alicia Andrews never put in any code. It's evident because she knocks on the door. Why would Alicia Andrews knock on the door if she was the first person there and she had some code to put in to the Airbnb?
All right now, Jeremy.
She didn't put in the code.
All right, Jeremy.
She didn't put in a code because she knew somebody was already inside. So without the locking log, the Detective Ramos, should have known that there was no way that she was putting in a code to get in that front door because it's on video. But his perception led him down a different road. His perception was not reality. The door, as you can see, hinge open. She goes in, and someone's inside says, My bad. But it wasn't until a month before trial that Detective Ramos realized he messed up. There's conversation, argument from the state that because Alicia Andrews didn't park in those two front parking spaces in front of the Airbnb, that's some consciousness of guilt. First off, Alicia Andrews is not driving the car. She's not driving the vehicle. Much less does Alicia Andrews know which parking spots are assigned to the Airbnb unit, if they are even assigned. We heard no evidence that the parking spaces at the Airbnb are assigned to anyone, that those two spaces in front of it, right in front, are particularly for the individuals that rent that Airbnb. There's no evidence of that. Don't forget that. And she's not driving the car. So if Isaiah Chance or Sean Gathright parks on the side of the home, the Airbnb, she's going along with what they're doing. She's not going to tell them to park around the side. She doesn't even know where the door is until she's told where it's at. So, speed up. They leave the Airbnb. When I say they, I mean the four men. They leave the Airbnb, leave Alicia inside. When they don't see any sign or trace of Julio Foolio at Teasers, what do? Here comes Sean Gathright. Sean Gathright says, I am going to text Kyla Enright, my girlfriend, and I'm going to see if she can get me the location for Julio Foolio. This is part 2 of their plan, or plan B. It's clear, because if Kyla Enright was a part of their plan the entire time, she would have been on point before they got there. It's clear that he's pivoting. He says, I need y'all text Fat Boy. Kyla Enright says, about what? If she was in on any plan, if she had any idea what was going down, she wouldn't be asking him about what. He says, hey sis, I need you to text Fat Boy and tell him you're trying to pull up and you're trying to see him tonight. This is not a well thought out, orchestrated plan that the state would have you believe.
Okay, Kyla and Sean were dating. I think the sister was around as well. Remember, we were all questioning why he was saying, hey, sis. If they're dating, why is he calling her sis?
These individuals are just flying by it, just trying to figure it out as they go. He know I'm gone. I've been FaceTiming him while I'm out. Sean Gathright says he in Tampa right now, but make it seem like you don't know he here or there. He at a B&B with 6. Be like, where you at? I want to pull up. I'm drunk. Then he says, never mind, at 12:39, for whatever reason. He's texting her these things. And then she writes back to him and says, we at Tier the Club? You want to come to the B&B with us, ? She thinks he might be where she's at, in a different city. She has no idea what Sean Gathright is texting her for or really about. But she's responding to him, innocently responding to him. He's trying to use her to commit a murder, and she has no idea. These individuals are very good at concealing their intent, at concealing what they're trying to do, and they're good at doing it to the people that they're closest to. Sean Gathright, his mother, and his grandmother have zero clue about what Sean Gathright does in his spare time. Zero. And they live with him. His mother lives with him.
Shots fired.
That's his grandmother's baby. You cannot tell Sean Gathwright's grandmother anything about her baby. They have no idea. She says, who B&B? And he says 6. Fools. It's his B-Day and Fat Boy with him. She says, not here in Jacksonville? And he says, nah, they in Tampa. So whoever is texting from Kyla Enright's phone has no idea that it's 1, Foolio's birthday, 2, that Foolio is not in Jacksonville. And so is it really that difficult to understand that not everybody is looking at Foolio or watching his page or knows what his birthday is or knows what club he might be at? It's not difficult to believe that, to understand that, to comprehend that. Because it's here in your face. And this is not Alicia Andrews. But Alicia Andrews is in the same position because she doesn't follow his Instagram page like that. She may press the button. Julio has millions of followers. But it's clear from the evidence that she wasn't searching his page at or around this time. It's clear because the state had evidence that Rashad Murphy was using his phone to search Foolio on Instagram. That was clear. If the state had evidence that Alicia Andrews was searching for Julio on Instagram, they would have rolled out the red carpet, put that evidence up there on the stand, and presented it to you all. There is absolutely zero evidence that Alicia Andrews knew that Charles Jones was going to be in Tampa that weekend. Zero evidence. When Sean Gathright hears back from Kyla Enright, and Kyla Enright says, he's at Beezer's or something like that. She meant teasers. But Sean Gathright realizes that he's not getting anywhere with Kyla Enright because he's getting the same information that he already knew. So they have to pivot from that plan as well. So at that time, Isaiah Chance says, well, I might be able to figure this out. Alicia Andrews has a phone that maybe we can use. And you want to know why it's so obvious that Isaiah Chance was using Alicia Andrews? I mean, but for like the obvious detective realizing that in the interrogation. You don't know why it's so obvious outside of that? They don't need Alicia Andrews. They don't need her. You saw the photographs in Rashad Murphy's iCloud dump, which has a bag sitting in front of him with a burner phone or a prepaid phone. These individuals know how to get prepaid phones. They go to the store, they buy them, like Rashad Murphy did at the Walmart, and they're untraceable. But Isaiah Chance put his girlfriend's phone up as tribute. And she had no idea what was going on. Over 12,000 GPS coordinates from her phone for that weekend. 12,000. The others had very minimal. If you remember the testimony from Tom Pullen. Very minimal. I mean, I believe Sean Gathright may have had 70 or someone else had 47. Alicia Andrews had 12,000. She had no idea that she should be either turning off her phone or doing anything to conceal the GPS points. She had no idea because she wasn't in the group, because she had no role in this conspiracy, in this murder plot. So Isaiah Chance says, okay, you all go in another car, and I'll go with Alicia. I'll take her in the Chevy Cruze or the silver Chevy Cruze, and you all go in the bigger car, the Impala. And so he does come back. He gives her some McDonald's. He deals with her hunger very minimally, right? McDonald's, some chicken nuggets. And then he takes her to Teasers under this guise that he's taking her out. And does she know what he's actually doing? Absolutely not. There's absolutely zero evidence that she knows what he's doing. So he takes her to Teasers, and he's trying to use her phone, and he does use her phone. And the state's version of the story is that she is cover for him outside of this club. And while he may have been using her, it makes absolutely zero sense that Alicia Andrews is cover for him. And Alicia Andrews is not an invisibility cloak. Standing next to Alicia Andrews does not make him less noticeable. If anything, it would make him more noticeable.
Jeremy. I know it's Halloween. Did you have to bring Harry Potter into this? The invisibility cloak word. I mean, I'm a Harry Potter fan, so that caught my attention.
Robert Howard knows who Isaiah Chance is with or without the medical mask. So if Robert Howard saw Isaiah Chance outside as he testified, he would, I guess, let his friends know Isaiah Chance is around and he's in the vicinity. If Robert Howard saw Isaiah Chance outside with a mask on, he would certainly let his friends know that Isaiah Chance is outside. Certainly. The mask itself, that's not helping. That's not concealing anything. If anything, that would make it worse. So when Alicia Andrews says that she's pregnant, and then when she went out to the club, she decided to put on a mask, it's because she's pregnant and doesn't want to inhale smoke from all these people. She's not wearing the mask for COVID purposes. Yes, COVID, you wanted to social distance. You wanted to not be around somebody, so you put the mask on. Even if it was just a couple of people, maybe you'd put the mask on. And then, you know, as time went on, people got lax. They wouldn't put the mask on if it was around people that, you know, a couple people. They would only put it on outside in the public. And remember, this is 2024. It's not the neck of COVID. It's not March 2020 when COVID started, or a little bit after that. Alicia Andrews is wearing the mask because of her pregnancy and because she doesn't want to inhale smoke. And she had just been to McDonald's on a McDonald's run. And during that McDonald's run, somebody right next to her started smoking. And she wasn't going to tell Davion Murphy to put it out, somebody she doesn't know. This big individual in what she believes was his car. She wasn't going to tell him to put it out. But when they left McDonald's, she went and she got her face mask and they went to the club. Outside of Teasers, in the video that you see, that you've seen enough times, I won't play it over for you, but outside of Teasers, you see Alicia Andrews arrive at Teasers. Her boyfriend is driving the vehicle. They get out. He asks her for the phone. She gives it to him. She unlocks it. He tries to make a call. The only logical explanation for what happened when he tried to make that call is that the other person did not pick up the phone. Why is that logical, and why is it the only logical explanation? Is because a few minutes after that, he's texting Sean Gathright to pick up the effing phone. Twice. You do that when somebody does not answer the phone. So when they're outside at Teasers and they're on video camera and you see him with the phone there, yes, he's probably trying to call and it's probably ringing. But the reason why he texts a few minutes later to pick up the phone is because the phone didn't connect. And the call detail records at 2:31 show that there was a call that went out and a call that did not connect. It didn't connect. So whatever the state wants you to think that Alicia overheard in that time, there was nothing to overhear. And Isaiah Chance says, okay, well, this club is packed, let's go. Alicia Andrews is like, all right, whatever. She gets in the passenger seat. They go to another area off of Hillsborough. This is what the detective testified to. And for some reason, the detective wasn't able to track down the location on Hillsborough where Alicia Andrews was at, but he was able to track down the other locations. He was able to track down the McDonald's that she went to, and he got cameras there. He was able to track down teasers. He was able to track down Truth 18. He was able to track down the USF parking lot pole camera. And he was able to track down Tesla cameras, Home 2 Suites cameras, all of these cameras, except for the ones on Hillsborough. And Alicia Andrews testified that she was at another place called Players Club. And if that's the location where she went up, or I guess Isaiah Chance went up to the bouncer, asked how much it cost to get in, gave them too high of a price, he's like, okay, let's try to go somewhere else. And Alicia Andrews, there's no Charles Jones at this second place. There's no Julio Foolio at this second place. And the reason why there's no camera footage there, the reason why that place was never really discovered is because it doesn't fit the narrative. Because Charles Jones was not there at that other place. So if Charles Jones is never there, the detectives aren't trying hard enough to figure out what's going on in that area, why they went over there, whether there's any cameras over there, because Charles Jones never made it to that location. He was never slated to go there. So they keep repeating over and over throughout the trial, you went to the only places where Charles Jones was at, the only two clubs he was at. That's not the only places where Alicia Andrews was at. So from there, they get in the car, they go to Truth 18. But on the way, I guess the GPS coordinates say they went to Teasers, and then they go to Truth 18. The times would show that if they did go back to Teasers, that Charles Jones was already gone by the time they made it back to Teasers, if I'm not mistaken. So then, somehow, Isaiah Chance takes her to Truth 18. Somehow he figures out that he should be at Truth 18. They go to Truth 18. He's again using her phone. He's on FaceTime with someone. He is showing the person the Truth 18 building. And he takes a picture, and Alicia Andrews says, I heard him talking to an individual. I don't know who he was talking to. But I heard him say, this place is packed, and where are y'all at? Isaiah Chance is a smart individual. He doesn't want to tell Alicia Andrews what's going on. He's not going to say on the phone exactly what he's doing. He has a way that he can communicate with somebody on the other phone, on the other end, without telling Alicia Andrews enough information for her to figure out what is going on. It's simple. Where y'all at? And they may say where they're at. And he's telling them where he's at. And if they're in the same group and they're on the same page, they clearly know that they should probably be at this location. Because they've already had this conversation. They've already had these discussions. He doesn't have to say much. She's following him around. At some point they get back in the car, and he starts to drive erratic. And Alicia Andrews said that this was a different behavior. He was acting strange. He was acting funny. And he drives on that USF pole camera. You see he comes down this way. They make the right at the light. They make a U-turn, and they make a right into USF. And they're over there for 5 minutes. That part of it is off camera. I don't know if there was another pole camera over there that Detective Ramos could have picked up, but it's off camera. Isaiah Chance gets out of the car, just stops the car in sort of like the middle of the road, gets out of the car, takes the phone with him, and is out talking, out of earshot of Alicia Andrews. They stay in that area for about 5 minutes, then he gets back in the car, runs a red light, goes into the Home 2 Suites parking lot, is in there for less than a minute, goes in, circles around, and leaves out. And why does he leave out of the parking lot before anything happens? Because he doesn't want Alicia Andrews to see what happened. He doesn't want Alicia Andrews to witness what happened. He kept everything away from Alicia Andrews so that she wouldn't know what was happening. They get back to the Airbnb, and these other individuals are already there. They're already there. Whether they left their guns inside of whatever car they drove there in, whether they packed them up before Alicia got there. When she got there, she went inside, she just saw these individuals. Like she said, they looked disoriented, they smelled, and she decided to just go upstairs. And anytime that she did come downstairs and they were talking, anytime that she did come downstairs, they would stop talking because she's not in the group. And it makes complete sense, because why would some strangers, Davion and Rashad Murphy, why would they include Alicia Andrews in a plot to kill an individual? They don't even know Alicia Andrews. Why would you include someone you do not know in a plot to kill a famous person? But Isaiah Chance, he wanted to bring Alicia Andrews along, and whatever he had to work out with them, with these men or whatever, he worked out with them, and she was there. Common sense, if we're talking common sense, would have you know that he and the other men probably had a conversation. This is my girl, look, don't worry about her. I'll keep her out of it. And she was kept out of it. Alicia Andrews is never seen with any guns on any of these cameras. Alicia Andrews is not carrying any of these big, heavy bags as much as the state wants you to believe that she is. She carries her bags, and then the one time she's carrying the pink bag is when she puts it in the Uber. And that pink bag clearly does not have heavy ammunition and rifles in it, clearly. When I asked Detective Ramos, will those rifles fit in the pink bag? Instead of just saying no, because that's the truthful and honest answer, he says, I don't know. I don't know how big the pink bag is, but we all can see the pink bag on the video. We can see how small it is, the size of it in relation to Alicia Andrews. The bag doesn't fit rifles in it. It doesn't. The rifles, you saw them for yourselves. You had Amara Drew stand right in front of you, show you the rifles, show you the safety on the rifles, show you how it works, what it does, why it does what it does. The brass catchers had an entire class on these rifles. So use that information. It's evidence. It may not be evidence against Alicia for this crime, but it's some evidence. And you can use that evidence to show that there's no way that those rifles could fit in that pink bag. And I don't know why the pink bag became such a big thing in this trial. Because there's no evidence, and the state agrees that they don't know what's in the pink bag. There's no relevance to showing this pink bag. It's just a pink bag. Probably dirty laundry inside of it. So, when you deliberate, there's some things that you should know that Alicia did not know. Alicia did not know to go through some back door at the Airbnb to conceal her face on the camera. That never made sense from the beginning. Alicia Andrews did not know who was going on this trip. She didn't know Davion Murphy and Rashad Murphy were going to join them. She didn't even know Sean Gathright was going to be joining her and Isaiah Chance on this trip. Isaiah Chance said, I'm going to Tampa. She said, I want to go. He said, you can come. He meets with Alicia Andrews. They go to Sean Gathwright's house. She says, why are we here? He says, oh, we're going to ride with Sean Gathright. She's like, all right, whatever. She didn't know who was going on the trip. Alicia Andrews didn't know who was on the other end of the phone calls that Isaiah Chance was making. She did not know who was on the other end of the text messages that Sean Gathright sent out. She didn't even know that Sean Gathright was sending out any text messages to an individual named Kyla Enright. Alicia Andrews did not know that she should stay off her phone, that she should turn it off. That's evidenced by the fact that she had over 12,000 GPS points, data points on her phone. She did not even know who Davion and Rashad Murphy were, if that wasn't clear throughout this trial. Didn't know them. Barely knew Sean Gathright. Met him one time at a family gathering. And when you go to these gatherings and there are a lot of people that you do not know, it is difficult to remember who was even at the gathering. You see a bunch of people, you grab a plate of food, you go outside. People you could probably have seen and come in contact with during the gathering and not realize later on, a year later, 6 months later, whenever, that you even met this person before. She didn't stay there for an extended period of time. She wasn't hanging out with Sean Gathright in the house. You heard what she said. Her boyfriend does not like her around other men, his friends, because he's controlling, he's possessive, he's jealous, he's manipulative. So he doesn't want her around other men that he knows, or other men that he doesn't know, for that matter. And that's evidenced by the text messages showing that he doesn't even want her posting certain things on social media, telling her to delete it. And she does what he says. Alicia Andrews, like I said earlier, didn't know that there were guns in some of these bags. And is that so hard to digest? No. The Uber driver handled the bags. He was helping with the bags when he dropped them off in Jacksonville. He didn't know that there were any guns in the bags. SeanGathright's grandmother watched Sean Gathright transfer bags from one car to the next, and she didn't know that there were guns or ammunition in the bags. She didn't know that the Forerunner would be stopped and they'd find ammunition, casings, and all these different things in it. She never saw any of that. She was standing right next to him when he switched the items from the vehicles, standing right next to him. Alicia Andrews did not know where she was going in Tampa, except for, with the exception of the McDonald's, but she asked to go there. But she didn't know which club she was going to, just like any of the other women that testified. Alright, do 6 Block and ATK get along?
I don't know, I'm a girl.
When you say you're a girl, what do you mean by that?
I don't get into object. Can we approach?
Okay.
Yes.
They're not-
Please stop.
Oh my God. So he's showing trial testimony and they objected to it. And the judge is like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, come on, man. So we'll see. We have TiVo time. I will skip ahead.
You heard the testimony for yourself. There were women that got up and they said, I was just a passenger.
He wanted to use the moment where she said, I'm a girl. And they just approached on sidebar and the judge was like, no, you can't do that. I'm sorry.
I was just following Foolio around. I was just following my boyfriend around, or these other people around. All the women that testified in the state's case in chief, all of them said the same thing. I am just a girl. I was just following the individuals. I don't know where I was at. I had never been to Tampa before. I'm not familiar with this area. I don't know the names of the places that I went. I don't know where they were at. I was just following people around. Alicia Andrews' phone came up in this trial. Alicia Andrews' phone was broken several times. Alicia Andrews' phone was never recovered. The detectives in this case never searched her home because they claimed they never had probable cause for a search warrant, which is a problem all by itself. But if you don't have a phone and an individual is supposed to have used this phone in a murder plot, surely you could get a search warrant to search where that individual lives. And that never happened. Never happened. The Text Now application that Alicia Andrews was using. The Text Now application, as we heard, is an application that you can use on an iPhone either when you don't have service or if somebody blocks you from regular service, you can use the Text Now application to text. And Alicia Andrews would use the Text Now application to text Isaiah Chance. Specifically around the time of this murder plot, she was doing it because he had blocked her on the regular text messaging app, and so she was using the Text Now app to text him back and forth. And you see the text messages that were recovered from the iCloud or the phone or wherever in evidence. There are text messages as recent as June 17, 2024. When Alicia Andrews got a new phone, when she got a new phone, her iCloud was still there. And they were able to pull from the iCloud. No evidence that Alicia Andrews knew of any.
Look at the redheaded prosecutor in this moment. Look at her face. She's listening to him intently. Watch her face right here.
When she got a new phone, her iCloud was still there. And they were able to pull from the iCloud.
She's like, nah, that's
no
bullshit.
evidence that Alicia Andrews knew of any murder plot. No evidence that Alicia Andrews intended to kill Charles Jones. No evidence that she conspired with any of these individuals. Alicia Andrews had messages that went back years. And they have them. Thousands of messages. Dig all the way back to 2020, 2021. Back when she was in high school, talking to her best friend at the age of 17. They went all the way back. And the best that they could find is that Alicia Andrews in 2021, when she was 17 years old, told her best friend that she thought Charles Jones was ugly and that he needed to die. And why did she say he needed to die? Charles Jones, as you all heard, was an individual who caused a lot of havoc in Jacksonville.
Oh,
Does
don't.
that mean she wants
don't do
him
it.
dead? Does that mean that
Don't do it.
she was going to actually kill him? She formed it in her mind at the age of 17 that she was going to one day group up together with 4 individuals, go to Tampa and kill him? No, that's not what it means. It's an ignorant comment at a very young age. It's an ignorant comment at a very young age. And because Charles Jones, Julio, Foolio, is causing so much havoc in the city, there's only so many ways that he could stop doing that he could stop causing the killing, the back and forth, because that is what he was doing. Perpetuating it is either he stops making the music, or he decides that, hey, I'm going to make music that is actually good for the community. Or what happened? He's perpetuating this stuff. They all are, all these people in these gangs, perpetuating it back and forth. And it actually becomes reality for them. Because they're talking about it day in and day out. And they're going back and forth with each other, day in and day out, whether it be for money, whether it be for views, whether it be for clicks. It becomes their reality because they speak it into existence. And this is a tragic situation. All of those boys, those men that died, I don't care if it's ATK, 1200, 2100, it's completely tragic. This entire gang war that they have going on in Jacksonville, or so they call it. Individuals dying, going to prison. I mean, Alicia Andrews is really just a regular girl. And she knows people that she went to school with in middle school or high school that have died, gotten shot on school campus. These things aren't regular. These things aren't normal. This is a terrible situation that these young men are in Jacksonville. And you heard all about it throughout the trial. It's terrible, it's tragic, but it has nothing to do with whether Alicia Andrews intended to go to Tampa and kill Charles Jones. Nothing. All of what you saw was a smokescreen. All of what you saw was an attempt by the state, by the detectives, to put Alicia Andrews in a box, to put Alicia Andrews in this circle of people, birds of a feather. And it was an attempt to get you to just say, oh, she must be guilty because she hangs out with these people, or she knows this person, this will go crazy individual. That there was really no evidence that she really spoke to him. She spoke about him in a text message. Okay. She spoke about Robert Howard too. She doesn't know him. He doesn't know her. She spoke about Bibby. She doesn't know him. He doesn't know her. She was just speaking about things that she had seen in either real life or on social media. She doesn't know these individuals, but she knows of them.
That was very insensitive about the victim. Like, his mom is right there.
Beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. That is the standard of proof in this case. That is the standard by which the state has to prove this case. They have to prove that Alicia Andrews committed both crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. And if you ask yourselves whether at the close of evidence you felt or you knew that the state proved this case beyond a reasonable doubt, can almost guarantee that that was not the situation. So let's talk about reasonable doubt. The judge is going to read instructions to you and tell you where you can find reasonable doubt. And I have an acronym for it. It's called CLE. You find reasonable doubt in the conflicts in the evidence, in the lack of evidence, and the evidence itself. Is there really enough evidence in this case? Think about the conflicts in the evidence, the issues that the detectives had. Think about whether there were any conflicts in Alicia Andrews' testimony. Alicia Andrews did not have to take the stand, but she did, and she told her story, and you can't teach that. It either is the truth or it's not. Alicia Andrews showed you that she has nothing to hide from you all. Nothing. This is not a police interrogation room. This is not a room that she's being pressured by two detectives in some small closed-off area. This is a courtroom. And she came in here and told you the truth about everything. And as much as the state pushed and pushed and pushed and tried to get her caught up in some lie or some story, Alicia Andrews never, not once, went impeached. Not once. So is there any conflict in Alicia Andrews' testimony? No, not at all. 100% flawless. In this case, there is a clear lack of evidence, and it doesn't matter how many times the state says that they have overwhelming evidence in this case. They do not. The only thing that was overwhelming about the evidence in this case is the fact that there's a gang war going on in Jacksonville. That's it. Overwhelmingly, everybody is aware that people are dying back and forth because of drill rap music in Jacksonville. That is the overwhelming evidence in this case. This case is not about some October 7th, 2023 shooting. It's not. A shooting that's still under investigation almost 2 years later. A shooting which Jacksonville Sheriff's Office has not made any arrests. A shooting which there's no probable cause to arrest anyone. But they claim that Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathright are the suspects in that case. But they haven't been arrested for anything. After 2 years of an open case. And that case is being used to tie Alicia Andrews into this case, and she has nothing to do with the October 7th shooting of Charles Jones. You saw text messages between Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance around that same time period, from 2023. And what is Isaiah Chance telling Alicia Andrews? That he doesn't want to be around her right now, he needs some time because his friend has died. She's not even around him at that time. But somehow, some way, that information, that evidence is in this trial. It's being used to try to convict Alicia for these charges, and the two have nothing to do with each other. The town center shooting has nothing to do with this case. The fact that some person named 23 died, that Youngin Ace got shot, that his brother was there and his brother got shot as well, has nothing to do with whether Alicia Andrews knew that her boyfriend and these other individuals were going to Tampa to kill Charles Jones. It has nothing to do with anything. This town center shooting, the Rains shooting, the one that happened in 2018 with Robert Howard, has nothing to do with whether Alicia Andrews intended to kill Charles Jones or even knew that he was going to die. Nothing. All of this back and forth from 2018 that you've heard, all of it, just think about it. What does it have to do with Alicia Andrews? And over, every witness after witness, didn't know Alicia Andrews, couldn't tell you the relevance of some of the things that the state presented against Alicia Andrews. If this case were against any of Alicia Andrews' co-defendants, be a different story. But this case is against Alicia Andrews. This is state of Florida versus Alicia Andrews, and I would like to stay in that world. Probable cause is a standard. You heard about it in this trial. You need probable cause to make an arrest. You also need probable cause to get a search warrant. It's not reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is higher than probable cause. It's also higher than what they call the greater weight of the evidence, which is...
Who made the damn PowerPoint? Sometimes I want to jump through the screen and just jump in the lawyer's body and take over. Who made that?
a little bit over 50%. So if you put your hand on a scale, or if you put a scale up and you put a piece of feather on one scale and it tips it a little bit over, that's the greater weight of the evidence. Reasonable doubt is higher than that. Reasonable doubt is even higher than what they call clear and convincing evidence. It's higher than that. Reasonable doubt, beyond reasonable doubt, is the highest burden in a criminal trial. The highest. And that comes with a great responsibility to the state. They are the individuals who own that burden, who have to hold that burden. And if there's any evidence in this case that you did not see, if there's any evidence that you wish you would have seen, that you feel should have been presented, that you need in order to make a decision, that is all on the state. The defense does not have a burden. The burden never shifts to that side of the room. Never. It remains with the state for the entire case. So if there's any evidence that you wish you would have saw, that you just don't have, that they don't have, it is on the state. Every Thanksgiving, there's a grandmother. She would make food. In her kitchen, she'd make this food for her family. She makes the food and she sits at the kitchen counter. She likes to make food with a glass of wine. She takes a sip from the glass of wine and she's making different things. She's seasoning the curry chicken, the brown stew chicken, the oxtail, the dumpling. She's handling it. And as she's taking a sip from this glass of wine, she drops it by accident. She starts to pick up the pieces of the glass, and she starts to put them together. Till she gets to the very last piece, and she realizes she's missing a piece that she cannot find. She looks at the glass, she looks at the food that she's preparing, and not for 1 second, she takes the food, all of it, and she throws it away. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you all need to throw this case away. Alicia Andrews is not guilty of anything. Not first-degree murder, certainly. Not second-degree murder. Not manslaughter. Nothing. Not conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Absolutely nothing. The state has not proven anything against Miss Andrews, except for the fact that she hung out with a bad boyfriend. Fortunately for Miss Andrews, there are several reasons to doubt. There's enough to go around for everyone. There's no...
And not only that, but look at here. Look. I got beans, greens, potatoes, tomatoes, lamb, rams, hogs, dogs, chicken, turkeys, rabbits. You name it. God damn it.
Throw it out.
Look at here.
Throw the case out. Throw it out.
Look.
Throw it away. Jeremy says throw it away. Throw it away.
The homicide in this case. Alicia Andrews is not a gang member or gang affiliate. All of the evidence that you heard in this case about this gang war has nothing to do with her. Investigators have found no proof that she participated in, planned, or assisted with the homicide in any way. In this case, when questioned by the detectives, Alicia Andrews was truthful about her involvement in this case. Truthful. She gave them the information about herself. She was not going to sit there and convey information about people she did not know, people who could potentially harm her. She was not going to do that. And the detective started off the conversation, both of them said it. If you don't want to talk about something, you don't have to talk about it. She decided she wasn't going to talk about certain things. The detectives charged Alicia Andrews for first-degree murder on incorrect assumptions that she was some cover, that she was letting people in through the back door to hide their identities. Unlike the other individuals, Alicia Andrews made no attempt to conceal her whereabouts. Her phone was on, fully active. She walked into that Airbnb, the front door camera. No issues. Made no attempts to conceal that. Alicia Andrews never possessed a firearm. All the other individuals in this case had on black. Black, all black. Alicia Andrews went out with her blue jean jacket, her Crocs on. This is not attire to go stalking anyone. This is not the attire to go running around shooting anyone. She went outside, colorful as ever. There's no confession in this case. There's no cooperating witness in this case at all. And there's no physical evidence tying Alicia Andrews to this case. The only evidence that was sent off for any testing was the 30 casings that were left at the scene. 30 casings. And those came back, nothing, no DNA, no evidence. There was other evidence that could have been tested. All the evidence that Sean Gathright had on him, the evidence at Sean Gathwright's mother's house. When I say the evidence that was on Sean Gathright, I mean the evidence in the Forerunner, the ammunition, the guns and whatnot. Those things could have been swabbed for DNA, for fingerprints. And had Alicia's fingerprints or DNA been on any of those items, you would know that she must have been involved in some sort of planning. Because as people conspire to do things, and they conspire to shoot someone with weapons, what do? They pass them around. Things get passed around. You take this gun, you take that gun. There's no evidence of any of that. There's no evidence that any of that stuff was ever analyzed. Not by the ATF, not by Tampa Police Department, not by Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, not by the Gwinnett County Police Department. This was a multi-agency effort. And they presented zero evidence that any of that stuff was analyzed for any DNA or fingerprints. And they did that because, or they didn't do it, because I guess they felt they had a strong enough case without it. And maybe they do for the other individuals, but not for Alicia Andrews, not for an innocent person, not for a person who had no knowledge of this conspiracy, not for a person who had no intent to kill anyone, not for a person who did not commit any acts to kill someone.
Beans, greens, potatoes, tomatoes, lambs, hogs, dogs, chicken. You name
I
it.
want to go over a particular jury instruction, this principal jury instruction. If the defendant helped another person or persons commit or attempt to commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt the following two things. So, Alicia Andrews is only treated as if she was one of the shooters in this case, if those two things at the bottom exist. So Alicia Andrews has to intend for the crime to occur. And in addition to that, she has to do some act or say something that was intended to, and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit or attempt to commit the crime. So one, she's got to intend for this crime to happen. And where is the evidence of Alicia Andrews' intent for this to happen? None. As much as the state says there's overwhelming evidence, there's a mountain of evidence, where is it? Can you identify it after an entire trial? Intent. It doesn't exist. The second part, the defendant did some act or said something that was intended. Again, you still have to intend. The act that you commit has to be committed with an intent. So if Alicia Andrews gives her phone to her boyfriend, but does not intend for him to use that phone to kill somebody, then she's not guilty. Not just because you give your phone to somebody, or because somebody uses you, means that you're guilty and you should be charged like the people who actually committed the offense, who actually committed the shooting. So this is a very, 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 very important jury instruction for you all to understand completely. The defendant intended the crime to occur, and the defendant did some act. And that act was with the intent that this crime occurred. And the state has neither in this case. I do want to go over second-degree murder. Second-degree murder is a lesser included in this case, right? So on your verdict form, you'll see different boxes that you can check. It'll be first-degree murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, and not guilty. Alicia Andrews is not guilty of second-degree murder either. Yes, Charles Jones is dead. That's the first element. There's no debate that Charles Jones is dead. So we're not debating that, but that's not how someone gets convicted
Next.
of second-degree
Go to
murder.
2 and 3.
Not just because someone is dead. You have to have some link. So 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Alicia Andrews. What act did Alicia Andrews do that caused Charles Jones's death? Absolutely nothing. 3, there was an unlawful killing of Charles Jones by an act eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for life. Alicia Andrews did not commit any acts that caused Charles Jones to die, and therefore she is not guilty also of second-degree murder. The manslaughter. Again, it's similar. Charles Jones is dead. That is the first element, and there's no dispute about that. But there still has to be some link to someone being dead and someone being convicted for that person's death. So either Alicia Andrews intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Charles Jones, or Alicia Andrews intentionally procured an act that caused the death of Charles Jones, or the death of Charles Jones was caused by the culpable negligence of Alicia Andrews. And Alicia Andrews is not guilty of manslaughter either. Alicia Andrews had no idea, not at any point that night, that her boyfriend at the time or that any of his friends intended to kill Charles Jones that night. No evidence of that whatsoever. The state keeps mentioning a consciousness of guilt. That is not an element in this case. Consciousness of guilt does not equal an intent to kill. Consciousness of guilt does not equal an act which is required under the jury instructions. Consciousness of guilt is a term that has no bearing in your decision.
Misstatement of law.
Again, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, these are just the opinions of the attorneys and their closing arguments. You will be given the law, and you are to follow the law that I give you. Okay, thank you.
And as the judge gives the law at the end of this case, when the judge reads the jury instructions, I want you to look for anywhere where it says consciousness of guilt. The state is begging you to ignore the law and find Alicia Andrews guilty without any evidence of it. They're asking you to speculate every step of the way, to just believe that there must have been something out there that they couldn't find that would have Alicia Andrews convicted of this crime. Speculate, assume, make assumptions. Just find her guilty without any evidence. You heard the detective from the ATF task force. He testified in this case. He testified about how the federal government, he works for the ATF, the federal government did not get referred this case.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Judge relevance.
Again, members of the jury, you will rely upon your own recollection of what the evidence was in this case, and you'll take that recollection and apply it to the law that I give you in reaching your verdict.
The ATF agent testified that the feds were not referred this case.
I'm sorry, what did you just say?
I said the ATF agent testified that the feds were not referred this case.
Okay, well, that is not relevant to this, to
He
your,
testified to it, Judge.
I understand, but it should have been objected to, so.
Whoa. Pretty Esquire, did you hear that? It should have been objected to, so I'm going to object as the
In this
judge.
case, the state has the burden. And because the state has the burden in this case, they get the last word. So they get a rebuttal closing argument. So after I sit down, the state gets up, and they get to argue one more time. The defense doesn't get to say anything after that. But we've said enough. This trial has been 2 weeks long. It's been a very important trial for everyone involved, especially for Ms. Andrews. Today is the most important day of her life. And we ask, just as we asked in voir dire in jury selection, that you treat it fairly. There is one place that you cannot take away someone's voice, and that's inside of a courtroom. I have an innocent individual's life in my hands, and so do each and every one of you. When the state gets an opportunity to argue to you, you should be listening to where the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt is that Alicia Andrews knew that Charles Jones was even going to be in Tampa. That Alicia Andrews knew beyond a reasonable doubt that Charles Jones was going to die. That her co-defendants had that intent. There is no evidence, much less evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. These individuals did not need Alicia Andrews. She was not some sort of cover, some invisibility cloak for them. The state mentioned in opening statement that Alicia Andrews was used by Isaiah Chance to look less threatening, to provide some cover. None of that ever bore out during the trial. During opening statement, the prosecutor stood before you and showed you videos of Isaiah Chance packing with Sean Gathright. Then he said that Alicia Andrews was picked up and that Isaiah Chance returned to the party with his contribution. He was referring to a gun, and he showed you on the screen there a gun, and he showed you how the gun was sticking out with the extended magazine and the dust cover of the gun. And it was almost as if he was saying that Alicia Andrews was with Isaiah Chance when he had this gun out. Because if that was the case, she would know that there's guns involved. She would know. But that wasn't the case, because none of that happened in Alicia Andrews' presence. The prosecutor in this case, in opening statement, said twice that Alicia Andrews was driving, or he alluded to the fact that Alicia Andrews was driving a vehicle in this case. And at no point in time is there any evidence that Alicia Andrews drove any vehicle. There is evidence to the contrary. Alicia Andrews doesn't drive. She doesn't make the decisions. She's not in control of the vehicle. And Alicia Andrews is not in control, or was not in control, of what happened to Charles Jones. So when you go back into the jury room and you deliberate, you've seen all the evidence. There is no more evidence to show you. Because you've seen all the evidence, you know all the facts, there you know that there is only one verdict for each count. There's only one verdict, and it's the same verdict for each count. The same verdict. That verdict is that Alicia Andrews, as it relates to the charges of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, is that Alicia Andrews is not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Thank you.
God damn. Jeremy, wow. Wow. Jeremy. We heard from the state. We heard from defense.
Members of the jury, we're almost there. Mr. McClimate told you that this gang war in Jacksonville is tragic. That's the only thing that I think that the state is in agreement with what he just argued to you. It is very tragic. The killing on both sides that happened, and the law places a high regard for the sanctity and the protection of human life. And the law protects everyone equally. It doesn't matter who the victim is, and it doesn't matter what the victim does for a living. If you purposely intend to commit first-degree premeditated murder and kill a person, regardless who that person is, and we have proven all of those elements, the law requires that that person be convicted. And when you talk about the standard of proof, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, that is what you have in this case, and you have higher than that. The defense attorney has asked or suggested to you, where is the DNA? Where is the fingerprints? All of that type of evidence is to establish one thing: who is the perpetrator? When there is a killer and there is no evidence, there is no eyewitness, and there is no videotape, then the law allows us to present evidence, direct evidence, and circumstantial evidence to you to establish and prove the identity of the perpetrator. Somebody broke into a house and shot and killed a person, and nobody saw it, and that person broke a window to get in and left their blood on that window, that could be used to establish what? The identity of the perpetrator. If they weren't wearing gloves and they touched that window and the law enforcement officers dusted for prints, they would send it off. It is very, very rare when you capture the entire crime on video. This age of digital technology proves beyond all reasonable doubt what happened in this case. You don't need an eyewitness to come in here and tell you what happened to Charles Jones on June 23rd of 2024. You don't need a fingerprint analyst to come in here and tell you who killed Charles Jones on that date. And you certainly don't need a DNA analyst because you saw it. His murder is captured on video. There are 2 cars involved, and you saw what happened at each and every location. We don't have to present DNA evidence to you. We don't have to present fingerprint evidence to you. Law enforcement officers didn't need to submit any sort of DNA to the labs to figure out what happened in this case. Because of digital evidence and video evidence, you know everything that happened to that victim. He was hunted. He was stalked. He was hunted at teasers. He was stalked, and then he went to a second location, to Truth 18, and he was followed, and he was hunted, and he was stalked. And you saw both of the vehicles that are involved in this case. And she is in the silver Chevy Cruze. There is no doubt about that. We don't have to fingerprint the silver Chevy Cruze. We don't have to dust it or swab it for DNA to know that she is in that car with her boyfriend. You saw that silver Chevy Cruze. You saw it at teasers, following, going, parking, and then the 2 of them get out to get in eyesight of the victim. All of that is clear. What is also clear is she is not going up to the club. She's not going clubbing. Neither is her boyfriend. It is for one purpose: to stalk the victim, Charles Jones, in this case. And at the second scene, all of that is on video as well. You see the parking lot of that location. You see it with your own eyes. And there is no doubt who every single individual is in both of those cars. We have proven it beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt. And you saw it at the Home to Suites video. You saw it at the USF poll cam. That victim is followed. And you saw those text messages from Sean Gathright to Kayla Enright. They want to know where Julio Foolio is, where 6 is. And in those messages to Kyla Enright, you know that they are watching him. You know, and you saw what Charles Jones is doing that night. He's on Instagram. When Sean Gathright contacts Kyla Enright, they say what? We're looking for 6. He's in Tampa. He's at an Airbnb. You saw his Instagram story. He's posting live. He's at an Airbnb. The only location that they weren't aware of that wasn't planned is this pool party at the Airbnb. Defense has suggested to you, Kyla Enright, she's not charged. No, she's not. There is a law, the law of principle, that shows that we have to prove that the person who assists, the person who is a principal, intended the crime to be committed and did something to assist. Kyla Enright is in no way is in the same position as this defendant. She is not in a vehicle with all of the perpetrators. She is not stalking the victim. She is not in Tampa. There isn't any evidence other than a message to her while she's in another location to contact someone to find 6. To suggest to you that any of the girls or young women in the victim's party is in the same position of her is preposterous. Nobody in the victim's party is doing anything but celebrating a birthday party. When you talk about beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt, to suggest to you that evidence from the defendant's phone only 3 years before this homicide has been committed, of where she says the victim in this case that she hopes he dies, to suggest to you that that isn't relevant to intent. This is a homicide case where she is charged with first-degree murder of Charles Jones, of Julio Foolio, where she is charged with conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. To suggest to you a message to a friend where she specifically says, I hope Foolio dies, is not important critical evidence for you to hear. To suggest to you that the attempted murder of a victim that occurred only months before his actual murder, that connects them to that, is not evidence of first-degree murder. It absolutely is. The killers didn't get him in October. The rifle that was used to shoot him, that shot that projectile, that shot him in the foot, a casing was recovered from that scene. The fact that that is connected to the homicide to kill the exact same victim is absolute evidence of intent. It is the most powerful type of evidence of intent that could possibly come before you. When we talk about her phone evidence, when we talk about what we have to show to prove that she had the knowledge and the requisite intent, that is why we brought that phone evidence to you. Because there's no doubt of what happened to this victim. There's absolutely no doubt of how he was stalked. And I think the defense attorney said and talked about Rashad Murphy and Davan Murphy, about how they would not allow her to know what was going on. What I can make an argument about that and submit to you is that I do agree with that. There is no way that people who are going to commit first-degree premeditated murder would allow anybody into their inner circle unless they were absolutely trusted, that they absolutely trusted that person 100%, that that person is ride or die, because all of them can be identified if law enforcement finds out. And she absolutely proves that that's exactly what she is, because when faced with law enforcement, when faced with telling her that you could be charged, that you will be charged with first-degree premeditated murder, she would not give any of them up. She would not give a name. She would not give a description, because she did not want to implicate any of them. And when we talk about consciousness of guilt, that is evidence. Just like circumstantial evidence, all of that is considered evidence in a case. There's not going to be anything in these instructions that define for you what direct evidence is, what circumstantial evidence is, or what consciousness of guilt evidence is. But all of the evidence that is presented to you can be evaluated by you to determine whether or not the defendant is guilty or not guilty. And she is not innocent. The evidence in this case proves overwhelmingly that she lied to law enforcement. And that evading of law enforcement, that lying to them, shows that she has something to hide. Innocent people don't have to lie to law enforcement. Innocent people are cooperative and tell what they know when somebody has been killed in cold blood. And that is what has happened in this case. Charles Jones was hunted and he was tracked down and he was killed. And to suggest to you that she was not a trusted member of this group, of this conspiracy, flies in the face of all of the evidence. We rely on you to use your common sense when you evaluate this evidence, and when you look at what is on her phone, and when you see the personal animosity and what she was living in at the time when she wrote those messages. The one message that isn't in evidence, when I asked her about Antonio Tilley and the person who died the day before Charles Jones is shot in the foot. Remember that? I refreshed her recollection.
Well, you need to link it up to evidence they did hear, okay?
You heard her testimony. I questioned her on her conversations with Isaiah Chance, her co-defendant, her boyfriend, the person that she continues to protect again and again and again. I questioned her about the communication she specifically had with him in 2023, not 3 years before this homicide, less than a year before this homicide. And she claims she knows nothing about the gang stuff. She knows nothing that is going on. There is more than one conversation with her and Isaiah Chance about what is going on in this gang war and who has been killed, personal in their lives. One you saw in evidence, the town center, where it is clear they have talked about it before, because her response when she realized it's about the town center and that 23 has been killed there, she says, I forgot. I'm sorry, we don't have to go there. That conversation is in evidence. You also have testimony from her on the stand specifically about the death of her boyfriend's good friend, Antonio Tilley, that occurred on October 6th, the early morning hours going into October 7th of 2023, where I specifically asked her on the stand, you've talked to him about that. Oh, I can't really remember. So we refreshed her recollection. It's not in evidence, but we refreshed her recollection with the conversation. All of a sudden, she remembers it, right? That's what she does. She doesn't remember it until she's faced with hard evidence. She sees that conversation, and now she's got to answer questions about it, right? And what is it about? It is about another person close to her boyfriend that has died in this gang war. It's about Antonio Tilley, Tilley's death. He is upset about it. And before I can even get a question out, she says, oh, yep, he didn't want me to be around him at that moment. He was so upset, he didn't want me to be around. He needed to be by himself. And then there's another conversation on October 8th, the very next day, where he has done something and they have talked about it. And he needs her to be loyal. She remembers that, right? She would have you believe, now that we've confronted her with that evidence, that he wants her to be loyal and that she needed to delete that conversation that they had texted about, that's about her cheating again. The same boyfriend that she has testified to you about domestic violence, that she's afraid of him. Now you hear that she's worried about him and that he needs her to be loyal and that he's confided something to her on that day. That is the day that Charles Jones is shot in the foot. That is the crime that also is connected to this case and evidence of all of the perpetrators' intent. They tried to kill him in October and failed. They were successful here in Tampa on June 23rd of 2023. That is why that evidence is so important. Conspiracies to commit first-degree murder don't happen in front of eyewitnesses. They don't happen in the light of day. They happen in dark places where people know that it is a crime and they know what they're doing and they want to get away with it. Actions speak louder than words. The defendant is never going to come in here and admit to being involved in a conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Defendant is never going to be admitting to anyone, to law enforcement, or on the stand about her knowledge, to agreeing to be a principal to first-degree premeditated murder. But the law allows us to show you all of the evidence that can show what it is she intended. And that is why you saw those photographs from her phone. Nobody from the state side ever suggested to you that she is a gang queen pin. Nobody has suggested to you through law enforcement, to any witness the state put up with law enforcement that is an expert in this gang war in Jacksonville. They have all said the same thing. She is not in a gang. She is not charged with being in a gang. Why is all of that relevant? Because, again, to law enforcement, she lied about it. She lied about knowing anything about the gang. She wants them to believe that she has no knowledge. She wants them to believe that she doesn't even know about her boyfriend's nickname, Gutta. And you all know, again, the evidence is overwhelming that that is a lie. Not only does she call him Gutta, not only does she know that that's his nickname, not only does she know that is his gang stage name for his own drill rap videos, she has it tattooed on her twice. That's the reason why those photographs are relevant. It again shows her lying to law enforcement. The reason that you saw all of those messages to other people in the gang about the gangs, there's conversations about Bibby and Robert Howard, gang member after gang member, that corresponding message to Jewel Jordan. We brought that to you. That's a good friend of hers. You think she wanted to testify against her friend? You have to evaluate each and every piece of evidence and what it shows and what it proves. It proves that she knew exactly what was going on in this gang war. It proves that she personally knew people that were affected by this gang war. When you look at the phone evidence, I know that there is a lot in there. The defense attorney argued to you that there is no text messaging of her or Instagram of her from her phone. That is because she got rid of her phone. You heard from not only our expert, but their expert, some of this information is not backed up. Some of this information you can only get if you have the device itself. That text messaging that we have between her phone and Sean Gathwright's phone during the time of the crime, that was only retrieved by Sean Gathwright's phone. Her phone didn't have those same messages. Her phone is backed up, and her phone had photographs on it. Her phone had conversations on it, but the time period you heard from Detective Ramos where they were looking at that time period for the crime was not on the Apple iCloud backup. And there's two ways that can happen. It can happen either by it not being something that she backs up, or it can happen if a person personally gets rid of that time period and deletes it from their phone. We never got her phone. You heard that others got rid of their phone. Sean Gathright, who was using his phone in this instance. So it wasn't just her that got rid of her phone. Sean Gathright got rid of his phone as well. And again, more evidence of her intent is the conversation when she knows law enforcement is looking for her. That's why we presented all of that information from the phones to all of you. Because again, it is evidence of her intent that something is on her phone that she does not want law enforcement to know about. That is the reason she's laughing her, LMFAO. That is why she is laughing out loud, because law enforcement got her new phone. And in the middle of this search warrant, when law enforcement is executing it, she has a new phone that she is trying to back up all the stuff from the iCloud. She got rid of her device, and she got rid of the specific text messages that surround that time period. If you look at those videos where her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, is walking around with her phone, it's not just up to her ear. Look at it. He has it out like this. That is when a way a person holds a phone when they are speaking on speakerphone. There are conversations happening, and there are calls that are being made and communicated between him and the shooter's vehicle. And they keep on suggesting to you that the call, the attempted call that is in the call detail records, happened when he is out in that parking lot in Teasers. That is not. If you look at the timing, both by our expert and the defense expert, the timing is clear. That's why we went through so much trouble about making sure the timestamp is accurate at each and every video that you heard. And when you look at the call detail records, the calls that are reflected on the call detail records of her phone show that she is already in her car with the defendant when those calls are being made. What is not captured, what is an unauthorized app that they are using when she needs to put in her passcode, is not captured because they are using another app to make those phone calls. Your Honor, I'm going to object at this time. Can we go sidebar? Yes?
Jesus Christ, get this lady off. I don't even want to listen anymore. How do you think the jury wants to feel? We can't even talk. How do you think the jury feels? We have been watching 9 hours for me, but this jury has been there, and we knew it was going to be a long day. It's the last day. This jury has been there since 8 a.m. 6:23 Eastern Standard Time. We are only 2 minutes behind the live feed. They're coming back. Let's see what happens here.
So going back to the phone, there is clearly phone communication that is being used that is not captured in the call detail records, and the timing is important because, again, there is communication going on with the vehicle that has the assault team in it. And that is not something that they want tracked. The other piece of evidence that is important that she says to law enforcement in that interview is that she has to enter her passcode. Her phone is protected. She has a passcode that she has to put in there, and that is something that happens automatically. Anybody who has an iPhone that has a password or has to get into their phone by their face knows that that is something that happens automatically. When you have a phone, it goes dark and you have to put in your passcode. That is what is happening there. She is still using her phone. She uses her phone all the time. And she is allowing her boyfriend to use her phone, and when it goes dark, she has to put in the passcode for him. She knows what is being said on that phone to that second vehicle. There is no way that she did not hear what was going on. There is no way that she did not know everything that was planned.
Ain't
to
no way you
occur
still
in
talking.
Tampa. This whole story about teasers, and now to make it, I guess that she didn't lie to law enforcement this one time about the bouncers, they're saying that that was about that was about the Players Club. That makes it even a worse story, because now it isn't that she didn't get to go to 2 clubs, now it's that she didn't get to go to 3 clubs. All 3 clubs were either too packed, overpriced. Is it based on it's too packed based on the parking lot and the amount of cars in the parking lot? If that were really the truth, then they never would have had to get out of their vehicles. But again, that crime is on video. And you know, the only time they get out of their vehicle, that is to see if the victim is at that location, at Teasers, at Truth 18. That is why they are there. The defense attorney talked to you a little bit about the jury instructions.
Stop turning pages. Just stop. Stop turning pages.
He talked about murder in the second degree, and so I just wanted to touch briefly upon it. There is another instruction that you will hear from the judge, and that is that you should find the defendant guilty of the highest crime that has been proven beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt. And the top count for count 1 is first-degree premeditated murder. And principle applies to this. Principle also applies to murder in the second degree. But this case, murder in the first degree, is the top count, and all of these elements have been proven and beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt. And the reason why I'm putting this back up is because the death, count 2, if you look at element 2, count 1, the death was caused by the criminal act of Alicia Andrews. That always is going to be read in a principal case. She is never alleged to have touched a gun. She is never alleged to have been one of the shooters. She is guilty as a principal. And because she is a principal, you have to put her and treat her as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt she intended the crime to occur, and that she did some act or said something that was intended to and did assist the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. That is read in conjunction with murder in the first degree, which this is a murder in the first degree. This is the highest crime, the top count that has been proven in this case. The second, the lesser to murder in the first degree is murder in the second degree. The principal instruction also applies to this. So when the defense attorney is up there arguing to you that Charles Jones is dead, obviously that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The death was caused by the criminal act of Alicia Andrews. That the principal instruction also applies to that. So if you find that a lesser has been included, you don't say that she's not guilty just because she's not the person that committed the criminal act. The principal instruction applies to that. If you're looking at murder 2, that there was an unlawful killing of a victim by act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life, and then it describes what the act includes. It also says in order to convict of second-degree murder, it's a distinction for first-degree murder. It is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had any intent to cause death. but she can still be convicted as a principal. What separates second-degree murder from first-degree murder is premeditation. Premeditation, we've already gone over what that means. And in this case, there was premeditation. There was planning, there was getting weapons. All of that is a conscious intent, a reflection for a homicide to be committed. And that's what separates first-degree from second-degree murder. And with the judge's instructions, you will hear that you should find the defendant guilty for the highest count that has been proven beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt. And in this case, when you hunt and you stalk a victim in order to kill him, that is first-degree premeditated murder. The defendant argued in his case that the defendant was cooperative and truthful to law enforcement. You heard all of that evidence, and we argue and submit to you that she may have said one or two truthful things, but the majority of what she told law enforcement was not true. You will see all of the messaging on the phone. You will see the conversations that she had with all of her friends. You saw the photographs. And here's another one, again, from her Apple iCloud that has been put into evidence. State 75C3 was not published, but we asked her specifically about Kay Shorty, another person in one of those photographs that you saw where that person is throwing gang signs. I'm not going to read all of it to you, but she's having a talk with him. And again, it is about more and more gang stuff. She is having a conversation with him, and if you look at this, it goes more and more about the death of Bibby and why he is so torn up about it. So this is state 75C3. Another person that we showed you a photograph that she is friends with that is in her phone. So look at all of the phone stuff and see that what she is saying when she suggests to you that she doesn't know what is going on simply is not true. She's not using a first name like Tom or Jeff. These conversations aren't about somebody named Ryan or Steve. These are names of gang members who have been killed in this gang war. You're going to see names like Bibby, Leaky. All of that is evidence of her knowledge of what is going on in Jacksonville and what is affecting the very people who she is dating, to such of effect that she has to delete messages from premeditated murder. And the way it was done, it was planned, it was premeditated.
I don't even know. That was law and crime. Like, lady, shut up. We're going to skip you 2 minutes. We were only like a minute behind.
And none of that can be done unless everybody talked about it and planned it and conspired together to do it. Based on all of the evidence in this case, we are confident that you will find her guilty of first-degree premeditated murder and guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree premeditated murder.
Oh!
All right, members of the jury, I'm going to pick back up with the jury instructions where we left off, okay?
Oh!
The defendant has admitted not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all of the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction it is one which is not stable but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: 1, did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? 2, did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? 3, was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? 4, did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? 5, does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? 6, had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony? 7, did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? 8, has the witness been convicted of a felony? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. The defendant in this case has become a witness. You should apply the same rules to consideration of her testimony that you apply to the testimony of the other witnesses. It is entirely proper for the lawyers to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to the lawyers about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. A statement claimed to have been made by the defendant outside of court has been placed before you. Such a statement should always be considered with caution and be weighed with great care to make certain it was freely and voluntarily made. Therefore, you must determine from the evidence that the defendant's alleged statement was knowingly, voluntarily, and freely made. In making this determination, you should consider the total circumstances, including but not limited to: 1, whether when the defendant made the statement she had been threatened in order to get her to make it, and 2, whether anyone had promised her anything in order to get her to make it. If you conclude the defendant's out-of-court statement was not freely and voluntarily made, you should disregard it. There are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. 1, you must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. 2, this case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits in evidence and these instructions. 3, This case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. 4, remember the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. 5, whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. 6, your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. You may find the defendant guilty as charged or guilty of such lesser included crimes as the evidence may justify or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense on the verdict form for each count that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to each crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you. It is as follows. In the Circuit Court of the 13th Judicial Circuit of the State of Florida and in for Hillsborough County Criminal Justice Division, State of Florida versus Alicia Latoya Andrews, case number 24 CF 11996, Trial Division 1, verdict form. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1. Check only A, B, C, or D. A, the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser included offense. D, the defendant is not guilty. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2. Check only A or B. A, the defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is not guilty. So say we all, dated this blank day of October 2025, and then there's a signature line for the foreperson of the jury to sign and print their name. A separate crime is charged in each count of the indictment, and although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately and a separate verdict returned as to each. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one crime must not affect your verdict as to the other crime charged. In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication such as email or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I have given in the case, you must tell me by giving a note to the court deputy. Many of you may have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. Kindly leave those devices on your seats where they will be guarded by the court deputy while you deliberate. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the court deputy. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions, if I can, in writing or orally here in open court. During the trial, items are received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. These exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share. Okay, a couple of things. Number one, we discussed this during jury selection, but just to affirm it here. All of your information is confidential and under seal, okay? Nobody has access to any of your information. Your identities have not been disclosed through the media or otherwise. From this moment forward, I will only refer to you by your initials and your juror number. Also, the foreperson of the jury who signs the verdict form and prints the name. When the verdict form is read, I will only identify the foreperson by the initials and the juror number. The signature and name of the foreperson of the jury will be redacted from the verdict form. It will not become public record. Additionally, it is late. I concede it is late. However, whatever time you all reach a verdict, there are sufficient law enforcement personnel to escort you safely to your car, so you don't need to worry about that at all. Okay, a couple of things. So, juror number 77, initials BS, okay? You are our alternate, okay? So you're not going to be participating in the final verdict. So this is what's going to happen. Do any of you have electronic devices on you right now? Okay, if you do, that includes smart watches, okay? Anything that's got internet connectivity, because you can't have that in the jury room. Leave those in your seat. Our alternate, juror number 77, do you have anything in the jury room? Okay, so what's going to happen is you guys are going to go back to the jury room as a group. The bailiff is going to collect any electronic devices from the 12 remaining jurors. Juror number 77, grab whatever belongings you have, step out. I'm going to talk to you a little bit further. And just so you all know, you cannot begin deliberating until everyone has cleared the jury room. Okay, that includes law enforcement personnel and the alternate. Once it's just the 12 of you, then you can begin deliberating. You're going to be sent back all of the evidence in this case, and do we have a laptop or something that they can?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so you'll be sent a laptop. If you want to review any of the digital evidence, you can use the laptop, but there is no internet connectivity, okay? And there was one more thing. Oh, I know. In the pack of jury instructions, those are your jury instructions for each of you to use. However, there is a copy of the verdict form. The bailiff will send back the official verdict form. All right, so the one that he gives you all is the one the foreperson needs to sign and date when you will have reached a verdict.
Yo.
Okay, very good. And I think he's going to talk to you about ordering food. So we have that to look forward to. All right? Okay, very good. Our alternate juror, please collect your things and step back out. All right?
Yo.
All rise.
Chat. I don't know how to do shit in Florida, okay? But they are making these people stay.
Yep.
Can we just text the family that we're going back? Or?
Yeah, that's fine. Do me a favor. If you need to notify a family member, do it now while the law enforcement's in there with you, and then turn over your electronic device. And also, if anybody needs to reach you in emergency, we have your devices. So, but you can do that before you begin deliberations, okay? All right, thank you.
I ain't never seen this shit before.
Okay, just waiting on the alternate.
Judge, we wanted to get with defense and ask permission if we have the exhibits that are on video downloaded to there were some issues with the disc skipping. I don't know if defense has an objection, but they can look at all of this stuff. If not, we can take it all off. Just of the video exhibits.
So I'm sorry, what are you asking me?
If that can remain on the computer that goes back, or if not, we can delete it.
Okay,
But
well,
some of the discs were not,
Right.
we're skipping, so if defense wants to look at it and see that they're just the exact replica of the disc,
okay.
but, or, I don't know if they have an objection to that. The ones that are on video.
Okay, stop, hold on, stop. All right, come on up. Okay. So, I'm not gonna keep you here any longer. I just want you to know how
Okay.
much we all appreciate your willingness
Good.
to serve. You may be elated that you're not participating in the final verdict. You may be incredibly disappointed. We have to have 12 members of our community agree to serve on these juries. As you can see, a lot goes into these trials. And if one of the other jurors had gotten sick or had a family emergency and had to drop out, I would have to declare a mistrial, and we have to start all over again. So I sincerely hope that you don't feel your time was wasted. We are indebted to you. All of us are indebted to you so very much. So with that, you're now free to talk to anybody that you would like about this case. You're free to stick around, you're free to run out of here as quickly as you can, whatever you wish to do. And on behalf of everyone involved, again, thank you so very, very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Jury exiting.
I cannot believe she's making them stay tonight. Yeah, that was the alternates. You guys are right. I cannot believe
Okay,
you're
very
making
good.
them
So,
stay.
I guess you guys can just talk about the, laptop or disk issue. And, Madam Clerk, do you have all of the evidence? Okay. Okay.
We have some at the table, I'll bring it.
Okay, so just make sure Madam Clerk has everything before the evidence goes back. And Reggie, can you give this to Ron?
I cannot believe this is how y'all do it in Florida. We are officially on goddamn verdict watch. Like this is business hours. Wow, chat. We are on freaking verdict watch. I can't believe that. That's okay. This is what we're gonna do. I have super chats that I haven't read since 12 p.m. There are over 100. So I'm gonna read them all to kill a little bit of time. This jury is trying to get dinner. They're trying to relax. They've got a lot of evidence to look through. I could call it an all-nighter. I just gotta make some coffee. But what we will do is I'm gonna read the super chats. We'll talk through some of y'all's questions, and we already have the thumbnail ready. I really thought this was gonna happen on Monday, y'all. So I'll just be on standby until it's ready, and then we could watch it. I don't know if y'all gonna be up at 3 a.m., but shit, we'll do it. Wow. I mean, Red Lobster with the cheddar biscuits at this point. I've never seen a trial go this late. She's going to have these jury members stay. I thought they were going to, and this is what I was saying. In most states, you can leave after 5 o'clock and come back on Monday and resume and have the weekend. They're staying all night, maybe until tomorrow, until they come up with a decision. So Alicia is going to get her decision. This is crazy work, chat. You know Foolio's mom. Let me check her Instagram. You know Foolio's mom is probably like, all this bullshit. Let me just refresh her page. Yeah, nothing is on yet. Okay, I'm gonna have to order lots of things for us, but I ain't never seen this. I have not seen it in Massachusetts. We don't do that. That's where I'm from. I lived in Georgia. These other states, though. I mean, we just did Donna Adelson, no problem. Karen was up here in Mass. Cali is expected because Cali's on West Coast time, so you have the time difference too. Most of the cases we've covered this year have been Cali, Florida, Mass. That's it. Y'all are like, I done ate all the Halloween candy. Pennsylvania doesn't do that either. I don't know. Maybe we just spoiled in the North. Like, all right, the YSL case too. I mean, that went on for 3 days. But like what they did in Fulton County is they gave people time. So, you know, it would end at 5 o'clock. Come back the next morning at 8 or 9 or whatever, and the clock restarts. You know, even in that YSL case, like they didn't keep the jury overnight. So I don't know. This is wild. Okay. Let's go all the way back up here. Shout out to Trainwreck. I think this is where I left off. Says, let's get the likes up to 2K. No, you guys have been fantastic. I'm just going to hit mute there because their courtroom audio is crazy. So I hope we get a little audio relief. But Trainwreck says, lock us out, get the likes up. Our girl is working hard. Some people have no clue how hard live streaming is. Yes, we talked about that. Shout out to Greedy with the 5. Says, no way you beside these people all the time and don't hear or peep anything. In my opinion, she shouldn't get the actual murder charge, but she knew and was complicit. And where are you guys in voting? I mean, now this is the official vote, pre-deliberation vote. This is your official vote. Guilty at 57% and not guilty at 28%. Hung jury at 15%. Over 5,000 votes. You know, so that's what we're doing. That is what we're doing. If you haven't voted, you wanted to hear closing arguments. We were all done with closing arguments. I'm not even gonna hold you guys. There was a point because this chair, it's like an executive chair. It has a footrest. There was a point where I had to go off camera and just shut my eyes for a second, just for like. It was during the defense closing argument. I had to shut my eyes. And then for this other lady, oh my God, like I had to do it. So I'm not gonna hold y'all. I fell asleep for a bit, you know? But thank you so much, Greedy, for the super chat. Shout out to Nova the Great with the 5 says she couldn't have gotten out of the car anytime. So I don't think, she could have gotten out of the car anytime. So I don't think anybody should feel sorry for her. Yeah, you know, there's a lot of people that were like guilty out of the gate. A lot of people in the Jacksonville area think she is guilty as French toast. All right. Like, no, there's no change in the mind. But I think after hearing from her today, public sentiment, at least compared to yesterday in my chat and with our social polls, has gone up a bit. So, and I think that's just because people get to hear her story herself. And then, I don't know, we're going to talk about how Jeremy and them did for the closings, but they were just so long and drawn out. I know this jury is exhausted being there at 8 a.m. It's 6:30. You get food and then you got to deliberate. One of you guys made a really good point. Is it going to force the deliberation to go faster? And are they going to properly give her a good, you know, like do the right public service? You're giving tired people an opportunity to deliberate right now. Shit. I mean, they're going to be like guilty just so they can go home to their kids. Like, but remember, this jury leans, this jury leans older. You think these old people don't want to get home to the Bengay and to their, you know, their Tempur-Pedic beds, fuzzy socks, you know, AC, chilling, like all of that. So they lean older. So if they lean older and you want to keep them tonight, man, listen. Somebody said Tiger Balm. Thank you so much, Nova. I appreciate you. Brother Irwin with the 5 says, are you dressing for Halloween? Yeah, I was trying to dress like Rosie the Riveter, but like my hair's all fucked up now. And it's been a long day. So thank you so much, Brother Irwin. Shout out to Dimples Deeper with the 2 says, good morning. Well, it's nighttime now, sis. Good evening. She says, great legal information that you provide. I'm happy that you appreciate it. It means a lot to me. I need to figure out what I'm doing for lunch, dinner, all of that. I can't believe this thing is going into the nighttime, but thank you, sis. And she also became a member. Welcome to the membership squad. Shout out to Tim John, aka T Real, with the 10. He hits me with the this is the Rosie the Riveter thing. So I appreciate the muscle emoji. Shout out to Gloria with the 2. Gloria is on Alicia's side now. She's like, listen, prayers for Alicia. I mean, imagine what that little girl's thinking. She has probably been up. They probably woke her up to transport her to court at like 6. Get there at 4:08. Sit in the holding cell, do all of that. Go through court all day. Sit through all of that. They're probably going to give her some food, and then she's going to be back in the holding cell until they come up with a verdict. Here's the other thing. We learned that Alicia has been communicating with Isaiah almost every day. They have a kid together, it sounds like. But they have found ways from prison to communicate with each other. Many phone calls a day, text messages, using the mom for 3-way or whatever. But that's something that did not come out throughout the entire trial, but the prosecutor bought it out on cross. So that's something that was new. Is a dog in here? I gotta feed my dog. Okay, we're gonna keep going. Shout out to Leela with the 5. Oh my God, Leela, I remember when you dropped this, it was around noon. She said, AV, I'm taking the LSAT. That is a law school admissions test, guys. She's taking it again next week. She got a 163 last time. Any advice? A 163 is actually a pretty decent score. You know, I would say once you get to the high 160s, 170s, you're in Harvard territory. You can get into any school if you're in the closer to the high 160s to the 170s. If you ever see Kelly Kell in this chat, she's one of my mods. She is in law school right now and wants to, I think she does LSAT coaching. So Leela, I mentioned that to you earlier, but if you're still, I don't know if you're still watching, 7 hours later, but look for Kelly Kell. My biggest advice, that test is broken out. I took it in 2018, but I would say for anybody that's watching, thinking of going to law school and taking this test, logic games, I don't know if they still do them. That's one portion of the test where if you start to think like how I talk to you guys about, right? Imagine other possibilities to things. Think of 2 sides to things. Try to be fair when you think about things. Try to think like a detective sometimes. That will really help you in the logic games. Reading comprehension. You know what they do? I mean, we all think of reading comprehension on state standardized tests. It's a lot different. You think you're about to just get one passage and just read it and get a multiple choice thing. Now, they're going to give you one of these. You're going to get something crazy like that. It's going to be 2 pages and you're timed on how long you could read it. I would tell you to practice on this if you're thinking far ahead, Leela, because the reason why they put that in there is because it's almost a precursor to the bar exam. When you take the bar exam and in law school, you have 7 bodies of law that you have to learn within the 3 years. There's 7 bodies of law on the bar exam, and you need to know it cold, off the top of your head. I say it to y'all, but I don't always know it cold, right? I might paraphrase things or I might not say it with the best precision, but for the bar exam, they're going to want the precision. So I challenge you, if you've done it already, to really look at the reading comprehension section and enhance your speed, because on the bar exam, I kid y'all not, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to read that whole joint, recognize what body of law it is, understand what type of question it is, read through the thing, go through the elimination, and select an answer for 200 questions. It's the worst. So I would work on that because it will help you 4 years from now. You're welcome, my friend. All right, let's keep going. Shout out to Mars with the 2, says she need to watch her attitude. She got an old jury. Well, yeah, yeah, Mars, that's a good point. So Alicia was a little, well, I don't know if she had an attitude. I think she just had an answer prepared for everything that was asked on cross-examination. Because Mars, right around the time that you left this at 12:59 p.m., we were just starting her cross-examination. But yeah, great observation. Thank you, brother. Shout out to Made by Love with the 10, says you can't be around these youngins. Go to school at Rains and Jackson, mention out east in your text and claim to be clueless. I mean, she did say that she wanted Foolio dead. It's crazy. Am I talking? If I'm talking slow, I apologize, guys. I've been on this joint for 10 hours. Shout out to Helena with the 5, says AV in the 80s and 90s, if you threw up signs for a gang you weren't in, you get killed. Is that true now? A whole lot of non-members throwing up signs. Yeah, I think Helena, when you dropped this, we were looking at photos of Julio and they were looking at his hand signs and things like that during that testimony. So thank you, Helena. Joyce dropped me a 10, no comment, no question, pure love of the game. We are rosy riveting out here, okay? Like, oh, just riveting. What a day. Thank you, Joyce. Trainwreck with the 5 says, may I just say how beautiful you look today? Just stunning. Listen, it's all melting off after a long day under these lights, but I appreciate that. Some of y'all were like, Avi, you look like a blood today. I was just like, okay. People were just like, you got that Tupac energy. I was like, I'm done with y'all. Thank you so much, Trainwreck. The Real Rebel Eric hits me up with a 5, says this a little Woody kind of situation. She's explaining things in context. She is. She has an answer prepared for everything. That's what I noticed about Alicia. Thank you, Eric. Shout out to D with the 2, says this is actually sad AF. This is all this lying #cooked. I mean, do you guys still think she's cooked? 57% of you say yes, but again, not guilty has vastly increased today. Shout out to Made by Love. Hit me with a super sticker. I appreciate you. Shout out to the Real Rebel Eric again with the 5, says be honest. If there's a gang war, all this stuff going on, do you think they knowingly would take this girl on a side mission without unaliving her? Well, the plot thickens. It does. I mean, would they kill her if she knew too much information? I don't know. I mean, we learned a lot about her and Isaiah today, but the prosecutor came up and shared that, all right, although she's saying she was afraid of Isaiah beat her, all these things, a DV situation, they still talk multiple times a day, even up till today. They still talk. She's just like, are you guys broken up or not? And she said no. And turns out, no. Jeremy asked if they were still together. And she said, he thinks that way. So she never necessarily gave us a yes or no answer, you know? Crazy work. Let's keep going. Little gaming channel with a 10 says, I'll say this about her. She seems somewhat honest. Thank you, TLGC. Your stream sponsor. With the 20 says, I believe the way she's testifying, nothing about this case is beyond a reasonable doubt. Yeah, this one is wild, man. I think this is the case of 2025. Karen Reed was up there. Like, I'm not even gonna hold you. Karen Reed was up there. ASAP Rocky and Relly happened very quick. Didn't get a lot of traction. A lot of people didn't know what was going on. Cardi B was hilarious. You guys remember? Cardi on the stand was funny. She's like, you know, I wasn't looking at your client like that. And he's just like, how's my client built? She's just like, she's a little heavy. And he's just like, heavy? She's just like, yeah, she's security heavy. Oh my God, that was so funny. We made it into merch. We made security heavy shirts. I don't know if y'all have seen it, but we make shirts for trials that go on for a long time. This is the ASAP, Relly, and Rocky one, where this was Relly actually answering a question. They were like, hey, what's the answer to this question? He said, yes, no, maybe. I don't recall. God damn it. He said, I don't recall. That's what Relly said. But here's my too cute by half. This is Karen Reed merch that we still have. I got to take that down. We have the Queen pin grandma. This is, what's her name? Donna Adelson. So justice for Jan Markell. And then lastly, here's your security heavy shirt. Oh my God, this protecting buildings since 2018. I can't. And y'all were like, can we get some fall colors? We got your navy blue, maroon, army green, and the light pink or the blush. This is unisex, so it is for men and women. But yes, we have a merch store for all the trials that we watch. It's amazing. But thank you so much, Little Gaming Channel. Shout out to Vibe Rush with the 2, says, I'm assuming everybody in this chat is a lawyer. No, we got a decent amount of attorneys that come through. Lots of paralegals, lots of law enforcement. But I like this chat. It's a good mix, man. Like, there are people that watch from barbershops, just put it on and you guys watch from the barbershop. There's a lot of truckers that listen to during long haul drives. There's people that are doing blue collar stuff. You work overnight, things like that. Like when me and Lead was doing it, y'all was watching every day, you know. Since I've gone on my own, I just came back from Vid Summit at the start of October. Somebody came up to me. I got recognized. They were like, oh my God, are you AV? I was like, yeah, I am. You see the glasses? They were like, oh, let me take a picture with you. So that was fun. But he was working overnight shifts in the hotels in the Dallas area where I was staying at the conference I went to. So it was really, really cool. Yeah, my chat does that. And this is why I'm now polling. So people are not like, oh, you're biased. Your chat is biased. I poll every day because you'll be surprised. What if 50% of people are wrong and you're in the 28? You're welcome. I mean, I don't know. But like, thank you, Paulette. Really, this is much more about teaching y'all about how the law works more than anything. Even when I was working with Lee, that's what we tried to do. You know, he was a 20-year divorce attorney, and he would talk about, we would pick cases where there were like either, oh, what's happening in the courtroom? I just saw a box. Okay, we would talk about, you know, child custody issues, marriage issues, things that could just help everyday people. Like we were finding ways where we can just give back. You know, we didn't really dabble into the politics, but, you know, we went into the Fonnie Willis, Nathan Wade thing for a little bit. That was crazy. Do y'all remember that one? Whew. But anyway, I just think it's more balanced to have you guys pick. And, you know, again, you know, I try to teach you practical things that you could use every day. Like I had somebody send me an email 2-3 months ago and they were like, hey, remember you were talking about legal insurance? I just picked that up and it helped me it saved me thousands of dollars. I was like, this is what I do. That's why I do it. You know, so I think we left off over here. A shout out to Devin who said congrats on 80K. Yeah, I think just today we picked up something like 900 subscribers. So welcome all the new people. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, we hit 80K yesterday and we're just going to keep growing. So thank you, Devin. Shout out to Call Me Ace, not Young and Ace. Call Me Ace with the 2 says nothing further equals reasonable doubt, judge. It's not up to the judge. It's up to those people that are older that want to get home to the Ben Gay and, you know, their Tempur-Pedic mattresses, take a shower. They've been sitting in that courtroom all day. It's crazy. Call me Ace, but thank you. Shout out to Norman Claycher with the 10 says, we appreciate you. I appreciate y'all. You have no idea. I think I am going to take a break soon though, guys, because it has been 10 hours. Shout out to Tamika with the who has become a member. Welcome, Tamika. Welcome to the Chatterhood. Big Papa Zoe with the 10 says, yo, AV, I ain't gonna lie. If I was on the jury, I would vote guilty. I think she's gonna walk though. Oh, because a female juror is going to see her being so young and just had a baby, and they're not giving her life. That's a good point, Big Papa Zoe. And I don't, he's not wrong. That's why we like to find this this jury makeup to see who's in there. What are their races? What are their ages? Again, their races have been concealed by the person who has released it. But you know, you had the young brothers that were in there earlier. They popped in. I don't know if they're on social media or whatever. But my guy, I mean, I'm about to call him like, man, you should have been in there today. Like we would have had all the tea. But thank you so much, Big Papa Zoe. Great points. The Little Gaming Channel back with another 20 says she is walking if beyond a reasonable doubt is the bar. All 87 pounds of stupidity is gonna walk. I mean, she's gonna go. I mean, she goes home, she takes care of her baby, but she's still gonna be like, do y'all think she's still gonna talk to Zay? I think she is. I think they're connected. They're connected. It's not gonna stop. And then he has his trial coming up too. It's crazy work. Nomenclature, thank you for gifting 5 memberships earlier. I think the people that received them are probably gone at this point, but if you received a membership from Nomen or from anybody for that matter, please say thank you. Christina with the 2 says, you did a great job explaining it. Thank you. Yeah, I try, y'all. I try my very best to explain it in layman's terms and, you know, because I just learned this stuff myself in school. So I'm not going to explain it to you like a 15-year attorney. I'm going to explain it to you in a way where I just learned myself, and you know, I can kind of explain what's going on in the courtroom. Shout out to the International Quiet Storm with the 20 says over 5,000 people in the chat. Yeah, we were lit today, chat. That was our peak. I think I saw something around a little bit over 5,000 at one point. It says thank you all for supporting AV. Continue to hit the like button and share the stream. Yeah. That's it. This is the place to be with any trial. I'm telling you, we have so much fun. Like, there was a football player in here for the Karen Reed trial. He came through and we gave away like $2,000 worth of t-shirts. It was crazy. And y'all were like, where's my t-shirt? Where's my t-shirt? We gave away just all my merch. We gave it away. He sponsored it. It was amazing. So you never know who's watching. You really don't. But thank you so much. The International Quiet Storm. Shout out to Vukani. Are those South African bucks? Either way, thank you. Sometimes I don't know the country codes just by looking at them. Actually, let me just look. Currency code ZAR. Yes, South African Rand. Thank you so much from South Africa. I really appreciate that. Trainwreck with the 2 says she's creating reasonable doubt. Yes, that happened. Trainwreck with another 2 says, I still wear my mask daily. Am I a suspect? That was an interesting line of questioning. Like if she wore her mask, is she a suspect? Was she trying to conceal her face? Many of you guys didn't like that or thought it was an interesting fact about this case early on. But I wonder if it kind of changed your mind throughout the day, right? Because she was saying she didn't want to get sick, but in the McDonald's footage, she doesn't have it on, and there's somebody next to her. What was it, a black and mild? He was smoking. But, you know, again, she didn't know the guy, apparently. So, Trainwreck with a 5 says, woman, shut the F up already. It was long. That was long closing arguments. JJ with the 2 says, I know her mouth dry. Where's the water? Yeah, that's why I'm looking at my mug like it's almost time to take a break. But thank you, JJ. Trainwreck with the 5 says, at this point, she has lost the jury. What do y'all think? You guys were on it. Like it was very dry. It was so bad. Made by Love with the 2 says, this is a song that never ends. This case is the case that never ends. The Little Gaming Channel with the 20 says, wrap it up. She just kept going. Hits me with another 10, says speed it up until she sounds like a chipmunk. We actually did speed through the last 5 minutes. Even Long Crime was like, ma'am, enough. It was too funny. Shout out to Tommy with the 2, says she was Miss Love's law school student. She might have been. Oh my God. We had an objection counter for Miss Love. She would object like every 2 minutes. It was insane. Kelly Kell with the 5 says, legit, me going through my ex phone. I know what you're thinking here. Why'd you use the back door? You don't even like McDonald's. Another lie. Okay. I see what you're saying. Thank you, Kelly Kell. Trainwreck with the 2 says, AV, make sure you rest this weekend. I'm going to bed. If we up this weekend, soon as this verdict comes out, I'm going to sleep. Sleepy, coma sleep for like a day. I don't want nobody to bother me tomorrow, but that's the thing. When you're online doing streaming and stuff, like it's hard to get a hold of you. And I have so many like people to get back to, that sort of thing. Thank you, Trainwreck. BC with the 5 says, prosecutor's voice gonna have me waking up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat. I'm not gonna hold you. Sometimes I have dreams about streaming. That's how often I stream. I had a dream about a broken phone last night. So it was so weird that Alicia they showed her a broken phone. And like, how many times has Isaiah broken your phone or something along those lines came up. So weird. Did not anticipate that. Nomenclature with the 2 says, let's go, son. Tommy with the 2 says, she's making history powerful. Made by Love with the 20 says, all I need in this life of sin is me and my girlfriend. Thank you, Made by Love. Trainwreck with the 5 says, AV, thank you for working so hard. 7-9-hour streams is savage. You are a champ. We're now approaching 10.5. This might be, I think the longest I've ever done is still when I was working with Lead was 14 hours in a day. That was crazy. But I got it done. I got it done. That's my record. We're at 10 right now, but my record is 14. Alan sends a super sticker. Thank you, Alan. Love the picture. Great outfit. Trainwreck with the 5 says, if she is on the ring, she didn't do a thing. My best, Johnny Cochran. She's back with another 2, says she didn't hide a thing. She's clearly on the ring. BC with the 5 says, power of the... Does that say power of the tongue? What? What are you talking about, BC? Power of the what? Moral of the story, watch what you say. Oh, power of the tongue. I'm sorry. I'm tired. I'm tired. This is bad. Thank you, BC. Drew Beats with the 5 says, hey, AV, how big of a deal is communicating with somebody in jail while you're in jail for the same crime? By the way, looking amazing as always. Thank you. I'm glad you think that. It's been a long day. How big of a deal is it? Well, if you guys have ever communicated with anybody in jail, the first thing that you hear, if you're on the outside, the inmate will call you. And I'm not sure, because I've never been an inmate, if they have a recording before they make the call. I know they have a PIN number, and they typically will have money loaded on the phone for them to make the call. Now, with modern technology, I do think that some jails you can do not FaceTime calls, but you can do video calls. So if inmates have kids and stuff like that, and they want to talk to their families, some facilities have that option. But that's how the call starts from inside. Now on the outside, you'll receive a call, and it's just like, hello, you're receiving a call from, and then it's like this pause where sometimes they don't say their name, or they'd be like, Mike, OG Bentley, this person, that person, like, you'll hear that. And then they'll say, this call is being recorded. It's a collect call or whatever from this penitentiary. It's already been paid for. To accept the charges, press 1 or 2. Please know that they let you know that it's being recorded, and it should, no criminal shit should happen. I don't know. I'm making it up. But you'll get like some sort of disclaimer before the call connects. Now, they're expensive as hell. You'll get it for about 10 minutes while you're talking to somebody, and you have 10 minutes to talk to the person. Now, what happens a lot, and I think you saw this in some of the thug stuff in YSL, is people will call other people on 3-way. So if you receive the call, you can call somebody else for that person and connect it so that way they're in the call. Is that a violation of those call parameters? Yes, it is, right? And they can hear everything. So even though it's a 3-way call, you have to be careful because they can hear everything. Everything is still recorded. So the way that this prosecutor was able to find out that Alicia and Homeboy were talking is because Alicia is calling the mother, right? Zay's mother. Zay's mother's answering the phone. I'm not even sure how you're connecting 2 inmates in on the same call. Maybe they coordinate the call at the same time and she connects the calls. That's the best way I can think through it. But yeah, those are separate charges, separate. You can still pick up charges while you're in jail, rules that you break, things of the like. So it's a big deal. It's kind of a minor charge though, instead of something big. I mean, it comes out in cases like this because the DA has access to all of that. Y'all remember Sprinkle? Well, this is how I did the investigation in the YSL case. Y'all remember Sprinkle? Mr. Sprinkle worked for Fonnie Willis's office, and he had monitored and did some investigative work for the YSL case, and he primarily focused on jail phone calls. So he was listening to everything. Okay. Answers your question, Drew Beats. Luis with the 2 says, this is sad. Since middle school, they saw murder. I mean, yeah, they were kids. They were kids. It's wild. But thank you, Luis. The only dub Ace with the 2 says she made food. AV. Damn, who made food? I don't even remember. You left this at 5:38. It's 7:26. If you're talking about the lady that, the prosecutors, right? Some of y'all were like, oh, I went and took a nap. I ran errands. I did this. I came back, and this lady's still talking. I think that's what you're talking about. But thank you so much, brother. Trainwreck with the 2 says, is this effing Candyman right now? Why? Yeah, I don't know. Southern Girl with the 1. Thank you, sis. No comment, no question. Just pure love. Drew Beats with the 2 says, I've seen better closing arguments. Yes, Drew. We've seen many better closing arguments. The Little Gaming Channel with the 10 says, wow, long-winded gets another turn. Dizam. Yeah, she definitely wasted not even wasted. She used every minute on that shot clock. I am Shout with the 10. Thank you, brother. Says, her not having her phone gives more reason why she did not know what JF was doing or where he was at. Yeah, and that's the thing, because it was always going to fall on her phone. But I do think that the prosecutor made a really good point that these boys were using their girlfriends' phones for a reason. So that shows more planning and coordination on their part. But at the same time, you know, we all own phones. Like if somebody's doing something funny with my phone, I'm like, hey, give it back. Like it's not going to happen again. But I'm older. When you're young and impressionable, I'm not making an excuse for her. That might be harder for people to do, I guess. Trainwreck with the 10 says, let's give AV a real gift for sitting for 9 hours. It's 10 now. It's 10. All of you hit the like. They've hit it. We're good with the like button. Thank you so much. Shout out to BC. Says, prosecutor sounds like a Timu Jehovah Witness. Imagine that voice ringing your doorbell. Oh. Hi, I'd just like to let you know that this person is guilty of this crime. And the reason why they're guilty of this crime is because they constantly lied in these police interviews. And we have all of this proof that this person did this in these police interviews so many times. And I'm going to run around circles and repeat what I'm saying at least 4 to 5 times so you can really remember what I'm saying to you. It's getting late. You're hungry. Your belly is rumbling. I don't care. I need you to understand that this person is guilty. Oh, that was terrible. Nomenclature with the 10 says, let's motivate AV to keep striding through the finish line. Long day. Yeah, I'm gonna, as soon as I'm done reading these, I do need to take a break. And then as soon as the verdict comes in, if it's 3 a.m., we just gonna turn it on. We just gonna start streaming. Thank you so much, Nomenclature. Shout out to Rhonda with the 2. No comment, no question, pure love of the game. Joe O from Canada, with the Canadian bucks. Thank you so much. Says it takes a strong mindset to work as a substitute teacher. And at Victoria's Secret, you peep that? Most likely Alicia seeked out Gutta to be her boyfriend. Gangsters like ladies who are smart and can challenge them. Only lady added to the mission. That's a good question. She was the only female that was there. But at the same time, Sean calls his girlfriend, who is drunk, and he's just like, try to, get this person to this place and try to do this thing, convince him. What was it, Fat Boy? So although no other women traveled down with them. It sounds like, I don't know. I wonder if Sean's girlfriend was in town as well and just got there differently. Interesting. Shout out to B Paul, who became a member. Welcome, sis. Your comments had me crying today. Really appreciate you being a part of the community. Nick with the $50 says, I had to postpone my slightly buzz show by an hour and a half for this pile of shit. Well, now we're on verdict watch. I think he probably is doing his live stream. Nick is a brother to the channel. He's a trial streamer too. Whenever I do a trial, he's typically doing one, or sometimes we pick different ones. He's an attorney out in Sweden, but on Fridays he usually does these slightly buzzed shows where he has other people on a panel and they talk about legal news and stuff like that. But it looks like he postponed his because of everything happening tonight. Gloria with the 2 says, we're gonna miss Halloween waiting on a verdict. I mean, Halloween might damn near be over, but if these people want to go home, I think 10 o'clock. I'm going to take an hour, but I think 10 o'clock we'll get a verdict. 10. I think we're going to get a 10 o'clock verdict. They're not going to go until 1, 2 a.m. These are older people. They're not doing that shit. So we'll probably get an Alicia verdict around 10. So that'd be great. That gives me an hour to go recharge, get some food, come back. And then we'll jump on as soon as it's ready. But if it's 7:30 right now, Eastern Standard, and the bailiffs ordered them food, that means they just got started. I say 10. What do y'all think? What time y'all think they're gonna do it? We'll get a verdict back. Shout out to Practitioner Her, says, I got 5 on dinner. Who got next? Thank you, girl. She's like, we got to make sure you're fed. Here's the bullshit, though. You know what YouTube does? Every super chat, everything y'all are sending right now, I'm not going to get it until next month. So if you want to support your girl for dinner, Cash App is preferred, or Venmo or whatever. They do that. It just takes a month to process this stuff. So, and I do have a few Cash Apps to read. So those that have sent it, please know I'm going to read those too. So thank you, Practitioner Her. K Miles with the 2 says, I'm so sorry. I missed the end. What? K. I'm going to go eat and I'm going to put this in chapters. You missed quite a bit if you're just popping in at 7. There's a lot that happened. Sir Nightwolf says, what I missed? Taz been with me for 3 months. Also, I made him a mod today. Taz and Caesar, when we did the Karen Reed trial, like they were our boots on the ground in Boston. So they actually went to the courthouse, called in. We were able to go outside and they showed us footage and everything. It was amazing. So Taz, I've been meaning to do that for a minute, but thank you. He says, congrats on the 80K and counting. Absolutely. Big Papa Zoe with the 5. He says, it's the best day to start deliberation now. Yeah. Because it's going to be too much doubt and different thoughts if they go home for the weekend. This is what I was saying, like midweek. I'm like, if you let them go without, like, I didn't foresee the judge doing this. I thought she was going to end at 6 and let them go home. But if they were to go home and think over the weekend, think about all the information they just received, it's, like you're going to give them time to freshen up and to have a sound mind, to get some rest and come back Monday ready to go. But that gives them 2 days of ruminating thoughts, of different thoughts, of things that they probably won't think about in the moment. Right. But yeah, it is going to happen tonight, I think. But now I think it's going to happen faster. So instead of her having 8 hours of a proper jury deliberation, she's probably only going to get 2 or 3 because if people want to go home, But thank you so much, Big Papa Zoe. Cashnell with the 10 says, so when there's a verdict going to be by any chance? And all I can say is AV, RIP Riz. So now, would you charge that gavel up with Max lighting around it? Like Thor's hammer, and rain it upon Alicia. That was funny. Yeah, no. So now that I've seen the entire case, I do think that there are bits and pieces of doubt. I mean, Kaz, now I'm not even gonna hold you. My brain is exhausted to go through all of these notes and to give you a proper ruling. I'm kind of leaning towards a hung jury, but at the same time, I would have said that if she let them go home. But because she has them in there right now, like I'm gonna be honest with you guys, the way that juries work, jury science, I think they're gonna vote guilty. I mean, I do. I do. I don't think that it was a good call to keep them in there tonight. So either way, it's not gonna be fair because there are pieces of doubt. And I think the defense, they casted some doubt, and that's their job. We all looked at it. I went through each one of those counts with you guys. We went with murder in the first degree. Many of you, majority said no. I agree with that. Second degree. Now, second degree, when you get to those elements, did any of her actions cause his death? Some, even though the boyfriend did a majority of those actions, some, right? I think it could be argued that one of those elements, you start to have a problem in second degree land. Manslaughter, which was interesting. Once we get to manslaughter, same thing. Manslaughter, I think, only had 2 elements. In the second one, that's where you have a problem. Conspiracy, and the principal piece, they also brought up negligence. And if any of her actions contributed to that negligence, but we're not in civil court, we're in criminal. So some, I know you guys are like some, it's hard to, I've got what, 20 pages of notes, and y'all right now are like some, which some? I'm sorry, I'm just freaking drained. It's 10 and a half hours on this. So when we go to verdict watch, how about this? I'll answer you then. Let me get my thoughts together. But thank you so much. And I'm not saying that some of the things that were done to Alicia were okay. I don't think that they were. I mean, using the phone, some of the battering that happened, I think it was a toxic relationship. She did go back. She said it herself. These type of relationships are very hard to get out of. But yeah, I just need to think about it legally so I can be more precise in how I'm saying this to y'all. So I don't want to do that right now. Shout out to, is this Frozen? That would be terrible. We lost power yesterday. Okay, this is not Frozen. Shout out to Southern Girl with $1. No comment, no question, pure love of the game. Chelly Poo says, I'm sure there are no peers on her jury. Sad face. Yeah, and this is the thing. Like I said, I think my opinion would be very different if we had a fresh jury on Monday morning. I'm very concerned right now that regardless of what should properly be done, I don't think it's going to properly be done. How are you going to have people in a courthouse all night? They're not gonna do it correctly. Like, that's just it. Like, they're not gonna vote from their heart. Like, I really don't think that they are. These people are exhausted. So I know we don't want to, some folks that are on the not guilty side are not gonna like that opinion, but like, this is the reality. Is that a good way for our justice system to work? No, but they're jammed in that room. And they have been in that courthouse since 8 a.m. this morning. I don't want to say that, but it is what it is, So sorry, I know I broke some hearts there. Nikki T speaks free with the 50, says, thank you for your dedication and delivery. Thank you. And that's the thing. Like, I'm trying to just keep it 100 with you guys with, showing you what really happens behind the scenes. I don't think it's fair to keep them there tonight. I don't at all. I think it's a very bad call. And we just watched another case in Florida where the jury was either allowed to go home and start fresh the next day. So, that was in Leon County. Why it's happening like this? I think it's a miscarriage of justice, just to keep it 100, regardless of what the jury is gonna think. But I think when you shorten the time, it's not fair. So thank you, Nikki. And that was super generous of you, by the way. 50 is a lot. Thank you. Rochelle with the 10 says, I found your channel on Monday, and I always appreciate the coverage you provided. I have no desire to watch anyone else's live coverage. Wow, thank you. Says, keep up the great work. Says, new subscriber for life. I appreciate that. And here's the other thing. We're going to watch multiple trials together, and everybody in the chat, we're not always going to agree. Not always going to agree, but I respect everybody's opinion, and I hope you respect mine. It's not like a war out here. Like, I really try to keep my chat very different from other communities, just because like I want you to be able to express yourself, your side, your opinion. Maybe you see things that we don't see, things like that. So I'm happy you're here, Rochelle, and that you found a channel. Michael with the 10 says, I'm about 14 minutes behind with your live, but I think I'm being forced to stay late. Is going to work in the defense's favor on this. Oh, okay. That's an interesting perspective. He disagrees with me, but I like that. He says there's just enough doubt not to convict while there's time. I think he's saying time instead of tire. Yeah, that it could. I mean, if people, because some of you guys brought this up, if people are going to feel sympathetic, or identify with her in certain ways and want to look at it from a different perspective. And if they are older and they see how Alicia carried herself on the stand, we did critique her throughout the week of, kind of like making faces where it just kind of looks like she's not paying attention or taking it seriously. I do think she carried herself well on the stand today. And a lot of people didn't expect that. Many of you didn't expect that, but she carried herself well. Now, the prosecutor was trying to harp on the lies, and I think 75% through it, we started to see some, almost like some clashing between the two of them, right? Where the prosecutor saw that she was kind of not having some of the questions land well, and Alicia did not, like, she held it down. Like, she did not change her vocal tonality. She stayed the same throughout the whole time. I think that she was coached because we saw the footage, the interrogation footage, where she did have that nervous laugh. That nervous laugh, ironically, was not apparent on the stand today. So this could be a good one, Michael. I like that. We'll see what happens. But thank you so much for your perspective. Better believes me with the 5 says Jacksonville parents are enabling their children, from Sean's mother with the gangs and guns to Zay's mother with the calls. Well, I mean, these moms love their kids, but Sean's mother was on a different level. Ex-military, seems like a divorcee. She did mention that she had an ex-husband that was in California right now. The guns, as even ex-military, you need to keep it secure if you have a license. Having the key just out and accessible, just in a trinket tray or whatever, is that the best way to secure the weapons in the home? But at the same time, she took her son to the gun range. That's where he learned. I mean, that person that was on the corner shooting at Julio, allegedly that suspect is Sean. And you have to look at the precision of how the car was coming. Sean didn't move. Like, the car was coming around the corner. The car was trying to flee, right? Sean kept shooting with precision. If that was him, that suspect at least was shooting with that level of precision. Now, Zay's mother with the calls, I mean, who has the baby, chat? Where's the baby? Because Zay's mother also, not Zay's mother, Sean's mother also said that she felt bad that nobody was coming to court for the hearings for Alicia. So I wonder if Zay's mother, because it would make sense, I wonder if Zay's mother has the baby. So Alicia's mother has the baby, Jack and Stack says. I mean, she's the child's grandmother. So there's some enablement. There is some enablement for sure. Shout out to Mars with the 2 says, with technicality, you need a fresh mind to analyze. Yeah, and see, if I'm drained, then these people are drained. We just stayed another hour just to read super chats. If I'm drained, these people are drained. It's not fair. Like, you need to give these people time to come and do justice fresh. Don't do it the same night. So I'm really appalled that this is happening right now. I'm not even gonna hold you guys. It's not right. In my opinion, it's not right. And I know it happens in many states. It doesn't happen in the states I've lived in. But damn, like give people a fair shot. So anyway, looking at we're all set with our super chats. Looking at our latest poll, I'm going to write this down and I'm also going to publish it in the chat so y'all have it. Yeah, voting on how tired you want is diabolical. That's what I'm saying, Ken. Like this, that's not. I really thought about moving to Florida too, because it's not good. Like even for it to end on a Friday, that's why I've been mentioning that to you guys. It's not desirable because of reasons like this. Like I was thinking that it was more going to be a weekend issue, but having them stay tonight and work on this right now, crazy work. Oh, Gloria popped in. What you got, Gloria? What do you have here? She says, why did Sean's mother have to show her hands? I woke up just to say they asked her to. Yes. So during Sean's mother's testimony yesterday, they asked that she show the fronts and backs of her hands to the jury. The reason why is because the next piece of evidence that they brought in was a photograph of a hand holding a gun, but I believe it was Sean's hand. It was definitely a male hand. So, they asked her that to show that it was not her hand in the photograph. I thought it was going to be her hand in the photograph, but it was actually a male hand. So hopefully that answers your question. Kesnell with the 5 says, I'll say this, crashing out in Tampa is way different than crashing out in Jacksonville. Taking a deuce in someone else's yard doesn't help. It doesn't. They are deliberating right now, everybody. Thank you, Kesnell. That's the other thing too. They traveled down to another county. Things operate differently in counties in which you don't grow up in. Like, for example, Massachusetts, I grew up in Suffolk County in Boston. That's more of the city, the urban area. But then I moved to like Norfolk County. There's different counties where things operate a little bit differently. And the racial makeup is definitely different once you go out to different counties. Maybe the demographics are different as far as like household income. Maybe you have people that are more white collar, because sometimes you'll have like neighborhoods or counties that are more blue collar versus white collar, things like that. That can make a difference because whenever there's a criminal case in those counties, what is your jury makeup going to be? It's going to be made up of whatever county in which the crime took place. So if the crime takes place in a white collar county, I mean, shit, you might have a problem. Whereas if it happens in a blue collar county, well, maybe you have people that'll be a little bit more lenient with you, so it really depends on where we are. I don't like Massachusetts either. I'm leaving. Like I am out. As soon as this lease is up, I need to find another place to live, but I'm out. I really did like Atlanta for a bit while I was down there. I have some friends there. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, chat. So, that's what I was doing, the poll before those supers came in. Poll right now, almost at 6,000 votes. We have 57% guilty. Unfortunately, I might be joining y'all on that just because of the time. I really thought it was going to end hung, to be honest with you. If we had a fresh jury that was rested on Monday, I thought it was going to be hung. But not guilty is at 28%. And remember, we could all be wrong. People have been wrong before, so not guilty is at 28%. That's still holding pretty strong. And what that is also indicative to me is if you guys are feeling that, then there's still going to be some people in that jury room that are going to be steadfast on not guilty. I just feel like the majority of the people, if they're landing guilty, are going to either try to convince or outspeak the other people in the room. And that's my worry. Like that, honestly, that's my worry. Like, people are going to want to go home. The guilty ones are going to be like, guilty, let's get out. Let's go home. I got kids, like, oh, shoot, what's happening? Did y'all see that? You shut your mouth. What? Oh, the judge is crashing out. Did y'all hear that? She said, you shut your mouth. And then by the time we're going to get everybody back. What's going on in there? What just happened? This judge is showing her cards. What'd I tell you? It's 750. Oh, it's 750. Wow, I don't know what just happened, but we just saw some movement in the courtroom. I was just about to end this stream, and I just heard the judge say, you shut your mouth. And by the time we get everybody back, I don't know what she's talking about, but that was definitely a hot mic moment. She's probably talking to Miss Hernandez. No, Miss Hernandez. V, that was funny. Herrera, Miss Herrera. You shut your mouth. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay. 57% guilty, 28% not guilty, 15% hung. I think this should have landed hung. But the not guilty is pretty strong. I just hope that those voices don't get overshadowed by people that want to go home. You know? So no, you could be. That was hilarious. That was really funny. Hold on. Let me just refresh this. Okay, that probably was just a hot mic moment. And there's still 6,000 people over in Law and Crimes chat. Like, they're still holding strong too. Like, y'all want to know what's going on. She is crazy. Okay, well, here's what we're gonna do, chat. I really need to eat. So I'm gonna take an hour break and set up a second verdict watch stream. It's on my desktop already. I just need to, as soon as it comes in, I just need to post it and it's gonna send it out to y'all. I don't think we're gonna go past 10 o'clock. It's already 8. Oh, I forgot to read the Cash Apps. Let me do that real quick. Whew. All right, let me see. Coming down to the Cash App crew. Shout out to E. Capone, who hits me with the 10, says, AV, you're the best. He puts the glasses emoji. I appreciate that, my friend. You are the best. Thank you, sir. Kim P sent me a 20, says, thank you for being you. Thank you, Kim. I'm a tired me right now. And I think that's all I got for right now. But yeah, y'all recharge too. We're gonna be up. So as soon as this comes in, we are ready to go. And I'm sorry, like that was interesting. I was like, oh, are they back? But it seems like we just had a false alarm, hot mic moment. But the judge said something about by the time we bring everybody back. I don't know what she means about that. So you know what, Taz? I did get McDonald's early. Oh, y'all see it moving? Damn, I wish my guy was in the courtroom. It just moved. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, Taz, this was lunch. It's gone. And I feel what Alicia's saying. I'm hungry as hell. Shout out to Petty Betty LaBelle with the 10, says, leave the stream running and we'll wait for you to eat. Oh, yeah. See, that's the thing, guys. I gotta walk my dog. My dog hasn't had dinner. She's just out there like, yo. Like, yo. So I need to take a quick. I mean, I don't know. Y'all are saying just leave the stream running? Y'all want the stream to just run? And then I could then just take my phone, and if it happens, I could run back. If y'all want me to just leave the stream running, just put a 1 in the chat. Just leave it. Okay, I'll do that. If y'all just want it to run, And then, I mean, I'm not going to go far. I'm just going to go outside to walk the dog, give her some food, make something to eat out here in the kitchen. And then when it happens, I could just run back in here. And that way, y'all will all know. The only thing is, though, if I do a second stream, that will notify you. But if you're good, we'll just leave it running. All right. I'm getting ones. I'm getting ones. Alrighty. Well, we'll do that. So I'll get everything settled over here. Somebody saying put on an interview. Yeah, we still have a lot. I still got the mom's interview. We got some of Julio's interviews that he's done. You know, I wanted to play that as, you know, kind of homage to him because I'm not even gonna hold you guys. Like, I feel really bad that he's so young and just not here anymore. Okay. Let's play. Well, see, that's the thing. I need to transform it. All right. Well, this stream is probably going to hell anyway. So let me go ahead and play this Foolio interview so y'all can learn a little bit more from the artist himself. And then I will be back in a few minutes. And yeah, we'll just keep checking. I'll just keep checking in with y'all. And I guess we could just do a bunch of Foolio family interviews. I want to run some of the mom stuff too. And then somebody said, put Lil Woody on. We could do that. We could do that. But let's start with Foolio. This is 27 minutes long. That's more than enough for a dog walk. So let me get myself together and let's hear from Foolio. Hold on. I walked away for 2 minutes and already. This is why I gotta be here. Okay. Give me 1 second. Let me stop streaming it. Start screen sharing. Share screen. Foolio. Boom. Starting from the top. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear it.
Well, Julio, how you been, man? Welcome back,
bro. Appreciate you having
Okay, cool. Let me get this dog.
You've been doing your thing, man. You got there grinding like a man.
Definitely, bro. Yeah.
You know, I see you definitely getting it in, man. How's the music been?
See, I just been working on this mixtape that's finna drop in like a week or two, like 2 weeks, week and a half, something like that. That's about it, though. And I shot like 4 videos while I'm out here. So I just been working on the tape, really.
That's what's up, man. You what's the name of it?
Confidence of Thoughts.
Okay, and what was the reason behind the name?
Cause it's like I got thoughts I can't even talk about, you know what I'm saying? Like certain stuff on my mind I don't even want to speak about, you know what I'm saying? But I just express it some way through my music a little bit, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you, man. Well, we get right into it. You know, I think some of the biggest news that you've made lately, man, you know, was your recent shootout you've been in.
Yeah.
I posted it on my Instagram and everybody went crazy for it. And, you know, major headlines all over. You know, what all happened?
I was in my city at I was actually finishing like a couple of the records on my mixtape, and then I was at a studio, like a public studio, and I guess the session was over at like 12, so I'm walking out the studio or not going to my car to pull off. So by the time I walked down to like the carport to my car, I opened the door and like went to shooting and shit, shooting at me and shit like that, and I'm shot back.
Okay, what was you thinking when you first started hearing the bullets coming?
I was really trying to see where the shots was coming from type shit. Cause like them bitches was like just flying everywhere. That was my first thing, was like, damn, where the fuck the shots coming from? I need to figure out where they coming from. And I like peep where they was coming from, then that's when I went shooting back and shit.
Okay, and you know, once the shooting is over, are you trying to get in your car, out around your car, or?
Nah, when the shooting was over, I was already leaning like damn near in between my car, so I got out the car. I ran back up to the studio. I was like, at first I asked studio, you told somebody I was here or some shit, tried to set me up. I asked him off rip, are you trying to set me up or some shit? He was like, hell nah. He showed me his phone and shit, and I walked back in the studio. I had my Glock in my hand, and I was trying to see, did I enter my clip? That when I pulled the clip out, I was like, damn, I emptied my shit. That when you saw the video, I emptied my shit, you know what I'm saying? Then I walked back to the front of the yard trying to see if like it was still out there type shit, cause I got 2 registered guns in my name. I got a Glock and an FN. So I grabbed my FN and I walked back to the front to see if my car was still working. My shit wasn't starting or nothing. And then I sat right there for like 5 to 7 minutes. The police had pulled up, and I sat my guns down. The police pulled up with straight ARs pointing and shit. I sat my guns down and let them know I just got in the shootout type shit. Somebody shot at me type shit, yeah.
Did any of the neighbors come out?
Yeah, hell yeah. The neighbor whose house it was in front of the shit, he came out. He actually told me to come inside the house. Like, he thought I was bleeding. He saw me bleeding and shit. He was like, come inside the house. I'm gonna call the police, take you to the hospital, whatever you need to do. He was like, shit, come in the house, took all the shit over with. He came out, a lady came out, the studio man. It was like probably like 4 people out there, 5 people.
At what point did you know that you were kind of grazed?
Right after it, when I ran back in the studio, cause one of my slides was out, but I just felt the front and back side of my ankle burning type shit. So when I ran in the studio, I looked down at my shit. I was like, damn, I'm grazed. Then shit, I told them I'm grazed. They were like, when the police pulled up, they called the ambulance and shit. They asked me, did I want to go to the hospital? I was like, shit, nah, I'm good, fuck it.
And I mean, I've seen the videos, so I mean, I think everybody knows you have a registered gun, and
Yeah.
you know everything was legal, so it's perfectly fine for us to talk about this.
Yeah, definitely.
What happened to your car?
It's gone. It got hit up. Shit, that bitch got shot up. It's over with.
They took the car? The police took the car?
Nah, I could get the car back, but that's like bad luck, like riding the shot up car, getting it fit. Like I don't do that. That ain't my first car that got shot up in Jacksonville either, so I'm just used to that though. I ain't riding no shot up car, getting a car fit that got shot up. That's bad luck. I just get a new one. Yeah.
Okay. And so the cops come up, and you know, you put your gun down and everything. And what do the cops say to you?
They basically asked me what's going on type shit. I walked up to them, I showed them my leg. I was like, shit, I'm grazed, bro. They were like, you know who shot at you? I was like, nah, shit, I ain't really see too much, but I just saw a couple and all type shit. But whoever the was who did it, I guess when I'm shooting at them, they dropped their clip on the scene. Like, it's on the news and all, they dropped their AR clip and they left a shirt or some shit like that. So that helped too.
Okay. There's been a lot of controversy about how many shots were shot at you.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, people might not realize that when you're in a shootout, man, it's kind of confusing, man. It's
When I'm saying like 100 shots, I'm like a lot of shots. Basically, like if you walk in the party, you be like, damn, it's 100 hoes and it's 100 females. And nah, no, literally, you know what I'm saying? Get what I'm saying?
I understand.
It's just like a, you know what I'm saying, an estimate. I don't know. Like, I ain't counting. I'm in the shootout. I ain't counting how many times. I know I emptied my clip for sure. I know I emptied my clip. I had like a 22 round clip, one in the head, 22. I emptied my shit for sure. Yeah.
You know, one of the biggest reactions that I've seen is a lot of people thought you were lying.
Yeah.
What's your reaction to that?
The news said it all.
The news said it all.
Yeah, I got in the shootout. The victim say he shot back. They got his gun shit. It was a shootout shit, basically, or a regular Jacksonville shit.
You know, you've been shot before. You've been grazed. You've been in quite a bit of these horrible situations, man. It doesn't seem like the dudes who want you, or I don't know if it's one person or a lot of people, but they're not going to stop until you're dead. It doesn't look like, man.
Yeah.
What are you doing to take safety precautions to stop this from happening?
Buying more guns and shit, bullets, and I really and the label was really I be in Jacksonville by choice, you know what I'm saying? Like just hanging out. I don't gotta be in Jacksonville, but that's why I'm out here right now, cause they you really don't gotta be down there, you know what I'm saying? Come to Cali, go out of town, chill out some, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Jacksonville is a dangerous place for you. How come you don't have a bulletproof car when you're in Jacksonville?
I ain't never think about that, but I'm just, I looked at it like a regular day, I'm going to the studio finishing my mixtape, that's what I was doing. I went to the studio, it was probably my third time going there, but ain't shit happened. But this specific day, this nighttime, when I go by myself to that bit, and I never go by myself nowhere. So when I go by myself to this bit, this one night, that shit happened. That shit felt like a setup vibe type shit, I don't know. But it's I felt it in the air though, when I walking out the studio, I felt, I don't know what it's like, everybody get that, I don't know, you just feel gut feel some shit finna happen, you know what I'm saying?
I just want to say, bro, I hope you get a bulletproof car when you're in Jacksonville, man. You know what I'm saying? Because I want to see nothing happen to you, man. We've lost way too many rappers.
Definitely.
And it's definitely dangerous for you, man. So, you know, a lot of rappers would be alive if they had bulletproof cars. You know, so I'm just throwing that out there for you, dog.
Yeah.
Young Dolph, recently was just killed in Memphis. I think you kind of looked up to him a little bit. I seen in the video about his, being independent and everything.
Yeah, I like how he was running his little operate his label, and I like how I felt how he was running his little label.
Do you have any advice for rappers that are kind of going through your same situation?
Shit. Leave the city if you got the chance to leave the city. Get out of harm's way, shit. But if you love your city that much, shit, you know what I'm saying? Just keep people with you, keep your gun, keep security with you, something. Always keep somebody with you.
Yeah, I think I seen where you talked about that you love your city and it is hard for you to leave.
Yeah, not even so much my city, it's just my hood, my environment, it's feeling you got the people you grew up with, you got, you know what I'm saying, your majority of your family, it's just genuine love, but it's genuine hate too, you know what I'm saying, people part of that don't watch you grow up your whole life, they don't like that you winning, you know what I'm saying, it's just a 50-50, I can't even, but the rappers, who I'm locked in with, they understand what I'm talking about, it's just the feeling you get in your hood, it's no other, bro, especially when you was broke, you always say what you gonna do when you get rich, what you gonna do for the hood. Then you finally get rich and it's you know what I'm saying, I can finally do this now, so let me be in my community and you get what I'm saying? So that shit be crazy. It'd be a 50-50.
So you get the most love in your city, but you also got the most hate in your city.
Yeah, it's a 50-50, yeah.
Man. And I think you mentioned that you don't live in your city anymore, right?
Yeah, I've been moved out of Jacksonville.
Yeah. So you're definitely taking precautions in that capacity.
Yeah.
Has this changed anything with this last interaction? Have you changed up how you're gonna move, or?
It's just regular Jacksonville shit, a shootout. That's catching a cold or something. It's just regular shit. I just picked the wrong time to go to that studio by myself. I'll never go to no studio by myself. I fucked up that day. You know what I'm saying? That's basically what it is. I ain't going to the studio no more by myself. Yeah.
That's what's up. That's what's up, man. One of the complaints I've seen online is that they said you might have said a little bit too much.
No,
or went to the internet a little too fast.
No, because it was already on the internet. I don't know, it's an app called Reddit. As soon as it happened, it was already posted. I don't know who posted it, first they said I was dead though. I saw everybody from who don't like me, it was already on the internet, you know what I'm saying? So I supposed to let niggas know I'm not there, I shot back, I did me. You know what I'm saying? But that's, you know how it is on the internet, they can flip the script on you and shit like that.
The internet is wild with their accusations.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the times I see just some of the shit and I just go, where the fuck did you come up with that shit from? It'd be wild, man. But I'm glad to see you're okay.
Yeah,
You
I'm
know
good,
what I'm
100%.
And that's what's up, man. That's all that really matters, I guess, at the end of the day.
Definitely.
You know. Since our last interview, how much music have you dropped since then?
When our last interview was like 2-3 months, like 3 months.
About 6 months.
6 months ago?
5-6 months ago.
Damn. Yeah, you dead ass right, cause it's November. I think I put out a tape, didn't I? I dropped a tape for. Yeah, yeah, I dropped the mixtape. I dropped the Love Me Like I'm Dead Deluxe, the last call. I dropped the Love Me Like I'm Dead last call deluxe. Dropped some video. I dropped the WWE video. And yeah, I just been dropping like little videos and shit.
Okay. I seen that you were doing some investing.
Yeah.
In 2 18-wheelers.
Yeah, 2 18-wheelers. Me and Bugatti Casino. So that casino.
What's that like?
Basically it's like you get them contracts, you get you a driver who got their CDLs and you just put them on the road. Yeah.
Okay. What other type of investing are you doing?
That's really my first start out. But I'm finna do get a couple vending machines. I'm finna build a studio. I'm finna do a lot of little stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay, so you got a lot of plans to do a lot of business.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, you gonna buy any more 18-wheeler trucks?
I'm gonna keep them two rolling. No, not right now. Not right now.
Okay. Well, some other news that you made a few months back is, you and Young and Ace had a conversation on Clubhouse.
Oh yeah.
How'd that go?
Shit, it was just regular shit. Like, wish the best for me. I wish the best for him because we both from Jacksonville and niggas know how I get in Jacksonville and we blessed to make it out. So it's like, shit, keep doing you. I want to know what I'm saying. I don't wish no hate on you, but just keep doing you. Keep your head up and stuff. It's really telling him like both of us like, cause we been on the news a lot lately, bro. Besides the shooting, they had me and him on the news like 3 times. Like out of these last 2-3 months, we've been on the news like on just random shit like Jacksonville gangs and like all kind of crazy shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, shit, keep your head up, stay out the police way. It was just like regular, like
Y'all okay?
typical
I'm just checking on you. Just checking in.
I think I see somewhere where you thought
The dog has been walked. She's got her food. I'm just checking in. Y'all good? Y'all good over here? All right. All right. Okay. We got sound. Hit play again. I'll be right back.
you're being blackballed.
No, hell no, I ain't blackballed. Nah.
Okay. Was that your guys' first time on the phone?
It wasn't like on the phone. It's like an app that everybody be on, but I don't talk to them on the plenty of time. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Okay. I mean, staying on the same thing, I think you and Spinner Benz were talking about a boxing match?
Something like that. It was just a post. It was a song I made, and then it was just a post really that he made, and that shit got blew out of proportion.
Are you worried about the police watching the internet?
No, not really.
I mean, I've been told by the Jacksonville news station has said the police have like a specific
They do.
thing just to watch rappers.
They do. Well, what they said is and I got a screenshot on my phone too. What they said is they can't use it against you unless you actually did. Like, they know you did the crime. Like, you got caught with a gun, and they can't use no lyrics or nothing against you. Like, yeah.
Is that a Florida thing?
It might be. I don't know.
Okay, because I know there's been, I think Boosie, for example,
Yeah.
has came out and said that when he went through his murder trial, that they spent like 2 days playing his music, and they'd have the gang experts in there.
They can use it against you if you did. Like, say if you get locked up today for murder, and you've been rapping about it, like, they know you did the murder, you got caught with the gun, your phone pinged on the scene, they could use it against you then. But if you just they can't really pin you to nothing. They can't. What can they say? You get what I'm saying?
I hear you. You have your song, List of Dead Ops.
Yeah.
What was your thoughts for making a song like that?
That song probably, it was old, really. I just shot it just cause that bit was so hard, like. And then I really wasn't gonna drop it till I heard a snippet. So I heard like a snippet in the song drop from an artist I don't with. He had said some shit with one of my little brothers who got killed by the police. He had said some crazy ass shit. I'm like, I'm just gonna drop my shit. Yeah.
Do you feel like a song like that continues to make things worse for you? Or you just don't care?
It's already said and done. Like everything already written in stone. You know what I'm saying? With whatever happens, it happens. Like it just like I've been like this like since 2014. Like, I've been making songs like this. It just I wasn't me. Like I wasn't famous. I ain't had a limelight. So it been like this though. Yeah, it been like this.
Okay. Do you think your life is in danger more after dropping a song like that?
Nah, I drop When I See You. I dropped, you know what I'm saying? I dropped, what else I dropped? I dropped the King Von, the Crazy Story remix. I dropped a lot of beatbox in they hood. I did a lot of, you know what I'm saying? I dropped a lot of shit. It's just the same shit.
Do you think it messes up your money at all? Do you think there's people that are scared to work with you after songs like that?
Cause when I dropped When I See You, bro, I went on the whole tour out that song. I made so much features. I was out here around that time, matter of fact. I did a No Jumper interview. I did your interview. I did the other interview. I did so much stuff that people weren't reaching out for. It's like they love bullshit. Like the fans, they feed off negativity, like bullshit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Just like the Chicago, like they era, like they love this shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? And that shit really weird to me, but that's just what the fans like, I guess. I don't know.
Okay. In the song, you say you're the biggest op.
Huh?
In the song, you say you're the biggest op.
Oh, yeah.
What is it about Foolio that makes you the biggest
in
op?
my city. You know, I'm probably the biggest op. I don't really too much clip with rappers in my city. Like, yeah. I don't really clip with rappers in my city like that.
Okay. 21 Savage.
Yeah.
Battle. You guys talked about verses.
Yeah. I fought with 21. Shout out to 21. We was on Clubhouse, the app. I was talking to Brown. It was like, we just was talking. Like, it was just a regular conversation. And somebody had screen recorded and put it on YouTube. Then they made it to Say Cheese. Then they made it to World Star. Then they made it to Academics. And then just everybody went to posting, you know. It was just basically me just saying, like, Jacksonville lit right now. Like, Florida lit. Like, we damn near we is the New Atlanta. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we got so many artists. We just not as more like unified as Atlanta. But if you look at it right now, Florida got some of the hardest artists like Rod Wave, me, Kodak, motherfucking Jack Boy. It's a lot of artists. Like I spot them like hot. It's just a lot of artists. You know what I'm saying? We got a lot of artists.
I seen you and Island Boys had a little argument online.
That wasn't no argument, man. That was just a regular Instagram Foolio live, like just talking. I don't even know them. They kept asking to join one of them asking to join my live. It's just Florida talking, like Florida slang, like, you know what I'm saying? It'll probably sound serious, but that's just how we talk in Florida. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it was really nothing then, is what you're saying.
No.
Okay. You know, recently, unfortunately, young Dolph was killed, and he gets a whole lot of followers on Instagram. You know, some people say it's fake love. Some people say, you know, it's just people, they might not have been up on Dolph as much as maybe they are after he gets killed. You know, what's your take on that?
You say they weren't up on him as much, but they knew about him. But now that he died, now they want to look into it. Like it's fake love. Like you should have been, like, if you want to mess with his music, you should have been did it when you first heard about him. It just fake love with X, with Lil Peep, with I go on with Walt from I think he's from Pittsburgh. A lot of every time a rapper die, they get millions of followers, like and streams go up. It just be fake love, bro. Like that's why I named my mixtape "Love Me Like I'm Dead." Cause if you love me, give me my flowers while I'm alive. Don't wait till I die to put me on the top 10, get me on the top 10 on the charts, and you know what I'm saying. Do it now. Show me you with me. Yeah.
It's kind of surprising that I mean, it always happens, you know, every single time. So I don't want to say it's surprising, but you know, the more and more it happens, unfortunately, you know, you see it. And I mean, there's a lot of rappers though.
Definitely.
You know, there's a lot of rappers to pay attention to. Even myself, you know, and being in the media and everything, I find it hard sometimes. Like, okay, you know, where do I focus my energy? Because there's just so many places, and there's just you know, so only so much time to do it. So, does that make you want to like go harder with your music and try to get it out there even more?
I feel like my fan base, like, they genuinely f me, because, like, I be getting so many messages, like, people, like, telling me how they feel, like, I keep their day, like, going, like, they feel like giving up, they listen to my music, now they back. Like, I feel like my fan base is real genuine, like, I got a real fan base, yeah.
Have you ever had any, like, crazy fans come up to you and, you know, like, yo, you changed my life, or...
Yeah, I done had a lot. I done got fans that got my name tattooed on them, all type of crazy stuff. Yup, definitely.
What do you think when something like that happens? How does it make you feel?
That shit crazy. Like, it messed my head up. Like, you really took your time to do that, to show me you support me and you love me. So it's all love back. Yeah.
Do you have a crazy tour story? Where you've been out on tour, and like, you know, it don't have to be like no gangster shit. Maybe just like a crazy groupie, or, you know, something like that.
Nothing to, nah. One of my dogs, well, it ain't even, it just something funny. Like, my dog went to the club. This nigga had like throwing slides with no socks on the stage. That's about it. Jump around in the crowd and shit. And they recording his ass, going on his ass. Nah, I just thought about that shit. We was way in Boston.
Why was they in my city when that happened? It was cold and somebody came outside with like flip-flops on in Boston. It had to happen here. So this is why I wanted to show you that. I was just like, really, Foolio?
On the stage with no socks on, straight feet out that bitch, jumping out through the crowd and shit. That's wild ass shit, bro. That's wild ass shit, man.
Well, that sounds like some fun.
Nah, that ain't no fun. You got Timberlands and all type of shit on. You walking through that bit with no socks on. That's crazy as hell. Like,
cause it's cold.
Oh, bro.
Did you ever talk with him afterwards?
Yeah, we clowned his ass. We clowned his ass.
Nah, I hear that, man. Was there any way Jacksonville could come together and do a big ass concert for the city?
Yeah, I saw Nardo Witt say that. I f with Nardo Witt too. But I don't know, like, that shit gotta be on some real genuine shit. Like, I don't think going. It was about a real bag, I think so, but I don't know. I can't even answer. I really don't know.
Yeah. Is that something you'd be interested in?
It depends. Like, you got a real deal. Like I said, it gotta be genuine. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, cause I know how the whole Jacksonville coming. Like, ain't no hoes. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I know, like, when the whole group of like get around, like how the energy be. You know what I'm saying? So they got a real deal be like genuine, and like niggas gotta mean it. Like, you know, like we could put this shit to the side for one day. All us make like 100,000. You know what I'm saying? They gotta be genuine.
I think that would be big.
Yeah, it would. I can see it now.
I mean, not just for Jacksonville, but for hip hop.
Yeah.
That would be something to see. That'd be dope, I think. Anyway, I don't know if it'll happen. I don't know if I see it happening, but I hope it'll happen.
Yeah.
You know, you never know. Put it out in the air, you know, put some positivity out there, and, you know, you never know.
Definitely.
You're out here in Cali?
Yeah,
shooting music
California.
videos. How's that going?
I just shot 4 videos for my mixtape. And a bit say it was like a 7-hour video shoot, 6-7 hour video shoot on one. But I just been working, like staying consistent, because when this tape drop, I'm gonna do a crazy like rollout with the videos, with the promo. In New York, I'm gonna have billboards out there, out here, like Atlanta, Florida. I'm just go crazy with the promo. Definitely.
Okay. So doing some of the biggest projects, you know, now that you're doing, you're getting bigger and bigger. What do you see for the future of your music?
After this, I'm gonna do like more like big features. Like, I got a couple big features, like 3 features on my project, but I'm gonna do like more like, I'm gonna network more. Cause I got a lot of artists in my DM that follow me and wanna work, but I want it to be like at the right time. I don't wanna just throw nothing out there and just, you know what I'm saying, and be sloppy like me just sending you an open verse. I wanna be in the studio together, feel the vibe, knock the beat out. Like, you know what I'm saying? I just want everything to just connect, so I'm gonna just do more features, network more. And do a lot of more like, I want to do a lot of more like radio interviews. Reach out to the radios.
Is there any features you're looking for? Anybody specific?
Probably like Polo G, Lil Baby, shout out Meat Mill. I got a couple rappers that in my DM, like shout out Meat, Lil Baby had DM me before. It's a lot of rappers though. Tough.
All right. And I think you said your project's coming out in a week and a half, 2 weeks?
December 3rd, week and a half.
A week and a half, that's what's up.
Yeah.
Well, all right, Foolio.
Let's get it.
Man, I appreciate you, man.
That's
taking
love,
the time.
baby.
You know,
It's just so sad. He was so young. Let us switch over to the mom. Mama's day 6 recap is here. Oh, did I not switch it? Hang on, hold on. Don't conk out on me now, stream. I've got like the Tupac hair, everything going on. Let's share screen one more time. Instagram. Here we go.
Hello, pretty car. Look like you the first one on here. Going to give a quick update before I go back in and wait for some other people to come on. Hello, Tavares Lee Sr. Quan, hello, how you doing? Tamika. So, I know a lot of y'all have been following the trial so far. We are on lunch break. My DMs are flooded throughout all my social media pages. So I want to know what your thoughts. It got a little heated in there this morning. This trial has been a lot of, like the judge said, it's been a mess a little bit. I got a little heated today. As y'all can see that the the defense attorney, the black lady, I think that she is, some people wear their heart on their sleeve and they speak out of emotion or whatever, and I think that's what she's doing, because I know I do that when I'm trying to get my point across and I'm passionate about what I'm saying, but I don't think it's the right time for her to be doing these little outbursts or whatever with the judge to get their point across or whatever. So after Detective Ramos, I think we probably got like maybe 30 minutes. I say 30 minutes to an hour with Detective Ramos. And defense is going to rest. Hold on, this sun in my eye. I mean, the state is going to rest after the state is going to rest after they finished with Detective Ramos. That's the last state witness. And so the defense will call their witnesses up. I think they maybe got 4 or 5 people. This trial was anticipated to be over today, but hopefully be over tomorrow. Hey Kiana, and I just found out that the young lady may be taking a stand as well. So we're gonna see about that. About her, she's supposed to be taking a stand, so we'll see how that goes. Would that be a good idea? I feel like today, thus far, the evidence that has been presented today has been going well. They showed the cell phone footage. They like had a map and they showed the cell phone of everybody who was involved. They had like a map and it was tracking everywhere they went at. Each and every place they went at, they had it on there, where they went at or whatever. They had the text messages on there. They had the Sean Gathright boy trying to texting some girl, Kyla, whomever she is, trying to get Charles Airbnb locations where he was at, because it was 2 Airbnbs or whatever that I booked separately. So they kept on getting that information, trying to get that information from different individuals. They was calling and DMing everybody to try to get the locations, but nobody gave out that location to where he was at, for his birthday at those Airbnb locations.
All right, I'm just letting y'all know, per Law and Crime on Twitter, Kathy, the executive producer, it looks like we have a question coming from the jury. So it's, oh, here it is. Hold on. Jury has a question. Here we go.
All right. Does criteria number 1 in the definition of a principal apply in the case of second-degree murder, signed by the foreperson? Right? The legal answer is yes, correct?
Yes.
Right?
Criteria, you're talking about the element?
Said that's the exact. Does criteria number 1 in the definition of a principal apply in the case of second-degree murder?
I don't know what criteria. If they're talking about the element, I guess I want to clarify that before I just send back an answer. I don't know what they're referring to when they say criteria.
All right. Let me take a look. I'm assuming that's what they mean. So you want me to send a question back, or just bring them back and ask them? Or bring them out and ask them?
I guess they can come out.
Oh, God. Yeah. What? Yeah. Why are they looking at that, Texan?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. Jail's just confirming.
The jail is confirming. When you gonna send her back?
Okay. Go again. Go ahead and bring them in.
They have a question about the principal piece. Criteria for a principal. Damn, that was just an hour. Maybe we get it by 9:30.
All right.
Damn. She might get second degree. That's not good. I told y'all. Why you don't look? It's only been an hour.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, and I've received the following communication from the jury. This criteria, number one, in the definition of a principal apply in the case of second-degree murder, signed by the full person of the jury. And by criteria, do you mean element one, the defendant intended the crime to occur? Okay, so any objection to me answering the question? Okay, someone nodded their head yes. Is that correct? Yes? Okay.
No objection.
Okay, the answer is yes. Okay? All right? It does. Okay, very good. Sorry about this taking so long for the pizza to get here, okay? It's coming. They promised us, okay? All right. Okay, very good. Thank you all. You can
All right.
continue your delivery.
Wow. Chat. Chat. That principal piece on second degree.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
We are still on verdict watch. And the defense team is huddling up right now. We are on verdict watch as we speak. The jury just had a question. They have been in deliberation for an hour and they're already asking about second degree. I told y'all, even with dinner, these people are going to want to go home. That's why like Friday night deliberation is so terrible. Like it's so bad. It's so bad. So, I mean, at this rate, we might even have an answer within the hour. And I think it's going to be guilty on all of it, but maybe we should reset the poll to see what she gets. And I did tell y'all we were going to do that yesterday. So with 6,000 votes, this is pre-deliberation poll, 57% at not guilty. 57% at guilty, 28% not guilty, 15% hung jury. We're going to hold out for hung jury, but I am going to do another poll for y'all. And I want to go get some snacks and go to the kitchen for 10 minutes. So I want to play mama for a moment so y'all could see what she had to say in court 2 days ago. But I'm going to put, what do we think? Murder one. I'm going to give y'all murder one. Second degree. We're going to do conspiracy only. And then I will give you hung jury. Okay. So murder one, second degree, conspiracy, hung jury. All right. Those are going to be your options. I mean, I wish we had more options, but they tap us out at 4. I was going to say guilty across the board, guilty on just second degree, guilty on conspiracy. It could be a mixture, but I'm going to give you guys 4 options right now. The poll is up. And what I could do, since Julio's mom is only 13 minutes, I could go back to that full interview that we were already watching. Let me see how much time we got on that one. That will give me time to go to the kitchen, come back. Let me see. All right, I think we got 20 minutes on this one. So until we get back in court, let's watch this for now. I just need to get some snacks and everything, but I believe we might get we're definitely getting a verdict before 10 o'clock, 100%, 100%. It's 8:38 now. We're definitely getting a verdict before then. So I'm gonna hit play. Let me just make sure the sound works before I leave. But yeah, I just need to go to the kitchen, grab some snacks, all that stuff.
What make him get it? That man had to say something first. And he know he ain't finna smite no older person. But he said something to him first. Just like with these songs, they say something first, and then when he say something next.
And this is where we left off yesterday with Charleston White. If you guys can hear it, can you just put a 1 in the chat? I just want to know before I leave, before I step away for a second. The second degree, man. Wow. I'm shocked. You guys are leaning more towards conspiracy. Wow, chat. Okay, you can hear it. All right, beautiful. Give me a few minutes. I will be right back. We're going to play this interview. But yes, I anticipate a verdict within the next hour or two, and then I'll keep an eye out on Twitter to see what's happening with From the Law and Crime.
It's a problem. Why would he just say, "Oh, I'm gonna smack Charleston White"?
Yeah, I don't know. I got to go back and look.
Exactly.
I got to go back and do my homework.
Exactly. He ain't just made. He ain't just say, "I'm finna." Why would he just want to smack him? What did you say, Charleston? You had to say something. You know how many? That mean, okay. For example, all the guys that done put me in these songs, am I finna go and get on here and rant and say something about them? No, because I'm a grown adult. They may be 25, 26 years old, but they're children in my eye. And the same thing with Charleston White. He's a child in your eye. You said something first, and of course he said something. He responded back or whatever. And he done did it a couple of times. I done seen the stuff that he said about him, and I just don't like it. And because I hold certain people to a different level. I heard, but if this the kids, they going back and forth, okay, I know that. But you hold certain people to a different level, especially when you a certain age or whatever. And I think his mature level is just not there. And I don't care about when he see this or whatever, he's gonna make his little post and go on his little rant.
Yeah,
it's okay.
I must say, I've interviewed a lot of mothers with deceased sons, and you're a really strong woman. I can't say that. I mean, from the diss records that are still coming out today to the Ton and the Don Julio liquor and the interviews that are coming out.
They should have got paid for Don Julio. If I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna get an endorsement. Y'all should have got an endorsement for that Don Julio.
Yeah, but I must say you were strong, and you're handling this very, very well, because it's a lot. It's a lot, and your son is all over social media. He's everywhere right now. I mean, especially with the case going on, everybody's making all the streamers are making videos and things like that. You're a very strong woman. Yeah.
I don't got no other choice but to be strong.
In Chicago, something similar happened where multiple rappers and kids passed away, and 4 or 5 mothers got together. And although their sons were enemies, they still got together. They held conversations. They took pictures to let the youth know that it's bigger. It's a bigger cause. Is that something that you would do in the future?
That's something I already done tried to do. I mean, I can't force it on anybody. I do speak to one guy, and Charles was dissing his son, and we talk like we're adults. And he have started a nonprofit, and I'm starting a nonprofit as well or whatever. But I done talk to these people. Some people they're just not open to it. But when you got some people just not open to it. And that's okay, because I don't force myself on anybody. So yes, I do have some things going on. Like I say, I talked to one guy, and my son was dissing this man's son. But he understood that it went both ways. And we are grown, mature adults or whatever. And we talk in the DM and things of that sort. He told me what he's doing and things of that sort or whatever. And me and him probably link up and try to get something together for the other kids that's growing up. Because I do see some kids, they look up to Charles, and if you see some of the, he tell the kids, I don't want you to be, they be on live. He be like, I don't want you to be like me. Don't be like me. Go to school. Don't do this or whatever. Whatever. But I do have something. Some things planned. A nonprofit that I'm gonna have going on.
What do you think Jacksonville police could do differently? Do you think it's something that because like at this point, a lot of kids, they're not even thinking about the consequence. They're just acting off of emotion.
I don't even want to say anything about JSO on this live at all, because some of the individuals from JSO, they don't seek to help these individuals. They seek to harass these kids and things of that sort. They're not come to the neighborhood and say, hey, this job. You ain't coming to playing football and trying to show them something different or whatever to make them see something different. They don't do nothing to harass you. You see them pull Charles out the car for fleeing, going 17 miles per hour. So, I mean, it's some good apples and it's some bad apples as well. So I'm not gonna even speak on JSO, but I know they need to come with some type of a program, or they probably need to go back and do some type of other training. I get a special unit to go out and do some type of outreach to talk to these kids or whatever. So that's what I feel like they need to do.
Okay. For everybody watching this, what do you have to say to the people in your city that you know, the people who don't like that don't like Foolio? I mean, Young and Ace just did an interview with academics that did 1 million views. It's a lot of other rappers that didn't see eye to eye with your son. If Young and Ace was watching this right now, what would you tell him?
I mean, I really don't have anything to tell him, but it comes a point in time where it needs to stop, because there's only 2 places. It's going to just keep it real. You're either going to be in prison for the rest of your life, or you're going to be dead. That's just point blank, period. And the thing is, we don't have to entertain these people, these fans, to make yourself look cool or anything like that. And I tell my son the same thing. There's 3 ways out: jail, death, or just doing better. Just cut the bull and just do better. Because when not only him, a lot of other rappers and stuff as well, y'all think these people are not watching, they're watching. You thinking people not telling, they're telling. You thinking these girls, your friends and all that type of stuff, they try to set you up. So it comes a point in time where it just got to stop or whatever. Whether he take this from me, me being sincere or not, I'm telling you, it need to stop, because if it don't stop, you're gonna be gone a very long time. Because I will say that they're not, the police and stuff like that, they're not playing. They're definitely not playing. And people talking about, oh, it's gonna be a RICO. Oh, they just talking. They talk. Keep playing with these people. Keep playing with them, or whatever. And those are going to be the end results. But if you do want to keep making your music, your diss music or whatever, to get your millions of views and things of that sort with your diss, no, that's fine too. What I will tell you in life, and this is just not for Ace, it's for anybody. Karma is real. You can have bad karma and you can have good karma. And the choice is yours. The choice is absolutely yours. And I know that so much of stuff have happened. We can't get these people back. You can't get your friends back. But tomorrow don't have to be like yesterday. You can start and change today. That's if you want to. And that goes for anybody and absolutely everybody. And anybody who's listening to the drill and want to make a mockery of people, whatever. It comes a time where you got to stop, because what about when your people pass away? It's going to keep on going on and on. It's childish to me. It's childish is I don't know what. It comes a time where it definitely has to stop.
So, do you believe more people will be arrested for what happened to your son?
Yes.
So more than the 5 that are on the screen right now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and maybe 2 or 3 more. You don't know how. You don't know. I don't know. And is this something that you're being told?
No, I just believe that more will be.
Okay. Yeah. And none of the 5 are connected to your son at all.
I don't know any of them. Like, I don't know any of them at all. And that's it's strange to me. Like, if I don't know any of them, he would have never thought those guys would, we don't know. I don't know any of them. So that's the reason why I believe that it's going to be more arrests. because
Yeah.
I'm thinking like, who sent you? Somebody had to send you. We don't know you.
Yeah. I must say too, before we get out of here, Foolio looked really happy
He
that
was so
night.
happy his last 48 hours, and that's what I'm holding on to. He said it was the best birthday he have ever had.
Yep.
And so
He
that's
did say that.
yeah, that's what I'm holding on to. He was smiling, he was doing his promo videos in Tampa, several of them. He was happy. He was happy, and he wasn't running and hiding from anybody or whatever. So that's why it was like he'll put his location on. He just felt free. He felt free or whatever. He's hanging out, and that's what it was. He didn't care about it. You don't think he's seen all those messages, bro, don't go, and all that type of stuff. He didn't care. I think he got tired of running and ducking and hiding and doing whatever. So I just try to hold on to my son was happy his last 48 hours. Not seeing him on his birthday, he was happy. And when he ended his birthday, he was happy. And he had always said, thank God I seen 18. Thank God I seen 21. Thank God I seen 23. Thank God I seen 25. Because he never thought he was going to make it through those years. And he did. So that's why I have to. It's my duty. It's my honor as his mother and still his manager as well, that I have to keep his legacy going. Some people ask, well, she doing a documentary to get money and da. YouTube is getting money off my son. Blogs are getting money off my son. His documentary is going to tell how he grew up and the truth. Who can tell the truth than me? His album is still going to be dropping. Like I said, we got songs. I can make like 10 albums before this year out. I got songs on top of songs on top of songs on top of songs or whatever. So of course I'm going to keep that. I'm going to keep that going. I see some people that done passed away and like nothing is just like blank.
Yep. We see that a lot.
Or whatever. But that's not going to be the case with him. We started Julio label a couple of years ago or whatever. So I'm putting it into action. I have maybe about 5 people that I manage right now under the label, E6PN. They're going to come out with a mixtape soon or whatever. It's contribute to Charles as well. So that's what he wanted.
A lot of people assumed because he gained millions and millions of views on YouTube that he was rich. How well was Charles doing off his music?
Yeah, so he made more than people that major who signed the major record artists to major labels. Create is great. He still on his masters and he still made a lot. He made a lot. A lot.
Yeah. Because I mean, we see the Holiday Inns and we see the Charger that didn't change. And I know
at the Holiday Inn. That's the first thing. They had behind home to home suite. That's the first thing. Second of all, if you get kicked out of Airbnb 2:00 in the morning, you got to find somewhere to sleep. Right?
That's right.
You got to find somewhere to go to something in the morning. So where else was he going to go? So I see the thing about the Holiday Inn jokes and all that type of stuff right there, whatever, and it doesn't bother me or whatever. But where else he was going to go? He's trying to find somewhere where they can lay their head at 2 something in the morning. And so that was close. That was maybe 6 minutes from the club they was at. And just because somebody stand at the Holiday Inn doesn't mean that you don't have any money. Everybody don't have to flash their jewels, their money, their cars, and all that type of stuff right there. Some people just dress regular and you wouldn't even know what they have. Some people dress flashy and rent their jewelry. They rent their car. They owe the jewelers hundreds of thousands of dollars.
That's true.
But what
see
we
it every
see
day.
on the internet, you're thinking they got all this money and the jewelry is leased. So we can't go by that. Some people live their life as frugal as possible. They just want to just be comfortable and they got their money, their savings and things of that sort, they don't have to be flashy. They don't have to be flashy at all.
Where did it go south with Queso? Because Queso's in pictures with your son. You know, you said earlier that you're very familiar with Queso and his family, I think. When did it go south?
I probably think when my cousin Zion was killed. That's probably when it went south.
Okay. Because you know Queso's dad as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I know they're both incarcerated right now, and his dad is allegedly telling on his son or some crazy stuff like that. But it's just crazy how all these people could be friends and then, you know?
Yeah.
So, but I appreciate your time, Miss Mays. Like I said, you're a really strong woman.